Umagdan. Your First Contact, Sheldan NIdle. Illustrated by Miriam de Vera, Blue Lodge, Press, Vancouver and Sacramento. Your First Contact. Copyright 2000 by Sheldan NIdle. Parts of this book may only be used or reproduced in any manner whatsoever with written permission from the publisher, except in the case of brief quotations embedded in critical articles or reviews. Parts of this book may only be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or other, with written permission from the publisher. For information, address Blue Lodge Press, P.O. Box 40975, El Dorado Hills, California, 95762 USA. Planetary Activation Organization, POW. Planetary Activation Groups, PAGs. Planetary Activation Centers, PACs, Umach dan symbol Salamat Gajun. Salam. Acknowledgements. The physical preparation of this manuscript was made possible through the efforts of a great many dedicated people who came to assist me in the birthing of this book. First of all, I wish to thank Suzanne Garst for her excellent overall editing, as well as for her many timely questions. Her wonderful editing skills and talents have made this present work possible. Next, I wish to also thank Rhonda Wetlaufer for her splendid editing skills and for her astute advice about the manuscript's wording. Then, there is her marvelous companion, Miles Simons, who is POW's webmaster par excellence. Throughout the years, Miles has greatly contributed his sensible thoughts and great insights. Prefaces. Aloha nui loa. To paraphrase the noble words of Washta, a Syrian ascended master, and my ever-present, compassionate companion, you are currently hovering on the edge of an amazing cosmic journey through the myriad wonderlands of consciousness. These awesome worlds, your eternal home that you are now bound for, are filled with magical experiences and represent your true joy and happiness. You, my fellow lights, are beginning to gaze, rather tentatively, upon these numerous realms. The spiritual hierarchy detects a certain degree of apprehension lingering within you, obstructing your path. Fear not, the omnipotent brilliance of the light ever guides your journey. Dear friends, open your hearts, free your minds, and greet us in love. Countless millennia ago, the spiritual hierarchy of this galaxy, and of numerous others nearby, sent you on a short journey into a mysterious house of cards called limited consciousness. Since that time, you have bravely inhabited a reality matrix that you have found most confusing and intimidating. Your life appears quite incapable of ever leading you toward a fulfilling place of light, joy, and profound happiness. Fear has captivated you, rendering you oblivious to a way out of this apparently hopeless situation. However, despite your inherent misgivings, the door to heaven has always been there. In the darkness, nearly impossible to notice, yet unlatched and inviting your entry. Finally, the moment has arrived for your self-inflicted veil to be lifted. The divine right time has come for you to transmute your present unacceptable reality into a new, more evolved vision through which the glorious legions of light can show you the way home. Your first contact. Look ahead. The light sings, enveloping you in its radiance. In it, the beginning of an expansive era for your physical and spiritual self is dawning. Deep within you, this mighty light of lights is changing every cell in your body. It is working its magic in the RNA, DNA protein strings of your genes and dancing to the rhythm of the many cascades of enzymes that shape your metabolism. You are being transformed and transmuted. Gradually, your body is becoming lighter as its frequency resonance is steadily rising. You are about to become like the fabled body electric, singing, I am ready to be all that I am truly capable of being. Your physical form is preparing itself for a long-awaited holy union with its living light. Some scientists refer to this spiritual body, containing many shapes and colors, as the electromagnetic body. To metaphysicians, it is the aura or light body, the Merkabah, vividly described in the ancient holy texts of the Hebraic Kabbalah. Out of this sacred merging of spirit with matter comes the age of light and full consciousness, known as the golden age of heavenly peace. Within it, the myths of your many indigenous ones can find their ultimate, superb validation. And you may well ask, what is full consciousness? Full consciousness is a sacred and magical domain. It is a miraculous space where heaven ceases to be a dream and where death is but a distant memory. Immortality is your reality at long last. To some, it is a fairy tale come true, more amazing than any other adventure story. However, over the course of my life, I have been extremely blessed by being invited to observe the gracious ways of these fully conscious beings. Their loving, angelic manner and infinite wisdom continually astonish me. They do me great honor by sharing with me their beautiful, inspiring rituals and their numerous, superb narratives of the history of Earth and her people. Most of all, they favor me with a delicious taste of our own divine destiny. Along with other kindred spirits of the light, these wondrous beings have come from afar to act as guides, leading us into our coming golden age. This book, dear friends, can serve you as a beacon, enlightening your path to that miraculous, soon-to-be time. Let it be a way shower in your current preparations for an astounding quantum leap in consciousness. The matrix-shattering metamorphosis of your reality is now underway. Every day, the spiritual hierarchy and our space brethren are gradually adjusting your reality, our precious Mother Earth, and, most importantly, ourselves. In this book, we discuss the way these transmutations are presently manifesting and why they are occurring. I also share the story of my ongoing contacts, which began when I was very young. Let us embark on our adventure now with a very brief review of how these amazing events actually began. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, the so-called counterculture, which was an ill-conceived and ill-fated worldwide spiritual renaissance, burst upon your society and left its indelible mark. This social revolution deeply impressed your planet's spiritual hierarchy. Thus, after a series of cosmic accidents caused your sun to become very erratic, they allowed the Syrians and their many interdimensional allies, through the use of a special multidimensional hologram, to prevent your sun from going nova. By the summer of 1972, the much-needed hologram was in place, and the divine intervention into your planet's affairs had formally begun. The spiritual hierarchy and the Galactic Federation of Light thank all of you who are involved in assisting the development of your transforming planetary culture and the revivifying of your most precious Mother Earth. As part of a vast experiment in consciousness, you are now capable of successfully making this remarkable change, equitably and harmoniously. Above all, you need to quickly acquire the skills to consciously embrace this unprecedented transformation. It is the divine right time for you to view yourselves as an integral part of a creative and highly effective team, making possible a much-needed galactic harmony. We are all working together, heading toward Mother Earth's graduation into a splendid galactic culture. Along with the spiritual hierarchy and the Galactic Federation of Light, let us usher in an imaginative, creative, innovative culture and a truly balanced, totally nurturing civilization. Through our committed and joyous co-creation, a glorious destiny filled with harmony and peace for your planet, your solar system, and your galaxy becomes possible. I invite you to make each new day a fresh, vital step in the beginning of your experience of galactic citizenship and its vast, cosmic responsibilities. Let me conclude with many well-deserved mahalos to those who have made this book possible. Let us now proceed to our point of entry and happily begin our adventure. NB. Following Galactic Federation of Light protocols, the spelling used for the residents of the Pleiades is Pleiadians, and not Pleiadians. This spelling will be used throughout this text. Slamat gajun. Salamat ya. Be one. Be enjoy. Sheldan NIdle Macawao. Maui 7 Akbal. 11 Pop. 9 EB. contact begins. My story begins in my childhood. It was a clear, starlit night. The large, silvery, orb-shaped Syrian ship hung in the night sky, like a faraway Christmas ornament. Later that same night, 8 other companion ships joined it and quickly assembled in their traditional V formation. To me, it was a signal that another contact with my space kin was about to begin rapidly. I felt the first twinges of the energies that soon put me deeply asleep. I awakened to find myself on one of the 9 scout ships. Washta, my wise and loving teacher, gently tapped my shoulder. He was dressed in his usual purple and gold-trimmed jumpsuit, which was intricately braided on each shoulder. The time had arrived again for me to go to the Syrian mothership for another series of their amazing lessons. From my very early childhood, the Syrians and their Galactic Federation of Light allies had closely watched over me. I saw them as physical angels who regularly talked to me, guided me, and protected me from harm. To monitor me during the night, the Syrians sent bright, pale blue orbs of light into my room. These globes of light followed me constant. Lie around the house. From birth, I had telekinetic abilities. I moved objects about without touching them and easily closed or opened doors and turned on lights with my mind. Initially, the Syrians and the Galactic Federation of Light had to protect me most from the harm inflicted by my own father, NIdle. He was a powerful, stocky, angry man who seemed unable to cope with events he did not understand. A former professional boxer and fight manager, my dad responded physically to what deeply confused and scared him. His answer to all the strangeness he perceived surrounding me was to constantly beat me. I came from a dysfunctional family, but despite my father's beatings, my parents showed me a great deal of love. Though our family was not well off, my mother was committed to teaching me about the world around me and made it her project to instill in me a love of books and reading. My parents' difficulties lay in their shared fear of what I represented. They both discerned that something unknown had brought me into their lives, and this recognition was manifested every day in either incredible deference to my every whim or in abrupt outbursts of physical and or emotional violence. As I grew older, the dichotomy between my two realities became increasingly overwhelming. My mother, Thelma, grew up in a family terrorized by an authoritarian mother. At my mother's funeral, her surviving siblings jokingly referred to their own mother as the Dragon Lady. To their generation, this phrase was the code for an over-controlling and truly self-serving type of woman. Mom's reaction to her upbringing was to become docile on the one hand and extremely manipulative on the other. My mother was much cleverer than my dad. Early on in the Depression, Mom was offered a full 4-year college scholarship in mathematics to the University of Buffalo. She turned it down and instead kept the books for her parents' business, a bakery. Yet, despite all the grief her family eventually caused her, she remained devoted to them. She once confessed to me that it was due to her misplaced family loyalties that, in 1949, we moved back to her hometown of Buffalo, New York. My dad was a very complex individual. At times, his emotions ran out of control. Like my grandfather, he was noted for being stubborn and set in his ways. For example, to pursue his love of physical culture and boxing, he dropped out of high school in 11th grade. Later, he balked at his father's help in getting him apprenticeship jobs in the city's building trade unions to tide him over. His dislike of formal learning was lifelong. Yet, despite great hardships, he prevailed. During the early years of World War II, Dad was a sergeant assigned to an engineering battalion stationed in New Jersey, whose personnel did not survive the invasion of Normandy. However, because of his pre-war boxing experience, in early 1943 he was reassigned to a battalion of MPs who guarded General Marshall and the planners of the atomic bomb. But that, as they say, is another story. When we kids had a problem, my dad willingly listened and talked it out with us. However, he had a terrible temper, and we knew it was time to run or duck whenever his ears began to turn red. That sign meant his great propensity for rage was about to overflow. In this state, he was capable of unbelievable violence. Unfortunately, his rage was usually directed at me. Once, my sister told me, the door to my bedroom across the hall accidentally swung open and reflected in the large mirror of her dresser. She saw me getting a most awful beating. Occasionally, from the upper stairs of our house, we heard Dom and Dad yelling at each other in the loudest of voices. Mom told me later that, as intense as their arguments were, Dad never hit her. If only I had been so lucky. I was the odd stranger, the weird alien who had come from far, far away. My earliest childhood recollections are filled with the gentle, loving presence of Washta, my Syrian guide. Near to him, always were many loving and caring beings who treated me with reverence. His protectiveness of me in those years equaled only that of my adoring grandfather, NIdle. Max was a passionate man, famous throughout his Bronx neighborhood for his fiery temper. Although by trade an interior designer, he was known to all as a powerful ward boss for the city's democratic political machine, Tammany Hall. When I was barely 3, my parents moved far away from Max and the Bronx to upstate Buffalo, NY. It was here that my lifelong contact truly began in earnest. From the start, the Syrians, and especially Washta, seemed to have a plan. They talked to me constantly about a grand mission to Earth of which I was a part. They told me that whatever was happening to me now was only a necessary learning experience destined to be transformed by me at a later date. Instead, I was to bring to mind the love within my parents that had created me. Repeatedly, Washta told me, remember, you are not alone. The Syrians continually watched over me. When required, a special Syrian medical team took care of my physical injuries. Of immediate importance was that I play and grow, and at the proper times, be educated for what I was later meant to accomplish. One of the strangest elements of my childhood was my father's constant physical abuse. Again and again, I was left for dead, sprawled on my bedroom floor, or curled up in a fetal position on the bed. Promptly, the Syrian medical team teleported me up to the mothership or to a nearby scout ship. Furiously, they worked to restore me to pristine health, no bumps, no bruises, and no broken bones. I was then sent back to my bedroom, usually in a deep, healing sleep state and unable to awaken until morning. The next morning, or on his return from work, Dad beheld me in absolute horror, mixed with joyous amazement. His unknown benefactors had saved him yet again. Still, what he saw deeply frightened him. I, in turn, became increasingly confused at having been placed in this perilous situation. Washta always told me that I had chosen it. This answer regularly left me bewildered. Let me state that in my youth, along with many other psychic gifts, I possessed a well-developed telepathic ability, which I used to better understand what I was experiencing. After the age of 5, I began to notice that most individuals on this planet did not publicly show such abilities and seemed to fumble around with no comprehension of what was happening to them. Telepathy made it easy for me to discover what people were really thinking and even what they intended to do. I formed a profound impression that most people on this planet were usually confused, severely limited, and very negative. Almost everyone lied occasionally. A few persons frequently deceived friends and family. This realization made me wonder, even more intensely, why I was here. One of the positive ways in which I utilized telepathy was to guide people whom I met. After watching them react to what was being said or done, I was able to put helpful thoughts into their heads or clarify a question they desperately wished answered. However, by age 12, I began to feel that I needed to discard my unusual psychic abilities, which made many of my friends very uncomfortable. Worse, my dad had replaced his physical battering with unceasing emotional and mental abuse, and yelled at me unrelentingly about them. Determined to find some peace at home, I began, at age 13, to shut down my telekinesis, and by the age of 17, had almost totally discarded my telepathic abilities. The Syrians and later, some notable Andromedan scientists told me about the necessity of assisting the Earth through its period of transition. Those who came to help Earth had to understand fully what life in this society was like. The process required that a number of daring souls be willing to experience incarnation as Earth beings. The Galactic Federation project directors considered the mission most difficult. It was a pivotal task and possessed a number of possible scenarios. Zakumadi, an Andromedan scientist, was famous throughout the Galactic Federation of Light for her profound wisdom on these weighty matters. Washta arranged for me to meet her to clear up some of my growing confusion. Her conversations with me are ones I shall never forget. Although Zakumadi's wisdom helped me to reassess my early life, it did not, at that time, permit me to release all of my pain. I fervently wished to find some solace for the horrors I had suffered at the hands of my dad. I felt his behavior toward me had a deeper meaning. Later, Zakumadi told me that my situation was designed to clear up some early karma from the end of Atlantis. Yet, this explanation held a still greater significance for me, which I did not realize until much later in life. But let us return to my mentor and most loving guide, Washta. Washta is a being of great light and infinite love. He stands over 7 feet, more than 2 meters, tall, with broad shoulders and a very well-built body. Washta has an oblong head and thick, shoulder-length, sandy blonde hair. His eyes are blue and piercing, and his thin lips readily produce a most awe-inspiring smile. His voice is deep yet very melodious. His wondrous laugh is infectious and turned my deepest frowns into long episodes of ecstatic laughter. He exudes a perfect love filled with a great wisdom. Washta's entourage was almost always quite large, usually consisting of 50 to 100 people. The mothership's personnel always seemed to be at his beck and call. Frequently, when I saw him there, he was dressed in multi-layered, diaphanous gowns of light blue or royal purple. Each layer sparkled like an endless pattern of sequins. As he walked unhurriedly beside me, his elegant, golden sandals barely seemed to touch the marble-like floors. The usual place for my training sessions was the main Syrian mothership. Through the portholes of a scout ship, I often saw it looming above me, football-shaped, and over 300 miles, some 480 kilometers, in diameter. This immense ship always glowed and twinkled like an enormous star. See Figure 1. Washta frequently reminded me, as we approached, that neither Earth's military nor its astronomers were able to see the Syrian mothership. Its light frequencies were too high, and it employed a force field that, by bending the visible light around it, made it appear cloaked. When we adjusted our perception to these distortions, it became visible to us. Our Syrian scout ship was one of over 50,000 such ships stationed on the main Syrian mothership, approximately 100 feet, about 30.5 meters, in diameter. Our scout was shaped like a huge orb with a special midsection that bulged slightly, like a small airfoil, for about 12 feet, a little over 3 meters. The portholes, actually special holograms, allowed us to look outside. Other scout ships had up to 5 decks, whereas on this type there were 3. The lowest level was set aside for storage and other activities. Usually I was told by the chief pilot to remain on this bottom deck. The other decks were used for flight operations and scientific observation. Occasionally, I was allowed to visit these levels while the crew was busy doing their work. On the Syrian mothership, our frequent destination was a well-appointed conference room. It was as large as a football field, with very white walls and a glowing pink ceiling, embellished with peach-colored swirls. Strangely pleated walls soared nearly 20 feet, over 6 meters, in Figure 1, the Syrian mothership. Height. They glowed oddly, as if lit from within, and were bright enough to light up the entire room. The light was not at all harsh, but quite pleasant and soft. I discovered that the walls were organic. They were seemingly alive, cool to the touch, and noticeably resilient. In the central area of this enormous room was an extremely large, oblong conference table, surrounded by about 60 chairs, with many more arranged behind them. Above the entire length of the table floated, as if by magic, a very thin, brightly colored rod. From it, the Syrians projected, at will, various pertinent 3D holographic images, fully interactive with anyone in the room. Sessions with Washta, or with any other instructor, always began with a very loving conversation, focused on my feelings at the time. They were intended to assist in my development or resolve day-to-day problems. They also set the stage beautifully for the lessons to come, which employed two instructional aids. The first was the aforementioned brightly colored rod above the conference table. The rod projected a large 3D image of whatever was being described, and then a learning game began. Playing the game, I was clearly aware of the joy of life aboard the ship. This world was one in which wisdom, love, and light emanated from all. In the Syrian culture, consciousness is a wondrous, godly gift meant to be experienced to the fullest. There was a second learning tool. On the conference table, situated in front of each chair, was a small panel. From it extended lifelike holograms of any size or shape, which slowly formed, rose, and moved about the room. They were very interactive, and I were able to easily command them, converse, or play with them, or even learn from them. I enjoyed taking part in them, for they, like the brightly colored rod, taught me effortlessly and joyously through fun and games. See Figure 2. Learning sessions with the Syrians lasted for many hours but seemed like mere minutes. A phenomenal amount of amazing information was freely given. Washta explained that they wished me to understand a type of science not yet fully explored on Earth, the science of consciousness, containing the principles for creating all things. In their world, this consciousness or spiritual science was paramount. Out of it flowed all forms of creativity, along with the solutions to any potential problem. A Syrian proverb described this unique science quite simply: nothing in the universe is without solution, nor does it occur without a reason. Any being of light can determine why it occurs and for what reason. During these intense learning sessions, the Syrians impressed upon me that life is a grand adventure of consciousness. Each segment of your life is but a slight bend in the path, signaling the start of, yet again, a new. Figure 2, the main conference hall. Episode in your ongoing grand adventure. Even in life's darkest moments, you need to maintain an open, positive attitude about your life. Such a positive attitude is extremely solution-focused. Its application means that you do not deny your emotions, rather, you fully embrace them. Make use of all that the Creator has given you in order to fully experience the events that will help you to learn and to grow. From this knowledge comes a wisdom that can help others. Life is very interconnected. What you learn can be passed on. Knowledge is life's greatest gift. It generates a joy for living and brings you a great inner love, which you can easily transmit to others. Out of this profound love for life comes the joy of compassion. Compassion is expressed through heartfelt grace and a profound gratitude for all that you are experiencing. All experiences are ultimately positive in nature. Every lesson is an opportunity to find a solution to a potential problem. Before you incarnated, you fully worked out your present reality with your numerous personal guides and spiritual mentors. The key is to love yourself and all others. The greatest gift you give yourself is love. If you stay centered in this holy light, you can easily fulfill your destiny. Again and again, Washta would say to me, the true nature of this reality is divine love. The Creator is within all of us. We are a deep reflection of each other. The purpose of my education was to prepare me to bring this simple yet profound message to this aspect of humanity. Washta's words have been spoken many times during Earth's recorded history. The difference now is that the grand adventure embodied in our existence is about to hit the expressway that leads us to our destiny. This highway is the road to a majestic homecoming. It leads us out of the current miasma of limited consciousness and, unerringly, to a full expression of who we truly are. In so doing, it guides us back to our space kin. what I continually observed on the Syrian mothership greatly amplified my understanding of my personal role in this grand adventure. A Syrian mothership, in its own unique fashion, contains a loving consciousness. Each mothership has a wise personality, which easily conveys its kindly desire to serve its crew. Its sincere service is seen and felt in the great love it constantly projects throughout the ship. There is an inner sense that the crew and its ship are one. This oneness allows any potential task to be accomplished easily, lovingly, and carries over into everything that is done on the ship. There is a constant movement of interconnected consciousness which is self-organizing and pushes creativity to the forefront. In this environment, a joy that dissolves days into hours and hours into minutes is ever present. Whenever the end of a learning session arrived, I was overcome with sadness. To know that it was time to return once more to earth often brought tears to my eyes. Leaving this empathetic environment was always difficult for me. My instructors were my very special friends and kin. We were a spiritual family, that clicked in every way. They were the type of individuals I so deeply desired to meet on earth. To me, the Syrian mothership was a place of bountiful love and deep compassion for all that I represent. It was a special place where learning and a profound wisdom were revealed every day. Most of all, it was the place where I met Washta and his special staff, and where together we shared a vision about Earth and its coming prophesied destiny. The journey back to Earth was usually a swift one. Washta, or a few members of his entourage, walked me along a series of corridors. After what seemed a very long stroll, our group suddenly stopped and faced a seemingly blank wall in the corridor. At a prearranged phrase from Washta or the group leader, a door in the wall instantly appeared. Behind the door was a large room staffed by a few attendants and filled with 2 or 3 rows of 20 beds each. Each bed was really a special kind of teleportation device. Above each one was a long, thin, silvery rod. One of the room's attendants led me to a selected bed, and I lay face up gazing at the silver rod. The pillow on the bed was soft and comfortable. Once I was in position, the attendant then asked if I was relaxed. When I said yes, a strange whirling noise filled the room. As I looked up, a blue beam instantly descended, totally surrounding me. Immediately, I began to feel drowsy with a deep need to sleep. My eyelids became very heavy and closed. I inwardly sensed another flash of bright light, followed rapidly by an elevator-like sensation lasting a few minutes. When it stopped, I was lying on my own bed, looking around at my bedroom. The grogginess lasted another 10 minutes. I had just completed another marvelous session with Washta. Those up and down trips were the highlight of my young life. What an exciting adventure it was to learn in the special environment of the mothership. Each trip brought me new information or innovative ways to employ the old. In that world, I was surrounded by a great, compassionate love as well as the impetus to grow constantly in wisdom. Each day, I looked forward to an opportunity to explore their exemplary school. Every so often, Washta, wishing me to meet the crew and understand their environment, took me to other parts of the mothership. These pleasant excursions gave me a chance to learn about Syrian culture and experience a bit of it firsthand. Above all, I was continually astonished by their technology. The way they interfaced this technology with the ship's vast crew never ceased to amaze me. One of my most enjoyable field trips was to the control rooms located in the center of the mothership and consisting of 3 large, interconnected rooms. The first room was used by the flight crew. Their task was to become one with the ship, its navigational computers, and its propulsion system. They sat on special chairs in a dimly lit room with no visible instrumentation. The fantastic technology was in the chairs. Each one was created of a special, artificially made, organic material designed to curl up exactly around whomever occupied it. While the ship was in operation, a direct telepathic link connected the ship's computers and its flight crew. Each crew member simply observed what was going on and made specific telepathic adjustments as needed. The other two rooms in this large complex were full of very exotic-looking instrumentation, including many holographic monitors. They were mounted near the high ceilings and in the middle of some very peculiar-looking instruments. The monitors were arranged in 2 or 3 large rows around the rooms, which also contained all sorts of specially designed meters, switches, and dials. In each room, there were well over 100 people whose primary mission was to support the flight crew in carrying out their various tasks. As part of this complicated mission, these crews monitored the mothership's flight path and exchanged information with the flight crew on the ship's propulsion systems, its many life support systems, etc. Their secondary tasks included partial supervision of all scientific activity going on aboard ship. In addition, they maintained ongoing communications with the other 2 or 3 Syrian motherships in their small fleet. They were extremely busy, and whenever I entered this vital section of the mothership, I felt that I was walking through its brain and central nervous system. En route from the control rooms back to our classroom, we passed the main geology laboratories. Washta delighted in first walking me past Figure 3 inside the great ship, a few of these labs, and then asking me if I wanted to visit them. Here, he gave me the opportunity to converse directly with the Earth Deus. Our Earth is really a conscious, living entity. A wide range of special beings help Mother Earth maintain the wondrous, diverse collection of living things that are her precious cargo. The Devas view these labs as a home away from home and have transformed each of them into living examples of Mother Earth herself. Yourfirstcontact. Her sky, her many types of terrain, and her many water environments are all represented in the labs. To enter one is like gaining entry to a living hologram, which describes in minute detail how the Earth really works. Another fun visit was to the main repair and storage facilities, which took up nearly a quarter of the ship's total floor space. See Figure 3. Here, I encountered some very unusual artificial life forms, like the mothership herself. All working machines on the ship were bioorganic in nature, endowed with a personality and fond of conversing as they carried out their various tasks. Each machine gladly informed me about the many day-to-day chores required in running a large interstellar spaceship. The walls of the huge cargo holds were up to 200 feet, just over 60 meters, high and glowed in different colors. To the bioorganic machines, each color indicated where items were to be taken, removed from, or stored. Yet, my favorite places were the cruise lounges and recreational areas where I met and talked with the ship's off-duty personnel. Syrians are very gregarious by nature. They love to talk with me about events on board their spaceship and answer my questions about the intricacies of their society. I passed many hours of my extracurricular studies with them. I saw firsthand their spontaneous interactions as they spoke, their openness and inner joy, as well as their deep confidence and complete harmony, were all clearly evident and never ceased to amaze me. Their voices resonated with an intense mutual compassion, and all crew members expressed themselves freely on any subject. Their luminous energy frequently brought tears to my eyes. In my opinion, it was the way we humans were meant to be, freely interacting with total joy and perfect, complete love. On occasion, Washta introduced me to a noted scholar, or some other renowned Galactic Federation of Light dignitary. These rare meetings brought me face to face with fully conscious humans who were highly honored in their respective societies. I was also allowed to experience, firsthand, fully conscious reality, which Washta often said was Earth's future state. According to Washta, Earth was simply a unique soul experience that taught us many important lessons about limited consciousness. In all its varied forms, life's divine goal was to share its experiences with its many different aspects. In so doing, Each being gleaned extraordinary and powerful wisdoms from every other. Washta used these encounters to prove his point, and each session allowed me to experience the heartfelt insights of some remarkable women and men. During these meetings, I was allowed to visit another star nation's mothership or a new part of the Syrian mothership. I was interested in comparing the design of the ships. Pleiadian and Andromedan motherships were astonishingly organic. The two star cultures loved to create habitats and communities which mirrored in minute detail their home planets. On visits to scholars' homes, we walked through huge fields, viewed multi-moon skies, climbed steep hills, or crossed a strangely designed bridge over a very wide, wild stream. During these visits, I reveled in the diversity of another star culture. Each being we visited symbolized how magnificently life has given each of us an important part to play in the Creator's ever-unfolding creation drama. The most interesting beings I ever met were the tall, horse-like, and very matter-of-fact Arcturians, a very old species whose sentient culture had seen the rise and fall of many galactic situations. They had witnessed many star cultures come, go, or be transformed. They taught me about time and its role in releasing the divine plan to this galaxy. An important part of their sacred essence was the art of healing. Earth and its peoples were to be healed and their deep wounds cleansed. Earthlings were to learn the ways of harmony and the mutual joys of compassion. Life is a blessed experience. At its heart is a free sharing of knowledge. That sharing lies at the core of the Galactic Federation's philosophy of light, which is about to shine its full and complete love upon this planet. The many Andromedan star cultures were another exceptional group of beings, extremely Earth-like in appearance. They were noted in the Galactic Federation for their great spiritual knowledge, which had greatly advanced the science of consciousness. Their scholars taught me, inspiringly, on consciousness, creation, and the unfolding of the Creator's sacred blueprint. In their wisdom, they had constructed some of the most amazing interiors I ever saw on any Galactic Federation mothership. They had reproduced their homeworld environments exquisitely. Moreover, utilizing holographic technology, they developed and replicated a version of agriculture which they called light farming. The Andromedans believe that to be in the midst of growing fields enhances one's perspective of life and its many processes. It makes one appreciate the connection of every part of life to every other. Their large farms exist not for the actual harvest but specifically for the sacred experience of watching and talking to the fields, experiencing the devas, and knowing intricately how a biosphere works. Andromedans desire to feel and see the nature of their reality. Each is a steward and an astute caretaker of the broad diversity of life in this galaxy. In these fields, they conduct group and individual rituals which connect them magically to their homeworlds and to all the other homeworlds in this galaxy. Closely connected to the Andromedans are the Pleiadians who revere them as their most honored mentors. A major element in the relationship between these two star cultures lies in the Andromedans' ever-gentle nudging of their Pleiadian counterparts to thoroughly transform the inner essences of Pleiadian culture. Over numerous millennia, the culture of the Pleiadians, those great warriors of the Galactic Federation, grew overly patriarchal and encumbered by a great series of intricate rules. During each galactic war, endless waves of enemy alliance fleets summarily invaded their far-flung star league. Yet, this noble culture survived. To their credit, they not only survived, but maintained their integrity as a people. This constantly war-torn environment had somewhat stratified the heart of Pleiadian culture. Each faction greatly distrusted the others. Yet, their great common bond, love of their homeworlds, promised to move their culture to its fullest levels of development. The superior science of the Andromedans led many Pleiadian star nations in the Star League to invite several eminent Andromedans to become consultants to their ritual-based and rule-bound sacred orders. These dedicated women and men came to the Pleiades to impart their deep reverence for life and to spread a consciousness typical of an Andromedan reality. This infusion of new energy, full of harmony and cooperation, was a breath of fresh air. Its increasing influence began, slowly, to transform Pleiadian society. The constant exchange of key personnel gradually altered the very essence of Pleiadian civilization. Legendary patriarchal warriors were slowly returning to their nearly forgotten roots as galactic humans. Little by little, the process began to make significant inroads into Pleiadian culture. During a visit to a mothership, I could feel a new energy. The crew greeted me with great enthusiasm and made constant remarks about the new Andromedan influence. This Pleiadian mothership was part of the Science and Exploration (SNE) fleets whose primary task is to explore this galaxy. When appropriate, they offer Galactic Federation membership to any star nation fulfilling certain prerequisites. Much larger than our Syrian mothership and quite different in design, this craft seemed to be three motherships united only by a series of central connectors. Each section of these ships was devoted to a specific task. Living quarters were extremely spacious, resembling those of the Andromedans in design. Laboratories took up one of the apparently linked ships. Like separate and fully self-sufficient worlds, these motherships rarely returned to their Pleiadian homeworld. Instead, they spent many of our centuries traversing and exploring this immense galaxy. On my return from these visits, Washta, or one of my teachers, often quizzed me on what I had observed. My Syrian hosts felt that I needed to observe the diversity of the Galactic Federation of Light. In spite of its inherent variety, great harmony exists therein to spread the light throughout this galaxy. This was their divine mission to Earth. Earth was a world in transition, desperately needing to fulfill its sacred destiny. Our task was to help her and her developing civilization achieve these lofty objectives. The time for direct interference was still far off in the future. This was a time for preparation and study. My studies with the Syrians made school on Earth seem very dull and unrewarding. Whenever I confided my experiences to my schoolmates, they made fun of me and called me a liar. They often reported my words to our teachers, and these reports often led to me being punished. For this reason, I had few friends. However, those few I had were loyal. Again and again, I asked Washta, how do I fit into this very strange world called Earth? He always told me that to my peers I did, indeed, appear strange and quite different. Earthlings are not yet ready for us. The reaction of so many proved him quite correct. Yet, I wanted to share these wonderful experiences with someone. That someone soon became my younger sister Susan. Susan was a delicate child, habitually bedridden, until she was about 12 years old. While she was still very young, we began to experience the Syrians together. It was a great joy for me to have someone who validated my own experiences. My instructor's counselors on the mothership treated Susan very well. She began a course of study that took advantage of resources available on Earth and led me to rediscover Buffalo's public libraries. Acquisition of knowledge became a deep passion and my main mission as a child. Aided by my amazing photographic memory, I collected, categorized, and finally memorized this knowledge. A photographic memory was one of my most prized mental tools. I was able to read anything and recite it by rote. In high school, I frequently corrected my history teacher's mistakes by reciting from our history text and concluding my correction with the page and paragraph number. Eventually, after much prodding, my teachers would often ask me if what they had just told the class was correct. Additionally, I employed these abilities more constructively by comparing all the knowledge I had gleaned from many earthbound libraries to what the Syrians had long taught me. To my way of thinking, most of the information I gathered from local libraries seemed scattered and rather primitive, lacking the integration of Syrian knowledge. Earth, as Washta said, was a planet in transition. Earth's science denied realities that had been part of the Galactic Federation's technical manuals for millions of years. During my childhood, our cosmologists were waging a silly intellectual battle between the Big Bang Theory and the steady-state theory. Neither was absolutely correct, yet the steady-state theory was closer to the truth. The Big Bang Theory indicated to me that many scientific hypotheses were incomplete. Each proponent was seeing the signs in the heavens as they would like them to be, not as they really were. Deeply tied to a set vision, the major scientific theorists of the day followed this parochial rationalism. Their narrow view clearly excluded consciousness as a possible answer to their theories. They constantly went to painstaking lengths to refute its possibility. The spiritual science of the stars was an unwanted child whose wisdom many openly disdained. The only opening in this otherwise closed society was the then infant field of quantum physics. When I was barely a teenager, many of my teachers saw it as a very poor excuse for science. In its place, they flaunted the work of Newton, Einstein, or some other scientific giant, but owing to my esoteric knowledge, these pioneers of science failed to instill any great passion in me. Nevertheless, science as practiced on this planet became quite important to me. I needed to use its succinctness to verify the data I had previously collected. In this way, I intended to move this jumbled body of knowledge in an essential new direction toward the science of consciousness. To do this, it was necessary to present time, space, light, and other lesser-known elements of creation in a compelling way to Earth scientists and to the general public. My goal was to imbue Earth science with the profound excitement I had felt during my instruction on the motherships. The question of how to accomplish this plagued me. Consequently, I spent a major portion of my junior and senior high school studies focused on determining an answer to my dilemma. If I were to successfully fulfill my goal, a major leap forward in the current perceptions of Earth scientists would obviously be required. I planned first to distinguish myself in science. In the late 1950s, many junior science programs were available offering students the chance to spend their summers in actual research laboratories, located either in a private business or on a college campus. One summer, I worked at a polymer laboratory located in a local private chemical research center. The tasks were menial. I washed out test tubes, made sure that all laboratory equipment had been put away properly, and avidly observed what was going on. This way, I was able to get into the researchers' heads to learn what made them tick and what projects turned them on. To accomplish my research, I frequently stood for short periods of time in a far, dark corner of one of the countless hallways of this facility. More often than not, several researchers walked by, completely engrossed in discussion, and I frequently trailed behind them by 5 to 10 steps. My self-directed project was to listen to their intense conversation telepathically, thus enabling me to quickly learn their scientific terminology as well as its proper presentation. After a month of this activity, I was proficient in the use of their jargon. By that time, I was able to completely merge, psychically, with another person's consciousness and full self. That way, I was able to discover what their full self deeply wished to tell them. Usually, I noticed, they were in total denial of its message, unless fast asleep or in a meditative, creative type mode. One day during a break, I observed two researchers in a hallway caught up in a terrible quandary over how to create a certain type of polymer chain. The resultant new plastic was the reason for their mutual research. I followed 10 steps behind them and tapped in. Each had an immense mental block causing them to flounder about and preventing them from mutually solving their problem. Of course, their two full selves had the solution, but their block were preventing any kind of inner communication from occurring. With the permission of their full selves, I joined in telepathically. Completely absorbed, the two researchers were unable to distinguish my inner voice from their outer ones. They heard me simultaneously and never recognized the difference. Arousing and highly creative conversations soon developed. Both men became aware that there was a third person behind them whose expertise was solving their many months of failed research. This intense scientific conversation continued all the way back to their laboratory on the far side of the building. Before reaching their destination, they asked this third party to join them in a brainstorming session in their office. Only at this point did either turn to greet me. Expressions of astonishment and deep reproach betrayed their great surprise. As they left me, I saw them resume the same conversation that had just ended so abruptly. However, I had achieved my goal by solving their problem. Incidents such as these happened on an infrequent basis for the next 2 months. They revealed much of what I needed to know about how people involved in science function. I suddenly understood that they were given to the same fears and denials as my teachers, my fellow students, and their parents. Unfortunately, the scientists usually rejected my assistance and promptly labeled me an outsider. For the most part, my teachers treated me as a very intelligent student, one with the potential for becoming a future famous scientist. Most students, except for those deeply involved in the shared pursuit of a scientific career, ostracized me. But, at long last, I had found a niche. This awareness led me to some profound philosophical conversations with Washta and his circle of Syrian counselors and instructors regarding the direction my future would take. Washta and his entourage informed me about many things. They told me that the next few decades were a time for me to explore who I was and who I wished to become. It would be a period for me to learn more about the earth and its peoples. I was to choose how best to handle this situation. After a most arduous inner dialogue, my answer was to ask them to leave. It was my desire to pursue a career in science. They agreed, and shortly thereafter ceased all formal contact with me. It felt very strange indeed to be without most of my psychic abilities. Soon, also, I deeply missed the gentle direct guidance of Washta. However, I was not completely on my own. Unbeknownst to me, Washta had assigned a special group to watch me secretly and see that I came to no harm. My science career never really got off the ground. As a college freshman, I encountered a certain Newton mechanics professor, vice chairman of the physics department, who was notorious for flunking out those individuals who didn't measure up to his standards of what constituted a physicist. During the summer and fall of 1965, I therefore changed my major from physics to political science. Eventually, I took a degree in area studies, followed by a master's in Southeast Asian government and a PhD program in American government and international public administration. During my last period of graduate school, I met a few people who were acutely interested in the remarkable discoveries of Nikola Tesla. As a child, Tesla had been my principal science hero, and I had never abandoned my deep admiration for his many phenomenal achievements. Like many who had studied his work, I strongly believed that he was the man whose scientific discoveries and inventions created the 20th century. The chance to work on a documentary of Tesla's life arose, and I took it. The documentary on Nikola Tesla lured me gradually into the very unusual world of free energy physics and other types of alternative science. Ultimately, this led me in 1986 to contact certain individuals who once again stimulated my interest in the Syrians' mission. By 1987, my contact with Washta and his team of counselors, instructors had resumed. The instruction I had received as a child began again and continued for the next 6 years. In 1993, I began to lecture and do workshops on what I had been told. The rest, as they say, is history. Now, at long last, the time has come to inform you of what is happening to you and to our home planet, our precious Mother Earth. To make it easier for you to absorb and experience the information we wish to impart to you, let us now use our imagination and board a most unusual starship on a phenomenal journey into consciousness. This is a sentient starship with the incredible ability to make itself large or small and to travel anywhere in time. On board, to enlighten us, we will have the complete cooperation and expertise of Washta as well as a number of special guides from the spiritual hierarchy and the Galactic Federation of Light. Before we enter our starship, Washta and your other tour guides wish me to inform you that a special section will be reserved at the conclusion of each chapter tour for them to answer your many questions. First, I, and then the guide assigned to each tour, will be most happy to clarify their information by answering your question. Without further ado, let us now begin your first question and answer session. Questions and answers. Q. How were you and Susan taken up to the mothership? What happened when you got there? A. We were taken up into the ships mostly physically and, on occasion, during our dream state, we knew that we were there. They talked to me about science, history, culture, metaphysics, and more, whereas Susan studies with the Syrians focused mainly on metaphysical subjects. The only thing that upset my sister a little was the fact that they often treated me with a bit more interest than they did her. Q. What reasons did the Syrians give you for coming to Earth at this time? And how did they want you to view them? A. When the Syrians came to us here on Earth, they wanted us to understand that they were merely people from an advanced galactic society. They brought a very profound message for Earth's humanity. For quite a long time, they had been instrumental in maintaining civilization on this planet. Their role was basically to be guide-like administrators, very laid-back overseers. This situation existed due to the way certain rules had historically been established for the Syrians to play under here their ground rules. Q. Like Star Trek's Prime Directive? A. Yes. It was a modified version of Star Trek's Prime Directive, reinforced by the Pleiadian concept of karma. It was in effect because the rebel Pleiadians and their various off-world allies, the so-called Anunnaki, had set up a karmic game. In it, according to edicts of the Galactic Federation's main council, the rebel Pleiadians and their Pleiadian Star League counterparts were put in charge of our small sector of the galaxy for a period of time to be determined by this galaxy's spiritual hierarchy. So, the Syrians had to play a secondary role under the aegis of the Pleiadians from the Star League. The Syrians chafed at this set of events. Every so often, I heard how much they really wished to assist us. I learned that they had devised a grand plan and were waiting only for the right moment to implement it. Then, they would be able to get involved in a way more to their liking. That is why, when I asked them to leave me alone, they told me they intended to return at the right divine time, when this grand plan was to be played out. Q. Is Susan your only sibling? Did they ever tell you why you and Susan were selected for this special treatment and attention? A. Yes. She is my only sibling. We were selected because of the contracts we made with them before we incarnated on this planet. Our contracts involved the grand plan to which they constantly referred. Basically, our spirit souls from another star system, Washta's job, and that of his large entourage, was to educate us to prepare us for what we had agreed to do here. Q. How did Susan's involvement and her Siri education shape her life? A. Understandably, these experiences instilled in her a deep interest in metaphysics. For example, in 1975, Susan moved to Seattle. Eventually, she joined a leading metaphysical group, the Theosophical Society, and soon became the manager of Seattle's Quest bookshop. She later resigned to study nursing. While she was managing the bookstore, Susan received special management training at the Theosophical Center in Wheaton, Illinois, and a few other places. Thus, she has a considerable background in business management and a great knowledge of metaphysics and theosophy. Q. You mention her interest in metaphysics and theosophy. When did it begin to manifest? A. While Susan was still in Buffalo in the early 1970s, she joined the Theosophical Society. The Buffalo chapter included a few older members who knew some of the founders of the Theosophical Society's American branch. These people had also worked at the London office. Through them, Susan furthered her interest in metaphysics and, especially, in theosophy. She still retains fond memories of the people she met in the Buffalo and Seattle branches of the Theosophical Society. A. It led me to educate myself within a broad range of subjects and eventually to develop an abiding interest in science. My reading tastes ran the gamut of fiction to non-fiction and were totally eclectic. I devoured books and read out a number of local branch libraries. The librarian's only prohibition, when I was very young, was adult fiction. About that, they were most emphatic. Q. You began reading very early then? A. Yes, around 3. Q. And you read easily. In other words, you read more than Dick and Jane at age 3. A. Yes. This was one thing that confused my mother. I did so poorly in school that I almost failed first grade. Yet, at the same time, I was reading at the 8th or ninth grade level. Q. What caused you to almost fail in school? A. I had a very difficult time during my first years of school. My kindergarten teacher was in her last year of teaching. Past caring about convention and the rules, she was noted for becoming angry quite easily and would pick me up and shake me violently. This mistreatment traumatized me. In first grade, I had a very thick German accent. My Polish-born teacher, whose parents had been killed by the Germans in World War II, would become very upset whenever I spoke. She singled me out for special punishment, often whacking me over the knuckles with a big, thick, old-fashioned wooden yardstick. That is when I started to stutter. My school in the ships was so different. In shock and desperation and spurred on by fear, I forced myself to modulate my diction. By the age of 7, I had completely lost my accent. During the 3rd and 4th grades, however, my stuttering developed into a tremendous problem, and I had to attend special speech classes. Q. Did your stuttering make it difficult for you to get along with the other children? A. Yes, definitely. Outside the classroom, I hardly stuttered at all. I found it very confusing. Because, away from school, I spoke quite clearly. But in class, I would develop a weird ring of fear and panic around my head and neck that kept me from speaking or thinking normally. As a result, I had a tremendous aversion to school. During 1st and 2nd grade, I was so upset about going to school that my mother virtually had to walk me there. Q. And it cleared up later on. A. Right. In the 3rd and the 6th grades, I met a couple of teachers who were truly and lovingly involved in the process of educating people. They, especially my 6th grade teacher, were wonderful teachers and transformed my experience of going to school. Q. How did you resolve the enormous contrast between your Earth and your Syrian education? I remembered my Syrian education clearly, although a lot of the detail began to be blocked out by the time I started junior high school. My life became incredibly confused. When I came home from school, I went to my room and was transported up to the mothership. The very loving Syrian teachers would educate me for a few hours in all kinds of exciting subjects. During those periods, I interacted with technologies that people on this planet would be in awe of today. Then I would return to my parents and all the tyranny and dysfunction that I associated with home. I began to ask myself which world I had to live in, the world of the ships or the one down here. As my confusion increased, the vastness of the dichotomy grew. Eventually, I decided that I had to live in this world. I envisioned developing a truly novel approach to science that would transition physics and infuse it with a new spiritual outlook capable of transforming this world. In high school, I became deeply involved in researching quantum physics, devouring everything on the subject and anything related to it. As a result, I developed a strong interest in subatomic physics and astrophysics. I aspired to attend college and study with a couple of professors who had done their major research at Brookhaven Labs in New York. My intention was to do the same. The stark contrast between the mothership and my earthly environment took its mental and emotional toll. By my 15th year, it had become overwhelming. Washta told me that moving permanently to the ships was an option not available to me. My focus must be on my Earth life and my mission. When the Syrians gave me the chance, I decided to stop their visitation. I told them to leave. Their gentle answer was, "Okay, it is your free will to choose that. Know, however, that you are destined to complete your service. At the appropriate time, we shall return." Q. What did the Syrians tell you about your role here on Earth? A. They told me that I was to help people transform and assist them in embracing a fully conscious state. The Syrians were engaged in a process, along with their Galactic Federation allies and especially the local spiritual hierarchy, the purpose of which was to eventually transform humanity's state of limited consciousness. They required people who could act as their vanguards and representatives. My role was to prepare mankind for this new, full consciousness and Earth's destined contact with Galactic Society, our space kin. Q. And you were quite young to receive all this too. Yes. The idea of it seemed quite amazing to me. The whole process was very real, and yet the role that I was to play appeared somewhat grandiose. However, I accepted it intuitively without knowing at the time how it would play out. Q. Were you in a waking or a sleep state when they took you on board the ships? A. For teleportation purposes, the Syrians began by placing me in a heavy trance, which kept me calm. Panic or fear could lead to injury during transportation. On the ship, I was in an awakened state of consciousness and had total recall of what was happening to me. The process was repeated for my return. Q. If you were inside your house, how were you teleported? A. I was beamed up. I would simply vanish. Q. It literally is a beam me up Scotty kind of thing. A. Yes. I would feel the process beginning, and suddenly, I would be in the mothership. Q. Is there any difference between dematerialization and a raised frequency? A. To be dematerialized through teleportation, your body is raised to a higher level of coherence. Although still a physical body, your frequency is too high to be seen by human eyes. The body travels at the speed of light to its destination. A raised frequency adjusts the physical body and increases its ability to integrate its various layers of light body. In dematerialization, frequency is raised to beyond the level at which we can still perceive it. Q. Were you ever allowed to bring anything back physically? A. No. The Syrian counselors forbade me to do so and strictly enforced their edict. Q. Did you meet Washta at the time you were contacted? A. Yes. I met him physically. Q. You physically saw the person who was speaking to you? A. Yes. My sister and I saw him here, as well as up in the ship. Q. Have you been taken up to the ships again since you were recontacted? A. Yes. Once in a while I am transported to the ships, but very rarely. They said they were reluctant to teleport me aboard too frequently, because they sensed it would cause me some difficulties. Q. What did your later training initially involve? What did it entail overall? A. The Syrian training team began to instruct me about the nature of the Galactic Federation of Light and its history. They told me all about the galactic wars and the changes predicted for Mother Earth. The great catastrophes, in their words, will be prevented from happening. They said the Syrian Star Nation and its many Galactic Federation of Light allies were in the process of putting together a number of procedures. They were preparing the necessary documents to allow for a change in the Galactic Federation of Light's approach to planet Earth and its human civilization. Q. Do you receive the information another way, bypassing the need to go on the ships? A. Yes. I was fitted with a special implant like a radio transceiver that allows me to be contacted easily whenever they are ready to transmit. I hear them telepathically as if there is a radio inside me. It is really nice. Q. Is it a physical or an etheric implant? A. Both. The Syrians inserted it at 3 etheric levels and 1 physical so that, if anyone tries to remove it, they will still be able to contact me. Fellow explorers, only a short while ago, your flight crew boarded their starship, where the other passengers are just now completing their pre-flight preparation. Please proceed directly to the departure gate to obtain your boarding passes. From there, it is only a short walk to your assigned seats where you can prepare for takeoff. let us hurry. It is nearly time to leave this spaceport and begin our most amazing adventure to the transformation of heaven and earth. Hello, fellow lights. I am Sandara, the main tour guide for your mini tours through the amazing realms of consciousness. Let us begin your grand tour with a marvelous saga. It embraces the origins of sentient life in the Milky Way galaxy as well as the many physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual changes you are currently experiencing. My dears, know that physical existence has much wisdom to impart. Physical creation can be viewed as a long and very winding mountain road. This road contains sudden twists and turns and steep ups and downs, but it is also filled with exquisitely beautiful scenery. You know how difficult it is, at times, to keep your eyes on the road when the profound beauty of earth surrounds you. Now and again, you pause in your travels to marvel at its awesome splendor. In this same way, we can pause and gaze admiringly upon our gorgeous galaxy. Now peer down over that precipice at the edge of the next turn, and gently focus your mind into the farthest reaches of your past. It is there that the saga of sentient life in your Milky Way galaxy actually begins. The great dichotomy of heaven, galactic spiritual beings, heavenly light beings. Figure 4. The great dichotomy of heaven. Many millions of years ago, the great lords of heaven established in this galaxy a holy dichotomy that entailed the creation of both beings of light and forces of the dark. See Figure 4. In a tremendous flash of holy light, the Supreme Creator released into this galactic realm an almighty, diabolical entity whose assignment was to fashion a momentous sequence of dark forces. The two opposing elements, light and dark, were born and immediately engaged themselves in seemingly endless struggles. Yet, these encounters did, indeed, have a divine purpose as well as a divine outcome. At the moment of their conception, the Supreme Creator, through Lord Michael, prophesied a time when the originator of the forces of darkness would issue an edict to its vast creation. The edict would state that a time for permanent peace in your galaxy had finally arrived. Such a future peace includes a joining with the forces of light to form an even greater light, the brilliance of which can forever change the ways of all physicality. At the very heart of our extraordinary tale lies a special water planet, which circles a small star located in one of the outer arms of this beautiful spiral galaxy known to your astronomers as the Arm of Orion. To its billions of inhabitants, this special blue and green water world is called Earth. It is the third planet from the small, yellow-white star known to you as the Sun. In the galactic homeworlds of Anchara, as this dark creator being called himself, were born entities enveloped in a great darkness. These newly formed ones were told to rule this galaxy by force, if necessary. To aid them, Anchara demonstrated the ways of warring, the uses of deceit, and the methods of tyranny. He gave these beings mighty weapons that delivered blinding bolts of intense light and deafening rumbles of resounding thunder. Then, about 35 million years ago, the children of Anchara began to explore their sector of the galaxy, looking for worlds to conquer. In their first 10 million years of battle, they were undefeatable. Across the length and breadth of this galaxy, all opposing forces fell, beaten, in their path. Many dark empires formed. As part of their agenda, their Imperial Science Corps began to create many subservient slave races. In a number of minor star systems, unwittingly overlooked by the Dark Hordes, there grew up a certain species of the light, guided in their divine purposes by the vast lineage of heaven. These noble beings quickly grew into a mighty league of over 250 star nations. This first League of the Light clandestinely moved its forces into a number of nearby star systems. Here, some 25 million years ago, they first encountered the numerous forces of Anchara. Thus began the many savage galactic wars fought between the smaller forces of light and the vast hordes of darkness. One bloody battle swiftly followed another. Battles grew into wars and wars into unrelenting campaigns, ravaging your galaxy. Many enormous voids, huge tears in the very fabric of space. Time remained insidious souvenirs in the wake of battle. One of the foremost places from which to observe these spectacular voids is located in what you call the constellation of Orion. If entered, these large cracks in space, time can catapult you instantly from one part of the galaxy to another and could, occasionally, even flip you into a distant dimension from which you might never return. As these enormous voids began to spread throughout your galaxy, it's heavenly. Administrations put forth an emergency call for a divine solution. That solution came from the many orders of Elohim, those sacred create beings assigned by heaven to protect and maintain your galaxy. The solution of the Elohim was twofold. First, by reordering the very fabric of galactic space-time, they stopped the damage of the many rips to its sacred material. Next, the Elohim established a series of new, interdimensional portals that permitted space-time travel. These solutions helped to safeguard the integrity and continuity of their sacred, mighty work. As the wars grew in intensity, your solar system became the focus for numerous claims and counterclaims on each side. The prophecies of Lord Michael and of Anchara led both the light and the dark to search for the place where heaven might choose to end this unholy war. Many star systems were fought over, yet none seemed right. Finally, the two opponents came upon your world. Colonies were put forth, and many skirmishes fought. Suddenly, and for no apparent reason, the combatants left in a swirl of mighty thunder and mass destruction. Heaven then decreed a temporary truce for your tortured solar system. The angelic domain had placed a protective cloak of blinding light around it. No one, except certain peaceful travelers, could pass through this sacred veil. Thus, for the next 50 million years, your star system was left to its own devices. During this period of brief conflicts, three major sentient species that were isolated from their own homeworlds developed colonies upon your Earth, surrounded by the positive reality that the many councils of angels who graced your world had created. The colonists gradually overcame their initial mutual animosities and lived in harmony for millions of years. In more recent times, many former galactic foes used this long era of interspecies harmony to validate the numerous sacred prophecies that are about to be fulfilled. Since the time of the very first Legion of the Light, many such organizations have come and gone. Each contained those attributes that made it successful in carrying out its various objectives. We do not intend to give you a detailed account of their complex histories. However, we wish you to know that the way of the light has long remained strong, focused, and committed. About 4.5 million years ago, these valiant forces of light came together once again to bring forth the sacred charter for another unique organization, the Galactic Federation of Light. This action was taken in response to a bold move. The previously fractured forces of darkness had streamlined their many separate and embattled empires into one great body called the Alliance of Anchara. This new confederacy now attacked the many forces of light with an integrated battle plan. It was a significant maneuver, as it mirrored closely the type of organization referred to in the celestial prophecies of Lord Michael. These two diverse forces combined to fight the long-prophesied final battle between light and dark, the most brutal of this seemingly endless conflict. The length of time that would transpire before a final truce came about was then unknown. Yet, a thought existed that the ending of this unholy war was near at hand. A priestess called to her creator, Anchara, had led to the rise of the Alliance. She asked what the fate of their dark empire was to be. Anchara answered with a prophecy, "Lo, my people need to be as one. They require the advantage of union before the battles for the sacred place of peace. These many battles are shortly to begin. Go, tell your master." A vast council of over 10,000 dark territories was thereby convened. The crucial deed was done. The alliance was formed. The Galactic Federation of Light was created as a response to the many unified fleets of dark ships that threatened to overwhelm the light. The light prevailed because of a series of great celestial prophecies given to them by Lord Michael. These predictions stated that the water worlds near the edge of Orion's galactic arm were a key to the future unification of the myriad star nations in your galaxy. Many dark and light battle fleets began to focus on acquiring and holding this prophesied holy ground. During the next series of galactic wars, one star system ruled by a small yellow-white star, your sun, came under very intense scrutiny. Elsewhere, star systems were composed mostly of large gaseous planets or nearly waterless worlds. This planetary system was highly unusual in that it contained four major water worlds: Venus, Earth, Mars, and Maldek. This fact made your solar system very desirable to aggressive colonizers. In your galaxy, water was a rare commodity. Yet, here were four great water worlds possessing dense atmospheres extremely abundant in oxygen. All forms of plant and animal life were thriving in their waters, lands, and skies. Among all others in this vicinity, these worlds seemed the most blessed. The time had finally arrived to decide if the blue-green orb of divine prophecy was contained within this solar system. Sacred messengers were dispatched to all the worlds of light, create large processions of light throughout the empire of darkness. A series of sacred rituals lasting nearly 1.5 million years was performed by the respective orders of priestesses and priests. At the right divine moment, Lord Michael and then Anchara confirmed that these worlds were indeed the site of the end-time prophecies. Much commotion was engendered by these holy words. Great crusades formed, with much attention centered on these precious water worlds. During the next 2 million years, these four planets in your solar system became the prime focus for your galaxy's many philosophies, battle plans, and most deeply felt desires. Many great songs, poems, and books were written based upon these varied subjects. As the divisive controversies continued, some 2 million years ago it became clear to all that the most favored of the four water worlds was the planet you call Earth. From this time forward, it became the most desired jewel in the entire galaxy. The two warring sides sent their greatest orders of sacred ones and their most committed colonists to Earth, armed with a great determination to succeed at all costs. Now, the angels removed their great veils of light from around your planet. A new solar system was revealed to be explored and to be won. Both galactic organizations laid claim to it. Each side viewed control of your solar system as a vital component in any partial or lasting peace treaty. Their struggle led to more battles and sorrow. Sadly, most of the water worlds that surround Earth were severely damaged by what followed. Some 2 million years ago, caught up in their deep rage against the light, the Alliance vaporized the oceans and atmospheres of Mars and boiled off the surface waters of Venus. Even the outer planets of your solar system were not spared. The side tilt of Uranus and the erratic orbit of Pluto, former moon of Neptune, around your sun attest to these senseless battles. Later, about 900,000 years ago, the Galactic Federation imploded the fourth planet from your sun, because it was the headquarters of the Alliance. This ill-advised action created what today your astronomers call the asteroid belt. As our starship cruises in orbit near Earth, look out the EFT portholes and view the time images from your past. Notice how these endless galactic wars created a vast rift in space. Time which you see as strange-looking, multicolored blobs. Among other things, this rift was responsible for the first flood, and thereby became a major factor in the swift decline and fall of your prehistoric off-world-based civilization. We are now starting to circle into a lower orbit that will bring us to the edges of this rather turbulent time rift. As we pass above the final waves from the lost empire of Atlantis, notice how these time waves seem to resemble a tsunami. We are now in a region festooned with irregular time shoals that are simply large, solidified time particles, deflecting the immense time waves. Occasionally, they can cause a temporary effect, similar to a meteorological wind shear, around their boundaries. These shoals are capable of knocking us off our course and marooning us in this time. It feels like we have hit something. The cockpit crew informs me that the navigation system is temporarily down. We will be marooned, only briefly, in this period of your prehistory, sometime after the fall of Atlantis. The people who inhabit this epoch are in limited consciousness, as you still are today, and they lack the necessary skills to rebuild their disaster-ridden society. It is a most interesting period of your history for us to observe. Our reconnaissance team is now being prepared. If you are ready for an adventure, join us, and let's go exploring. As you look out of the portals located to your right, you can see your destination. We have determined that you are on the eastern shores of the Mediterranean Sea, some 12 millennia ago. Off in the distance, far beyond the shoreline, and on the other side of those adjacent forested hills, is a series of primitive villages. Our exploration team will depart by shuttlecraft in about 12 minutes. Please come with us. Fellow explorers, take your seats in the rear passenger sections of our shuttlecraft. Our first stop will be the shoreline about 3 miles, or approximately 4.6 kilometers away. Look out the right side of the craft as we travel parallel to the beach. Notice that it is very sandy, devoid of animal life, and virtually deserted. Already, 2 fishermen have seen us and are headed, in terror, over the nearby hills. It is time to cloak our vehicles. When we reach the beach, you will be issued special invisibility belts. Before we head inland, we will tour the ancient remains of Pamalaca, a former Atlantean city. It is a most interesting ruin. We ask that you go only where you are directed. When we depart this craft, keep together in a group. We have arranged for Jolakaram, the Atlantean scribe of Pamlaca's former ruler, to guide you on our tour of the city's ruins. He will meet us at the site. Exit through the rear doors of the shuttlecraft. When our 3 tour groups have formed, our reconnaissance team will guide you to the site of Pamalaca. The red belts located in the large bin on the right side of the exit doors are your invisibility belts. One size fits all. Enjoy the journey into your past. Form into 3 groups of 20. And put on your belts with the blue circular panel facing the front. Watch us as we put on our belts. The green button at the top activates it. The yellow button at the bottom of the panel turns it off. Press the green button and follow us. Those persons wearing a belt can see the others when it is functioning. Don't worry. We'll know where you are at all times. The site of the city is just a brief hike of less than 1/4 mile, 400 meters. You can see Jolakaram in his red and white jumpsuit waving us toward him. The large, granite-like stone blocks on your right are remnants of Pamalaca's outer walls. The majority of this city was buried beneath the sands by the huge tidal waves that created the Mediterranean Sea. Hello. I am Jolakaram, your guide to the now destroyed city of Pamalaca. The first point of interest is to your immediate left. Out beyond the shoreline is a jagged outcropping of very large and strangely shaped boulders. Each boulder is over 20 tons in weight. They are part of the former enormous docks of the city. At one time, over 2 million people lived here. The great palace of Horuthep on your right is now a mere pile of sand and red clay. This hill extends along the shore for more than a mile, over 1.6 kilometers. Such is the lost grandeur of Pamalaca. Behind this palace are ruins of the science laboratories and the large temples dedicated to Vasahuri, a rebel priestess from Alpha Centauri. She was in charge of the genetic alterations of people in this region. Her primary purpose was to build a vast race of slaves who would forever do her bidding. The children of these slave prototypes live in the villages just over the hills to your left. Let us now walk down the dusty path that leads to your left. This narrow path was once a main boulevard lined with acacia trees, the very heart of the business district that surrounded the palace of Horuthep. In less than 2 minutes, a series of tidal waves, 300 feet, approximately 91 meters in height, destroyed this section of the city. After its destruction, the Atlantean elite and their off-world cohorts went either to the Beta Centauri star system or stayed in this solar system. Those who stayed became the Anunnaki, the Dark Ones who ruled this globe. The battle planet that you know as Nibiru serves as their headquarters. After Earth's former second moon, known to us as Nagash, was exploded and destroyed Atlantis, a great flood of water and dust engulfed the world. The surviving Atlantean elites fled, leaving their slave race without a master. These genetically altered people were now lacking all of their former, usable technology. Most of these slaves, retaining only confused memories of what had been, died within the first few years. Thereafter, their masters returned in a new guise, and with a new plan, to become the gods. In the centuries that followed, small pockets of a very primitive human society were established throughout the globe. The villages on the other side of the hills to your left are an example of this process. It was fortunate for the slave race of the Atlanteans that the planned genetic alterations were never fully completed. The sinking of Atlantis stopped this project in its tracks. Consequently, these now primitive beings retained the capability of returning to what they once had been, fully conscious humans. Remember these facts when you go to their villages, for they are your ancestors. They are beginning the lineage that you are about to perfect. Thank you, Jolakaram. I am Sandara, your main tour guide. Gather around me, please. The ruins of Pamalaka illustrate how the wars in your galaxy adversely affected the development of a galactic society upon Earth. Atlantis' destruction began a period of historical adjustment that ended with the Great Flood some 10 millennia ago. The era between the end of Atlantis and the Great Flood is the foundation for your global mythologies, as well as for the opening chapters of Genesis in the Bible. Now, let us return briefly to our shuttles. On the other side of these hills lies a meadow where you will be able to observe your ancestors more closely. Keep your belts turned to the invisibility setting until you enter the shuttles. As you can see, the villages are quite primitive. Look into the distance and notice the layout of a city of marble and granite. This city is to be used by the gods. Two things are occurring. First, the gods are deeply divided and warring among themselves. Second, the villagers, used as common laborers in the construction of the city, are in fear and awe of these gods. They work only to appease their masters and do what they are told. There are periods of war and of peace. We are now observing a period of war. When the gods are at war, the villagers stay near their homes, obtaining food by net, fishing at the shoreline, hunting deer and small game in the nearby forest, and farming. The gods have given them fire, bows, spears, fishing nets, and a few agricultural skills. The villagers, while not yet a great prize for the gods, embody a potential that the gods cultivate. The ongoing wars involve various elites from Atlantis who seek to either complete the now abandoned genetic project or return Earth to the golden age of Lemuria. As we noted, this city, intended for the gods, is being constructed to support one of a number of firmament water temples in the region. These various temples hold up the last of the two layers of the firmament, a global sheet of ice particles, suspended approximately 36,000 feet, 11.25 kilometers, in the atmosphere. The eventual destruction of this global network of temples, as a result of these many wars, caused the Great Flood. Two or more enormous crystals, of over 25 feet, about 7.6 meters, in height, power the water temples. The gods have also built a small landing strip in the city for their warship, which carry laser weaponry, and a number of low-yield atomic projectiles. Since the existing technology does not permit deep space travel, these warships are capable only of travel to and from the moon. We will land our shuttle within the next few minutes. It is important that you stay close to us and remain cloaked. Our ship's main scanners have spotted the warships of the gods in this area. If they see you, they can annihilate you. As we disembark, please form again into 3 groups of 20. Our first excursion will be to the beautiful marble city at the far edge of the meadow. 2. Gods and villagers alike. This city of stone and crystal is known as Makadu, the place of the water rites. We are going there first to observe a Lemurian water temple at close range. Let us now embark upon our unique journey of discovery. Following the protocol for such tours, we ask you to double-check that your cloaking buttons are on. The Crystal City of Makadu is about a 10-minute walk across the meadow from our gathering point. As you enter the outskirts of the city, notice the great beauty of Makadu. Her structures presage the classical Grecian style. In the main building of the temple complex, note the splendid contrast of the peach-colored, tiled roofs against the ornate pink and white columns. Let us now form a circle around it and watch the huge crystals, located at its center, glow in every color of the spectrum. Note also that they emit a faint, barely audible hum. Suddenly, two warships from the forces of the regional gods appear overhead. Their bluish-green scanners flash around the temple, and as fast as they appear, they are gone. Our tour group is not detected. With our exploration of the Crystal City complete, it is now time for us to cross the meadow and inspect the nearby villages. As we approach, the world of the villages appears to be completely turned around and lacking in any sense of form. The many small communities are quite chaotic in their layout. Their simple huts, haphazardly piled together, are oblong wooden shacks covered with thatched roofs. Each tiny dwelling seems a temporary shelter at best. The villagers somehow sense us as we approach, but are unable to see us. Alarmed by this uneasy feeling and the warning of the two fishermen who had seen us earlier, they are now attempting to calm their children and themselves. Our cloaked tour group comes upon the villagers outside their huts, animatedly recount incredible mythological tales of the many wonders of the now fallen kingdom of Atlantis. We overhear them speaking in a dialect of Atlantean taught them by the gods. The women and men are dressed in homespun cloth. Their social structure is formed around a chief whose ancestors have been given this job through a formal decree of the gods. In the center of each village is a huge fire pit, occasionally used to perform rituals but mostly employed to cook the food they eat. Life in a village appears to us to be very unimaginative, a purely survival-focused form of existence. Yet, there still exists within the villagers a remnant of their former, fully conscious self. This is the barely flickering light of consciousness that is now a steadily growing, gentle radiance within all of you. This potential is presently leading to your society's climactic transformation. These primitive villagers are the descendants of slaves who survived the last days of Atlantis, and whom the Atlanteans treated quite badly. Any slight offense offered to the ruling elites by the masses led to a sentence in the dreaded holding cells behind the temple science complexes of the Atlantean Empire's major cities. Eventually, the Atlantean scientists, priests, stripped each prisoner of their greatest treasure, full consciousness. Abhorring this extreme sentencing, certain factions of the elite's children were eventually punished as well by banishment to the far distant Ionian colonies. It is this long-standing karma that your present transformations are putting to an end. The time has come, dear hearts, to return to the meadow and board our shuttlecraft. As we depart along this pathway, look to your right, and you will see a stone-like structure located at the edge of the village. This forlorn-looking pile of rocks is actually a ritual shrine to their gods, symbolizing the villagers' total allegiance to them. The gods, however, are influencing the spiritual inclinations of their subjects by bending them to their own self-centered will. And yet, it is a process that encourages these villagers to lean, ever so slightly, to the light. This process is a crack in the door, permitting the spiritual hierarchy to gradually transform the legacy of Atlantis to the light. Look upon what you have seen here as the first baby steps toward transforming yourselves into fully conscious beings, glorious physical angels. You have witnessed the ruins of Pamalaka. You have seen the state in which this ill-fated Atlantean empire left your ancestors. Ahead of them loomed the coming great flood, and the start of your known history. This nightmarish land exists at the bottom of a huge pit from which you are successfully emerging. Ahead lies our ship. Our flight crew informs me that all necessary repairs have been completed. Once we are all aboard, Immediately return to your seats, and we will be on our way. This is your tour guide, Sandara. As our spaceship leaves the Earth of 12 millennia ago and its orbit, understand these events with your heart. After the fall of Atlantis, your local spiritual hierarchy hatched a most ingenious plan for the eventual spiritual revitalization of Earth's humanity. This process transforms you again into physical angels and fully conscious beings of light. In addition, Mother Earth herself has prepared some magic for her long-awaited transmutation into her fully conscious self. This amazing process was put into high gear in the second part of your 20th century. In the 1970s and 1980s, while the Dark Alliance of Anchara still dabbled with your planet's secret cabals and their worldwide government allies, the forces of light were preparing Earth and her global society for a most profound new paradigm. We intend to devote the remainder of our cruise to the understanding of this now forming paradigm and its various consequences. Our cruise will be both informational and experiential in the fullest manner possible. URFIRSTCONTACT. The forces of darkness have never had absolute supremacy over your world. Many nurturing institutions and brave individuals exist among you, shrouded in a necessary secrecy. These brave women and men keep the light shining on your planet. These organizations and individuals have performed many courageous and quite glorious actions for you. Soon, your planet's population will know, indeed, what they have done and are about to do. However, the dark elites and their clandestine ways remain a stumbling block. Their secrecy has been responsible for many nefarious schemes during the last few of Earth's decades. Secret, exotic space programs and truly fantastic time-altering programs were in full force by the early 1990s. Your major surface governments, assisted by many shadowy off-worlders, were beginning to make inroads into controlling the development of your immediate future. These programs illustrate an important point about your society's secret cabals. Your planet's covert rulers worship power like a drug addict worships heroin. Total power and control are their main goals. Continuous, absolute rule over Earth's citizenry is their ultimate aim. To fulfill this intent, they are more than willing to utilize all of their ill-gained wealth. They have secretly amassed most of this enormous wealth over the course of your last 3 centuries. The cabal's secret government projects deployed special covert and off-world weaponry to defend their illegal claims for Earth's moon and for Mars during the 1950s and 1960s. Indeed, your planetary cables seemed, during these times, to be on the verge of pulling off some of their most complex and heinous schemes. Nevertheless, they were about to be severely thwarted by divine forces that were beyond their influence to control. To effect a turning point, the galactic spiritual hierarchy had begun consciousness-raising programs designed to defeat your dark oppressors. These broad-based activities affected your world as well as your entire galaxy. This coming together of the physical angels and their lineage in heaven has forever transformed your Earth's 3D, limited conscious reality. An important aspect of this divine countermeasure program involved the rapid fall of the vast Soviet Empire. Since shortly after the end of World War II, the Soviet Union's numerous communist minions had ruled Eastern Europe. Heaven's divine consciousness programs began to achieve their goal by the late 1980s and the early 1990s. They freed a great many of your humanity from political oppression. This extraordinary drive toward liberty and self-expression created an atmosphere that recognized crucial, sequestered technologies, which had been heretofore ignored, and finally allowed them to see the light of day. Liberation permitted many important inventors and scientific innovators to come forward. Soon, their work will begin to manifest its magic upon your world. Yet, this breath of fresh air was meant to be only temporary. The darkness of your worldly elites, which had long surrounded your world's governments, has once again engulfed them. Even in this overpowering shadow, however, the bright light that then came forth still shines upon Eastern Europe. It is this same divine light that is destined by heaven's magnificent lineage to radiate brightly throughout your world. Another aspect of the divine program greatly affected this galaxy. It concerns the very prophecy of the Dark Creator, Anshara. At the beginning of our story, Anshara sent forth a vast number of minions to rampage throughout the galaxy. Yet, even in this darkness, there was carried a spark of light, a potential for galactic harmony. In early 1994, Anshara's most prophetic priestesses and priests delivered a transformative proclamation to the dark forces. They stated, unequivocally, the following great truth. The divine time had arrived, at long last, for a galactic truce. Anshara requested that the Galactic Federation of Light consider a permanent peace treaty. As a stipulation of this permanent treaty of peace, the dark forces of the Alliance of Anshara agreed to finally relinquish its claims to Earth. These amazing announcements from Anshara's oracle planets reverberated throughout the Alliance like a major earthquake. They left little for the many dark territories to ponder. A great anger remained within them, as well as a reluctance to relinquish all that they had fought for. Many fierce battles were fought among the confused and rebellious fleets of the Dark Alliance of Anshara. When the anger finally cleared, the forces on the side of the galactic truce had won an overwhelming victory. The few remaining dark fleets retreated to their homeworlds on the far side of the Milky Way galaxy, clinging to the last remnants of their rage. This small group now regrouped and bided their time. They still wished wholeheartedly to attack this newly joined fleet of light. In late 1994, the victorious elements of the former Alliance fleets asked for permission to negotiate a permanent treaty, allowing them to join the Galactic Federation of Light as special members. Included in these new arrangements was the promise of the former Alliance nations to integrate their huge fleets into those of the Galactic Federation. The previously dark fleets now agreed to abide by the rules that the ancient charter of the Galactic Federation of Light had put forth. The only sticky point was how they would go about giving up their ancient claims to planet Earth. Not wishing to lose their access to this most sacred water world, the former Alliance member requested that a series of special ambassadors be permanently stationed on Earth. These special ambassadors were only to be put there after Earth and its people returned to full consciousness. At that time, Earth's transformed society was to become a fully functioning member of the Galactic Federation of Light. In another part of this treaty, the former Alliance members promised to abolish several secret treaties with the major surface governments of your world to demonstrate their sincere belief in Anshara's decrees. The former Alliance members quickly withdrew their many ambassadors, technicians, and scientists from Earth. Over the next 2 years, most of these off-world scientists and technicians left your planet. The effects of these many secret treaties upon your freedom have been immense. Their sudden departure was another crack in the evil that surrounds your world. The tiny crack soon became a gaping hole when your secret worldly cables, former masters, the Anunnaki, made a surprising and very fortuitous move. The elite's extraterrestrial mentors had unexpectedly switched sides and joined the Galactic Federation of Light, now known as the Anunnaki. Spelling changed to indicate their new direction. They had long been both the masterminds behind your global cable's actions and their chosen cruel and autocratic rulers. As the Anunnaki, they currently serve the light. Their knowledge of the elite's sinister ways has become a true sword of Damocles hanging above the collective heads of your evil oppressors. The Anunnaki's program is to use their former influence to send your many interlocked cables down a new path. To date, some degree of progress has been made. However, while slowly changing, the many global cables retain a deep desire to rule with their accustomed tyranny. This obsession for control has caused them to temporarily fragment around the need to react to the Anunnaki's bold requests. It has also generated a number of odd petitions from your planet's covert rulers to their former masters. A sudden series of major reversals rocked the foundations of your many covert rulers. To use a simple analogy, the interlocked secret cables were forced to undergo some major brain surgery. The highest levels of their formerly rock-solid command structure were now in various states of chaos. Numerous elements of their global structure were engaged in an all-out, clandestine war against each other. This extremely vicious shakeup continued, in various forms, well into the first half of your year 2000, as these many amazing, transformational events worked their magic and helped to distract your planetary cables. Your local spiritual hierarchy is preparing you to become fully conscious beings. Since the early 1970s, your local spiritual hierarchy has been moving your body frequency upward. Part of this immense endeavor is a joint undertaking of your inner angelic and body guardian councils under the full supervision of your local spiritual hierarchy. This shared project is also focusing on the transmutation in every cell of your body of its RNA, DNA protein strings. One result of these complex transformations has been the global rise of a vast spiritual renaissance. This is the first time in your recent history that such a large segment of your world population has been so interested in angels, all types of channeled materials, and the origins of, and reasons for, the imminent arrival of off-world spacecraft. Herein, you may reflect upon the fact that you are being readied for a first contact, along with the holy return of heaven's divine rule. While your cell's genes rapidly mutate, your body's energy, or chakra, systems are also being altered. You move from a 7-chakra system to one that encompasses 13 chakras. Currently, these multifaceted energy centers regulate the life force as it moves within your body. When integrated into your body, these new chakras will allow any part of your body to more easily communicate with its other parts. This majestic alteration and integration can transform you into an extraordinary being of light. For a fuller description of these amazing processes, see Chapter 3, Making the New You. This special light being is what can be called a physical angel. All fully conscious beings are really physical angels. They act as the mediators between the physical and spiritual universes. This wondrous light, being, or new you, has a significant role to play in the daily existence of your fully conscious planet, the new Mother Earth. By the use of conscious group ritual, physical angels regulate the various planets and stars to which they are assigned. This remarkable group ritual has the ability to activate and balance the various nodes, intersecting energy points, like the meridians of your body, of any celestial body's magnetic or gravitational grids. In so doing, the planet or star is continually brought to life and allowed to operate at its peak efficiency. Such fully conscious beings regulate the frequency of a planet's electromagnetic fields. This admirable activity is accomplished by changing the frequency of a physical angel's own body to the one most conducive to the planet and to its biosphere. Consequently, physical angels assist a planet in maintaining optimal conditions for its many plant and animal life forms, a planet's biosphere. Physical angels also act as a planet's guardian species. Here, they create a special song or necessary vibratory pattern which maintain the reproductive capabilities of the planet's many plants and animals. Clearly, physical angels play an important role in the life of any fully conscious celestial body. To learn much more about physical angels, see Chapter 6, Physical Angels. This fact leads to the second point in our brief outline. All celestial bodies are alive. They are a very unique life form. Their life force is electrogravitic, while yours is electromagnetic. Here, we need to stress that electrogravitic life forms need electromagnetic ones in order to function most efficiently. One requires the other in order to survive. When both life forms are operating at maximum efficiency, they complement each other. Besides all of the marvelous developments we have just described, yet another crucial element is playing out its own unique role in this tale. It is a celestial phenomenon that previously has caused much turmoil in your sector of the galaxy. It is a positive forerunner of, and a vehicle for, your many divine transformations. To do it justice, let us now gather around the ship's old holographic campfire. There, assisted by Washta, I will once more resume our story. Eons ago, When the Milky Way galaxy was created, it was bequeathed the most magnificent belt of light by the great lords of heaven. From its inception, this belt of light has retained a complete orbital cycle of approximately 26,000 solar years. The photon belt is a massive ring of interdimensional photon light energy that is approximately 15,000 light years across, or almost one-sixth the size of the Milky Way galaxy. The toroid, or ring of the photon belt, is divided into two sections, a razor-thin null zone and its main section. The membrane-like null zone is an area that both collapses and drastically recalibrates electromagnetic energies. The photon belt visits your solar system every 12,000 to 13,000 years. It was scheduled to pay you another visit by the end of the Gregorian year of 1990. During the galactic year of 5EB, at the end of the galactic month of Mol. This particular visit was to be the vehicle by which a number of very wondrous changes were to be presented to the people of Earth. However, some surprising occurrences in 1986 and in 1995 altered this scenario. Later, we will explain these extraordinary events in more detail. A photon particle is a tiny subatomic particle that results from a split-second collision between an electron and a positron, a positive or anti-electron. This contact causes the two extremely tiny particles to cancel each other out. The resulting mass from this collision is converted into pure energy that registers as photons or light particles. In 1961, a U.S. government satellite scanning deep space near the Pleiades star cluster in the constellation of Taurus rediscovered the photon belt. The research that its secret American discoverers were working on contained the previous findings of Paul Otto Hesse, Edmund Halley, and Friedrich Wilhelm Bessel. Paul Otto Hesse closely followed the discoveries of Edmund Halley, the 18th century discoverer of Halley's Comet, and Friedrich Wilhelm Bessel, a 19th century German astronomer. Hesse had studied the Pleiades in the first half of the 20th century. He detected a photon belt, or large Manassic ring, the diameter of which was AP 48 UR FIRS TCONTACT, approximately 2,000 light years. This belt, or ring, was at absolute right angles to the movement of the stars in the Pleiades. Paul Otto Hesse also believed, based on the movement of the photon belt, that it periodically caused vast changes in Earth's civilization. These changes date back to the very early days of human habitation. Some 26 years after the photon belt's discovery, another extremely important element was added to our story, illustrating how the people of Earth and the Galactic Federation can all work together. In the early spring of 1987, there occurred a nova, an exploding star, labeled Nova 1987A, in the region of the Magellanic Cloud. A massive internal explosion subsequently reduced it to a neutron star that is now called Avalos. Most importantly, the blast created a large pinwheel composed of photons, gamma rays, and an immense number of antimatter particles. It was carried along on a gravity wave from the star's explosion, headed toward Earth's solar system at a very high rate of speed. Grave concern about the nova's offspring, this pinwheel, led your scientists to a formal rediscovery of the main photon belt in 1995. Due to the amount of gamma radiation, a worldwide ring of telescopes was unable at first to establish whether the phenomenon was an inter-extra-galactic event. Due to extremely high energy outbursts, the rarity was beyond the competence of our radio telescopes. But by the early 1990s, use of new instrumentation had allowed the discovery of its exact position. This technology, initially invented for the U.S. nuclear weapons program, was then specially adapted for deep space radio telescopes. By late 1995, astronomers determined that the rapidly moving celestial object, the pinwheel, was destined to collide with your solar system by the end of 1996. This incoming astronomical body had the capacity to rip off your planet's atmosphere and utterly destroy Earth's biosphere. Using their newly installed instrumentation, specially designed color spectrometer, Earth scientists discovered the greatly increased power of the photon belt. They established that the photon belt would reach the solar system at virtually the same time as the much smaller pinwheel. Many scientists in the top secret photon belt project became seriously concerned that the end of 1996 was to signal the total extinction of all life on planet Earth. To learn what was really going on, they began to search for anyone who had the ability to contact benevolent ETs. In the summer of 1996, Earth's astronomers were able, through an intermediary, to contact some Galactic Federation scientists who were part of the Galactic Federation's SNE fleets that were observing your world, to ask them about the two celestial objects. The most important question was if, indeed, humanity had only until the end of the year before disaster struck. The Galactic Federation scientists replied that the Nova-born pinwheel would neutralize the main photon belt at the end of the year. Earth scientists agreed to cooperate by providing the intermediary with pictures, videotape, and other critical information gathered through this secret black project about the two incoming celestial objects. By late fall of 1996, the secret Photon Belt Project team verified what their Galactic Federation counterparts had told them. The pinwheel belt was indeed to collide with the larger photon belt just before it reached the solar system. This event was scheduled to commence at 23:45 hours GMT, Greenwich Mean Time, on December 31st, 1996, with the main photon belt encountering this solar system at 3 hours GMT on January 1st, 1997. The pinwheel was to drill a void about 1.5 times the diameter of the solar system into the main photon belt. See Figure 5. Most of the remaining radiation from this collision was dissipated by the planetary magnetic fields of Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter proved especially useful in this endeavor. In the summer of 1994, the many collisions of the strangely fragmented Schumacher-Levy comet had changed the natural resonance of its gravity and magnetic fields. In this altered mode, Jupiter readily dissipated the pinwheel's deadly radiation. Earth received only enough of this radiation to affect its atmosphere very slightly. As expected, the two large objects collided just before midnight GMT on December 31st, 1996. The void created by the pinwheel's collision with the main photon belt permitted the solar system to enter the main photon belt on January 1st, 1997. The greatly reduced radiation of the pinwheel entered Earth's atmosphere in the early morning hours of January 1st, 1997. By January 7th, 1997, any residual damaging radiation had been alleviated by its natural interaction with Earth's atmosphere. Major side effects included the phenomena of red skies, remarkable aurora effect in the upper atmosphere, and the advent of extra cold weather worldwide. On January 11, 1997, your solar system moved from the edge of the void created by the pinwheel into the main pocket of the void located inside the photon belt. Just before you entered this miraculously created void, Special Galactic Federation teams, assisted by many orders of Elohim, placed you in a new hologram. Its purpose was twofold. The interdimensional Stargate will thrust you out of the photon belt through the fifth dimension and into a position 3 light years from the Sirius star system. Sirius is approximately 8.3 light years from Earth. Figure 6. Your solar system as part of the Sirius star system. First, it was designed to mask the effects of the main photon belt. This was accomplished by the use of special interdimensional grids and other light fields that link us to a masterful illusion that all is well. Second, the hologram was designed to come apart when you enter the photon belt proper by exiting the specially created void. As part of the next phase of your coming photon belt scenario, the Creator arranged for the solar system to enter an interdimensional Stargate that will thrust you out of the photon belt through the fifth dimension and into a position 3 light years from the Sirius star system. Sirius is approximately 8.3 light years from Earth. Your solar system is scheduled to reach this stargate on December 21st, 2012. See Figure 6. Once in the photon belt proper, a photon light shock occurs, and the veil of limited consciousness around you drops. This shift into full consciousness will happen relatively quickly. Photon light shock acts as a signal, alerting your full self and all of your components to unzip what has not yet been recalibrated. The body then follows an implicit order or blueprint. Zap. It is done quite instantaneously. You are truly sentient beings, living in the reality of the light. Your physical and psychic gifts can then return to you, and your homecoming process can be completed. The last part of this procedure is a first contact with the Galactic Federation of Light. We are, in truth, your elder brothers and sisters. We will come because the prophesied time for our return will have arrived. When you leave the photon belt proper, you are shifting from a largely third-dimensional world to a fifth or multidimensional reality. You can then begin to understand why this limited consciousness episode occurred in your history. Your society stands on the threshold of a golden age, which many religious prophecies have foretold over the past 6 millennia. This new golden age is one in which Earth and her peoples have the opportunity to become all that they were meant to be. This almost 13,000-year period, since the end of Atlantis and the beginning of your strange 3D Earth experience, is now nearly over. The role of the spiritual hierarchy is to oversee all of these happening and to make sure that your transformations expand your true inner joy. Their spiritual activities are being carried out for one sacred purpose: to reveal to you the Creator's divine plan for creation. These holy energies exist in the physical universe to allow your planet to be in balance. All humans are here to achieve their purpose. It is essential that you accomplish these required transformations freely and, most importantly, enjoy. Many of you deeply sense the magnificent process that is now going on both in and around you. This feeling has given some of you a need to come together in a global network to raise your society's consciousness. We ask that you listen to these inner voices and gather together. Use your many community and global organizations to support your planetary kin. Utilize this growing network and the many centers that your planetary activation organization, see special section on POW in the back of this book, will provide. Their mission is to educate and to assist you in completing these marvelous transformations. Questions and answers. Q. In this chapter, you discussed the darkness in which this galaxy has been engulfed. How did it become so dark? A. During the shaping of physicality, the Creator designated this galaxy as an arena for a major conflict between the light and the dark. In this cosmic drama, it had to seem as though the dark forces would triumph. Yet, according to the divine plan, they were to be miraculously transformed to the side of the light. Many billions of years ago, highly ethereal beings of the light and of the dark were dispatched to this galaxy to carry out this plan. Some 100 million years ago, after seeding many star systems with their progeny, beings of the light left this galaxy to their dark counterparts. These dark beings gradually incorporated themselves into an entity known as Anshara. As noted in this chapter, Anshara brought forth limited conscious beings some 35 million years ago. This dark collective employed sinister methods to provoke the great galactic wars, resulting in an enormous period of darkness within our galaxy. Q. How do the divine prophecies of Lord Michael fit into our galaxy's history? A. This galaxy was created through a series of divine intentions issued by the local orders of the Elohim. It was designated a way shower galaxy. That is, it has all the major elements of physical creation within it. The high councils of heaven wrote a sacred script that featured all of these elements. Through the unfolding of its plot, all the desired goals for this creation can be accomplished. Heaven formed your world, and especially this galaxy, into a most divine place, one that has been continually watched over by fully sentient physical beings from this and many other dimensions. In effect, you are witnessing and participating in a divine act, the merging of dark into light in such a way that the light is totally transformed. This new and more powerful divine light is the foundation for the next, or seventh, creation of the Creator's divine will. Q. What kinds of new powers come with full consciousness? Is education necessary? A. Full consciousness allows you limitless manifesting capabilities, as well as greatly enhanced, new, interpersonal abilities. These can overwhelm you if you are not properly prepared. Hence, you need to learn appropriate consciousness etiquette. Humans can adapt quickly to full consciousness and its parameters. They do have memories. To employ a simple analogy, it is almost as if you had a deep amnesia and forgot how to drive your car. All of a sudden, you find yourself again in the driver's seat. And you remember. You recall the little things that you had forgotten, even if you barely know what they are. To regain your memory, you require careful instruction. It is as if you had been involved in, say, a serious car accident. In a short while, you begin to recover, but due to severe injuries, you require rehabilitation. You will need to practice how to do those things you have forgotten, and will do them, perhaps, in a slightly different way. You will need to go through this learning process. The Galactic Federation of Light Counselors plan to assist you during this period of transition. Q. What about people who are resistant to change? What will happen to them? A. The Pleiadian Star League has a number of solar systems that are proficient in assisting people who are resistant to change. There, specially trained technicians can help these individuals learn about such changes and practice methods that can quickly transform their reality. When it is considered appropriate, they will be returned to Earth. Others who wish to remain in this present reality can be switched to another more appropriate solar system where a reality exists that is similar to the one they now know. Q. A great deal of channeled information is being circulated about physical ascension. How do those models fit in with this one? A. Physical ascension is a reunion with one's light body. It is the bringing forth of the ability to take the density of this physical vehicle and change it into one that resonates with the light body. When you become one with your light body, you can go wherever you desire in creation. The process of physical ascension or physical transformation is part of the whole process of restoring you to full consciousness. A light being who exists in full consciousness is a being who knows that its light body and its physical body are one and the same. This enlightened individual regulates his light body as required. The physical ascension process is really part of this physical transformation into full consciousness. Q. Most of us have at least an idea of what spaceships look like. Describe an angel to us. In many ways, an angel looks like the angels you can visualize. Most persons who have had near-death experiences describe angels in either the traditional way, with their flowing white robes, large, gossamer wings, and radiant faces, or as those who have no visible wings, yet still possess many ethereal qualities. They describe angels that look exactly like us. As cosmic energy forms, angels are able to shape themselves to fit any concept we have of them. Every angel is a point of light, as are we. Rather, it is our beliefs that determine their appearance. Each individual is seeing only what he wishes to see. This holy vision is based upon their own internal perception of what angels are supposed to look like. Q. Can we somehow sense, with these individuals, a special energy or a presence that allows us to place more trust in the experience? A. Yes. What happens is a magnification of this process. On an almost still day, many people occasionally feel sudden breezes across their bodies, or a peculiar sense of being touched. These particular sensations are just their own angelic guardian counsels attempting to communicate with them. This communication will occur in a much larger and more magnified way during first contact. It is a magnificent reality that the spiritual hierarchy is preparing for you. At the time of formal first contact, we will easily hear, feel, and see our spiritual hierarchy. Q. Did the planet's radio telescope network see the photon belt and the pinwheel approach? Yes, they saw it. Occasionally, brief articles about this event appeared in obscure publications. For example, in the late 1990s, scientists were seeing large sources of light in your galaxy near to you in this galaxy, and this confounds them. Massive amounts of gamma radiation, originating from known sources, are occurring daily in this galaxy and are being reported. While astronomers are giving out little itty-bitty hints, they have yet to come out and say that a photon belt exists and its outline is such and such. If these astronomers did that, they could instantly acquire a very controversial reputation for themselves and quickly lose their grants as well as their position. If they saw it, why was it not reported widely in the media or acknowledged by the world's governments? Government security organizations and scientific granting organizations initially restrict public knowledge of any new information if they feel it can lead to world panic. In the case of UFOs, this procedure has become part of an immense cover-up. Its sole purpose is to shield the public from what is really happening around them. There is a question in my mind about the photon belt and its null zone. There are some scientists who raise concerns about the nature of the photon belt itself. They sincerely feel that the immense amount of gamma radiation in the photon belt can destroy all life on Earth. Is this true? To begin with, the photon belt contains multidimensional light. These unique forms of light exist simultaneously at many different frequencies and in varying energy states. Consequently, those scientists with special meters on their radio telescopes detect dangerous amounts of gamma radiation emanating from it. This energy, coming from a certain region of space, has been measured as giant bursts of radiation, or as a massive wave of very high-frequency energy. At first, it may appear deadly. However, it is not. Once you enter the photon belt, you will notice that this multidimensional light encompasses highly unusual qualities. At that point, you will perceive it differently. It will appear and feel almost as a biblical light of lights. Utilizing your new light body, you will easily resonate with this higher frequency photon energy. It will actually vivify you, as it is truly a life-giving energy. Consequently, it increases lifespan as is described in many of the religious books and various mythologies found around this planet. Currently, I exist in limited consciousness and relate to our technologies. I find it difficult to imagine the capability of the Galactic Federation scientists to protect an entire solar system by employing a holographic envelope. Will you please comment? First of all, it is beyond the ability of the Galactic Federation of Light Scientists to carry out this amazing operation alone. They cooperated with many divine aspects of heaven. These holy aspects, the orders of Time Lord, the Elohim, and the angelic realms, brought the necessary energies from the eternal sources of heaven to those dimensions that surround us. Their assignment was to set up the sacred apparatus of interdimensional flux, lenses, as well as some other rather miraculous equipment. It was a mutual and divine effort, accomplished on many levels, which created this immense hologram. Did the Galactic Federation of Light know that this task was an enormous undertaking? Most certainly. The Galactic Federation of Light realizes that the population of Earth is having its physical frequencies increased regularly by the local spiritual hierarchy. They also know that many Galactic Federation of Light personnel have now volunteered to experience lifetimes on Earth. These facts are taken into account when formulating the overall operational plan. Furthermore, all fully conscious and divine parties currently involved understand that two great obstacles remain: the surface governments of Earth and the large amount of fear now held by Earth's humans. When we move into full consciousness, will we have a remembrance or memory of what our former mortal life was like? Yes, we will have that memory. The Akashic memory is open to a fully conscious being. Fully conscious beings are in complete contact at all times with their spiritual guides. They are able to understand the processes involved. With the proper counseling, Each individual also has a full remembrance of any particular lifetime. Q. What is the timetable for these extraordinary events? A. Keep in mind that it is all programmed to happen at the right divine moment. The divine blueprint of your local spiritual hierarchy is based upon a certain set of energy patterns. These patterns have to do with how consciousness is transformed on planet Earth. As your society's consciousness moves in erratic spurts toward its highest potential, it moves the D-Day, divine day, either a little forward or a little bit further back. Every fluctuation causes the exact date to become more nebulous. As you can see, Earth's human population has the final say in the timetable. How you respond, how you develop, what you do, and how much love you generate, all this is vitally important. It is for these reasons that the commitment we have spoken about is so significant to the final act. This commitment determines how this scenario is to be played out. You cast the last bit of critical input, your responsibility as individuals, and the ways in which your society develops. This is important to the entire process. And yet, you also have a destiny. It is the reason you chose to be here at this most propitious time. Many people on your planet, which we like to call the Great Amnesia Zone, are becoming aware of precisely why we are all here. These individuals need to wake up the rest of humanity at the right time to assist everyone in remembering who they really are. The Galactic Federation of Light requires your committed actions in order to successfully complete the next part of our mutual sacred mission. Everyone's consciousness is increasing. The Galactic Federation of Light and your local spiritual hierarchy are in great joy as they observe this transformational process. It combines a heavenly mixture of the divine plan, a mutual co-creativity by all parties, and the movement of your society's potential to its fullest levels. The successful blending of these factors determines the actual timetable. Good day. This is your guide, Sandrara speaking. So far, the journey into your ever-expanding consciousness has explored the reasons you stand poised at this important juncture in your reality. We are now approaching the part of this cruise that I most enjoy. As an exobiologist, I have been schooled in the many aspects involved in transforming your present body into a fully conscious one, or a new you. To birth this new you involves a process that presently is integrating your spirit full self with your physical self. A unique change in your physical body's RNA, DNA, and in its current energy centers, or chakras, is occurring. These remarkable modifications will permit you to transform yourselves from your current state of limited consciousness to a state of full consciousness. At this point, you may well ask, what is full consciousness? Full consciousness is a wondrous state in which the realms of the physical and the spiritual are fully merged. You possess psychic talents such as telepathy, thought communicating, telekinesis, ability to move objects through thought, and clairvoyance, ability to see into the future. Moreover, with the inherent gift to vividly see the world of spirit, you are able to converse freely with your beloved departed ones, as well as with the spiritual hierarchy. In short, your now latent, Christ-like abilities become fully manifested. One of the first steps in this multifaceted process is for your local spiritual hierarchy to raise the frequencies of your mental, emotional, and physical bodies. This procedure increases your spiritual awareness and is one of the reasons behind the phenomenal explosion in sales of metaphysical and self-help literature and their related audio and videotapes. Likewise, a vast global movement is underway, transforming the many fields of healing and medicine. Thus, a firm foundation is being established for the entrance of a new paradigm into this present reality. Dear hearts, know that this starship is endowed with the marvelous ability to shrink to a size from which we can explore in great detail the interior and the exterior of your transforming body. In this way, we can view your changing subtle or light body fields. Before we begin this journey, I wish to say a few additional words about the ongoing nature of your transformational process. With these preliminary steps underway, the spiritual hierarchy and we in the Galactic Federation are performing another group of fundamental operations. These procedures begin by purging much of the toxicity, negative emotional energy, and experiences that you have imperceptibly accumulated since childhood. Over the last few years, your local spiritual hierarchy has engaged you in an extensive series of gradual cleansing that are preparing your physical, mental, and emotional bodies for your coming transformation in consciousness. Second, another series of related procedures resets the circuitry of your brain and reworks your neurological system. These processes initiate a series of new feelings or memory patterns within you. Often, they are expressed as a sense of memory loss or a feeling of general confusion about what is going on around you. We ask you, dear hearts, to trust and move forward in your internal processing. Bear in mind that what is occurring is a highly complicated operation designed to merge your spiritual and physical bodies. This important procedure is lightening the density of your body. Increasingly, your spiritual essence is being integrated into your physical body, causing frequent aches, assorted pains, sudden fevers, bronchial, flu-like symptoms, and intense headache. In addition, you experience periods of severe fatigue, out-of-the-blue illnesses, and problems with your sight and/or hearing. A primary reason for these difficulties is the incorporation of your multi-layered light body into the very core of your physical body. Your light body consists of 14 layers of various subtle bodies, ranging from the etheric bodies that mirror your body's several energy systems to conscious life energy and life information energy, bodies that are connected directly to your silver and gold cords. These many systems are holistic and require certain resonance patterns to be properly attached. To do this, we connect them layer by layer to your physical body. You were born with only 7 of these light body layers existing in your body. For you to become fully conscious, the numerous layers presently outside your physical body need to be affixed to your physical self. We have had to slowly adjust the many modifications to your physical body needed to complete this task. To do this, we have mirrored the electromagnetic activity of your light body with that of your physical body. We began our complex operation in the areas of your head, hands, feet, and lower torso, and then painstakingly worked our way inward. Owing to the holistic nature of your light body and the unprepared nature of your physical body, we have had to gradually alter your physical body to accept each additional layer of light body. Adding to this project are the many thought forms that you have inherited, either from your ancestors and your parents, or from what you have created during this and various other lifetimes. We have resolved all of these complexities with a series of specially applied resonance patterns designed expressly for you and for the particular aspect that we were integrating. This procedure, most significantly, has made you face many of the fears, anxieties, and denials revolving around what is actually happening to you. Your local spiritual hierarchy and the Galactic Federation of Light, including your captain and her valiant crew, are very proud of you. We are profoundly certain that you will succeed in carrying out these most amazing transformations. Before we take a closer look, please note that this integration entails the reordering of a number of your mental, emotional, subtle, and physical body fields. If you will all look out the observation lounge windows to your left, you can see that your body is made up of numerous, yet different, consciousness layers. As we pass by, observe how each layer is fluffed around your body like so many gossamer bands. Every one of these consciousness fields is being recalibrated to its highest and most appropriate harmonic. Right now, you are living in a limited conscious state in which your physical body is mostly separated from your spiritual body. Your mind and various emotions are employed as the mediators between the two. This means that your capabilities as a sentient being have been greatly curtailed. Your physical body has also been permitted to decay. Your creative potential exists with a high probability of being sabotaged by fear, vacillation, and self-doubt. This reality is a great burden each of you must bear, literally, from cradle to grave. You live in a society in which, to a great degree, your vast power and individual sovereignty have been given away to others. We are now ready to embark on our first mini-tour of your body, which will explore the rearrangement of your cellular RNA, DNA. Before our journey begins, let me give you some additional information about your RNA, DNA. The unique protein strands that form you are extremely sensitive to light. They possess a regeneration cycle that occurs while you are asleep. Originally, you had a 12-strand RNA, DNA that provided you with the 48-pair base, instead of your present 46-pair base gene structure. During the last days of Atlantis, these 12 strands were manipulated into your current 2-strand RNA DNA. The scrambled RNA DNA materials were housed in the separated center strand, disconnected from the remaining 2 strands. A series of occasional catalytic interactions was substituted for its former numerous activities. Originally, many of your geneticists thought this 3rd strand was a vestigial remnant of some primitive RNA, DNA. By the mid-1990s, however, this belief had changed markedly. As you can see, there is quite a tale to be told. 12-stranded RNA, DNA, a twice-told tale. Our narrative begins in the early 1950s when Doctors Watson and Crick make an epic discovery concerning the RNA, DNA double helix, CFIG. Each antenna aligns itself to a specific band of vibrations from the portals. The direction of the antenna is influenced by one's own thought forms or ideas. 2000 Miriam de Vera, Figure 7. RNA, DNA mutations. Year 7. They find a 3rd, separated strand in the center of the double helix. Other researchers soon confirm their findings. At first, many geneticists postulate that this 3rd strand is just protein, detritus, a material left over from the more primitive evolutionary elements that originally created the human species. Nonetheless, by the mid-1980s, doubts began to be expressed about this concept. Many genetic researchers involved in the early study of the human genome determined that the 3rd strand was starting to connect to the 4 ladders inside the double helix. This activating 3rd strand displayed highly unusual properties. Its unexpected development suddenly called into question how human evolution had occurred. Infants born with this activated 3rd strand demonstrate very high intelligence and expanded psychic abilities, the most common of which is telepathy. Many babies are able to talk telepathically with their parents, even warning them of potential danger. Initially, these children were rarely seen. However, since the early 1990s, more have been observed worldwide. At a special meeting in Mexico City in 1995, geneticists discussed this occurrence, now much more widespread, in secret. In addition to these amazing children, a number of adults began to appear globally whose 3rd strand is in the preliminary stages of reconnecting to the 4 letters of the RNA, DNA double helix. By the mid-1990s, the situation had become more prevalent. During the 1995 Conference on Genetics in Mexico City, scientists debated whether to conceal this odd problem from the public or to give out false information, pending the completion of further studies. Many geneticists saw this phenomenon as the potential beginning of a new global catastrophe. They failed to see it as a portent of the ever-evolving integration of body, mind, and spirit. The first stage of your cellular genetic mutations consists of this 3rd strand phenomenon. Once this phase is completed, a 2nd stage begins, initiating a multistrand RNA, DNA, from 3 to 5 or even 6 strand, and soon causing superb unification among your mental, emotional, and physical bodies. This stage ends when your genetic material is ready to transform itself into its final form. 12-strand RNA, DNA actually has a receptive quality. The protein itself is almost like a hologram, a fact that many geneticists, especially in the field of bioelectrical genetics, have discovered. They have found that if information is introduced into the wall of a cell, it is immediately brought within the cellular nucleus. A relationship exists between the cell wall and the nucleus that these scientists were initially at a loss to explain. Cellular interaction takes place, changing the amounts of various chemical reactions, protein, and so on in the cellular structure, and actually altering the metabolism of the body. The DNA molecule of a fully conscious being is shaped like a multidimensional star tetrahedron. The example to the right is a static model of a 12-strand DNA molecule in its interdimensional full consciousness pattern. DNA molecules are located at multidimensional intersect points. Its segments intersect and communicate through energies passed from one portal position to another, making the new you. The double-strand DNA molecule is made up of a series of genes or chemical building blocks called nucleotides: adenine, A, thymine, T, guanine, G, and cytosine, C. A is always paired with T, and G is always paired with C. The sequence of nucleotide pairs determine the difference between kinds of living organisms. The two strands of DNA carry genetic information such as height, eye color, skeletal structure, etc. In this example, one strand has AGCT, etc., and the opposite strand has TCGA, etc. This does not imply that there are only 4 genes in a strand of DNA molecule. In fact, there are 3 billion genes in a strand of DNA. Imagine this sequence in the form of a very long, unbroken thread, or a person's very long name written in its entirety containing 3 billion letters, and using only A, G, C, and T. Figure 8, 12-strand RNA, DNA molecule. Both chemical reactions and genetic codes are involved in this process, as well as facets of the gene structures that have yet to come online. With a change in consciousness, actual chemical changes occur. Restructured genes activate processes that can alter your physical structure. Previously, I have explained that the change in consciousness occurs at a physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual level, which manifests as a cellular alteration. Now you are equipped for the development of the magical RNA, DNA star tetrahedron. As we enter your RNA DNA protein strands, carefully observe the fabulous light show. Pay attention to the energy bouncing from one strand to the other. Notice how each special rotating antenna, located where the various protein ladders connect, brings this information energy in from other dimensions. The physical basis of your full consciousness is 12-strand RNA, DNA. This amazing organic light material forms as a star tetrahedron, see figure 8, that constantly spins and rotates on its 6 major axis points. In addition, the third strand in each of the 6 helices connects to, and continually weaves patterns of light around, the central core of the star tetrahedron. Every day, your sun transfers pure photon energy to Earth's atmosphere. One source of these patterns of light is the sun. Another is the constant transmission of interdimensional information energy. This second source of life-giving photon energy contains a great deal of data from your local spiritual hierarchy. Information is collected through the use of special rotating antennae found on the 2 strands that form the helix and located where each strand intersects with its 4 ladders. Here, a special series of vortices, created by the constant gyrations of the different elements in the star tetrahedron, makes this acquisition possible. These sacred transmissions give your fully developed RNA, DNA the special codes they need to properly distribute your life force energy throughout this remarkable ever-changing star tetrahedron. In addition, these specially designed rotary antennae regulate the amount of photon energy present in each star tetrahedron. In this way, your RNA, DNA receives its life-giving photon energy and then converts into energies that your body's consciousness can easily process. Let us take another look at how this process operates. Fully developed RNA, DNA interacts in very profound ways with your internal cellular structure. In the past 2 decades, your cellular biologists have discovered that consciousness changes the nature, functioning, of the cell and its relationship with other cells in your body. In this recently emerged field of quantum biology, consciousness perception can be observed to alter the health or even the daily interactions of cells. Full consciousness dramatically increases that same procedure. In this case, your consciousness interacts on the smallest levels of cellular biology. In effect, your body, mind, and spirit are completely integrated, a transformation visible in the exchanges now occurring in your transmuting RNA, DNA. This amazing alteration in the state of your physicality necessitates the adoption of some new physical energy centers, or chakras, where the freshly integrated consciousness can reside. In our next mini tour, you shall see how 4 new chakra centers are being added to your physical body. This currently evolving process has brought you to the very edge of creating a most extraordinary reality. Your new chakra system. Your new chakra system. As we exit this important part of your developing microbiology, we enter the next stage of your physical body's shifting reality, a realm of many vibrant, prismatic colors and dancing energy patterns. Your body's chakra system can be viewed as an energy pattern of beautiful colors, circling each of its 13 major energy centers. Imagine glorious combinations of reds, coral pinks, and vibrant light blues, red oranges and pale and day-glow greens, dancing together in marvelous ways. Picture each energy center working with every other as one. Before we immerse ourselves in the observation of our chakras, let me briefly describe why this is happening to you. Chakras, or your major energy centers, allow your transforming physical body to integrate its spiritual body and to function properly. To accomplish these complex procedures, your local spiritual hierarchy intends to bring 4 additional chakras online as soon as possible. These 4 new centers will permit you to manage the immensity of multidimensional information inherent in your new physicality. In addition, they will transform the other 7 chakras, thereby allowing them to take on many new responsibilities. Let us now engage our ship's unique miniature drive and enter this changing life energy system of your chakras. To assist us in explaining your new chakra system in great detail, we have brought a special magnifying system online. Please look at the forward screens. The first extra center is at the diaphragm, where your body's emotional memory system is currently located. The second new center is situated at the thymus, where your body's immune system is presently regulated. Fully conscious humans possess a complete and very healthy immune system. The 2 other new centers are in the head. One, called the Well of Dreams, is found in the back of the head, just above your medulla oblongata. It regulates the connection your consciousness has with information from higher dimensions. The other new chakra is located near the pituitary and is named after the master endocrine gland in the body. Instead of the previous 7 physical body centers, your transformed body now has 11. This 11-center network has 2 additional interdimensional etheric centers located above the head. They are called the universal female and the universal male. In total, you will have 13 primary or main chakras, 2 purely etheric, and 11 that are part of your physical selves. See Figure 9. Let us begin the following portion of our mini tour by describing these new and currently transforming chakras. The first chakra, root center, is located at the base of the abdominal cavity. Its main purpose, however, is changing. This energy center allows Mother Earth to attune your life force vibrations to hers. In effect, Mother Earth depends upon the resonance of her physical angel to maintain maximum efficiency of her magnetic and gravitational fields. The second chakra, sex center, is located near the sexual organs and is tied to the first chakra. Its primary purpose is to help vivify the body through the use of special sexual practices or disciplines such as highly ritualized, fully conscious tantra. This process permits the vibrating energy, internal sexual tuning crystal, to tune the entire body and, especially the first chakra. The third chakra, solar plexus center, is located just above your belly button and is the seat of the second connection point for your full self. Life energy enters through the crown center at the top of the head, the golden cord, and through the solar plexus, the silver cord, or seat of your will. The heart center regulates this energy. The newly formed fourth chakra, diaphragm center, found at the figure 9, current and new chakra systems. Base of the thoracic cavity is now the center for storing negative emotion. In the near future, it will be able to alleviate stress and empower will energies stored in the solar plexus center. This chakra is the center of a rejuvenated prana, breath energy. And, as students of yoga know, prana acts to revitalize and purify the body. The fifth chakra, heart center, is found at the heart. It is a vital link to the angelic energies of pure thought and to the holy energy of complete love, devoid of all possession, sentimentality, etc. This complete or pure love enables your body to operate at peak efficiency. The sixth chakra, thymus center, also newly formed, is where the thymus gland is situated. In your coming reality, the body is pure thought form. Its immune system is tremendously strong and viable. In the transformed human, the thymus retains its initial size, which is about 1/3 the size of an adult heart. This means that the thymus center remains sound throughout your lifetime. The human body easily attains the ability to transmute any potential illness or disease due to Earth's present high levels of background radiation and to the many long-forgotten wars that have ripped your atmosphere asunder. Your thymus center begins its gradual deterioration immediately following birth. By adulthood, it has shriveled from the size of a human baby's heart to that of a small pea. The seventh chakra is located in the throat and helps to collect prana energy that invigorates and purifies the body. It also acts as the communicator for your consciousness and coordinates the energies of the body with the regulatory consciousness energies of the head. The eighth chakra, well of dreams center, is currently vestigial and is found in the area of the occipital lobe, at the base and back of the head, directly above the neck. Individuals, particularly those with psychic abilities, commonly get headache from information bottlenecking that create discomfort in this region. This chakra's inactivity mirrors your present state as a dormant, limited conscious being. In the present reality, humans with expanded psychic abilities can use connections critical to the brain's limbic system provided by the well of dreams to mentally control others. It is important to realize this and to surround this center with great spiritual protection. In the new fully conscious system, this particular center, regulating psychic energy and preventing you from ever being controlled, becomes very important. The ninth, pituitary chakra, is newly located in the area of the pituitary gland, near the center of your head. It permits the body to respond to light and radiation, and, by utilizing this response, eventually will rejuvenate your body. In the new body, the sixth, eighth, and ninth centers interact quite extensively with the others, allowing you to use any vital, interdimensional information energy immediately. The 10th chakra, pineal center, is located in the center of the forehead above the nose and near the pineal gland. It brings in higher light frequencies and is known as the vision center or the third eye. Together, the 8th and 10th chakras permit you to receive and interpret visions and other key messages from higher vibratory states. The 11th chakra, crown center, is located at the back half of the top of the head. It is here that the full self energies from the universal source and the two new etheric chakras connect into the head. The 12th chakra, universal female, is situated just above the head. It controls the left side of your body and regulates your many creative gifts and talents. It is also where the desire for internal self-love and for external love or compassion originates. The 13th chakra, universal male, is found above the head and regulates the right side of the body. It also has authority over your perceptions of reality and your ability to carry out a designated plan with practicality. This chakra is the source of your desire for inner and outer harmony. Keep in mind, dear hearts, that you are energy and light beings. Everything in creation is light. Your cellular structures and everything around you, the room in which you are currently sitting, or any other part of your reality, is all light. Light exists at many different frequencies. There is visible light, and there is obscure or hyperspatial, interdimensional light. There are many different levels of light. Light is all-encompassing. All of creation is made of light. For this reason, every area of the body is highly light-sensitive. It is crucial that you understand this point. We are all light beings. Even now, you could say that you are a light being having a human experience. Let us now move our ship's camera into a better position. From this new vantage point, we are able to see how the chakras operate. To begin, let us examine the way your head chakras connect to your now forming 12th and 13th chakras. If you visualize the area around your head, you can see an energy triangle forming. Emanating from it are many vibrant, prismatic colors and energy information packets perceived as sudden blips of light. This triangle connects the 12th, universal female, 13th, universal male, and 11th, crown, chakras. Yet another line travels from the 11th crown to the 8th, well of dreams, to the 9th, pituitary, to the 10th, pineal, and finally returns back up to the 11th crown chakra. Dear hearts, visualize two flat circular shapes that connect through the 11th crown chakra to create a special rotating scalar wave transducer. Scalar waves are interdimensional waveforms. The rotating, triangular head antenna allows a person to radiate his life and information energy to others. Through this same device, the individual receives the energies of others. Both upper and lower brain centers are thereby able to intercommunicate in ways that are beyond your present capabilities. In effect, Earth humans will have a first, or outer sight, and a complete second, or inner sight. Psychic abilities such as telepathy, telekinesis, clairvoyance, clairaudience, and psychometry will become natural. At this point, we will zoom our camera focus out just a bit. From this macro perspective, we can clearly see how these centers interact. The 11th, crown chakra, brings in light, life and information energy, and channels it to the 8th, well of dreams, and 6th, thymus, chakras. As we have just seen, the 8th and 6th centers, both light-sensitive, interact. Remember that life originates within the divine light of the Creator. Focused in this way, many of the frequencies of divine light produce a love harmonic. The energy this focus produces causes the 8th and the 6th centers to resonate with the 5th heart center. As the 8th, 6th, and 5th centers resonate with each other, they radiate energy that allow the 7th, throat, center to receive the incoming prana, life energies. These harmonies, songs of light, move down to the prana or 4th, diaphragm, center, distributing the prana energy and invigorating and cleansing all the cells of the body. Let us now zoom in closer with our ship's camera to allow you to observe your expanded, fully integrated chakra system in operation. Notice that each center is vibrantly multicolored with no shade predominating. Depending on its health and function, each center's colors encompass almost a full spectrum. Light energies emanating from each center appear as constant fire flashes from a very bright light. They are continually exchanging energies and information. This process creates a natural and self-regulating feedback or information loop, which makes the many energy systems of your body appear to spin and pulse simultaneously like a lighted toy top. As the chakras of your body's system glimmer, their light resonates a glorious musical harmony. They create an effect similar to a computer-linked synthesizer, which can convert a sequence of colors into a musical composition. Heard more closely, the sounds of your body resemble a mixed choir performing an exquisite classical oratorio. At times, your body echoes a magnificent, angelic chorus. Although these frequencies are currently too high for your ears to perceive, this is the way in which your body sings its intentions and constant praises to its angelic guardian councils, body councils, and fellow light beings. Using our ship's camera, dear hearts, let us now zoom in yet again on this multicolored, shimmering body. First, observe the solar plexus, the area of your belly button and abdomen, which connects you with your silver cord. This cord brings in the universal creator energy from your divine source, the realm of the creator, to your physical instrument. In a very special manner, it then distributes this energy throughout your physical body. The key to this process involves the relationship between the third solar plexus and sixth thymus chakras. Observe a special loop, or bow of silvery white energy, passing between them. Special life energy enters the back of the shoulders at about the level of the upper chest. The sixth chakra is the body's special energy receiving center. The thymus, a center of high wellness and immunity, absorbs the energy, and finally the life energy intermingles with the energy of creation, the universal creator energies. The energy of universal creation flows in through the silver cord and the third chakra. Notice how this pulsating bow of silvery white and other intertwined colors rains down in a shower of sparkles on your diaphragm. This happens because your fourth diaphragm center, your prana center, transmutes the energies into a more usable form and then distributes them to every cell in your body. The diaphragm center also utilizes the energies to transform many negative or limiting thought forms. Dear hearts, as we adjust our camera again, you can, without doubt, distinguish what is occurring with your body's energy systems. Information energy descends from the 11th to the 3rd chakras, while life energy ascends from the 1st to the 3rd. At the 3rd chakra, the two energies meet and interconnect, then move back up to the 11th chakra, completing the circuit. Thus, they link the energies of the lower chakras to those of the higher chakras. Look closely at this massive exchange of multicolored and highly vibrant energies. What an incredible kaleidoscope of colors, flashes, and melodies comprise the new you. However, your view of yourself is not yet complete. Myriad wonders remain for you to see. As we re-examine the light show going on in your heads, we observe that these amazing energies move first through the 12th and 13th chakras, the universal female and the universal male, respectively. In this way, the body maintains its femaleness, left side, and its maleness, right side. The body's nervous, circulation, and consciousness systems all mirror the dual female-male energies. If we examine this entity holistically, we can discover how incredible it really is. As we have duly observed, the new, fully conscious human being is able to rejuvenate, is tapped into the interdimensional world, and can see spiritual energies. This being is one with what you call the realm of the dead, the spirit world, and is capable of producing powerful thought forms. Such a being seeks love and desires to discover, ascertain what reality is made of, and how to plumb the depths of its soul's purpose. This being is curious about its past and future lives, and reaches out for any information that can assist it in its search. In short, this desire creates among all existing physical beings the basis for a new collective contract, leading to the construction of an entirely new reality. In this new reality, an expanded consciousness field is formed. It is the means for your planetary society to understand itself more profoundly than is presently possible. Streaming in and around you is the consciousness of others, their thought form, wishes and prayers, their upsets, anxieties, and more. The first prerequisite is to teach you how to regulate these new energies and show you how to be in oneness and harmony with this new consciousness. You need to be taught the etiquette of mutual interaction. Then, you can finally begin to understand the processes that surround you so that you will be able to mutate into a true planetary guardian or physical angel. Once you learn to mentally adapt to your new consciousness, it becomes necessary for you to understand how to control and use thought form, how to communicate properly with those who have passed on, and how to use the knowledge of spirit to aid yourself and others. Counselors from the Galactic Federation of light can teach this to you. As the educational process continues, Mother Earth knows how to discover the ways in which her humans forever manifest their reality. That process leads your reality into ever interlocked and unified fields of consciousness. Dear hearts, each of you is a human light point, interacting with all others to produce a global web of focused consciousness. This is a very special communication web capable of making almost anything in this world possible. To reiterate, you are a guardian or physical angel. Bear in mind that you are a corporal, and more than that, a spiritual being. Therefore, it is imperative that you need to be prepared for the great change that is about to occur. Realize that, as a result of your growth in consciousness, a new reality is about to dawn for all humans on this blessed orb. Let us review a few of the exciting things we have discovered during our 2 mini tours. Some of your transformations are due to the expansion of your consciousness. You possess a light body, thought forms, and the ability to overcome age to rejuvenate. You have the ability to communicate telepathically with others, with plants and animals, and with the Gaia, Earth, force itself. Also, you are able to communicate with those who have died, and with those who might, today, be called angels or nature devas. You may ask why your local spiritual hierarchy is suddenly integrating your physical and spiritual bodies. For what reason are they at this moment instituting 4 new chakras and creating a 12-strand RNA DNA? Simply put, the reason for all of this is that Mother Earth has decided to change herself most profoundly. The spiritual hierarchies, all the way up to the Creator, have given her full permission to transform and transmute into her pristine and fully conscious self. Imagine being in a room in which the walls, the floors, and even the ceilings suddenly became electrified. It would be very difficult for you to continue to exist in that room unless you changed as well. That is why you need to become a fully conscious being. What does being fully conscious mean? It means 3 things. 1. You become multidimensional in your conscious thinking, in your reality, and in your capabilities. 2. Your physical body amalgamates with all other aspects of your new reality. And 3. You change your energy systems entirely. In this way, your physical systems actually integrate your multidimensionality, as well as your physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual bodies. Let us now permit some questions, the answers to which can help you better understand these momentous changes which are creating the new you. Questions and answers. Q. How will people already in adult bodies be affected by these changes? A. Right now, the spiritual hierarchy is involved in the process of preparing everyone for this change. For example, many people are already beginning to feel a separation occurring in the heart chakra. The upper heart is becoming the thymus center, while the lower heart is becoming a true heart center more focused on love energies. This is the reason that more and more people are beginning to feel some very deep emotions, as the heart is the emotion center of the body. The diaphragm center is also being set into place right now. Q. How is this process affecting our brains and memory patterns? A. To prepare you for the new, rotating energy patterns that the fully conscious brain can pick up. Preliminary shifts of circuitry are occurring in the brain. People are experiencing tremendous changes in their memory patterns, short-term memory loss, the sudden reappearance of long-forgotten memories, and/or unusually vivid dreams. Most of you are undergoing a process of memory recovery. As a result of both short-term memory loss and memory recovery, your brains are being prepared to become fully conscious. More and more, scientists are discovering the brain's holographic capabilities. Q. What will the complete prototype of the emerging holographic brain and head look like? And when will we see the changes? A. Modifications usually take about 1 generation to manifest. There is little difference in appearance between the person who is born that way and the person who is now being altered. The results are the same. Once you attain full consciousness, the reproductive phases of your existence will utilize your new 12-strand genes. As a result, Like most people born in fully conscious human civilizations, the babies do look a little different from you. They tend to be a bit taller, with larger heads and lovely big eyes. Also, their ears are slightly bigger and placed higher up on the head. Q. I have one other question about body changes. You talk about the thymus gland revivifying over the course of a couple of generations. What happens to the thymuses of those who are currently adults? A. They will become a lot larger. Currently, the slowdown and deterioration of the thymus is a major cause of the aging process in the conscious body. When your thymus function is reestablished, you will hardly age at all. Your thymus deteriorated because of the increase in background radiation caused when the two firmaments collapsed. Once you return to your fully conscious body, the thymus' true function can be completely restored. Your thymus can actually enlarge to almost 1/3 the size of the heart. Once this happens, you have an organ in your body that maintains and anchors your entire immune system. This also permits you to actually control the aging process, because you can use the restored thymus to rejuvenate yourselves. Q. What is a scalar wave? And what is the significance of the new head chakras forming a scalar wave antenna? A. A scalar wave is the result of interdimensional electromagnetic wave propagation and operates in multidimensional space-time. A scalar wave tends to propagate as a transverse wave or a standing wave. Hence, it is a very unique wave pattern and requires a very special type of antenna to pick it up. When your consciousness shifts, you are able to pick up these fields through your own frequency shifts and the interdimensional capabilities around your auric field. Next, you need to process these novel types of interdimensional information. Once the limited conscious genetic plug is pulled, certain RNA, DNA structures can then take in this information and allow your brain cells to directly process it from interdimensional sources. You are able to process data on your own spiritual and mind energy levels as well as on cellular or body levels. This new capability allows you to interact immediately, directly and interdimensionally with what is going on in your reality. Q. Is this part of becoming reconnected to the larger reality? A. Yes. That is exactly true. You are becoming able to experience the full reality, the true. Now that all of the great mystics have been speaking about the true now, which is of the interdimensional galaxy and of the universe, will be your now. Q. How does RNA DNA mediate this process? A. Alterations and advanced concepts of genetics, the kinds of things discussed by many well-known people in alternative medicine, have been discovered. Drug companies doing genetic research and major universities allied with them, as well as the National Institutes of Health, are bringing similar processes to light all the time. This situation means simply that you are in a process of tremendous change. Consequently, you need to understand that your cellular structures affect the body and the mind, just as the mind's thought forms affect the cellular structure of the body. Q. Currently, on the physical level, we are being prepared to receive these momentous changes. Although we already contain the RNA, DNA, it is now latent, or in much less than full operation. It is being recreated so we can function on all four burners instead of on just one or two. As these changes occur, will we be able to come online with grace and ease? A. Yes. This is why the therapeutic work of various well-known practitioners of Vedic, traditional, from India, medicine is so important. They are instructing their Western readers about the true healing value of this ancient medicine's approach to the connectivity of all forms of life. Their information dovetails nicely with the flood of biological statistics now pouring in from public and private bodies such as the World Health Organization. These statistics show that the very air that we breathe, our RNA, DNA, protein strings, and even the materials that make up our cells are all constantly being exchanged among all earthly life forms. By combining these two important fields of knowledge, medical statistics and Vedic medicine. An explanation of the ways in which consciousness on this planet exists in mutual relationship to physical beingness is provided. Life here is totally interrelated. For all practical purposes, you are unequivocally one interconnected, living organism. Eventually, you will start to realize that there is a physical basis for consciousness, and you will understand fully that you are ever so much more than just a physical body. Q. How does this idea relate to what is now occurring in our physical bodies? A. The physical body has its own way of doing things. For example, many of your scientists have discovered that the cellular wall and the cell's nucleus are of equal importance in determining the dynamics of the cell. The nucleus and the cell wall are now considered almost as one. Your researchers are discovering that cellular dynamics have more far-reaching effects than traditional biology has led most people to believe. There has been a tremendous explosion in the understanding of the nature of what life is really all about. Your researchers are now conducting experiments demonstrating that life is a form of interdimensional light. You are beginning to learn the ways in which this light influences cellular structure to a greater degree than anyone ever thought possible. Q. Is this knowledge leading to a new biology? A. Yes, presently. You are beginning to see how physical cellular structure is created and how light and magnetism create, maintain, and alter the actual metabolism and life history of the cell. From around the planet, you are acquiring actual documentation illustrating how genetics are being altered. You are also seeing how genetics affect consciousness and how consciousness affects genetics. You are developing a form of quantum biology. Q. You have stated that our physical body is actually pure thought. Will you please explain? A. Of course. The physical body is well over 90% pure space. The rest is resonating light patterned by your thought forms. These individual and collective, mental and emotional constructs create your 3D reality right down to the minutest details. Parts of these thought forms are hereditary, passed down from your very first ancestors to you. The rest are from your childhood and adult life. These constructs have combined to create the physical body you now have. Q. Can I change my form and the color, length, and thickness of my hair? A. The answer to this particular question is yes. When you are fully conscious, you are in complete control of your physical body. What you can do then is something that may appear to you now as magic. However, in your new reality, it is no more than the realization of your true desires. Bear in mind that what you think is what you are. Q. What about the people who just sit back and watch the evening news or some sitcom or whatever? Are they getting the necessary information? A. Yes. A lot of them are getting it. The popularity of many authors and cinematographers is a result of their success in explaining the position of Vedic and complementary medicine in these matters. There is a lot going on out there. In effect, you have attained a threshold of consciousness. Once you reach a certain level, you begin to search. That is why books in these areas are suddenly on the bestseller list. Like a person with a voracious appetite or a deep thirst, as your process evolves, you investigate these fields more and more. Q. Is it like Close Encounters of the Third Kind where people were impelled to go to the tower, haunted by an image that they were at a loss to explain? They just knew that they had to search until they found out what it was they were looking for. A. Exactly. Q. And it is an inner excitement that is stirring people up. Do we know what we are looking for? Or is there only a deep yearning inside? A. You feel a powerful inner drive which is a crucial part of this process of change. As your intuition grows, you begin to recognize feelings that come from within. This is the resourceful energy of the heart. It is what this new reality you are currently creating is all about. A fully conscious civilization is based completely on love, heart energy. It is founded on care and thoughtfulness for oneself as well as for all others, resulting in an exquisite balance naturally experienced by all. Concurrently, a genetic shift is also changing your consciousness. It is the reason for an increased interest in angels and people, becoming more psychic and mystical. Across this planet, there exists a burgeoning, messianic-like fervor. The first stage is expressed by religious revival activity, and you will move beyond it. The tremendous growth in your awareness of spirit, which you are experiencing, is happening in each and every culture around the planet. This feature, the return to your original, spiritual roots, is part of the program. People are seeing its importance right now. Indigenous peoples are also spreading their knowledge. Spirit guides have directed shamans and sacred members of tribal nations to disseminate this vital knowledge now. Q. Regardless of whoever people thought they were, they are now waking up to who they are. Can our space kin take us by the hand and guide us toward our full heritage? A. Yes. Very soon, your space kin will appear and confirm this information. Then, together, we will bring to fruition the civilization you were always meant to create that, in fact, you have already begun. We, in the Galactic Federation of Light, are very proud of your accomplishments. Soon, you will stand beside us as equals. You will have completed your miraculous transformation into fully conscious beings, living in a galactic society. In this regard, the next part of our starship's journey will permit us to take a close look at what galactic society truly embodies. I am your tour guide, Sandara. Previously, we have seen your physical and spiritual transformations. Let us now look at your coming societal changes. To enable us to do this, our starship crews will be entering a new phase. You are about to experience the wonders of our hyperdimensional drive. We ask that you please remain seated and look at the forward video screen. Ahead of us, my friends, is a wormhole that our ship's drive is now forming. Our navigation system has calculated its exact location and a precise exit point. You will soon see a vast stream of luminescent colors hurtling toward us, and in roughly 7 minutes, we will enter the Sirius star system. Sirius is a multi-star system composed of 9 stars of different classification. In order to study how your planetary society can evolve into a galactic one, we are heading for the B-star system. Now, please prepare for wormhole entry. We are about to begin another chapter in our journey. Your global society's next evolutionary step is to become a galactic society. When this new reality happens, your civilization can emulate a societal model first established by fully conscious humans in the constellation of Lyra some 6 million years ago. The foundation of galactic society is love. Complete love is based on a profound inner compassion for your soul's growth and a sincere outer compassion for each other. To these are added sacred societal laws given by the spiritual hierarchy. These laws aid galactic human society by creating a divinely inspired social structure. Let us now explore the society of Sirius and learn how this galactic human society actually operates. As we enter the Sirius system, dear hearts, notice that we have just traveled past a very large blue star. This is Sirius A. Its 8 large planets are under the divine jurisdiction of a most loving species of fully sentient lianoids. They request simply that they be left to their divine task of holding the energy for what is this galaxy's primary spiritual stargate. Through this stargate pass all the great spiritual beings who wish to enter and assist in the sacred development of this galaxy. Our current destination is the B star. We are now passing through a beautiful light blue dust cloud. Ahead is our destination, the planetary system of a much smaller bluish-white star with 6 planets. Our journey's end is the 4th planet from this star. The Syrians call this solar system Akonowai, or the place of the Great Blue Lodge. As we begin our orbit of the 4th planet, we welcome aboard Washta and his entourage of 10 fellow Syrians. They have joined us to give you an overview of Syrian society and its complex culture. Let me turn you over to them. Selamat ya, fellow explorers. My name is Washta. Together, My colleagues and I will be your tour guides. We are happy to assist you in your tour of our beautiful and sacred realm. We Syrians first came to this sacred land some 4.3 million of your solar years ago. We arrived here under the divine guidance of the galactic spiritual hierarchy, with the permission of the Lionoid people who inhabit the Sirius A solar system. You are about to explore a society that is known to myriad sentient species in this galaxy as one of the prime examples of a galactic human society. Let us now teleport down and begin this trek through Sakara, or the soul of female creativity, our unique and very beautiful land. You are presently near a small bay at the edge of our great central sea. This one large ocean makes up about 18% of our planet's surface area. The rest is a huge, interlocked continent. As you have noticed, we Syrians enjoy a semi-tropical climate. Our atmospheric oxygen content is 36% and may make you feel somewhat lightheaded. The Syrian sky is naturally purplish. In it, high above us, hang two moons, each one slightly bigger than your own. Off to your right is our major mountain range, which we call the Shadota, or the many fingers of heaven. Dear hearts, most of our population lives underground in specially formed holographic chambers that are larger than most of your Earth's metropolitan areas. These enclaves are many miles high, several miles in diameter, and faithfully reproduce our mother world's surface conditions and day and night cycles. There is no difference between them and any city we can construct upon our beloved planet's surface. Using our advanced technology, inhabitants personally create their own houses and entire neighborhoods. The innumerable entertainment possibilities this subterrestrial world offers liken it to paradise. A few major temple and other ritual sites remain as surface signs of our existence. Before we teleport you down to one of our large urban complexes, let's review some significant aspects of a galactic society. Galactic human societies are founded on the twin precepts of realized full potential, achievement of one's life purpose, and observance of divine societal laws. Based upon love, they are the laws of the 1, 2, 3, and 4, see Figure 10. Each is part of the foundation on which any galactic society is predicated. Complete love is seen as the ability to thoroughly understand another soul force, and from that knowledge, to better understand oneself. It is also recognized that the intimate light of life shines in all of us in its own special way. The service of friends and podlet, the more immediate kin circles help this light enter each person in its fullest and most complete brilliance. The law of the one governs the prime importance to society of a well-balanced and fully centered, sovereign individual. The wholly realized individual's path is to achieve his possibility, life purpose, utterly and, in the process, to fully support others. Civilization's foundation rests on a belief that the individual's growth in consciousness can develop only by completely exploring the higher soul. The four basic societal laws. Figure 10. The four basic societal laws. Purpose, and concurrently, by giving service to others. It is based in personal sovereignty and founded on complete liberty and a high sense of self-worth. The individual is free to question and to investigate those things that lead to the fulfillment of his life purpose. In the process of this discovery, inspiration to offer one's divine service to others flows freely from within the self. In attaining their full potential, individuals know that a unique someone can assist them in achieving their complete union with spirit, higher wisdom, and inner growth. This special other is their closeness, or a full embodiment for them of the societal law of the two. One's closeness has the ability to comprehensively understand one's personal soul force. Possessing that profound knowledge, individuals can then enjoy an extensive awareness of themselves and their special other. Theirs is an interconnected process as well as a deep relationship. It is based on their mutual, integral desire to explore the divine link between two beings, by means of which they are enabled to clarify the meaning of their divine service to others. The law of the three is based upon the concept of divine service and support to others. Service of or to friends and podlet, kin, helps bring light, divine love, into its fullest and most complete radiance. Galactic human society is an expression of the intense interconnection between the individual and his fellows. Each soul is a truly divine light that reflects an important aspect of the entire society. Galactic society exists to support the individual in this sacred quest and to obtain his support in return. The complex dynamics of this particular process are embedded in the law of the three. The law of the four embodies a union of like-hearted star nations. As such, the Galactic Federation represents a direct outcome of the last of the four societal laws. Since galactic human society is closely entwined, the four divine societal laws symbolize the entire planetary society's gradual, interlinked development and permitted to serve other star nations. Long ago, the ancestors of present-day galactic humanity learned the joy of extending their service and support in the light to other sentient star nations of the Milky Way galaxy. In this manner, they are assisted in aligning, in their own unique way, with the nature of Spirit's purpose. Out of this growing unity has emerged the Galactic Federation of Light. This magnificent organization of fully conscious beings has long been the symbol for light in this galaxy. It is a shining example of the embodiment of these sacred societal laws. Your society stands at a crossroads in consciousness, and we wish to describe to you a model for its future. Every galactic human society feels a great need to assist and support any other society that has reached the point yours has. You have the right to develop your own model. Our purpose is merely to assist you to move forward in those areas that may cause you to stumble. During this tour, watch what we do and see how it can apply to your next evolutionary step in creating a healthy and solution-focused society. Let us begin to exhibit our society's organization by allowing you to view its micro-levels. Galactic human society is usually broken down into what can be termed very small clans or podlets. We call these very small clans Bhada, or the essence that reflects each other. Podlets, see figure 11, consist of up to 64 individuals and are customarily built around a specific life purpose. Healers, spiritual warriors, engineers, scientists, and/or priestess-priest classification. Podlet elders provide education, and the podlet's many adult members supplement their teaching. Knowledge and wisdom are honored, as are those adults who have learned much during their lifetimes. Parents freely share their nurturing responsibilities with the podlets. Other adults and a child can have many so-called aunts and uncles. The goal of child rearing is to foster high self-esteem, personal sovereignty, and mutually shared love and joy in all individuals. Although education and knowledge are vitally important to the podlet, the child's spiritual development is even more important. The gifts and abilities that God has given for this particular lifetime come forth only as the miraculous energy of spirit is fully acknowledged. Consequently, every child's early education is filled with reverence for the awe and wonder of spirit. To a galactic human, spirit is everything. This marvelous life energy directs you toward the realization of your life's purpose during this physical lifespan. It is also the source of your connection to the Creator's cosmic energies, which make all realities possible. Spirit is the starting point for all inner inspirations and ideals that guide your daily experiences within physical life. We Syrians are very proud of our spiritual heritage and the galactic spiritual hierarchy's acknowledgement of it. Over the past few million years, we have become spiritual teachers and guides for much of this galaxy. As a part of this process, we have become home to the Great Blue Lodge that includes the Divine Council of the Nine, carrying their profound messages to every part of this galaxy. We are no more than humble way showers for spirit. The way of spirit touches each and every one in its own unique and wonderful way. There is no greater joy than to watch each new flower in this galaxy blossom. The characteristics of a podlet. There are up to 64 people to a podlet. A podlet is a group of elders counselors, members, and children. The podlet leaders are appointed by podlet members. 2000 Miriam de Vera. Figure 11. The characteristics of a podlet, adding its beauty to the grand bouquet. The process of way showing leads us now to a description of our counselors. A vital aspect of galactic society is its use of a very comprehensive counseling system. It is genuinely felt that the human ancestors of this galactic federation's vast array of star societies desired to create a social system that fully nourished the individual. To accomplish this goal, a system of counselors is built into each society. Counselors are divided into 4 major types. Each is thoroughly trained for almost 20 years at a special academy and then field trained for an additional 75 years. Counselors are a highly skilled and universally respected part of galactic society. In many ways, they are the element that binds this society firmly together and keeps it solidly on track. The first type is the parental child counselor. These special individuals help during pregnancy and assist podlet elders in the raising of every child. Their major task is to guide the child in fully comprehending her, his abilities, and discovering his life purposes. The second category is the closeness or relationship counselor. They are experts in helping resolve any possible difficulties that may arise before or during the course of a primary relationship. Third is the pod counselor, who assists elders and adults in carrying out clearly and efficiently the various stated purposes of the podlet. Last is the liaison counselor. These marvelous beings assist each podlet in working successfully and in complete harmony with the others. Each podlet has a governing council that functions according to the principles of fluid group dynamics. This system is based upon the fact that each sovereign individual possesses a unique set of gifts, the use of which permits the podlet to complete an assigned task smoothly and easily. The podlet appoints a certain individual to be in charge of a particular task. The rest of the podlet wholly supports him. When different gifts are required, another suitably talented individual steps forward to manage and complete the additional task. An organic rhythm develops in the podlet that expresses the fluidity, easy interaction of the group. It also demonstrates each member's complete commitment to spirit and support of all others' talents and abilities. Competition is a distinctly foreign concept in galactic society. Your planetary society is now evolving toward full potentialization of the group. This accelerating process leads to the development of a new type of extended family composed of like-minded individuals who fully understand their shared purpose and support their members' self-growth. Humans exist in a web of reality that includes necessary levels of complementary interaction. These communications permit the continual development of inner confidence, self-esteem, and self-growth. This web of reality moves incessantly in both an inward and an outward direction. Figure 12. The individual in a galactic society. Our Syrian government is a prime example of the heights to which this development can lead. An additional division of our galactic society is centered on the number of clan councils contained in Syrian society. See Figure 12. Here again, both the principles of fluid group dynamics and the use of liaison count, SIRS are widespread. Governance is perceived as the fulfillment of divine service. Since every member of the society is sovereign, government's purpose is simply to mirror the divine will of the spiritual hierarchy and to assist each clan in successfully completing its most sacred goals. In governing councils, divine service is perceived as a way to honor specific individuals for their many wonderful services to the community. Ultimately, governance is left up to the will of the many realms of spirit as expressed through the divine plan of the Creator. Thus, galactic society carries out the divine plan, and the light of God is brought to its highest intonation in the physical world. Galactic human society is based on an absolute respect for the divine will of the Creator. The society's purpose is to serve the divine plan as perfectly as possible. At all times, it dedicates its service to perfecting and carrying out the sacred plan of heaven. This it accomplishes in a number of ways. First, there is constant interaction between a star system's local spiritual hierarchy and that star system's governing council. Collaboration is founded upon a periodic assessment of how best to implement the divine plan. The entire procedure unfolds in right divine relationship to those specific lessons and acquired wisdoms that the society may need to embody. Moreover, there exists a continuing obligation to check on the specific life purposes of each member of the society. Members operate at a specific frequency that changes according to their inner development and the achievement of their purposes. There is a sincere need to maintain the resonance that keeps the sacred balance between a planet and its human inhabitants. As a planet's population develops and grows spiritually, the resonant frequencies of that galactic society continually shift. Hence, endless sets of moments or eternal nos that change according to the perceived reality constantly take place. This changing balance between society and planet is maintained by positive group ritual. Ritual is one of the many responsibilities that each podlet joyfully shares with every other. It is an important part of daily life that expresses and maintains the vital connections among planet, individual, and spirit. Rituals also assist in communicating a sense of the profound. It is this bond that is mainly responsible for all souls' happiness and growth. Ritual is one of the essential ways in which the podlet educates its many members. Figure 13. The natural resonance in a galactic society. Ritual is performed according to the regional location and the specific purpose of each pod. It is also carried out simultaneously on a global basis. Galactic society is established in such a way that many pods of similar purposes are scattered throughout the planet. Intermingling of pods assures that the planet's resonance can be balanced easily. It also permits each pod to come in contact with as many different purposes as possible. The key is to teach all how to blend their energies and join most efficiently and effectively. So, you may ask, what is it that they do? Positive ritual is lovingly performed at the many primary energetic nodes on a planet's surface. Here are located the great ritual temples of galactic society, always constructed according to the principles of sacred geometry. Temples serve as sites for properly balancing the planet's numerous resonant frequencies. See Figure 13. Balancing ritual consists of prayer, meditation, intention, and song, accompanied by the inspired use of many great crystals, instruments, and drums found at the temples. In solemn procession, members of different pods bring into being the sacred geometry and chant the sacred oaths of their people. They perform this ceremony to create new balance and give sustenance to their Holy Mother, the sacred, living being that is their home. Dear hearts, now that we have returned from one of our subterranean enclaves, you can see how magnificent they truly are. Living in them is not like being in a cave. It is exactly like living on the surface of our very beautiful world. We are, at present, approaching one of our larger ritual temples. This temple is noted for its huge, 250-foot, over 76 meters high columns and its vast, sacred geometry-inspired galleries. It is magnificently adorned in hues of green, brown, blue, and coral pink. Its immense gold roof is engraved with the icons of our sun and this master clan. The combined thoughts of its clan created each part of this temple. One of our planet's 128 major node points is located in its center. As you enter, you will hear the large, specially decorated, 16-foot diameter drums which are attuned to the frequency of this planetary node. Also, you will hear what sounds like a chorus of harps and saxophones amplifying the drums. You will see many dancers at the node point, as well as those in a large circle who seem to be in meditation. The outer ones dressed in coral pink robes fine-tune this energy and send it into the planet's node. This ritual is based on various fundamental truths. Their holy mother planet is maintained, sacred and alive, in her pristine condition. Her biosphere is kept functioning as Mother, Father, God intended. Each species of life on the planet has a distinct and divine purpose, founded on the main resonance patterns of the Sacred Mother. dedicated scientists, and engineers monitor every aspect of her biosphere. The purpose of society's sacred ritual is to preserve our Mother Earth's natural balance. This vital process determines one of the main tenets of a galactic society: to celebrate the sacred nature of all planetary life and the importance of love and compassion. Galactic society sees itself as an agent of the spiritual hierarchy and as a divine servant of God's holy will. Embedded in this perception is the concept that all celestial bodies are sentient life forms. Life is defined as that which contains life, force, and purpose. In the case of celestial bodies, that life purpose is to sustain the physical universe. Humanity exists to aid this sacred task and to learn, in the process, many necessary lessons. Humanity's existence in physicality is tempered by the need to understand the nature of physical reality and to employ it as a means to grow spiritually as well as to serve the Creator. The highest form of the observance of God's will is divine service. Consequently, galactic society is focused on service freely offered as part of the spiritual inner growth that all galactic humans undergo during their many lifetimes. Each lifetime is perceived to contain a divine purpose. After many lifetimes, the accumulation of divine purposes leads to a full understanding of the nature of life and the ways of spirit. This wisdom is applied to your podlet and to the many subpods existing above it. Each aspect of galactic society resolves itself into a primary clan. These points return us to the temple sites and to the very nature of our divine service. Fully conscious beings exist in a realm that includes all of creation. Our energy is then focused on a specific point in physicality in which we are completely present. Each of us communes simultaneously with one another. This shared act spreads our focus and increases our presence. We become one with this point and with each other. The planet is calibrated, and with it, all forms of life in her biosphere. Thus, joint ritual activates all points on the planet. We ask you to participate and to feel the energy. Such sacred energy leads us to a harmony with each other and a harmonic union of our clans. Through the wise use of their liaisons, clans come together and form a planetary government for the entire star nation. This government is different from that on Earth. Here, it is a great honor to serve one's clan, one's divine planet, and, above all, the spiritual hierarchy. Galactic humans' relationship with spirit is extremely deep, for it is spirit that determines their lives and sets the life contracts that contain their primary purposes. To galactic humans, life is a great, undulating flow, a river of spirit, mixed with the many powerful lessons of physicality. Yet, in its midst, the need to experience life fully and to find the reason for and joy in physical life exists. Galactic society is infused with a rich culture filled with many rituals, formal and casual parties, and joyous occasions. Life has been stripped of its outer struggle. Housing, clothing, food, and transportation are freely provided. No monetary exchange is apparent, nor is any recognizable economic system in existence. Life's focus is the pursuit of one's purpose, a quest ruled by the twin concepts of personal sovereignty and great compassion for others. The connection among all is clearly known and respected. High self-esteem is reflected by the grace, ease, and openness with which individuals relate to each other. The concept of free and prolific innovation is the engine that drives society. Individuals have certain gifts that enable them to contribute uniquely to society. From the earliest years of childhood, the creative innovation process is encouraged, and, at the appropriate time, we begin making our lifelong contributions to society. Our offerings take many forms. They include creative problem solving for our extended pod, or the development of new inventions for society's benefit. Donations are rewarded through a special honoring system, either by the podlet or by the subclan. This honoring system permits spirit to recognize those persons who have brought forward an idea or device. It acknowledges the personal sovereignty and self-esteem of the individual. Galactic society encourages both the sovereignty of the individual and his necessary growth in spirit. Sovereignty is a concept that many on your planet have yet to wholly comprehend. It transcends any perceived rights and refers instead to the individual's liberty to grow in spirit according to God's wishes. True individual sovereignty is crucial to the operation of galactic society. Within such societies, the soul's freedom to grow in the great light of the Creator is sacrosanct. Before returning to Mother, Father God's holy side, every sentient being has a specific soul path to complete. This sacred path is encouraged by parents, podlet, and by the many counselors encountered during one's lifetime. As one spirit is enriched, so too does it enrich the spirit of humanity. Each aspect of your being is unique. Yet it is also connected to every aspect of every other being in creation. Your inner growth assists these others and provides a means to elevate galactic society to new heights. This interconnected process is the reason that galactic society is contained within a highly intricate, organic structure. The nature of galactic society is truly organic. It is a living organism with fluid or mutable shape based on the dynamic of flow and tied to society's natural rhythm. This rhythm is determined by the natural resonance of the planet and its many inhabitants. It is fluid because the concept of a definite hierarchy is absent. Everyone in the society contributes effectively to its open dynamic. Yet, this organism is graceful and elegant in its inner growth and in the spread of its vast compassion. It fully nurtures all of the sentient beings in its midst. Let us return to one of our subterranean enclaves and examine how this society operates. Coming into view is a podlet of 32 that is participating in its temple ritual. As you can see, they have begun their procession out of the temple. They live in an urban area called Jaga, or the City of Great Joy. As they emerge, you will notice that each one goes to the central meeting place. A large octagonal room more than 60 feet, over 18 meters across. Here, individuals express their gratitude to and their love for each other. This ceremony of extending gratitude and nurturing is paramount to our society and brings us to an important concept. Nurturing the individual is a pivotal aspect of galactic civilization. From the moment of birth through adulthood, parents, and all other podlet members engender in each person feelings of self-esteem and social worth. The very fact of your existence and the enduring contribution you have made to the podlet simply by entering into physicality is always consistently recognized. Each child is constantly reminded that at the right divine time, he will begin to bring forth creative innovations that can enhance the podlet and the entire galactic society. The feeling of being cared for and heard magnifies everyone's self-esteem and assists the individual in overcoming any potential shyness. 98. URFIRSTCONTACT. Members are taught to contribute to the podlet and to be of assistance when the gifts of others are being manifested. This dynamic encourages a natural and fluid exchange that flows endlessly. According to the very essence of the podlet's many members, an immense dynamic consciousness field continuously surrounds both the podlet and the whole of galactic society. Intention and its manifestation are a primary result of this dynamic. Consequently, an air of creative innovation and inspiration is continually present. Part and parcel of this vast dynamic field is the realization of each person's full potential. Galactic society exists to encourage the complete achievement of one's divine life purpose. In this realization, the individual flowers fully, as does the entire society. It is this remarkable dynamic that keeps galactic society so open to change and to reinventing itself as necessary. Regular interchange among members of the podlet is evident in the varied types of communication that take place. A steady flow of expressed feelings and beliefs occurs at both spoken and telepathic levels. In the community room or in separate households, this web of love, consciousness envelops them. Out of a genuine happiness that flows from one individual to another comes a candid openness encouraged and rewarded by all. Using your multifunctional scanners, step into this situation and view what is happening. Full presence and multidimensionality have set the stage for the scene you are witnessing. Complete empathy is the guiding principle. True emotions and feelings cannot be concealed. Yet, a structure underlies this process. Galactic society's only structure is composed of divine societal laws and the sacred divine plan of the Creator. Each of these foundations encourages its organic field dynamic. Bear in mind that galactic society is a container that operates somewhat like a multifunctional dynamic force field. It contains the encompassing dynamic field, and the entire society has the capability to expand it as necessary. This ever-dynamic consciousness field has one primary purpose: to give the society a direction. In turn, galactic society employs this dynamic consciousness field to establish and maintain the fulcrum upon which its essential works are performed. The consciousness-oriented dynamic field that galactic society has created also serves as a basis for the individual's inspiration and development. Manifesting simultaneously in this dynamic consciousness field is a concurrent past, present, and future. This interactive energy pattern proves decisively that contributions you make to society and to yourself are both ensured and strongly encouraged by all concerned. Accordingly, you are positioned to achieve your full potential and to encourage others to do so willingly. This energy dynamic further enlarges the podlet's consciousness field and permits it to achieve its own unique full potential during all periods of the society's ever-evolving eternal now. This activity directs the field dynamics toward the completion of the divine plan. As noted, all individuals feel completely connected to their fully conscious selves and to the fully conscious essence of their podlet. This amazing exchange of energy flows unceasingly back and forth at the maximum resonance frequency of this complex field dynamic. As the podlet's field grows, it encompasses the planet and the entire star nation. Additionally, it includes numerous energies that emanate from the local spiritual hierarchy and from the Creator. Cosmic energies from the heart of creation envelop this growing consciousness field and transport it into very high levels of ecstasy. Clearly, galactic society functions on many levels that interact naturally with one another. Each one of these levels, individual podlets, pods, clans, and planets' governing councils, is separate yet interdependent. Interdependence can be defined as a free association of sovereign beings who have come together in a particular moment for the purpose of solving any problems. Each being's sole purpose is to interact dynamically with all others, using their combined creative manifesting talents and their collective actions to achieve a desired outcome. That outcome can then be presented to the society and used as a model for further action. This multi-layered network of fully potentialized beings is based on the above principle of interdependence. As situations warrant, these groups expand and contract constantly in size. Hence, the boundary between each level is purely organic and extremely fuzzy. The number of fully sentient beings involved varies only with the nature of the particular problem to be solved. Those problems that directly affect the entire society involve all members, while smaller problems can involve only the members of a specific pod or podlet. Innovative problem solving is achieved through ongoing use of this organic field dynamic. Problems are seen as opportunities to better understand self and society. Each problem permits those directly involved to achieve a measure of inner growth. Inner growth, in turn, allows the podlet to more profoundly comprehend its reality and to add new perceptions to its inner truths. This organic approach to reality permits the podlet and its members to grow in many directions at the same time. The same series of principles applies to galactic society. For instance, our governing council is different from any organization you currently may conceive of. It is intrinsically embedded in our society and grows in wisdom with it. Like a hologram, each part of the whole, the many levels of our galactic society, contains the immense diversity of the whole within itself. This dynamic permits discernible, conscious interaction, and the continuity of organic development. To explain this process, let us travel to the main council chambers of the Syrian star nation. Here, you can see that each person not only represents a clan but is also a being who wishes to use his abilities to solve potential problems harmoniously. In addition, you can watch the liaison counselors in action. They bridge each group and help to maintain overall flow. The result is a consciousness field that solves potential problems and guides the societal field ever outward. If you will utilize your multifunctional scanners, you can more easily pick up these nuances and sense how this system creates its own history. Galactic society is energetically involved in creating a field of memories or stories that are utilized for problem solving. All problems have an inherent solution that involve expansion of the perception of both group and or individual soul. The solution is a wisdom that aids your inner growth. It is a divine object provided to assist you in understanding those particular perceptions that your full self and the spiritual hierarchy create together for the purpose of your soul's growth. An old Syrian proverb on this matter states, "A problem has a purpose. To discover this purpose, one has only to understand the solution." Full consciousness permits a society to function in the light of the angels. It also allows galactic society to see itself as it was, is, and will be. The artificial divisions of past, present, and future converge and are replaced by consciousness modeling. This level of excellence stretches advancement to the maximum and permits every individual to interact with all others at the highest possible levels. Accordingly, galactic society is embedded in a continuous inner communication, a natural, telepathic network. This system acts as a source for information that aids and enhances your soul's inner growth. It also creates a natural resource for any type of information you could possibly require. The network's overall purpose is to act as a catalyst for fresh, new ideas. All individuals are born into a living sea of consciousness that helps them feel that they are not alone. All fully sentient beings lovingly support each other. They share a fondness for life's various inner passions and easily offer compassion to each other. Innovation flows from this highly sensitive sea in enormous waves of light. Every member of the society seeks to fully utilize this marvelous medium for co-creation. Podlets add to the mixture by honoring innovation and sharing these new ideas with the other podlets and pods in their clan. In all cases, the particular being chosen by the spiritual hierarchy as the vehicle for a new idea is duly honored. According to an ancient proverb, it is believed that everything happens for a desired, divine purpose. Life is a series of great joys that assists you in completely understanding your reality. When you intend the best for yourself and all others, only the most positive events can possibly occur in your reality. Fully conscious beings are individuals who have an understanding of their past, present, and future. They create and manifest in a time frame that encourages their success. Each person is tied to a particular life stream or lineage of heaven and becomes incarnate, fully prepared to express the nature of this life stream during the course of his lifetime. You create with full knowledge of the future and of the ultimate consequences of your innovation. At the same time, you are always endowed with the knowledge of your natural telepathic network to draw on wherever you evaluate potential new ideas. Using your multidimensional scanners, please tune into your full self. Feel how it connects with you in so many varied and quite magnificent ways. Sense the absolute psychic, mental, and emotional rush that this connection suddenly gives you. Experience your deep joy and know how much you are connected to each other. This exercise demonstrates how full consciousness feels and can be realized. A fully conscious being lives in a reality quite unlike yours. Yet, that being is you, the being who enjoys his fully realized potential. It is the being you are in the process of becoming. The society you are now observing is the type of environment you shall choose for yourselves. Its reality is part of the implicate order you are creating for yourselves every day. Such a society is in a continuous state of creative flux. galactic society is constantly reinventing itself. The many natural networks within it act as fulcrums for communicating wisdom, knowledge, and universal, integral principles. These processes assist the evaluation of ideas and help to spread them throughout society at the speed of thought. Hence, change occurs organically. In a galactic society, tradition is merely a basis for the positive, global ritual of change. Galactic society is always adjusting to minute changes in its various consciousness fields. Each consciousness field continually mirrors the inner growth of its many members and any alterations in their perception. For this reason, every individual is viewed as a very important microcosm of the entire society. Let us now look more closely at this important microcosm, the individual. You will see that each is a special being. Due to the telepathic networks and the fields of merged time, past, present, future, that surround them, each is a true representative of the whole, a hologram, if you will. Yet, at the same time, each personifies a unique and fully conscious, sentient being. Such multi-level ability gives these individuals an absolute sense of self. At the same time, it gives them total comprehension of every aspect of society. This ability is also woven into daily interaction with the spiritual hierarchy. Further, each being is fully conversant with the life essence of his planet. This marvelous being exists in love and has worked itself through what you call ego. Inner growth is interdependent, and your physical existence is viewed as part of a great sacred vortex, the divine blossoming of physical creation. Each type of fully sentient life form is designed both to live upon and to maintain the planet it inhabits. One of our main techniques is group ritual. As a galactic society builds its highly dynamic consciousness field, it also constructs, through ritual, a means to energize the planet. A symbiotic relationship rapidly develops between our society and the planetary biosphere. As the consciousness field grows, it enlivens and enriches every aspect of the living planet. This necessary interaction allows galactic society to fulfill its part in the revelation of the divine plan. A fully conscious being acts as a responsible and compassionate physical angel, bringing in the life, love, energies required to maintain its world. Fully conscious beings assist the spiritual hierarchy in carrying out the divine plan in their sector of the galaxy. This interaction engages the local spiritual hierarchy for their star nation and also embraces the galactic spiritual hierarchy. Their purpose is to aid the physical progression of the divine plan in both their star nation and their galaxy. This procedure eventually leads them into interstellar space, to a first contact, and then to union with other like-hearted galactic societies. Thus, a societal consciousness field is extended to the galaxy as a whole, and, through it, a much larger one is established. Such galactic organizations function under sacred societal laws similar to ones previously given to all galactic societies. These laws guide the growth and development of star nations. A subsequent set of societal laws guides this galactic union and acts as the foundation for future first contacts with other developing star nations. Free will, possessed by each individual and every galactic society in the development of the exquisitely complex divine plan, is this pattern of choice. The Creator has provided a special labyrinth through which the individual and his respective society can grow and, at the same time, can help to reveal the Creator's most marvelous design. Mother, Father, God has conceived a pattern, producing special situations that continuously generate a unique overall field dynamic. These situations arise to test and prove the validity of each segment of creation's freely chosen development. The beauty of this creation labyrinth is that, by following it, you can eventually achieve oneness with all others. The intent of physical creation is to develop the maximum possible alternatives to its progression. These different processes are to be put together miraculously during the consciousness growth procedures that creation's specially constructed labyrinth has provided. While quite complex, this process is designed to produce eventual union among all involved physical sentient beings. Consequently, Physical creation becomes an environment both for moving physical beings through various stages of consciousness and for the formation of their very dynamic fields. The crux of this entire procedure is the creation labyrinth itself. It has been established to produce a vast range of effects at different moments for all the diverse aspects of physical creation. These varying sentient aspects can therefore learn from each other about the awesome nature of creation. Creation proceeds in a unique way that stems from this interaction. Usually, this wisdom is then passed throughout the dynamic field created by the society. Galactic society is primarily a vehicle for fully conscious beings to discover the innumerable ways in which the dynamic process flows. Ultimately, the creation labyrinth is the tool utilized to pass this wisdom on to the next generation of individuals. The wisdom of full consciousness lies in the fact that its design is fluid. That is, a fully conscious being wholeheartedly accepts the fact that he both acts and is acted upon by creation. This dual process produces a special relationship involving a fully sentient being, its physical environment, and the vast realms of spirit. It also brings forth a special conscious dynamic that exists both for growth and to process the development of this wonderful form of sentiency. You are about to experience a most marvelous adventure in consciousness that will lead you eventually to a meeting with all of physical creation. Dear hearts, we are now returning to our spaceship. As you return to your seats, please go within and feel the absolute wonder of this adventure that is consciousness. It is an amazing path that transports you to the micro world of the physical body and its changes, and subsequently reveals to you the macro world of our galaxy and all of creation. This present aspect of our journey is a case in point. You have discovered now how fully conscious societies co-create in this galaxy. After a few questions which Washta has graciously agreed to answer, let us begin another leg of our journey into spirit and find out how it fits into your grand adventure. Questions and answers. Q. Can you describe what a fully conscious reality is like? A. Reality such as this is truly multidimensional in form. You need to accept that fully conscious individuals exist on two levels simultaneously, the personal and the group. In effect, such beings are a true hologram of the whole, as well as a full representation of themselves. Their degree of presence is truly astounding. Moreover, they are filled with grace, compassion, and a natural understanding of others. They call upon the wisdom of their ancestors and their own past lives, are in contact with the spiritual hierarchy, and are true physical angels. Their reality is one that most Earth humans may have difficulty actually grasping. Q. What inspired the spiritual hierarchy to create galactic society in the first place? A. The spiritual hierarchy created galactic society as a vehicle for the inner growth and development of fully conscious humanity. It was also formed as the means for God's physical angels to carry out their sacred tasks in aiding the full blossoming of physical creation. The foundation of this holy structure is the societal laws. Each law functions as a basis for one of the four aspects of galactic society. Those four aspects are inner growth of the individual, finding of true love with another, use of this compassion to assist others in the immediate group, and lastly, mastery of universal harmony and its application to society. Q. What is personal sovereignty? A. Personal sovereignty is the right of the individual to freely follow his purpose in life and extends to the complete respect of others in how he undertakes his life's work. It implies that you are able to use your God-given gifts to express this purpose and/or search to others. It also means that your beliefs are totally respected by society. In other words, you are seen to be a person of worth with the capability to manifest those situations needed to complete your deepest desires. Q. How does the process of innovation work in a galactic society? A. Innovation is seen as the lubricant that turns the wheels of society. Every moment and every interaction of any individual's life is interwoven with the application of creativity. Rather than an event being viewed as a problem, it is seen simply as a matter that has yet to be creatively addressed. The concept of failure, or less than, is absent from such a society. At all times, you are encouraged to contribute your special talents to any detail that has yet to be addressed. This environment fosters creativity and encourages innovation. It also makes possible the great self-esteem, grace, and gratitude that permeates it. In this mini tour, there is a discussion about the creation of a consciousness field dynamic. How exactly does that work? A. When fully conscious beings conduct group ritual and focus their conscious life energy, a specific consciousness field is produced. This consciousness field is influenced by the daily changes in its resonant frequency caused by the inner growth of each individual in society. Day by day, continual group ritual, and the changes being created by society as a whole intensify this field and alter its resonance ever upward, creating a fluid dynamic. The consciousness field dynamic is also immediately attached to emerged past, present, and future. All of these variables come together and cause the field to produce a notable side effect. An organic being whose every thought and intention mirrors those of the entire society. This organic whole is simultaneously reproduced in every individual in the group. Thus, it functions on two levels: the individual and the collective. Personal and group mind are linked together, always cross-pollinating each other. They establish a dynamic field resonance with a large number of possibilities, each directed toward inner growth and creative ideas. Acting as a guide in this process are the angelic realms, who ensure that the conscious dynamic field closely follows the intentions of the divine plan. How are the various branches of galactic society organized? A. Galactic society is organized on three major levels: plethora of podlets, numerous pods, and clans. Clans are established throughout the society and are organized according to a specific function or necessary occupation, such as engineer, scientist, or administrator. In addition, pods, which can consist of up to 500 podlets, are under the clan's banner. Podlets contain up to 64 related members. At each level, there is also a committee of the whole, which operates according to the principles of fluid group dynamics. Every clan has its own set of colors, mottos, and a cultural tradition. A clan also has an honorary council that carries out the expressed desires of the clan and of the spiritual hierarchy. In all cases, the divine plan and its sacred work and each member's divine life purpose are blended by the spiritual hierarchy and the society's counselors into a cherished holy harmony. Overall, the many divisions become fuzzy due to the dynamic of the consciousness field surrounding this society and the amount of grace given to all by the spiritual hierarchy. How exactly do the different types of counselors work with the individuals of a galactic society? A. Counselors are taught and then learn to apply two major methods of contact. The first involves the inner angelic guardian councils, or guides, that all sentient beings possess. Their purpose is to consult with the inner councils and then with the individual. From feedback, each counselor can discern how this inner growth pattern is to be created in alignment with the individual's present life stream. A second procedure is to take the individual all the way back to source and collect important data along the way. When the two procedures are in alignment, key points concerning how a life purpose is intended to work out can be shown. In addition, the point of eternal no can be employed and brought to the future, past, and back again. This technique permits the counselor to manifest how life purpose can be accomplished. To identify some of the more important people able to assist in achieving these goals, the salient point remains how the individual sets up his contract with the spiritual hierarchy and significant others. How do liaison counselors keep two or more diverse groups in harmony with each other? A. Because the joint actions that brought these groups together are based on fluid group dynamics, there is a creative reason for their union in the first place, which lends itself to creative solutions. In addition, this association causes a group consciousness field which also develops an N environment conducive to creative solution. All of these points can be used to produce harmony and a successful outcome in the merging of two very distinct groups. Q. How does a podlet operate? A. A podlet is the very core of the society. It acts as both a committee of the whole, which employs fluid group dynamics, and a positive, open environment for the nurturing, upbringing, education, and life preparation of its young. It is an extended kin circle. In addition, it engages many counselors whose primary task is to see that every part of this process remains operational. The result is an organic group that functions according to its changing daily situations and is fluid and nimble enough to keep itself completely operative. Out of this functional mode can emerge those creative solutions or innovations necessary for its continued existence. Q. In what manner does the clan council come to its decision? A. The clan council bases its decision-making on two principles. First, their purpose is exclusively to honor and sanctify the innovation process. Each clan member swims in an ocean of consciousness, the waters of which the spiritual hierarchy has provided. As sovereign beings with a full sense of self and purpose, their ideas add profoundly to the society's dynamic. According to the second principle, their task is simply to follow the divine plan as the angelic realms have presented it to them. This process allows them to provide the clan with guidelines that the local spiritual hierarchy has previously agreed to. The clan council is solely a place where those honored for their service to the society and to the clan are duly appointed. Q. During the course of this mini-tour, you have discussed the individual and the society. Just how does an individual fit into the society? A. The individual stands at the very heart of the society. From the moment of birth through full adulthood, you are at the very center of life in your podlet. You conduct sacred ritual with your pod. Your podlet and pod educate you, and your podlet counsels you. Relatively early in your adolescent years, you begin to make yourself known as an innovator, which leads to a lifelong involvement with inner growth, innovations, and divine service. This process is based upon a need for divine service and a mutual deep compassion. You are a fully conscious and highly purposeful being, part of an individuate and collective mastermind that continually recreates itself on all levels. Hence, it is easy to describe what is happening, and it becomes effortless for you to feel and sense what is really going on. Q. How is the present ascension or soul body transformation process related to the creation of such a society on planet Earth? A. On your world at present, your spirit is descending into your physical body. When completed and fully integrated, this procedure creates a fully conscious being. This fully sentient being produces a society similar to that which we have just described. Galactic society is a special spiritual vessel that such a being prefers to inhabit. Our respectful role is to wait for the right divine moment, and then to bring that blissful vessel to you. You are permitted to creatively modify it as you so choose. Q. In this mini-tour, you have talked about one of the reasons why the Galactic Federation was formed. How does the Galactic Federation of Light fit into a galactic society? A. The Galactic Federation is a union of like-hearted star nations. As such, it is a direct outcome of the last of the four societal laws. The fourth law explains that, when fully conscious beings come together, they desire to create a harmony and to expand their consciousness field into new areas where additional innovations can be found. Full sentiency seeks companionship through interdependence. Utilizing its procedures, full sentiency finds the creative solutions to its challenges and the means to understand itself in a much clearer, brighter light. This fundamental need to explore inner and outer space is sanctified by the Creator and heaven, holy lineage, and leads naturally to the formation of a federation of connected star nations, the Lords of Light. This is your chief tour guide, Sandra speaking. Our starship is now being set on a course that will take us to the source of all conscious light, the realm known to you as heaven. Come with us into these sacred life streams of creation and venture into the very essence of all reality. As we begin our preparations for this journey, let me prepare you for what you are about to encounter. To give you the necessary background, I shall tell you about the nature of heaven and explain its position in this creation. Please look at the special creation map displayed on the forward monitors, see figure 14. When the sixth creation was formed, some 50 billion years ago, the Creator brought forth the lords of light in vast multitudes. These mighty beings of light are familiar to you through the accomplishment of Lord Michael, Lord Mary, Lord Ariel, Lord Uriel, and Lord Gabriel. These beings of light oversee creation's numerous dimensions and assist in unfolding the potential of the divine plan. We ask you also to view the program now being screened in the observation lounge. The blueprint of creation is set in motion by the divine thoughts of Lord, the special map of creation. Each special vortex intertwines or braids with the other vortices. There are immeasurable numbers of vortices coming from the singularity. Some vortices have more dimensions than others. Figure 14. The special map of creation. Kuea. One of the three major aspects of the Creator. This holy entity established the sacred council of the Nine of the Great Blue Lodge of Creation in the holy realm of Aeon, the throne of the Creator. Lord Shurya, another of God's three aspects, oversees this divine council. The Council of the Nine is under the appointed leadership of Lord Escapulus. He will be one of your guides when we reach heaven. Guided by the Council of the Nine are the many councils of Orion, which oversee the many edicts of heaven. Beneath these very high councils sit the grand orders of heaven. Figure 15. The ordering of heaven. Multitudes of these councils, orders, and administrations exist in heaven. See figure 15. Each sacred organization guides an aspect of the unfolding potential of the divine plan. Each august body is connected to all of heaven's numerous other segments. As noted, Spirit is the principal governor for the constantly unfolding potential of the divine plan. In addition, heaven supplies the omnipresent living information energies that make creation's numerous manifestations possible. A major purpose of heaven is to carry out God's holy will or sacred thoughts. This task is undertaken in joy, love, and with intention. Intention is the main organizing principle of creation. It reveals itself in the divine plan, and its sacred, fragrant purpose pervades heaven. Its holy essence brings forth all things. Through it, the Creator speaks to creation. The Creator informs all life of the grace that fashions every reality. Grace, the unfolding path of the divine plan, gives a holy purpose to all of creation. This divine grace envelops creation's sacred intention or organizing frequencies. This holy purpose resides at the base of each one of the orders of heaven. Lineage is important to creation. It bestows upon all sacred beings of spirit their greatest joy, for it shows them how they fit into the unfolding procedure. Consequently, the basis of each order is its divine service. The reward for this service is grace, gratitude, coherence of each aspect, and acknowledgement, coherence's feedback loop, by heaven of a task well done. Spirit is joy personified. Spirit is potential realized. Spirit is a sacred commitment accomplished. This service is achieved in implicit integrity of the highest order. It is performed in order to bring divine, perfect love, the energy of creation, to all entities. This renders them divine, that is, in perfect resonance with each other. Clearly, heaven is the core of creation. On the video screens, dear hearts, you'll see a great cloud forming. Around this immense cloud, an event horizon or boundary of a new dimensional reality is now being created. We are in an interdimensional flux space, boundary layer between dimensions. It is leading our spaceship to a specially constructed wormhole. At the base of the wormhole is its massive singularity, or the large nebulous cloud. All other dimensions, or levels of this creation, are being manifested from this cloud. At first, the entire process appears as an immense spiral. By watching it, you can catch a glimpse of the tremendous beauty of creation in its simplest and most colorful form. The massive singularity you have just observed is the seed for the expansion of this creation. It leads creation outward to its fullest potential. That potential is the sum of all the realities or super holograms the divine blueprint can manifest. Its manifesting is done through a truly amazing information energy exchange. As you watch the spiral closely, notice how each subspiral is formed from coherent, resonant patterns, vibrations, in a similar, tonic or harmonic accent. Each unique portion of the spiral is entwined around another. Each part of the spiral is also wrapped in a sheath, covering, which acts as an organizing form for each dimension. Keep in mind that a dimension is equal to the sum of its coherent realities. Listen closely. You can hear the incredibly beautiful tones of creation, a symphony of exquisite simplicity and profound beauty. Sundara here. The slight bump you just noticed is a result of crossing the heavenly event horizon, its event boundary. Our spaceship's harmonic patterns are now drawing us swiftly past heaven's event horizon and toward the massive singularity. We ask that you remain seated as we are about to land. Then we shall introduce to you our sacred guides. Enjoy the extraordinary colors and marvelous sounds as we quickly approach our destination. These are best viewed on the screens in the observation lounge. Our landing will take no longer than 7 minutes. If you have any further questions, please direct them to your attendant by utilizing the personal communication terminal provided at your seat. We have just completed our landing procedures. Before we disembark, I would like to introduce your two guides for this mini tour of heaven. The first is Lord Michael, one of the principal archangels in heaven. The second is Lord Escapulus, the leader of the Council of Nine, of the Great Blue Lodge of Creation. They are here to explain to you about heaven, creation's divine plan, and the work of spirit. They are also here to lead you on a grand tour into these heavenly realms. I present you now with your two magnificent tour guides. Dear ones, in your reality, you know me as Lord Michael. I am a servant of the Creator, a guide for all to their sacred potential. We extend joy and gratitude to all the realities that unfold the Holy Creator's divine plan. You have been guided to the source of all things, to the realm wherein the great potential of creation is initially manifested. One purpose of heaven is to oversee the unfolding of the full potential of physicality. We in heaven do this task with gratitude for all. Every one of you embraced physicality so fully and lovingly. Now, your reality is rapidly being transformed. It is letting the joy and grace of heaven enter into its heart. It is permitting us to come to you in even greater numbers. We are bringing the information energies of all realities of creation into your part of physicality. These information energies of heaven contain a spark of the divine. This spark embodies a vast potential that comes from the original master super hologram, the divine will of the Creator, which contains all of creation. This potential is continually manifesting throughout creation and contains information and energy, the ultimate good news. The Creator's words originally appear as an intention which has mapped out a path called the road to grace. Grace is an expression among all beings that is given in divine gratitude for each other's existence. You exist in grace, as do all things. Each part of creation is gifted with a purpose, which bestows sovereignty. That sacred purpose yields the supreme form of joy, which is divine service. Dear hearts, this spark of the divine exists in all dimensions of creation. It especially pervades the realms of the physical. Here, the nature of physicality formulates many unique aspects for this creation, all of which are divine sparks of the Creator. Spirit encounters these facets and transforms them. A special relationship exists between the physical and the spiritual. Each reflects the other. Each learns from the other. Each exists within the other. Each is created from the other. An organic, symbiotic organism has been brought into existence. It is this special pattern that is expressed in the Creator's divine plan. Dimensions are formed out of the clustering together of many realities or super holograms. Similar realities exhibit a sympathetic vibrational magnetism that creates a massive coherence pattern thus forming the many dimensions of creation. Our sacred task is to nurture the unfolding of divine potential. The Holy Creator has put forth an instrument of supreme simplicity and divine grace. As you have already noticed, creation system can be compared to what your science calls hologram. A hologram is merely a coherent picture formed by polarized light. It demonstrates true depth and some other useful properties. Dear ones, let us look at what this means. In a hologram, two waves, the information wave, the picture, and the reference wave, the guide, are split from the original polarized light source. They meet in a photographic film emulsion. When a light beam is directed at right angles through the other side, where the original emulsion was exposed, its depth can be easily detected. Moreover, if this exposed piece of film is cut into many pieces, each is found to contain the complete picture. That ability ceases when the minimal level needed to maintain coherence is reached. Let us call this lower plane the minimum phasing level. Let us also call the uncut, whole hologram the maximum phasing level. Each dimension has these two threshold points in your form of physicality. The point below the minimum phasing level is the dark, complete dissonance. The area above the maximum phasing level is the light, complete resonance. Interaction of light and dark is the basis for your physical reality. Its transformation into its highest potential, its maximum phasing level, is what you call ascension. Heaven is in charge of the two dominant aspects of your reality: the duality of light and its magnificent shadow, the dark. Light is the mighty one, and yet dark is the stalwart reflection, phase dissonance, that can cause light to become even wiser. Both subsist to act as vehicles for compassion and as instruments for grace, the divine road to wisdom. This point is made most forcefully. Light is the major substance of and result of creation. Dark is only the protective, mirroring reflection or dissonance that permits light to gain an ever greater knowledge of itself. Consequently, the presence of the dark makes the light even wiser. Your focus must remain on the very nature of light and dark. Love enlightens all with magnificent compassion that embraces its dark and causes it to surrender its formative reflection. So, dear ones, let us now look at love. Love is the great attractor. Its purpose is to fuse the numerous resonance patterns together. This it does in several distinct ways. First, information energies from similar realities are cross-pollinated. They form a threshold gate among similar resonance energies of these realities. Remember, every reality possesses an underlying base resonance. A critical element in this process is a dimension's outer membrane, called its flux. By utilizing the resonant attractors, love energies, found in each dimension, it moves whatever is required from one of its dimensional realities to another. Secondly, the energies of the divine plan have set up potential pathways for this union. When the resonance attractors are employed, the results of this process are instantly manifested. Love is the special medium through which the vast potential of each reality is revealed. The dark is merely the great dissonance of any reality. You have named it chaos. Nonetheless, the purpose of chaos is to move its levels of resonance upward from dissonance toward coherence. The angelic realms encourage this movement, which eventually leads to a union with light. In the merging of a modified darkness into light, light receives an additional amount of potential. This increase in potential allows a reality to shift. As each reality reaches a higher frequency, it attracts other realities with an identical resonance. These many-dimensional realities subsequently cluster. When massive enough, these clusters shift whole dimensions into a higher dimension. This is another aspect of ascension. Let us review, dear ones. We have described the procedures of physical creation to you and how the manifesting of the divine plan works. We of the angelic realms are purposeful managers who regulate the numerous dimensional fluxes, as well as the resonance patterns of each reality, super hologram, within each dimension. We do this by moving a portion of information energy of the Creator's master super hologram, creation's main model, from one part of physicality to another. As noted, the Creator's divine thought divine will itself contain the master super hologram, the all of all, or the light of lights. Each unique piece of the divine plan's potential exists inside of it. Within divine will are contained all dimensions, as well as all realities. The consciousness of the Creator, divine intention, is now manifesting the implicit orderings of this creation. As gatekeepers, dear hearts, we are required to shift these special information energies about in continuous, swirling motion. To do this in an accurate and efficient manner, we have established myriad orders, councils, and administration. The angelic orders are responsible to the grand councils of the Creator, the councils of Aeon. The orders, in turn, create a vast number of councils comprised of the divine presences, ascended ones, of each reality. These councils are also organized into sector administrations that give guidance to clusters of similar realities existing in each physical dimension of this creation. In this way, blessed ones, the divine orders of heaven work to bring divine grace and intention into physicality. This process also feeds the sacred wisdom of physicality back into spirit. Its constant interaction has a distinct name, the manifestation of the divine plan. This wondrous process is carried out in full collaboration with the many orders of heaven, and brings us to an important point. Creation, dear hearts, is a joint act of spirit and all of physicality. Each of these unique elements is a sacred and necessary part of the whole. In order to attain an understanding of each one, opportunities to experience the superb and special qualities of both must exist. This task is the sole responsibility of a most important segment of the many orders of heaven, physical angels. The lineage of heaven extends throughout creation. Life is a product of the process of creation. Like the many orders of light, physical life has many branches, all equally sacred to the Creator. Each branch of physical life weaves a distinct design, using divine grace, which provides a certain path to divine wisdom. In physicality, life has produced a seemingly endless pattern of sentient life forms. Heaven's task, dear ones, is to provide a full spectrum of experiences for each incarnated soul in these many diverse realities. Soul growth emerges as a result of experiencing this multitudinous diversity. With each provision of experience that they bring, the orders of light edge closer to the fulfillment of their holy objectives. Every exchange between the physical and spiritual realms gives each lineage an experience of physical creation. That is, each incarnated soul brings to heaven a unique set of experiences to be shared with her, his lineage. This procedure is called the bringing of the knowledge. Owing to this procedure, heaven's lineage is constantly guiding the life experiences of all souls in physicality. Each soul's experience leads to sacred knowledge, wisdom, in the ways of physicality. Each experience as well permits the orders of light to gradually merge the realms of heaven with the physical. As you can see, one main purpose of this sixth creation is the eventual reunion of earth and heaven. In order for this to be accomplished, physical angels, incarnated souls, have been brought forth by the Creator. They are given into the care of the holy spirits of the physical realm. Heaven's gift to such incarnated souls is a dispensation from the Creator, which allows them to return to heaven from time to time. Life in the physical is a momentous journey filled with many unique experiences and rare sensations. During a lifetime in physicality, you are also provided with opportunities to assist the work of the great Devic kingdom. The Devas are sent into the physical to guide the development of the countless creations found in a planet's biosphere. As they carry out their assignments, the Devas may require the assistance of physical angels in maintaining the direction and purpose given to physicality by the divine plan. In the Creator's divine plan, each part connects uniquely to every other. At first glance, this divine plan may appear to exist as a great randomness. In fact, its unpredictability demonstrates an implicit ordering of time and space. This random order occurs simultaneously in what you know as the past, present, and future. In addition, the process is quite elastic. It can change ever so slightly when Spirit, its co-creator, insists. In the manifestation of its full potential, every aspect of creation is planned by the highest components of the divine. This seemingly random interaction between Spirit and the Creator is inherent in the divine plan. This blueprint is a thought of perfection, a pure path of divine wisdom, revealed by Spirit. To expand on these matters, dear ones, let me now turn you over to Lord Escapulus. Greeting, you, dear ones. Know me as Escapulus, the main sacred entity of the Council of Nine of the Great Blue Lodge of Creation. Thus far, Lord Michael has explained the mechanisms by which consciousness is manifested. Let us continue on and explore in greater detail what has just been discussed. Blessed hearts, we ask that you turn your gaze out over this great nebulous cloud. Observe its many wondrous colors and sounds. See the vortexes, spiraling omnidirectionally. These amazing formations are some of the innumerable realms that constitute creation. They are formed here. Approach the spirals and feel their essence. They are merely light, assembled in an implicit ordering of the Creator's master superhologram. Yet, this process has an inherent elasticity to it. The elasticity of the implicit ordering of the divine plan is accomplished through interactions of light, time, and space. Each of these elements has a definite set of characteristics. Light is the great information energy of creation. Its catalyst is divine time. Together they pattern creation. Time and light make space possible. The interplay between time and light creates a constant redefining of space and establishes the many dimensions of creation. Each redefinition emerges as a sacred event or reality. Each reality has its personal set of implicit orderings, or what is called color. In uniquely special ways, the color of each reality continually interacts with that of every other reality. Thus, the inherent ordering of each dimension is provided for. This process has a divine purpose. Each event that comprises the merging of time and space sets a specific timeline into motion that, in turn, is affected by other prescribed action. These actions create pattern guides that form a particular reality. Yet, the divine plan contains the eventual means to merge these timelines. It can even occasionally collapse them upon themselves. In this manner, divine intention unfolds each reality's potential. This process is only one of the illimitable possible outcomes of the divine plan's potential. Creation's purpose is to reproduce itself by manifesting its potential at the right divine moment and in right divine relationship to this sixth creation. Each of these special creations is a lesson offered by the Creator for the benefit of all its children. Every creation has explicit purposes. As you behold the spirals forming in front of you, notice how the energy of the singularity is formed. It emanates from the information energy stored in the nebulous cloud. This sacred energy emerges out of divine will. This master thought formed all things and expressed them in its master super hologram creation's full potential or its divine plan. Out of it came the master blueprint now unfolding this creation. This awesome miracle of the Creator can be perceived by carefully observing its micro aspects. With great purpose, these micro aspects, every super hologram or reality, are finding their way back to the Creator, back to their supreme wholeness. As you can now see, creation is a process that has many special elements. Each of these elements produces a specific set of distinct possibilities, its full potential. The divine plan takes these possibilities and, with great care and detail, formulates a method to manage them. This is carried out by the information energy exchange of the angelic realms and is the responsibility of the Lords of Light. These special messengers of the Creator embrace the divine plan and produce sacred strategies, ways in which creation's full potential unfolds. This activity permits heaven to oversee and guide creation. Each motion purposefully intervenes, ever so lightly, in creation and only enough to affect an outcome favored by the Creator, the divine will. The Creator moves divine thought within the realm of spirit. This process sets the divine plan into motion. With each clear intention, the realms of the physical are simultaneously brought forth. This sacred revelation leads to the essential duality of this creation. It also sets up the ground rules for its eventual manifestation. How to use the information energy as provided by the divine plan. It allows this sixth creation to accomplish its sacred purpose, to produce a stronger and more intense light. This necessitates interaction with the dark. The dark side is simply the purifier or definer of a greater light. Dark is merely disorganized resonance or dissonance. While lacking light's coherence, dark yet seeks to resemble it. The dark side's reflective or dissonant energies give light an opportunity to refine itself. That is, it allows light to grow in wisdom. In each creation, the purpose of heaven is slightly different. Heaven's approach to its task is determined by the way in which the element of grace, heaven's path to divine wisdom, is applied. Divine grace is important for two prime reasons. First, it guides the way in which heaven approaches its divine responsibility. This responsibility sets the appropriate intentions for the manifestation of the divine plan. Second, divine grace gives the responses required to determine order in the revealing of physical creation to heaven and predetermines the method by which physicality is to be moved toward an eventual union with spirit. Union between spirit and matter is an intention manifested and is one of the major reasons for each creation. When spirit looks at matter, spirit sees a medium that reflects itself. Physicality also has the capability to supply spirit with new experiences. These intended possibilities provide the numerous aspects heaven needs to complete its most sacred tasks. The divine plan establishes the means and the reasons for these implicitly ordered interactions between spirit and its divine reflection, matter. Additionally, these interactions are guided by a natural force, a type of coherence-centered entropy, shown by the Creator's divine will. Heaven is constructed of three major realms: the angelic realms, the orders of Elohim, and the many orders of Time Lord. Each of these three realms contains a series of accompanying administrations. In addition, in the many realities of physical creation, there exist galactic presences, Devi kingdoms, and physical angels. Each particle of light has a specific function that permits life energy, the consciousness, potential of creation, to be transmissible from any one part to all others. Thus, the divine plan is styled and implemented in tandem. Such dual processing allows a certain measure of co-creation from within the orders of heaven. Heavenly co-creation originates in the implicit orderings of the divine plan. This intermingling of physicality and spirit establishes a special environment for each reality. As just noted, spirit is the instrument through which all intention of co-creation is expressed. This intention, or its potential, is manifested through the vehicle of divine will, which actuates great purity, balance, and overall integrity. The many heavenly orders manifest out of each moment of an eternal now. Each moment of an eternal no contains three elements. 1. The life energy or consciousness potential of the moment. 2. The information energy of the divine plan. And 3. The manifested desires or, where applicable, the ordered coherence of co-creation. This amalgamation of manifested perceptions is the only true realm. All else is illusion, which many of you on earth have accepted erroneously. Any moment is neither more nor less than the entropy of its full potential. Now, dear ones, we wish to recommend two important points to you. First, any reality based upon fear, power, and/or deception is in fact an illusion. Realities are formed out of collective potential. To create a negative potential plunges one into incoherence or supreme dissonance. A highly appropriate reality is founded on love. Love is a deep caring or compassion for self and for others. It is also a most profound truth, a direct manifestation of positive coherence. Second, your life has a divine purpose. It is in your own best interest and that of all others to release the illusion, amnesia, and lack of trust that now pervade your outer perception. Listen to your inner angelic counsels. In so doing, awaken and discover truth. Experience yourself on the road to self-mastery. You will then be able to realize how truly empowering the truth can be. Truth is the elixir of reality. It brings to you those things that make miracles possible. Always keep in mind that you exist in a reality filled with divine grace. Your reality is orchestrated by beings of light who desire to co-create as many miracles as possible. You have the power to turn your concept of this reality on its head. Invest in yourself. Discover the wonder of your life. Heaven is pure light fueled by its compassion. All things in heaven are processed by balance. Your intention needs to be based upon it. Balance occurs when you require the manifestation of true necessities. When such requests are made, heaven manifests them. When they have yet to appear, it is because you have not asked your angelic counsel in the requisite manner. Be in your truth. Come from your power. Be centered in your light. Know that your request is timely. Accept your role as a vital part of heaven. Listen to your heart. In order for something to occur, you must truly believe in it. Heaven is designed to move the information energies of creation through the dimension. We joyously guide the divine plan toward its predestined conclusion. These holy tasks require heaven to be, as we have just described, a fully realized, positive coherence. In order for it to achieve its assigned tasks, the Creator has apportioned heaven in two overlapping ways. The first method is by the use of the now familiar three-step system: grouping, orders, and administration. A second method overlaps the first, utilizing a classification of the various tasks that must be performed. Heaven initiates each system for a specific purpose. Let us look at both systems, dear ones, and demonstrate how they are employed. The second system operates by grouping the various tasks with a portion of heaven assigned to each grouping, each category. The angelic realms are primarily consigned to the actual transition of the divine information energy of creation from one dimension to the other. The numerous orders of Elohim are entrusted with the holy task of maintaining creation's continuous dimensional transformation. The great orders of time, Lord, regulate the manner in which the divine plan is carried out. These tasks are extremely complex prose. The divine workings of heaven, dures, each requiring a specific crystal-clear strategy. Every part of heaven understands that heaven is composed of one interconnected entity. Each task requires that all three aspects complete their share of the strategy. For example, information energy from the Creator is delivered after it is properly balanced in each dimension of 126. URFIRST creation. The angelic realms move this sacred energy among dimensions. The Elohim then take it and transform it, as needed, for each dimension. The orders of time, Lord, follow its time stream throughout creation, making certain that its flow is steady, purposeful, and clearly obeying the divine plan. The first technique consists of grouping, lineage, and administration. Grouping demonstrates the methods by which the three heavenly segments or orders of angels, Elohim, and Time Lord are distributed in each dimension. Grouping requirements encompass the energy level, purpose, and use of each dimension. Every dimension has a defined energy or color. This color quality intends that only a specific grouping is able to achieve a desired outcome. Heaven assigns each of its three elements to work together in a particular way in that dimension. Each dimension also has a specific administration that concerns itself with the required activity for any manifestation. The dimensions of creation are entwined around each other and resemble an immense pinwheel. Remember the spirals coming out of the cloud. At the core of this enormous pinwheel lies the mighty throne of the Creator. Heaven knows that each aspect has a specific energy value or color. For this reason, the many orders and councils of heaven are arranged in what are called Administrations. See Figure 16. An administration is a body consisting of the principal heads of the assigned orders for that sector of creation. Its purpose is threefold in nature. First, it regulates the complex motions of heaven. Second, it watches over the divine plan. Each administration provides necessary guidance that enables the various orders to fulfill the divine plan. Third, each administration aligns every being to the will of the Creator. The first task of an administration is to regulate the various orders and councils of heaven. Each sector of heaven and/or physicality is assigned an information energy level or potential. This means that only certain orders of Elohim, Time Lord, or angels can be located there. Dimensional flux walls aid greatly in this delineation. In addition, special energy gates or interdimensional portals are required. The Elohim create or close energy gates, interdimensional portals, as necessary. The angelics locate the information energy of creation where it is needed. The orders of Time Lord see to it that proper sequencing occurs as intended by the divine plan. In return, each administration informs the others of what is happening. This feedback loop is essential to the support of what is unfolding. The second task of an administration, to oversee the divine plan, is accomplished by maintaining the balance of heaven. All parts work together in a precise manner with the requisite joy. Included in the process is proper acknowledgement. This relationship produces a positive resonance that spreads grace, the path to divine wisdom, throughout the sector. It permits potential to be revealed as planned. Grace is the ultimate spiritual dynamic. It embraces all divine thoughts and gently, yet purposefully, spreads them throughout the sector. The third task of an administration is to provide certainty that the creative ability of each being is aligned with the will of the Creator. Creation resembles an elaborate symphony, which requires that every one of its instruments, each soul's potential, sound its note to the fullest degree of its ability. Every administration monitors each soul assigned to it, demonstrating methods by which it can sound its note fully, clearly, and distinctly. This process allows co-creation to emerge in full harmony with the divine plan. In addition, co-creation adds heavenly grace to the occurrence of each distinct moment, or universal now. As you can see, dear ones, administration entails highly varied tasks. The Creator has allied all of heaven into a divinely exquisite harmonic. This harmonic is actually an immense, dynamic field of conscious potential that holds the divine plan. Each area of heaven is immersed in the divine thoughts of the Creator. They are random in scope, but ordered in design. Each administration is guided by the Creator's divine intention to manifest the divine plan in all of its glory. This process joins heaven together, permitting each part of heaven to accomplish its assignments. Let us turn our attention to the angelic realms. They are a very important component of the way heaven and physicality relate to one another. To assist you, let me return you to Lord Michael, who will guide you through an examination of the angelic orders and explain the organization of these angelic realms. Classifications of the angelic realms: archangels, angels, angelic presences, and divine presences help to administer physicality, while the galactic presences, physical angels, and devas represent the angelic realms in physicality. Figure 17, the classifications of the angelic realms. Thank you, Lord Escapulus. We in the angelic realms serve important functions in the unfolding of the divine plan. The information energies from the Creator come to us first. We balance them for each dimension and send them to the Elohim for final distribution. Dear ones, in order to accomplish these sacred tasks, we apportion our orders into specific stages or levels. Each of these levels fulfills its part of our sacred undertakings in holy council. Dear hearts, the 7 levels of the angelic realms are archangels, angels, angelic presences, divine presences, galactic presences, physical angels, and the Devic kingdom. See Figure 17. Each one of these Levels include sacred councils containing its holy names and holy seals. Each level also incorporates a protocol that determines how it is acknowledged and named. Bear in mind that the angelic realms are totally devoted to being of service, which is given in joy and surrounded by divine grace. In being of service, we provide and maintain the innumerable divine states of reality. Archangels are the chief administrators of their order, whose most revered position is held by the seraphim. Archangels are also the chief administrators in any sector of heaven that includes the highest levels of the Creator's holy throne. Archangels function as the primary messengers of the good news of creation, which facilitates the manifestation of the grace and glory of heaven. An archangel's purpose is realized by the extension of divine grace. Archangels use divine grace to transform creation and guide the various orders toward achieving their holy objectives. Their activities are monitored by the many sacred councils that each archangel has formed. These councils devise the sacred strategies of the angels. Angels are the true worker bees of the angelic realm. They fulfill many wondrous functions, guidance of all sentient physical beings using inner councils of consciousness, spread of creative energy throughout every sector of creation, and intonation of the color harmonics of any given sector of the divine plan. Angels work closely with the many orders of Elohim and Time Lord. They utilize those parts of their order that joyously come to assist them in their mighty works. Remember that all parts of heaven are interconnected. Any aspect of heaven is willing to assist any other in the completion of its divine service. Angelic presences broadcast the information energies of heaven in the sector to which they are formally assigned. This sacred task consists of two major procedures. First, they embrace the creative energy, seeing to it that the required balance is maintained. Balance is reserved by constant adjustment of the prescribed densities of each dimensional flux wall. This procedure keeps the energy osmosis at the proper vibratory levels. Second, they aid the Elohim in manifesting reality within sectors. Reality is actually a series of collective sentient perception. Realities are altered by intentions. These shifts are achieved through a combination of thought forms that emanate from the angelic presences and the physical angels. Using this co-creative procedure, creation manifests the co-creative elements of the divine plan. Divine presences, blessed ones, are sacred entities who work in any reality. They maintain the dynamic of the consciousness field's potential. Their purpose is to guide the various co-creative physical elements of the divine plan, while aligning these elements with the overall divine plan. They accomplish this objective in two ways. First, they continually measure the frequency of the consciousness field as its potential unfolds. The divine plan is actually a cosmic symphony. Each note needs to be in harmony with all others. Second, to maintain this harmony, divine presences continually adjust the creative process, which permits the tones to be in resonance as required. It also creates the consensus that can manifest shifted realities. These unfolding realities are needed to sustain creation, which encompasses the provision of certainty that all possible notes are manifested as pure harmonics that expand any reality's positive coherence. The next three sectors of the angelic realms deal exclusively with physicality. It is their sacred purpose to guide physical consciousness to its fullest potential. They maintain as well the energy of all celestial objects found in these realities. These special beings of light can be divided into galactic presences, physical angels, and the numerous classifications of the Devic kingdom. They establish procedures to maintain various life forms in physicality. The value attached to their co-creative roles by the divine plan is one of the keys to physicality. Physicality is a reality much denser than spirit. It is also a location where the light and dark energies are on a more or less even playing field. Physicality is an exacting place where some of the most important lessons of this creation are taught to spirits' many children. These significant lessons are achieved by utilizing the Creator's divine grace. Remember, blessed hearts, all things physical are in actuality, illusory. Moreover, physical reality can be modified when enough physical angels collectively decide to change their perceptions about their current reality. In addition, precious ones, time in physicality can be speeded up, slowed down, or shifted. This shift in time can range from sequential to random oneness or vice versa. The co-creative ability that has been given physicality also aids in the carrying out of the divine plan. One of this creation's purposes is to merge the many spiritual realms into the multitudinous realities of physicality. In order to accomplish this, it is necessary to shift many conscious life forms into their full potential. This process coincides with the merging of light and dark into a well-defined harmony. This harmony permits their eventual union. Thus, creation can unfold physicality's potential. In so doing, dear hearts, the numerous lessons of the divine plan can be experienced. The many orders of physical angels in your reality have agreed to be transformed, to move into their full potential in order to achieve this end. We shall discuss this in more detail later. The highest order of the spiritual hierarchy in the realms of the physical is that of the galactic presences. This order of heaven is divided into numerous councils. The four major ones comprise the councils of the white, blue, silver, and gold sisterhoods and brotherhoods. Each group is responsible for supervising the different aspects of physical angels. Their divine purpose is to guide physical angels. Using this guidance, physical angels maintain many celestial objects and other physical life forms. Dear ones, you are also moving through your many lessons and starting the process of your ascension to heaven. Galactic presences are known on your world as councils of the ascended masters. These great lights guide by occasionally living in physical form. Their messages offer examples of how physical angels can transform their perceptions of reality. Ascended masters demonstrate to physical angels the manner in which any reality can be transformed by appropriate intention and balanced thought. Transformation is accomplished by employing the co-creative skills of the galactic presences and their physical angel emissaries. The ascended masters make it obvious that physicality is merely a wonderful illusion. Dear ones, the ascended masters and physical angels work with the many Devic kingdoms. Devas are unique light beings cooperating in partnership with all celestial life forms. Each assigned group of Devas has the task of watching over a specific series of life forms that comprise part of a planet's biosphere. A specially formed council of Devas acts as the spiritual parent of entire species, be it plant or animal. In this mode, Devas look after this life form and guide it by the use of their collective consciousness. The Deva Council's many acts of guidance are closely supervised by corresponding councils of galactic presences. These heavenly councils are assigned to a star, a planet, or a moon. In all cases, the main objective is to move physicality through its ascension process. The major element of physicality is the evolution of consciousness. The divine plan sees consciousness as the growing awareness of the spiritual realm. Included in this process is spirit's harmonic integration with matter. Physicality is a vehicle for allowing spirit to experience and analyze itself in ever new and unique ways. This growing wisdom and rising potential propel creation forward. They empower the divine plan. Each of you needs to understand, dear ones, the immense significance attached to co-creation. Each co-creative intention brings the divine plan that much closer to its full manifestation. This manifestation merges light into dark and spirit into matter. The outcome is a sixth creation that fulfills its divine destiny. The complete manifestation of its potential sets the stage for the next creation. Creation is the eternal. Now, the Creator's master super hologram, or divine will, is eternally dynamic. As it unfolds, its many parts augment the wisdom and perfection of its ever-emerging song. Our many holy intentions and divine thoughts, dear hearts, require an environment of absolute perfection. Within it, creation can manifest in right relationship to the divine plan. Providing for and attending to this perfect environment constitutes the sacred task of all in heaven. This ever-evolving atmosphere is the realm of spirit. It is also the realm of the many physical realities and dimensions. The first realm is the land of the holy and divine. The second is a place of great potential and of myriad illusion. Both realms act as compound mirrors, revealing an expression of the Creator's divine plan. Reality consists of the dreams of the Creator brought into manifestation by the perceptions of all who inhabit that reality. Life is more than spirit. Life evolves in all its many forms toward the great light of creation. It is a reflection of the divine. In light, dear ones, are found the elements essential to life's transformation. This grand expansion of light is eternal. The pathways of the great light of creation resemble the tides of an enormous ocean. Tides of light ebb and flow. Light's definition differs to the rules of the game or of the divine plan. The real point, dear hearts, is to live life to its fullest measure. You truly need to understand and see value in your perception of the dream. It is this, your fully manifested potential, that is your gift, your piece of life's puzzle. This puzzle piece fits snugly and exactly into the divine plan that emanates from the all that is the one. Every element of heaven realizes the full magnitude of its committed responsibilities. Sovereignty is based upon commitment and a devotion to the truth. Truth is the image of creation reflected at its highest intensity. Commitment is an acceptance of one's own purpose. Your heartfelt commitment gives you the ability to manifest your life as you so intend. Liberty is the highest level of sovereignty, which is the fullest representation of what you call free will. Integral use of free will shows exactly the extent of your commitment to your liberty. Utilizing it, you become able to manifest who you truly are. This manifestation procedure always stems from the divine plan and mirrors your right relationship to it. Physical life is a journey, dear hearts, which you follow through all the realms and pathways of creation. Each physical lifetime brings you closer to the Creator. View each life as a golden petal of an enormous lotus blossom. Each petal holds specific lessons and golden rules relative to purpose, intention, pure thought, and manifestation. Each lifetime forms a potential consciousness field, the dynamic of which is the essence of you and of creation. The golden lotus blossom, which represents your many lifetimes, forms a true master, super hologram, or divine thought, containing all that creation can manifest. Within it are found all of the experiences of all the sentient beings whom you have ever encountered on all the multitudinous levels of reality. Life is but a dream expressed through the pure thought of the divine, the Creator's divine will. Manifesting this amazing potential is a vital function of the many beloved, wondrous orders of the light. Thank you, Lord Michael and Lord Escapulus, for your most fast. URF IRSTCONTACT. Fascinating narrative. This is Sandara, your main tour guide. Let us now return to our spaceship. The next part of our adventure will revolve around use. It is time to explore both the nature and the divine tasks of physical angels. So, using the forward doors, please board the ship and take your seats in the main observation lounge. We intend to take off in about 20 minutes. When you are comfortably seated, please access your personal terminals as needed, and our tour guides will answer your questions and answers. Q. Many people who are involved with channeling ascension material repeatedly mention a being named Sananda, as well as groups of beings called the Great White Brotherhood and the Ashtar Command. Are these identities participating in the process you are describing? A. Sananda, the Christ light of the Pleiades, represents one of the energies of the Great White Light that surrounds this planet. Remember, the Great White Brotherhood is part of the myriad orders of sisterhoods and brotherhoods that exist around Mother Earth, as planetary and solar hierarchies, and as galactic and interdimensional hierarchies. These spiritual hierarchies interact and communicate with one another. These various groups of divine beings include four major councils of galactic presences or ascended masters: the white, the blue, the silver, and the gold. The Ashtar Command is a multidimensional group. There are several in the lower frequencies of this group who are simply renegades. They trick people, leading them into difficulties or trouble, and therefore need to be engaged with discernment. Another level, existing at a much higher frequency, is completely different. Therefore, be aware of which group you are contacting. Be discerning and surround yourself with the proper protection. Call in your angelic guardians and appropriate archangels, as well as the great golden white light of creation. Q. What is the structure of the spiritual councils in our galaxy? All the members of this local universe exist on the galactic, solar, and planetary levels. These sacred councils exist in vast numbers. There are actually millions of billions of galaxies in this local universe. There are, therefore, millions of billions of galactic spiritual hierarchies and mind-boggling trillions upon trillions of local star groups, solar hierarchies, and even more planetary hierarchies. These seemingly immeasurable numbers of spiritual hierarchies continuously interact with one another. Q. How do our spiritual councils relate to the rest of our local universe? A. The many solar, galactic, and intergalactic spiritual councils, as well as untold interdimensional spiritual councils, form an amalgam of administrations for each section of physical creation. These administrations follow a specific divine strategy for those parts of physicality that they so lovingly govern. In this way, they regulate the spiritual energy of creation. Spiritual hierarchies reveal the holy divine plan in right relationship to the purposes of this sixth creation. Q. How are the local spiritual hierarchies of planet Earth distinct from what we call the spiritual hierarchy, or the Great White Brotherhood, or the other names that have been given to them? A. They are part of the spiritual hierarchy. Every planet has a planetary spiritual hierarchy that includes archangels and angels, as well as ascended masters, angelic and divine presences, devic energies, and so forth. These spiritual groups relate to the higher solar spiritual hierarchies, which in turn relate to the galactic level and also to the dimensional spiritual hierarchies. The Great White Brotherhood, the Council of Ascended Masters represent this planet, is assigned to this planet's spiritual hierarchy. Q. How does Jesus Christ fit into the picture? A. The golden white light of Christ consciousness is basically the energy of full consciousness, which you shall be entering shortly. When the Lord Jesus Christ came here, he was acting as the divine prototype for the entire ascension process being experienced by each and every one of you on earth. Christ will be here with the other great beings of heaven for the successful completion of this whole process. Q. How does one learn to successfully utilize the co-creative abilities that are currently latent in each of us? A. The key elements in learning these abilities are visualization and inhabiting balanced and pure thought. These qualities are then combined with a crystal clear and well-delineated intent. First, picture the exact details of every part of the event you are visualizing. View it before, during, and after the event in as clear a way as possible. Sense, taste, and feel exactly how you desire it to occur. Second, be balanced and focused in your thoughts. Outside influences of any kind can dilute or destroy the power to attract your desires. Third, on the day or at the time that the event is to happen, live the moment just as you envisioned it. If your desire is truly part of your divine purpose, it shall be fulfilled. You shall have co-created one of your pieces of the puzzle comprising the divine plan. Be mindful that co-creation emerges only from your heart and soul purpose. For it to be successful, the integral nature of your intent is vital and must be aligned with the divine plan. Q. The Elohim are known as the creators of the many realities of physicality. Exactly how do they accomplish this task? A. The many orders of Elohim form the life energies given to them by the angelic realms by using interdimensional force fields, gravity fields, and tones. When properly applied, these elements create the balances that inform the celestial bodies with physicality. This work also forms the many chains of life that are found in a celestial body's biosphere. The Elohim are constantly reshaping portions of their sacred celestial forms as the divine plan mandates. The Devic kingdoms and the Creator's physical angels facilitate this process. Q. What types of life forms are found throughout physicality? A. There are two types: celestial life forms, such as stars, planets, moons, etc., which are electrogravitic in nature, and 2. Most physical life forms, such as Earth humans, are electromagnetic in nature. The difference lies in the way that physical life was created many eons ago. Electrogravitic forms are extremely large because it is necessary to generate and maintain fairly large magnetic and gravitational fields around them. These pulsating fields imbue celestial bodies with life. Magnetic and gravitational fields function similarly to the circulatory and nervous systems in a human's body. Celestial life forms require that their nodes, points where the magnetic and gravitational fields intersect, be continuously activated. This produces a symbiotic effect in which smaller electromagnetic life forms, such as Earth humans, maintain the constant activation of a planet's nodes. In return, a celestial life form, for example a planet, supplies a habitable environment where the electromagnetic life that is humans can joyously and gracefully thrive. Q. The orders of light administer each aspect of creation. What precisely is an administration? A. An administration is a sector of heaven or physicality governed customarily by a divine seraph. We define seraph as a collective consciousness of many councils of archangels. In Aeon, it takes a vast multitude of such archangel councils to form a single seraph. Seraphim are the foremost holy entities that formulate the sacred strategies of heaven, the fulfilling of the divine plan. These strategies are first generalized for all of creation and then sent to the various angelic councils for their required input as well as for their localized adjustments. Each sector of heaven has a local administration which formulates and sets forth the strategy for its sector. Every local spiritual hierarchy has a chief council connected to its appropriate local administration. Each administration sends forth special heavenly messengers who dispense the good news about creation and maintain liaisons among the numerous councils of creation. Each aspect of heaven reports to these administrations. This interaction permits an administration to graciously guide its sector of heaven in its divine action. Q. Precisely where do supreme holy entities like Lord Michael and Lord Metatron fit into the creation strategy of the spiritual hierarchy? A. Lord Michael and Lord Metatron sit at either side of the throne of the Creator. They, along with the Great Council of the Nine of the Great Blue Lodge of Creation, give the divine plan to the holy councils of Orion. Holy messengers of Orion, the sacred blue flame, then proclaim these divine protocols to all of heaven. Out of these divine proclamations emerge the sacred strategies of heaven's many administrations. Hence, Lord Michael and Lord Metatron are two of the chief proclaimers and celestial judges of the manifestation of this divine sixth creation. Q. You have mentioned the Council of Nine and the councils of Orion. What functions do they fulfill in heaven? A. When creation occurs, it shatters its white light energy into the energy of the blue light and into silver gold energy. Blue light energy forms the life force of creation. All living beings are its children. The administrator of this extremely holy energy is the Council of Nine, which represent the Great Blue Lodge of Creation, one of the Creator's most holy seals. This energy is forwarded to the rest of creation by the sacred proclamations and blessings of the Council of Nine. All of heaven is addressed directly according to the protocols of heaven. The sacred seals of the divine plan, issued by the councils of Orion. These two sacred councils of the Creator bring the sets of decrees, the divine plan, and its many protocols or seals to the multitudinous divine orders of heaven. Q. You have just mentioned the silver gold energy of the Creator. What is its purpose? A. Silver gold energy is the energy of creation manifesting throughout the many levels and realities of creation. The many divine intentions required for the creation of heaven spring from these ethereal silver gold energies. These energies also make possible the many realms of physicality. For this reason, gold and silver are the physical representations of these same sacred creative energies. These energies reveal the divine plan by forming its most sacred environment. Silver, and particularly gold, possess a unique transformational energy. It is this special quality that assists all in carrying out the true purposes of the divine plan. These symbols of divine power have been your major precious metals since very ancient times. Q. What is the chief role for physical angels in creation? A. Physical angels are the essential mediators between the realms of spirit and matter. As you begin to understand their many processes, you shall begin to comprehend their vital importance to heaven. During the next part of our adventure, dear ones, you shall explore their duties and origins in much greater detail. This is Sandara, your chief guide, speaking. We are exiting the realms of heaven and re-entering the many realms of the physical. As we do so, we are using our hyperspatial capabilities to secure our ship to a multicolored sheath which surrounds physicality. From this unique vantage point, we can tap into the origins and assignments of, which we all are, physical angels, and explore the true nature of physicality. Watch the forward screens and notice the most exquisite and varied shades of gold, silver, purple, pink, and blue. They embody the extraordinary place to which we are headed. Lady Lyra and Lord Metatron are waiting there to come aboard and assist us as our guides. Before we reach this special destination, let me give you a brief history of physical angels in this galaxy. Physical angels are the major component of the many orders of heaven in physical reality. They have been brought into being by the Creator to maintain physicality and provide heaven with those vital lessons and experiences that are a most necessary part of the sacred divine plan. Physical angels are remarkable for their ability to reside simultaneously in the world of the physical and the realms of heaven. They are the blessed ones who give to all other unique life forms of physical reality the necessary life and information energy fields required to exist and procreate. Physical angels are embodied in many forms, skin colors, and sizes, regardless of their particular species. Each one is a dedicated advocate of the Creator's divine plan. About 10 billion years ago, physical angels were brought into the Milky Way galaxy. Their initial assignment was to help the numerous orders of Elohim in shaping the planetary systems now existing in our galaxy. In this initial form, they were ethereal and completely resistant to heat, cold, or any other type of radiation that exists in physical reality. As fully conscious beings, they were eternal. They remained in this first form for over 7 billion years. When physical angels began to inhabit the planets and star systems of this galaxy, they retained this ethereal form, changing their size from many thousands of miles, kilometers, in height to only 500 to 200 feet, 852 to 95 meters tall. Together with the Deve kingdoms, their next assignment was to form the land, water, and sky critical to the emergence of sentient life on these millions of preselected worlds. For the next 2.5 billion years, physical angels worked with the Devas. They brought forth upon the planets of your galaxy an awesome range of electromagnetic life forms. When this project was pronounced complete, physical angels subdivided into two specific groups. These classifications were established in order that their co-creative potential might be physically manifested when so desired. Thus, vital aspects of the divine plan were finally implemented. A protocol was then established to bring these into fruition. The first category of physical angels comprises the many councils of galactic presences that still exist in your galaxy. This holy group's task is to act as advisors and guides to the physical angels. Councils are also the guardians of many essential wisdoms. Moreover, they act as liaisons among heaven, the physical angels, and the rest of physical reality. Since the beginning of creation, they have carried out these divine services in joy and grace. According to your current perception, these magnificent beings of light are known as the many councils of the Ascended Master. The second category of this protocol consists of the physical angels themselves. The sacred service of this group of divine beings is twofold in nature. First, they work with the many divisions of the devas or planetary elementals to support the continuation of life and its diversity in a planet's biosphere. This provides for the continuation of the planet's food chain through the continued procreation of its life forms. Their second assignment is to assist the local orders of Elohim in keeping many planets and whole star systems operating at maximum efficiency. This very important assignment requires the use of special procedures and knowledge provided for them in consultations with the many councils of galactic presences. At the divine right time, a continuous exchange is set up among the council of galactic presences and the many orders of physical angels. This exchange permits various galactic presences to live among physical angels, so as to provide a better use of the innate, essential wisdom that they possess. In turn, a system has been adopted whereby, when certain physical angels reach a desired level of acquired wisdom, they are promoted to the ranks of the galactic presences. This system allows a constant exchange of various co-creative intentions as well as of divine knowledge. It also serves as a suitable mechanism for the fulfillment of tasks assigned by heaven through the holy decrees of the Creator. Co-creativity is one of the primary purposes of physicality. The divine plan provides a large degree of co-creativity for those highly sentient beings residing in the many realities of physicality. In order for their co-creativity to be manifested, these physical beings need to have knowledge of the vital concepts of intent and pure balanced thought as well as those of integral and positive desire. It is the compassionate duty of the numerous councils of galactic princes and certain intermediary physical angels to guide sentient physical beings into an appropriate and constructive use of this ability. Relative to the degree that this is accomplished, the co-creative process of the divine plan can successfully unfold. This physical process of co-creation fits easily into three distinct categories. The first category deals with the mass perceptions that formulate a prescribed reality. Each prescribed reality or super hologram has a unique and specific set of purposes for its existence. At best, these are temporary solutions, mere states of mind. When the divine plan permits a concept of physical reality to be modified, this procedure requires the thought or perceptions of a critical number of physically sentient beings for the transformation to occur. As you can see, there needs to be a sufficient number of physical angels and or galactic presences capable of influencing just over 67% of the local, physically sentient population who inhabit the reality. A unique super hologram, scheduled for transformation. Usually, one or more star nations can reside in a given reality. Normally, this procedure needs several decades of your Earth years to transpire. The second category addresses how these transformational events manifest. The major point here is that specific events are required to appear in a certain sequence. To the inexperienced observer, this sequencing can seem extremely random in nature. For example, it may involve events that happen in the past and or future while simultaneously affecting the now. These various procedures permit the divine plan to set in motion a stream of important tracer events. These events are able to trigger the suitable response pattern needed to complete an unfolding of the divine plan's potential. Remember, the co-creative response mirrors what the divine plan requests in a way that satisfies the inhabitants of any reality. This process gives a sentient life form a number of potential options, thus enabling it to solve whatever problem is occurring in its now. The third category involves the natural progression of certain concepts or innovations to their conclusion. Through its participation in this process, a society acquires a higher image or discernment of itself. One of the most important concepts of physical sentiency is an awareness of your full self. Inner growth, self-realization, leads to fuller comprehension of the ways in which creation operates in physicality. This consciously acquired wisdom allows you, as well as your society, to assess inner growth. This examination results in an increase of creative innovation. A society in sync with the ebb and flow of creation is organically one with the harmonic patterns of creation. Realization of this significant process is the original basis for bestowing the four societal laws upon galactic societies. Co-creation is so important. It permits physically sentient beings to contribute significantly to the divine plan. It further allows sentient beings to utilize their consciousness in a positive manner. Always keep in mind, dear hearts, that the process for this co-creation involves the intermeshing of light and dark probabilities. The purpose of physicality is the acquisition of divine experiences knowledge. This knowledge is used to expand the wisdom of heaven. Holy wisdom is founded upon a sacred precept. Heaven exists in an ever-expansive state. Heaven requires the experience of physicality. Through its utilization of physicality, heaven creates the wisdom needed to reveal creation in its most divine manner. At this time, I, Sandara, am greatly privileged to introduce to you Lord Metatron. Lord Metatron has graced us with his presence to guide our tour through this transitional space between heaven and physicality. Thank you, blessed light. I am here to explain the ordering of physicality, especially the role physical angels play in its evolution. Physicality is a collective entity. It is a facet of the Creator's divine plan, as well as a means to co-creatively affect it. You have been briefed on some of its features. You have heard a description of the purpose and presence of physical angels in this reality. I will expand on what you have been told. During the course of this presentation, I will call upon Lady Lyra and her exceptional wisdom. As you entered this sector of creation, you noticed the tremendous spectrum of iridescent colors that permeates us. Its energy consists of two forms. The first is information energy, moving from heaven to all the realities and dimensions making up physicality. This information energy permits consciousness to unfold its potential. A second form of energy has a golden or silvery cast. It is life energy. Through it, all realities are constructed. They range from each one of you to the vast number of dimensions composing physicality. The first energy has the ability to guide the second in a creative manner. In other words, consciousness has the ability to create its own reality. It is extremely important that you comprehend the classification of creation's energies. For example, your physical reality is a collective consciousness construct. An energy field, an implicitly ordered consciousness potential, exists all around you. Inside this field resides the life energy employed to create all living things. A reality's collective agreements co-create the methods by which it forms itself using its allotted life energy. The free interaction of these two energies unfolds the full potential of this reality. The heart of the matter, dear children, concerns awareness of how the process functions. In creation, no reality is truly separate, nor is it lacking in influence from other similar realities. Washta has already described part of this process to you. Allow me to take another tack. Physical creation exists within the realms of heavenly creation. Physicality transforms heaven as it unfolds its potential. This alteration in heaven is a result of the co-creative aspect of physicality. That is, physicality both mirrors and adds to heaven. Blessed ones, observe the wondrous colors dancing around you. By doing so, you can see the ways in which heavenly energies enter a dimension and weave realities. Each reality resembles an ever-changing and completely interactive tapestry. The two types of energies, information energy and life energy, act as its various threads. Potentials of consciousness exist within as well as outside of each reality. Observe the ways in which they interact with each other. See how the intentions and actions of consciousness alter the tapestry. Notice how similar threads cluster and then interact differently with less similar ones. Also notice how each action changes three things. 1. The amount and type of energy employed. 2. The interaction between similar realities. And 3. The way dimensions react to each other. The divine plan unfolds its sacred blueprint, the divine will of the Creator, in this very dramatic fashion. As realities constantly transform, notice how heaven is changing. It shifts its form as well as its light. This phasing of its coherence is due to the myriad energy exchanges between heaven and physicality. This is how creation works. Creation is a living being of the Creator. From its midst has sprung the impeccable order you now see before you. All of you are, indeed, part of this amazing unfolding of divine potential. You each have a vital role to play. It is both your collective and your individual consciousness that create each physical reality. Moreover, consciousness scripts the drama of each physical reality. Your noble, integral actions permit heaven to unfold physicality's sacred divine plan. Your intentions create every reality in physicality. Many orders of heaven that exist in physicality have a crucial task to perform. As noted previously, dear ones, this task involves providing heaven with the essential experiences needed to unfold the potential of the divine plan. By so doing, the councils and administrations of heaven reveal the divine plan. This interaction between heaven and physicality co-creates as directed by the divine will of the Creator. The process is an ongoing one, permitting all areas of heaven to enjoy creative input into the actual procedures decreed by the Creator. This particular method of creative process provides a vital element to the sixth creation. To mediate between heaven and physical reality remains one of the physical angel's most fundamental tasks. It involves an extremely close relationship between the Devic kingdoms and the local orders of Elohim, the weavers of each dimension's conscious potential. Physical angels encourage and support planetary and solar devas. In addition, they aid the Elohim in maintaining and transforming the entire solar system. These aspects of their divine service require the use of special liaison abilities. These abilities permit them to align themselves with the distinctive energies or frequencies inherent in that solar system. Each planet and every star has a specifically encoded magnetic and gravitational signature. This prime harmonic is maintained within the sympathetic vibrations of its nearby neighbors. Likewise, every galaxy possesses a characteristic song maintaining its inner integrity. This fundamental harmony allows physicality to reveal its numerous wonders. The duties of physical angels revolve around this holy task of sustaining the resonance, structural coherence of physical reality. See Figure 18. This process implies that two divine duties are accomplished. First, there is a balancing of those life and information energies entering and exiting from their parts of reality into heaven. This is graciously achieved under the divine guidance of the many councils of galactic presences. They provide assurance that the dimensional flux walls in their vicinity are working properly or are being adjusted correctly by those angels assigned to this task. Secondly, these divine councils of galactic presences guide the local Elohim in adjusting this energy to the correct harmonics of an affected planet or star. Once they have accomplished this, it becomes possible to Figure 18. The sacred tasks of physical angels work with the Devas. I shall now introduce Lady Lyra. It will be her pleasure to explain to you the responsibilities of the Elohim in these matters. Salutations, dear, precious ones. We of the order of Elohim are the creator beings of heaven and physicality. We weave realities and assist in the unfolding of creation. This requires us to depend for assistance upon certain orders of the angelic realms freely assigned to these physical domains. As we proceed, We continually liaise with you and with your realities, Devas. We accomplish this interaction by constantly checking physicality's coherence and by acting as any realities. Dissonance gatekeeper. Forming and circulating energies is our fort. This process, in part, permits us to supervise the great works of the Devas. The Devas are in charge of the inner workings of a planet's biosphere. They regulate the life and information energies heaven has given to the planet by transmitting these energies to the planet's diverse life forms. Devas also direct the planet's food chain. The Devic Council of any animal or plant species overlights the process by which any individual living plant or animal in the biosphere lives or dies. Devas take their divine work very joyously. They feel extremely blessed when they enjoy the assistance of physical angels. Physical angels permit the Devic kingdom to enter the sacred realm of co-creativity. Physical angels create galactic societies that assist the Devas in co-creatively operating their planet's biosphere. These continual exchanges with physical angels provide innovative, creative solutions that are necessary for a planet's biosphere to exist in optimum balance. Dearly blessed ones, physical angels are deeply involved in maintaining the balance of both the planet and the biosphere that they inhabit. Their concerns also extend to the Sun and the other planets that make up their solar system. This involvement is total, requiring the constant guidance and astute wisdom of the galactic princes. Hence, there is a continuous reciprocal flow among Devas, galactic presences, and physical angels. This sacred divine service ensures equilibrium to physical reality, allows any celestial body to grow in accordance with the divine plan. Divine exchange with the Devas permits physicality to work its wonderfully ordered magic upon physical angels. It gives physical angels the experiences and lessons that creation sincerely requests of them. The orders of Elohim are in divine partnership with you, physicality's co-creator. We have come to construct these realms with the purpose of unfolding creation and honoring the Creator's divine plan. These actions represent our commitment to the fulfillment of our divine purpose. Everything that you do, say, think, or even hear invites experience and garners lessons for you and every being in your reality. They also serve another purpose. Each action allows you to establish the way a physical reality in which you reside unfolds. These events act as a gauge measuring your progress in realizing your potential. Remember, every reality is a collective endeavor, and any transformation of it begins initially with oneself. Physicality is an illusion. It is a particular mirror state formed by the Holy Creator for the sole purpose of carrying out the divine plan of this sixth creation. As such, it is a local where heaven has permitted a certain degree of preconditioned realities to exist. The profound importance of physicality lies in these preconditions. Physical sentiency is merely a subset of previously agreed upon conditions. These preconditions exist as a number of scenarios on how fully sentient physical life forms can be created. These scenarios range widely from a myriad potential evolutionary process to one that is utterly random or chaotic in its operation. The first series is the norm for over 99% of sentient life in your galaxy, while the second is in process on fewer than 100 of the planets in your galaxy. One of these 100 exceptional planets is your own dear Mother Earth. Your Earth is one of the most remarkable planets in the Milky Way galaxy. It supports practically every form of life found in your galaxy and enjoys one of the most unique combinations of water, land, and sky to be found anywhere. This magnificent planet is home to a most fascinating situation, the loss and, finally, the regaining of full consciousness by a very special collection of physical angels. These wondrous beings originated in all parts of your galaxy. They represent a most marvelous cross-section of sentient physical life forms. The particular life form selected for this situation is called Homo sapiens, or human beings. During the past 11 millennia, human beings have continuously incarnated into an environment that is detrimental to the overall well-being of their planet and, especially, of themselves. You, dear ones, currently exist in a limited state of consciousness with its associated amnesia. This lamentable condition has robbed you of any recognition of who you really are. In your present condition, you can be easily manipulated. Our divine project is to facilitate your transformation back into your truly spectacular selves. Earth's physical angels have a very important role to play in this galaxy. They are the key to a permanent galactic harmony. Mother Earth's amazing diversity of life is one of the most extensive in the Milky Way galaxy. Yet, in your present limited consciousness state, you are destroying this most precious jewel. Moreover, in your own misguided way, you are continually replacing natural Earth environments with artificial and highly toxic ones. Your planetary society is filled with a vast pathology, which includes hate, jealousy, avarice, and petty manipulation. Yet, love, compassion, and a general caring for each other and for your planetary biosphere still manage to exist. This paradoxical state of affairs is due to the fact that your general amnesia does have some cracks in it. It is these few cracks that we are employing to assist your rapid restoration to full consciousness. When we began this chapter of your journey, we discussed the numerous special roles played by physical angels to maintain their home world, its accompanying solar system, as well as all of physical creation. In addition, they serve as heaven's way showers by freely giving to heaven those experiences and the wisdom encountered while in physicality. In the case of Earth's humans, a most fascinating genetic situation is underway. Remember, dear ones, you are presently limited conscious beings, still possessing all the accoutrements of fully conscious beings. These things are just lying about in you in a dormant state. This limited conscious RNA, DNA is being restored by us through a massive and continuous dose of pure, open love, thereby helping to create a firm compassion in your cells for your biosphere and your wondrously beautiful planet. This process is likewise causing your amnesia to rapidly dissipate and the truth of this ever-changing situation to become known to all. It permits each of your true life purposes to be revealed to yourselves and to your society. While this complex process is underway, another group of very special physical angels, the Earth's cetaceans, has been filling in for you. These gentle denizens of the Earth's waters have been making use of their vast knowledge of Earth's harmonies. That knowledge has allowed many species of animal and plant life to procreate in either the northern or the southern hemispheres during each spring season. This operation is mainly carried out by two cetacean varieties, the humpback and the blue whale. These gigantic creatures are really quite sentient and are completely committed to protecting the Earth's biosphere. Their firm commitment has led them into contact with humans who have caused the near extinction of their species. Cetaceans are highly sentient beings whose physical origins are quite difficult to trace. In any case, they are now residents of your planet and fully grasp the important role they are currently playing. Cetaceans sincerely understand their special responsibility as mediators between heaven and earth. They accept the fact that humans exist in the world in a weird, imbalanced state of reality that threatens their own. They also know that the histories which they carry with them are important for a restoration to full consciousness of the planet's other group of physical angels, Earth humans. Currently, you are in the midst of the great changes to which we have alluded. These massive transformations have begun to make humans more aware of their responsibilities to Mother Earth and her biosphere. Nonetheless, your present population has had its concepts of reality shaped by an idea first originated by evolutionary biology depicting Earth as a savage and hostile place. On the contrary, Earth is a place of exquisite beauty. This beauty has been raped and pillaged again and again by your society's economic and political elites. Planet Earth is alive, and she is a precious being, a most special life form. She is a living being who, at this present time, forgives the illusion of her children and seeks to birth them into a better reality. The current rekindling of this lost love between humans and their precious Mother Earth is a major sign that the veil of amnesia is being lifted. The vehicle by which this is being accomplished is called the science of ecology. Ecology, dear ones, is more than just a science. It represents an ardent and compassionate part of your reality. Life is creation's most valuable possession. You learn about the nature and wonder of physicality from physical life's many forms. Physicality is a marvelous fantasy. It is shaped by mass, will into practically whatever is desired. Those forms favored by the divine plan are the easiest and most appetizing. In spite of this, most of you have consistently chosen those forms or paths which are the most difficult to swallow. At first glance, you seem to be plunging rather willy-nilly down a collision course leading to your certain extinction. Yet, you are destined to survive and be restored graciously to your full self. We need now to take into account the progress of this unprecedented project in consciousness restoration we have been describing to you. It is also necessary for you to gauge the efficacy of Mother Earth's present support system. These two essential operations are intimately connected to each other. Therefore, with an eye toward your intended future reality, let us give you a progress report. As we do, we sincerely request that you envision what is happening on your planet as a marvelous adventure as well as a truly remarkable experience to be enjoyed by all. Humans on Earth are physical angels who originated from many places throughout the galaxy. All of you are participating in an amazing scenario that involves your total immersion in limited consciousness. The dark forces brought about this state of affairs over 12 millennia ago with the purpose of enslaving humanity. Their course of action only partially succeeded. It left you with the ability to be effortlessly returned to full consciousness at the right divine moment. This capacity is part of the co-creative function of physicality. Its purpose is to demonstrate to heaven the profound resiliency of physical angels. All through the millennia, it has graced you with many exceptional experiences as well as countless fundamental lessons. The time is rapidly approaching, dear ones, to release this scenario and manifest a totally new and different reality. In order to return you to full consciousness, a series of important spiritual intentions has been put forth by one of the highest councils of heaven, the Council of Orion. These intentions currently require pure, balanced, integral thought in order to be manifested in physicality. Pure, balanced thought follows intention organically. Intention also leads the local spiritual hierarchy to begin to balance your sector of creation. This process, which the spiritual hierarchy guides so lovingly, has created an immense warp in space-time. This warp permits your physical reality to be modified. It opens up co-creative opportunities for the councils of galactic presences. Their intentions allow the pure, balanced thoughts of heaven to enter into this realm of physicality. As these various elements flow into your reality, blessed hearts, they breach the protocols of the existing limited consciousness scenario. This activity permits a series of amended protocols to be issued. These innovative decrees allow your reality to be vastly altered. Simultaneously, there is established a new timeline for Earth and her most precious charges, humanity. These dynamic forces insert fresh variables into the new reality that can be co-creatively manifested. Ultimately, those procedures necessary to the release of your present limitations are established, and thus, your true and fully conscious selves can be made manifest. In this way, your future is being altered to place it in alignment with the Creator's divine plan. As this process occurs, elementals from the Deva kingdom, with the assistance of your local spiritual hierarchy and many councils of galactic presences, have begun to return Earth to its fully conscious state. The process permits the many orders of Time Lord to sketch out a timeline more in keeping with the divine plan. This co-creation further accelerates the awakening procedures for Earth's extremely repressed physical angels. Your expanding consciousness field allows the Galactic Federation of Light to move its personnel into a position to assist Spirit in the completion of its task. This collaborative action leads to further expansion of the consciousness field. In fact, it increases its acceleration by another 100-fold. As the consciousness field builds, it expands ever outward around your beautiful blue planet. This process, dear hearts, causes the mutation procedures in your physical bodies to quicken. This divine action in turn releases even more spiritual energy into your reality, leading to a greater knowing by Earth's humanity that their present reality is quickly failing. Your global society needs to be reconstituted shortly. This burgeoning growth in consciousness releases an enormous number of chaotic energies. The purpose of these energies is to emphasize the shortcomings of your current reality. A diverse number of critical viewpoints can now begin to spring forth. They range from a fundamental return to traditional values to expressions of new perceptions about your reality. These viewpoints often clash. In the end, though, they lead to an evolution of consciousness that blends them into a completely new set of societal values. This procedure usually necessitates about a century or two to shake out. You shall complete it in less than 3 decades. Remember that these critical moments were seated in the late 1970s. You are beginning to fathom your immense spiritual power. As physical angels, you have the ability to co-create your physical reality. You can oversee the physical and spiritual soundness of your beloved planet and its precious biosphere. The elders and shamans of your indigenous peoples presently fulfill this vital responsibility. Their sacred task is to network with each other and with your global society. The linking of their tremendous knowledge continues to preserve their cultures and their tribal lands. This sacred operation puts even more information energy into society's consciousness field. Quite literally, it is jump-starting humanity's remembrances, ancestral memories. This activity is increasing the expansion of the consciousness field, augmenting its potential by yet another 100-fold. In the early 1970s, at the start of your ascension process, the cetaceans began to use their yearly Earth Song to set up a physical intention. That intention, dear ones, allows for the divine intervention of heaven and other enlightened star nations. In their full consciousness, the cetaceans know that the time has arrived for this holy call. Each species of cetacean has implemented its song as a co-creative part of the divine plan. This procedure acts as a foundation on which the indigenous elders and shamans base their work. It assists them to bring more of spirit here. The actions of these two sets of beings, the cetaceans and the indigenous shaman, are co-creating a new reality for their kin and for your global society. This spiritual underpinning grows enormously as each new part of the ascension process is implemented. In fact, these developing parts are interconnected, like so many pieces in a jigsaw puzzle. Dear hearts, your present reality is quickly eroding. This process is awakening your spiritual self, allowing your subtle or light body to integrate itself with your physical body. This union of spirit and matter brings you into direct contact with your full self. It can also permit you to link yourself spiritually with others. The compulsion to do so comes from the very core of your being. This sacred urge has brought about some magnificent global interaction in your society for love, harmony and union with your brethren. It is awakening in each of you your responsibility to Mother Earth. It is opening you up to great awe and respect for the phenomenal diversity of life collectively participating in Mother Earth's biosphere. This transformation of your consciousness also has a number of other important ramifications. First, you are developing the means to look at your planet in entirely new and different ways. They include the perception of Mother Earth as a living being and the need to view her biosphere as truly very fragile and in need of tremendous nourishment and care. You are becoming responsible and are recognizing the need to provide healing to your mother planet Earth. Dear ones, you finally understand how connected each part of life is to every other. Every living thing contains within it a part of us. In you dwells a part of every living thing, without question. This fact validates the beliefs of traditional or indigenous peoples. Moreover, it extends the sanctity of life to all beings of this most marvelous planet. Mother Earth is an extraordinarily complex organism, and you are a major component of her biosphere. Second, you now have a greater awareness of the spiritual hierarchy. Each day, you search for the truth about these heavenly beings. Lately, many people have been getting in touch with the innate relationship of spirit to matter. They are seeing that death denotes more than an ending. Death is merely another distinct aspect of your immortal spiritual existence. All facets of your life are interconnected. Within all of you burns a deep desire to perceive the ways in which the spiritual benefits the physical. Spirit becomes a focal point, shining the light on your true human beingness. It leads, at long last, to your discovery of the role that you are meant to play in the game of life. Third, your inner process is testament to your changing body. You now feel strongly that something truly grand is underway. You are beginning to realize that modern medicine has little ability to identify your affliction. You seem to have a mysterious illness, a strange intermittent pain in your organ, perhaps just an odd fatigue or a symptom that doctors are unable to pinpoint. Still, you intuitively feel that what you are experiencing is absolutely real. You are bewildered and wonder how orthodox medicine can seem so oblivious to your distress. Your concerns lead you to alternative medicine, to the realm of herbs, potions, crystals, and healers. In this alternative world, you discover a whole new paradigm. This breakthrough opens to you an innovative world of healing, empowering thoughts, and ideas. Fourth, this integration of your mind, body, and spirit is leading you to discuss, thought out, unorthodox subjects with your friends. Surprisingly, you find yourself debating things that in the past you would otherwise have felt quite strange in discussing. A connection is forming among you and others who have always hesitated to express themselves in this way. The novel conversations occurring among you are opening up new eyes with which to view your world afresh. Despite initial apprehension, you forge on, ascertaining the truth of your intuition. You and your planet are being transformed. You know at last how profound are the deeds of spirit, yet you still wonder at the extent of such changes in your lifetime. We have described the manner in which most people discover that something profound is happening. They have also read the works of many of your best-selling authors. This search is about knowing spirit. We call it the quiet evolution of your soul. This evolutionary process is occurring right now in all cultures and to all people on your planet. The more intuitive ones feel it in their hearts and wonder how to respond to it. The reaction of many of your people is to unwittingly embrace denial. Yet, denial is a gift with the capacity to be transformed, using just a little bit of logic mixed with a great deal of love. Your planet's society is on a quest for its new identity and for answers to its many heartfelt questions. As you search, dear ones, trust in your hearts that you are really and truly physical angels. Earth's humanity, on a deep, spiritual level, sincerely understands its current plight as well as its true essence. The local spiritual hierarchy and the Galactic Federation of Light are guiding you to discover the ways in which you can assist us. Our sacred purpose is to transform your present limited reality into an illimitable one. At the heart of this matter lies the task of educating your global populace. This crucial education concerns an awareness of your inherent powers as physical angels. It will teach you the integral use of these divine gifts that can and need to be used to liberate humanity from its current limited existence. This procedure is the fulcrum, pivoting Earth's humanity toward their true reality as physical angels. We propose a solution, the formation of a global network of light, linked consciousness. This global network has been established already around key information nodes called planetary activation groups. PAGs are currently operational in many communities throughout your globe. They have a twofold purpose. First, PAGs inform their communities about the many spiritual, mental, physical, and emotional transformations now taking place. PAGs function as support groups that assist their communities in mastering, solving these issues. Second, PAGs connect as many like-minded groups as possible. They inform their linked associates of events, both local and global. This educational process leads to many community projects. The community, in implementing these projects, is guided toward creative, innovative solutions to many problems. For more information on this particular subject, please see Slamadja, our handbook on planetary activation groups, in the back of this book. As you begin to remember who you are, planetary guardianship becomes one of your major responsibilities. The cetaceans provide a model of guardianship you can benefit from by observing. See Figure 19. Through the use of their rituals, their song and their travels, migrations, cetaceans vivify the biosphere. Whale song has been found throughout all the oceans of the world. The actions of whale song are found throughout the skies of the world, even in the deepest parts of Africa, the Americas, Asia and Europe. The Deva of sky, earth, and water have joyously received the song of the cetaceans. Your world's tribal shamans have full knowledge of its great energies. These wise women and men are well aware that whale song creates necessary, life-sustaining resonance. During every winter in each hemisphere on your planet, the whale songs bring forth a new and glorious life cycle. Dear ones, guardianship is akin to spiritual stewardship. You are the principal element in a huge, cascading chain of life. This chain consists not only of animals and plants, but also of rocks, water, and sky. Aspects of the Devi kingdom exist in each one of them. Every constituent of moth. The functions of planetary guardians. Figure 19. The functions of planetary guardians. Air, Earth, works with every other in a very special way to create the great and continuous cycle of life that surrounds you. Long ago, the cetaceans and Mother Earth invited you to these shores. The cetaceans recognized your potential to be effective spiritual guardians and have given you a means to become so. More than knowing the importance of the environment, you need to understand the divine guidance of the spiritual hierarchy. You might ask how one truly understands and obeys the divine guidance of the spiritual hierarchy. You know this through being open to your inner vision, through practicing positive intentional ritual, and through listening to the intuitive life force that exists within all of you. These are the vital concepts of love and of the light. They form the basis for you to begin to comprehend more fully the integral actions required to transform you into skillful stewards of this earth. This system, the chain of life, lies at the heart of all events on Mother Earth. You are finally beginning to understand this process. You are presently on the verge of discovering your true purpose here, to complete a sacred triad of spiritual guardianship, cetacean plus human plus local spiritual hierarchy. Your purpose for being on this planet is a divine one. Cetaceans, humans, and the local spiritual hierarchy create a life sphere of elegance and of light. They bring Earth's energies into focus while adding their own wondrous energies to the mix. Imagine planets as being more than simply three-dimensional objects orbiting a star until the star's cycle of life brings that planet's life to an end. This narrow, purely material perspective is hardly a workable context for a guardian species to embrace. All things in this universe have a specific purpose. You are only just now beginning to understand your true purpose as human beings. Remember that you are spiritual guardians of light, of love, and of consciousness. You are physical angels. Mother Earth stands poised at the threshold of a vast spiritual restoration. It is awakening you to who and what you are. You are the spiritual guardians of this most beautiful blue planet. You are planetary co-creators with Mother Earth's other guardians, the cetaceans. In stepping into your destined role, you are accomplishing this necessary feat. You are claiming your place in the vast spiritual hierarchy, the orders of heaven that create, guide, and sustain you. It is our sacred mission to bring these various spiritual ideas and concepts to you, allowing you to be aware of the marvelous processes surrounding and supporting you. Thank you, Lady Lyra and Lord Metatron, for imparting to us your most marvelous information. Fellow lights, please look at the forward monitors and you will see that we are passing over the very edge of physicality. Our subsequent destination will be the headquarters of the Galactic Federation of Light. Hence, we are now headed for the star system of Vega in the Lyran constellation. We ask that you remain seated during the next series of operational procedures. If you have any questions, post them on your terminal. Our in-flight personnel will gladly provide you with the answers. Questions and answers. Q. You have mentioned a divine being named Lord Metatron. Exact. Lee, what is Lord Metatron's role in the manifestation of physical creation in this galaxy? A. Lord Metatron is one of the divine beings who sit at the base of the almighty throne of the Holy Creator. He is responsible for revealing the divine plan that is included in this sixth creation. The holy orders of heaven refer to it in fact as Lord Metatron's creation. Lord Metatron has issued a number of special decrees concerning the Milky Way galaxy. These mandates empower our local and galactic heavenly administrations with extra dispensations of divine grace and holy compassion, so that they can successfully carry out their aspects of the divine plan. Q. You have discussed physical angels. How does their experience empower them to learn from physicality? A. Each physical lifetime has a specific purpose or objective. In each incarnation, one's sole purpose, experience, and goal are different. Each of your lives permits heaven to get a fix on how physicality operates. From these experiences, which you and others give to heaven, the High Council of Heaven can establish their strategies to carry out the divine plan. In effect, you have become the means for heaven to understand the workings of that illusory realm called physicality. Q. How intimate is the relationship between the councils of galactic presences and their charges, physical angels? A. Galactic presences, ascended masters, are closely linked to physical angels and constantly observe them. The many councils of galactic presences evaluate every aspect of physical life. Each council supports sacred blessings and intentions that are constantly being conveyed to its physical angels. In addition, many of the councils welcome as new members those physical angels whose many lifetimes have been exemplary. This holy procedure ensures both the councils and those physical angels a close connection. It also allows their councils' evaluations to remain timely. Q. Physical angels are sentient beings who form galactic societies. What does love and companionship look like in these societies? A. In galactic societies, the law of the two governs these processes. Physical angels realize that they are a physical embodiment of love. Sexual procreation is one way in which to express this deep physical love. Divine companionship assists a physical angel in achieving his life's objective or purpose. Love of a special companion, soulmate, can maximize one's fullest potential while in physical incarnation. Bear in mind that during each incarnate lifetime an entire range of fulfillment in physical, spiritual, mental, and emotional experiences is garnered. During each lifetime, physical love, in its highest stages of evolution, assists one in his soul growth. Q. What is a soulmate? A. Soulmates are those people who are your complement. They provide a way to your oneness. In a special way, they guide you to intimate physical and mental growth. On Sirius, a soulmate is called a closeness. The living energy being that you both create is called a Shri. To help you to better understand this concept, let us explain. There is a primary or main closeness, the soulmate. Late in your adolescence, 50s to early 70s, your person counselor chooses for you a secondary closeness for two purposes. First, he enables you to comprehend the nature of relationships more fully and to learn about the power of sexuality. Second, he allows you to prepare for the immense and ever-present challenges and joys that unfold in the law of the two. A fundamental book of guidelines and protocols in Syrian culture pertains to a closeness and to your primary closeness. Q. Will we keep the partners we have now? A. That depends upon the purposes and intentions of the two current partners after they become fully conscious. At that time, They can make agreements with each other concerning the most effective way to fulfill each of their destinies. Then, too, we will have the ability to change and alter our bodies, to rejuvenate ourselves physically and live longer. We will know, at that point, if our current partner is in right relationship to our soul purpose. So the question becomes, who is the person who can best assist me to achieve my life purpose? Q. Is there anything special that we can do to prepare for this change? A. Just go within and trust. As life and information energies around the planet increase, consciousness rises. You'll begin to more accurately interpret your inner knowledge about everyone and everything. This inner clarity is a precursor to what will happen when the next level, full consciousness, is attained. People who are healers right now will be the counselors. They are to be trained in facilitating these important procedures. They can then fully utilize the creative healing energies they already generate. Syrians identify the process of sexuality, especially its orgasmic component, as being the knowledge section of soul growth. They feel that the higher levels of the Akashic records are open to those souls who are able to perform intentional sexual ritual. As soon as the Galactic Federation of Light and Angelic Counselors join you, they can provide more counseling on this process. A. When two persons who are a primary closeness to each other engage in sexual intimacy, the prime intent is to climax the woman only after they perform a series of long and specific exercises. These exercises accomplish two things. First, these disciplines merge the life and information energy fields of the two beings. At that point, the beings are enabled to weave a special pattern with their golden crown life energy. They also entwine each other's silvery life energy from their divine source to the very core of their sacred home worlds. Second, the energy is used to open a sacred door that lies between the records of heaven and physicality. These two aspects are accomplished before the woman's climax or multiple orgasms, which last from 1/2 to over a full hour, begin. At that point, a special harmony, a very specific coherence pattern between the two is attained, which causes the entrance to the Akashic to swing open. The couple's special angelic guardians then lead them onto a sacred path. In this journey, the woman's orgasms are the vehicle, its prime energy body, while the men's are the guide, its navigator and pilot, to the amazing sources of knowledge and wisdom to be found in the Akashic. Q. How important is sexuality to human galactic society? And is there any specific code to guide its conduct? A. In human galactic society, sexuality is expressed in an atmosphere of openness, freedom, and playfulness. Most importantly, sexual behavior respects the sovereignty of the individual. Lovemaking is a sacred act. It is part of a closeness expressed mainly with the advice and guidance of assigned counselors. It is designed to assist you in discovering rare and precious knowledge about yourself and about the other. Moreover, sexuality represents an alchemical process in which spiritual and physical become one. It involves a great number of special rites and prescribed rituals, and in all cases is designed to explore a unique set of experiences vital to inner growth. Sexuality provides a potent tool for assisting you to finally appreciate the true nature of physical reality. It bestows another extremely precious gift, the power to bring another soul, your child, into physicality. This ability allows you and other members of your extended pod to guide a human being from childhood into adulthood. Q. You've talked about the roles of physical angels. How can we assist in creating the caliber of society and individuals you have described? A. We can come together and form the worldwide web of light, network of globally connected consciousness. Clearly, the formation of planetary activation groups, PAGs, in your local community can be a major determinant in the successful construction of this web of light. Q. What are planetary activation groups? A. Planetary activation groups, PAGs, consist of people who have come together with the purpose of experiencing the great law of unity we have been discussing. They choose to support each other in increasing individual and group self-esteem. They help each other seek and find personal sovereignty. They learn to network their integral personal truths effectively to the rest of their community. Planetary activation groups assist Mother Earth and her people to reach full consciousness. In addition, PAGs help to create the many consciousness raising and support centers being set up more and more around the planet. PAGs are the nucleus around which our new galactic society is forming. Another major purpose in forming planetary activation groups is to use their collective energies to co-create this coming new reality. Here, remember, one phrase that easily expresses this: just do it. Initially, some can only contribute their talents part-time, while others can choose to volunteer more. To develop PAGs successfully, the key is to get started. Make a commitment, then fulfill it and recommit yourself continually. Make efficacious use of the information that is given to you. Use your own inner guidance. Create your planetary activation groups in love and joy. Fill them with that great passion that is inside you. Your purpose is to link your group along with other like-minded groups into a global network of light. Then use this light grid of connected consciousness purposefully and make the new reality more than a mere possibility. Initially, this system's success requires a firm commitment to link with one another and to support one another. Use the information available through this communication system. Network it to people in your community and help them to understand its vast and powerful implications. Most people deeply desire to be fully supported in the transformation of their consciousness. In the 21st century, human beings need to learn about and appreciate the powerful influence that these many physical, spiritual, mental, and emotional transformations are having on them. If you need any assistance in organizing planetary activation groups, contact us at our website address The Galactic Federation of Light. This is Sandra, your main tour guide, speaking. Our starship is now traveling to the Vega solar system in the constellation of Lyra, the location of the Galactic Federation of Light headquarters. So far, we have observed some of the events occurring in this galaxy and become acquainted with how a galactic society operates. Now, it is time for us to see how various galactic societies come together harmoniously and work toward a common objective. Our guide for this segment of the journey is Calestra, the Syrian Star Nation's chief representative to the main Federation Council of the Galactic Federation. We will teleport her aboard just prior to reaching our destination. Before she arrives, let me take some time to brief you about the Galactic Federation of Light, its origins, and its main objectives. Dear hearts, we have just learned how heaven and physicality are organized and in the process, how heaven's strategy for manifesting the divine plan is formulated. Let us now examine another important aspect of galactic society, the Galactic Federation of Light. The Galactic Federation has evolved from a special organization that was first created some 25 million years ago in a region near the current constellation of Gemini. The divine purpose of this first confederacy, which existed for some 20 million years, was to act as a mediator for the various known forces of light in the Milky Way galaxy. The first galactic wars were fought in a part of your galaxy known to the Syrians as the region of Hadak, which you call the Belt of Orion. Orion was home to one of the first great colonies of the light in your galaxy and was populated by two groups of physical angels, the salamander-like amphibians and the dolphin-like land cetaceans. Savage attacks on the Orion colonies by reptilians and dinosaurs from the dark empires near the present constellations of Draco and Cancer forced innumerable colonists to flee their homes. As the settlers retreated to less populated areas of Orion near the blue star system of Rigel, they learned that other brutal raids were also occurring in this sector of the galaxy. Creation has provided physicality with myriad lessons and experience that enable physical angels to better understand their environment. Thus, the divine plan provides many co-creative opportunities by which physical creation's potential can unfold. A case in point is the long history of the many galactic wars. When the wars first began, both Lord Michael and Anchara prophesied that the divine plan would use the galactic wars as a way to teach the light about the dark. as well as a means of moving the dark forces of Anshara toward the light. These seemingly endless wars allowed the dark to move out of the shadow world that, through its tricks, guile, and deceit, had acted as a mirror image to the light. The dark leads the light into a mighty struggle within itself, producing creative solutions that can free the dark from its shadowy existence. Beyond any doubt, this process proclaims that the dark possesses its own unique light. The light of the physical dark forces merges instinctively with that of the physical light forces, transmuting the dark and strengthening the light by uniting in harmony with it. This process allows dark to perceive light in a new way, while the light discerns that the dark is vital to its own transformation. Their eventual union emerges out of the initial conflict of light as it enters the illusory physical realm of the dark. Now, to continue our discussion, let me present Calestra, our most illustrious Galactic Federation ambassador from Sirius. She has arrived somewhat earlier than we had expected. Thank you, Sandra. I shall begin my contribution to your tour by stating that, because of events presently happening in your solar system, the Galactic Federation has undergone an immense transformation in the last few years. We applaud your progress and look forward in the very near future to Earth's membership in the Galactic Federation of Light. I see that you have already begun to review our organization's history and purposes. Let me continue. The lessons and experiences of the dark gradually expand the light's wisdom, giving light compassion to understand the dark's ability to distort the truth. Keep in mind that the dark is an illusory molasses that feels almost real. It is the ultimate creation of the mirror world of illusions called physicality, which teaches new experiences and vital lessons that can reveal the divine plan for physical existence. These dark masters' teachings allow the light to bring its co-creative ability into physicality and to test them under the most adverse conditions. Dear ones, Spirit represents the eternal wisdom of divine love and, under the direction of the divine plan, has allowed physical reality to come into existence. Physical existence is a terrain filled with extraordinary possibilities and conditions not found in the endless worlds of spirit. In this phenomenal creation are elements that can shape spirit anew. Yet, the realm of the physical is ever filled with novel rules of engagement and with new disciplines that are part of physicality's wisdom. Spirit came into this realm first to form it, and then to give it life. Later, the forces of light arrived to learn from it, and, empowered by this knowledge, are transforming heaven itself. These important facts lead us back to the galactic wars, which permitted the forces of the light to genuinely learn about physicality and taught the forces of the dark about the light. Eventually, these wars permitted the great merging we have been discussing. The final steps of this consolidation involve your planet and your solar system. Therefore, let us re-examine these wars and gain a clearer understanding of the past as well as of the present. During the first 20 million years of the great galactic conflict, the legions of the light and the forces of the dark moved around the galaxy as if they were playing at a gigantic game of musical chairs. The forces of the light soon learned that most of the dark, sentient creatures they encountered had only an advanced form of limited consciousness and lacked a true, functional light body. Nonetheless, they were extremely tenacious and totally committed to their physical creator being, Anshara, who ruthlessly demanded nothing less than total conquest of the entire galaxy. During the initial 5 million years of war, the dark forces carried out a massive series of attacks that put most of the galaxy within their domain. But while the children of Anshara were great warriors, they were extremely poor empire builders. Within the many worlds and star systems conquered by the dark Ansharans were other advanced limited consciousness beings who supported the light and were dedicated to fighting the forces of the dark. With skill and determination, they struggled against the dark Ansharans, both on their sacred lands and on their home worlds. The rebel opposition fought valiantly against the growing empires of Anshara. Gradually, they liberated many star systems, only to encounter more battle, more broken treaties, and more suspicions between the two forces. At that time, The legions of light, eternal and very ethereal in form, witnessed the events and solemnly asked the lords of light about these strange occurrences and how to respond to them. The lords of light informed their physical angels that this aspect of physicality was filled with great brutality and controlled by the various mirror rules of the dark ones. The dark beings are heavenly entities that Lord Michael, under the strict guidance of Lord Kuea, Lord Sharia, had cast into physicality to formulate an opposition to heaven in these illusory realms. This shadow of the physical light is the great force that light is meant to transform. Conquest is equally an illusion. How does one conquer when one can only merge with and transform another? With this great wisdom in hand, the legions of light gazed upon this galaxy anew. They notified heaven of their intention that a fully transformed physicality was to be manifested as decreed by the Creator's divine plan. The light's plan for a newly merged physicality proved to be more challenging than first expected. Important lessons needed still to be learned and new wisdoms about physicality to be taught. Over the next 15 million years, the legions of light took their places on many homeworlds in a great number of solar systems. Eventually, the forces of the dark Anshurans attacked these home worlds. Their first direct encounters led the forces of light to analyze how this galaxy dominated by the dark operated. Moreover, they wondered how they would successfully create a light capable of transforming the dark, and always marveled at this galaxy's many peculiarities. The light's first solution was to teach the ways of heaven to all who desired. This led them into an alliance with rebel forces opposed to the Ancharans and their many dark empires. This association raised additional questions. How could the forces of light best adapt to their current situation? How should they use the information given them by their new rebel allies? Out of these questions emerged a novel series of tactics. Then, as the legions of light became more involved in this conflict, they made themselves physically resemble their allies until the Ancharans were unable to distinguish them from those they were already fighting. For the first time, the legions of light were exposed to the cruel, bloodthirsty activities of the dark. Suddenly, high light beings were laid open to a reality filled with the horrifying shadow illusions of the dark. This process taught them valuable lessons and showed how astonishing the experiences of physicality could be. Brutalized as they were, the beings of light sent mercy and its sacred corollary, grace, into this dark realm of creation. These twin progeny of divine love began to push light into the dark inner perceptions of the children of Anchara. The process still required a long while to take hold, but take hold it eventually did. About 5 million years ago, those divine thoughts of mercy and grace began to manifest. A new and wide-ranging set of allies who banded together under the banner of the light. The main concern of the forces of light remained the fulfillment of both the prophecy of Lord Michael and the decrees of their holy mentor, Lord Metatron. Definite skirmish lines had been established in this sector of the galaxy, which held for over 1.4 million years. The war had evolved into a test of its opponent's inner fortitude. Each side was waiting for the moment when a series of decisive battles would turn the war in its favor, after which a truce could be struck and another treaty negotiated. Finally, that moment was reached. Some new elements were introduced into the conflict. One of those was a strong recognition of the need for both sides to create a new type of galactic organization, in our case, the Galactic Federation of Light. Dear ones, let us look closely at how the Galactic Federation was created. It is indeed an extraordinary tale. At that time, from both this and other dimensions, many galaxies began to send emissaries to your own galaxy. They observed the developments and asked the members of the original star organization, the Alliance of the Legions of the Light, if they wished to form a new confederation that would include them as its advisors and technical experts. The main concern of these light beings was to maintain the original, sacred intentions of the light, founded in the Creator's love, grace, and everlasting compassion, from which could be manifested the pure, balanced thoughts of the divine. The Galactic Federation of Light was founded about 4 million years ago. Originally, It was called the Intergalactic Federation of Light and had a membership of 11,000. However, because the term intergalactic had already been used, its official name became the Galactic Federation of Light. The Galactic Federation is an organic union of freely associated star nations and intergalactic emissaries, and includes an impressive spiritual liaison mission formed by these various intergalactic emissaries. They have all joined together to create a natural network enabling light to flow in all its magnificence into the Milky Way galaxy. Gradually, the intention to bring light into the darkness of your galaxy was manifesting. Yet, at the time, the dark was still in the midst of its extensive attacks against the light. For example, light colonies in the constellation of Orion were constantly overrun. Orion became the focus of numerous raids into the territory of the fledgling Galactic Federation of Light. These ongoing, sporadic raids remained a sore spot for the next 4 million years, with the light of the Creator now fully anchored in our war-torn galaxy. Heaven began to manifest a new vision. It included many modified timelines, agreed to by the local orders of Time Lord, and some recent genetic development. Generations of mutational beings were born into the Star Nation societies of the Alliance of Anchara. Because these beings had the beginnings of light bodies, many orders of Anchara's priestesses began to see them as special prophets. Their unique insights provided new twists on the dark Ancharan prophecies. 3.5 million years ago, their interpretations became an addendum to the holy books of Anchara. Recently, they formed one of the foundations for permanent peace in the Milky Way galaxy. This complicated history has been explained previously by your main guide, Sandra. See Chapter 2. Having touched upon the Galactic Federation's origins, I intend to spend the rest of our tour in observing how the Galactic Federation of Light actually functions. To start this exploration, let us look at what this organization represents, and then slowly review how it has been able to expand throughout this Milky Way galaxy and beyond. The Galactic Federation of Light considers itself a celestial union of sentient and harmonious star civilization. These star societies search constantly for star nations ready and able to join them. They contact any planet or series of planets in any star system that attain certain prescribed levels of consciousness and advanced technology. Preceding actual first contact, a complete scientific evaluation is performed, covering a broad range of information about the potential member and containing an in-depth report on the nature of its consciousness fields and its ongoing dynamics. The Star Nation's technology and its society's collective vision are also thoroughly reviewed. Earth has been in the midst of an extensive scientific assessment since 1991 to 92. This extensive assessment is being implemented for two primary purposes. First, it is important for us to know everything about your global society. We need to be fully aware of your progress and of where you are in your evolution toward full consciousness. Secondly, dear ones, the success of the Galactic Federation's first contact mission to your solar system requires that Mother Earth and her vital biosphere be fully restored to their pristine condition. This complex procedure necessitates a total workup by Galactic Federation planetary scientists. These complicated studies include several important environmental considerations that allow our Galactic Federation scientific evaluation teams to assess the improvements or alterations needed to completely restore your present environment. These procedures can fully return Earth to the pristine condition in which she would be had your global society not created its present, ever-expanding ecological disaster. As part of these intricate procedures, the Galactic Federation has assigned to the scientific mission a great number of specially equipped ships which constantly monitor and adjust your beautiful blue planet. The first part of these complex procedures involves setting the anchor nodes for your soon-to-be upper firmament and slowing the massive melting of your northern and southern polar ice caps. Another part of this assessment involves collecting samples of all plants and animals that have existed in your biosphere. Mother Earth's lower subtle bodies contain holographic records of these entities for future reference. We consult with the local spiritual hierarchy and determine what plants, animals are eventually to be restored to Earth's newly pristine surroundings. In addition, climates, atmosphere, location of continents and aeons, and future sea levels are decided upon after many consultations with your local spiritual hierarchy. These procedures include the designing of future residences for those physical angels who are to inhabit and maintain Mother Earth as well as the entire solar system. Many inner planets are to be recolonized after they are returned to their pristine condition. Accordingly, we have established various subterranean cities and related habitats for Earth's newest steward. In carrying out these detailed evaluations, we have had the opportunity to work closely with your magnificent sets of planetary, lunar, and solar devas. These wondrous entities of the light have given us specific parameters regarding the location and depth of the required facilities. They have also advised us where and how to construct future temple sites. These sites are to be used for the major group rituals that are vital to adjust your planet's ever-changing consciousness fields. This series of Surface Con, Figure 20, command and communication structures. Instructions will take place after your present physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual integrations are completed. As noted, the Galactic Federation of Light is in the process of preparing a first contact mission for your world. This mission opens your society up to the innumerable wonders and opportunities offered by being a part of a vast, free association of over 400,000 star nations. When your first contact mission finally transpires, any speculations that you may still have about us will quickly vanish. One of the tasks assigned to the Galactic Federation of Light is to establish within your society's consciousness field an extremely deep love and an all-encompassing light for the myriad sentient beings in this galaxy and for the flora and fauna on your precious planet. In this way, you can begin first to experience and later to establish your new galactic society. Your wondrous galactic civilization is to be created as soon as the Galactic Federation and the spiritual hierarchy can complete all the many phases necessary for a successful first contact. The Galactic Federation is quite complex in its organization. Because its entire structure is based on fluid group dynamics, it is therefore organic and continually self-organizing. Dear ones, let us scrutinize its three major components. The first operational section of our organization is its space mission. This aspect consists, for the most part, of numerous exploration and defense fleets which are generously provided by the Galactic Federation of Light's member star nations. The second section is its liaison division. This body consists of an assemblage of special teams, boards, and groups responsible for maintaining adequate communication and mediation throughout all regions of the Galactic Federation of Light. The third section involves our many interdivisional governing forums, which are subdivided into Star Nation and regional governing councils. See Figure 20. We will begin our survey of these three operational sections by familiarizing you with the space mission. It consists of two distinct, yet connected parts. They are linked by the mutual necessity of maintaining a close relationship among all the Galactic Federation fleets. Each fleet is maintained by a specific star nation and is assigned its command through the various regional governing councils. Each of these councils is in charge of contacting any potential Galactic Federation member who resides in its region. In addition, special fleets composed of ships from many regions of the Galactic Federation are assigned to search areas not yet explored. This command structure is called the Science and Exploration (SENI) teams. Their purpose is primarily threefold. First, the Galactic Federation of Light feels that the essential task of sending light and love across the galaxy requires a precise type of information. This knowledge is gathered by measuring how the light of creation, consciousness, in its two forms, life energy and information energy, flows throughout the galaxy. Therefore, the goal of the Galactic Federation scientists is to understand the distribution and utilization of this flow of consciousness in your galaxy. The SNI teams evaluate a star system's level of consciousness. Their fleets ascertain whether a prospective member meets the levels of technology required to become eligible for Galactic Federation of Light membership. These studies permit SNE teams to make specific recommendations to the appropriate Galactic Federation Regional Governing Council. The Council reports the exact status of any designated star system or planet. It also determines if a first contact mission is timely. Second, there is the need to explore various new regions of the galaxy. Explorations check on the progress of the many neutral star nations. These star nations consist of 5 major societal types: primitive, medium, advanced, neutral, and eligible. The first type consists of primitive planets that either lack space travel capability and/or are still in a warring state. The second is comprised of planets having a medium level of technology that have already begun to unite the various parts of their star nation. The third has achieved the unity of its solar system, yet is quite ignorant of other stellar organizations such as the Galactic Federation of Light. The fourth is a true neutral star nation and has little desire for membership in the Galactic Federation of Light. The fifth, however, does show interest. So when an SNE team enters the selected region, it thoroughly assesses this as well as other viable star nations. The SNE team then reports its findings to the appropriate Galactic Federation Regional Governing Council. Third, the Prime Science Directive of the Galactic Federation leads the SNE teams to search the biospheres of all uninhabited solar systems in this galaxy. Their main purpose is to carefully catalog these systems. Such new observations are considered vitally important to any SNE team's mission. These studies can discover how a star system's local spiritual hierarchy choreographs the evolutionary pattern of the solar system under their divine jurisdiction. A major area of interest involves whether or not the local spiritual hierarchy desires a certain species of physical angel to be introduced into their star system as its primary guardian or caretaker. If not, the SNE team determines which special life form is evolving into this most important role. The SNE team also asks the local spiritual hierarchy if it needs any assistance to carry out its sacred tasks. SNE teams deeply desire to facilitate the actualization of this facet of the divine plan. Once these specific questions have been answered, the SNE team's requisite studies are complete. Then they move on to the next star system. Star system reports are presented to the nearest regional governing council and to the Central Liaison Board. Special Galactic Federation Defense Forces accompany SNE fleets at all times. In this regard, a critical point needs to be made. SNE fleets always control the defense forces that are assigned to them. Long ago, during our galactic wars, many SNE liaison teams discovered that difficulties occurred when the military arm is given complete control. Accordingly, it is general operational policy to keep the command of any SNE defense force well within the science arm of the fleet. The main function of the SNE defense force is to protect the Galactic Federation from attack. Previously, whenever the Galactic Federation of Light's SNE fleets ventured into new galactic sectors, they were under constant surveillance by the forces of the Alliance of Anshara. The Alliance was completely opposed to any expansion of Federation territory or the addition of new Galactic Federation members. Until recently, the many Alliance fleets attempted to sabotage or attack any Galactic Federation science mission. Therefore, the Galactic Federation saw fit to add to all SNE fleets a defense force of sufficient strength to protect them from these probable attacks. This precautionary measure was formally ended with the signing of the Sacred Treaty of Anshara just as 1995 began. Figure 21. Fleet liaison structures. Another part of the Galactic Federation fleets consists of various liaison teams or groups. See Figure 21. Liaison is considered an enormously important function in the Galactic Federation. Since we employ fluid group dynamics, it becomes the responsibility of all liaison to inform all parties in their communication and information loops about what is happening in their environment. This supports the opening of mediation and can alleviate any potential dispute. The liaison team's main purpose is to mediate and to communicate. They are the networkers, the disseminators of essential information for all divisions of the Galactic Federation. Their precise information allows fleet commanders and their staffs to make highly informed decisions. The Galactic Federation realizes that liaison is a critical factor in the accomplishment of its mission. The ability to make fully informed choices assures the Galactic Federation's existence as a viable entity. See Figure 22. The liaison's functions mirror those of the counselors, who are also an integral part of galactic society. Both supply the wisdom necessary to ensure that the Galactic Federation of Light and all its components operate at maximum efficiency. Liaison teams exist at all levels up to the main Federation Council. Major duties of liaison groups include creating and managing networks of communication, as well as disseminating vital information to all Galactic Federation fleets and allied agencies concerning a local star nation's cultural nuance, providing command directives, and assigning mission responsibilities. These are done in the form of various reports, or simply given as useful operational advice. These communications flow constantly in two directions. First, there are the miscellaneous reports and commands sent down to the SNE fleets from the regional councils and the main liaison board at Galactic Federation headquarters. These communiques provide an environment in which the many SNE fleets can exchange intelligence. Second, there are the various types of feedback sent up from the SNE fleets to the numerous Galactic Federation command centers. These succinct reports describe events clearly. They permit the various liaison teams, when necessary, to quickly adjust their prior advice and reports to the fleets. In this way, the fleet's command structure is instantaneously aware of all current situations. These liaison groups work as a natural network, employing rapid and organic responses in any situation. Each aspect of their many functions intermeshes easily with every other. Operating according to the principles of fluid group dynamics, they can swiftly realign how they relate to each other. This fluidity permits all liaison teams, either temporarily or as required, to support one specific team or even suddenly to find themselves. Figure 22, liaison group command and control system perfectly at ease in leadership roles. This constant exchange of vital information is choreographed like a well-rehearsed ballet. A fully conscious dynamic exists that contributes greatly to this particular process. Full clarification, as well as total comprehension of all possible perceptions, is the norm. Once the previous point is completed, the process naturally flows to the next. Every stage in this cycle is known to every element that is a part of it. The organic actions of these many multi-leveled liaison groups are essential to the continued operation of the Galactic Federation of Light. Flowing naturally from the organic network forged by the liaison organization is a series of intricately linked governing networks. These networks create what the Galactic Federation calls interdivision forums, which basically exist on three levels. See Figure 23. First, there is the highest level, the main Federation Council itself. This immense forum is located in the Vega Star Nation, which is part of the constellation of Lyra. It meets only when highly important matters need to be discussed. For the most part, regional councils oversee Galactic Federation business. Second are the aforementioned regional governing councils, of which there are now 24 in Galactic Federation of Light Space. Your local administrative body will be the Syrian Regional Governing Council. Third are the many consolidated star nations, or star leagues, which serve as an amalgamated foundation for the numerous regional and main Federation councils. When you create your own governing council for Earth, it will represent you in the Galactic Federation. As you can see, the Regional Governing Council is of prime importance to you. Let us examine these regional governing councils and observe how they operate. Regional governing councils act primarily as assemblies to hear various levels of Galactic Federation business. They help set basic policy in their particular region and sometimes act as a court of last resort for any unresolved difficulties between star nations or star leagues. Clearly, regional governing groups work in many ways to assist the Galactic Federation of Light in accommodating its members. The 24 regional governing councils are gathering places where members can come together and nurture a powerful camaraderie. Regional governing councils are also sacred places where cross-cultural ceremonies can be performed. Additionally, regional councils serve proudly as the focal point for various intercultural exchanges. They encourage the region's Star Nation members to promote deeper mutual understanding. In this regard, these councils frequently act to provide necessary ground rules for the many. Earth's relationship to three levels of Galactic Federation councils. Figure 23. The three levels of Galactic Federation councils. Technological and intellectual property exchanges between their diverse regional members. This leads us to the core of Galactic Federation membership, the myriad star nations and star leagues. As noted, numerous Star Nation ruling councils exist within all Galactic Federation governing regions. They consist of two distinct types. The main operating structure is the Star Nation Governing Council, which includes over 86% of all members of the Galactic Federation of Light. A second form is a coalition of individual Star Nation governing councils. They have come together for a variety of reasons to create what the Galactic Federation calls a Star League. Star Leagues usually consist of the governing councils of 2, 3, or even 5 Star Nations. On very rare occasions, however, they can include up to 20. The largest coalition of your Syrian Regional Council is the Pleiadian Star League. It contains the governing councils of 50 Star Nations, and shortly is to increase its membership to over 150 members. Around and through the multiple levels of governance are woven several tiers of corresponding liaison groups. As in the case of the main Federation Council, these groups support the continual interaction of the Galactic Federation's member star nation. The Galactic Federation of Light is essentially a free association that desires each member to feel that its presence is of value. To summarize, through its various regional councils and numerous liaison teams and boards, the Galactic Federation of Light has refined a system that consolidates a highly diverse group of planets, star nations, and star leagues into a united and broad-based coalition. In addition to these administrative levels are the various space missions that provide critical reports on events in the galaxy. The Galactic Federation of Light fully recognizes the tremendous importance of space exploration. Most significantly, they incorporate the work of special science cultural teams to facilitate any potential first contact mission. The ever-growing membership of the Galactic Federation of Light is one method by which creation has chosen to spread its light and love throughout this galaxy. It signifies the wonder and grace of the divine plan of creation, and the remarkably elegant ways in which its revelation unfolds. As you become more aware of us, your galactic kin, you begin to realize the tremendous diversity of life forms that exists in this extraordinary and magnificent galaxy. You will learn how each one of us, each Star Nation member of the Galactic Federation of Light, contributes to that infinite diversity. The Galactic Federation of Light is becoming the great melting pot for this Milky Way galaxy. This sacred process creates an outstanding forum in which the multiform voices of this galaxy can be formally acknowledged and fully heard. Thank you very much, Calestra. We appreciate all the wonderful information you have given us. The mission of the Galactic Federation of Light in this galaxy is unprecedented. Part of its preordained mission is the imminent first contact with the people of Earth. After answering some questions, we propose to take a closer look at this coming first contact. Questions and answers. Q. How are the various regional governing councils of the Galactic Federation connected? A. Regional governing councils are connected through various levels of liaison boards or teams with link together every council in the Galactic Federation all the way up to the main Federation Council. All types of communication are processed by council liaisons. They move reports quickly through the communication system, giving feedback to all other regional governing councils as necessary or upon request. This process is based on the tenet that all member star nations of the regional governing councils are mutually heard and nurtured. Q. How do they manage a crisis? A. In an emergency or crisis situation, the relevant liaison teams or boards work clearly and effectively to ensure that all levels of the Galactic Federation are kept fully informed. The communication system is structured for immediate feedback. It is organic and designed to flow to where it is most needed. All responses, feedback are instantaneous. All queries are organically analyzed and fed into the system. In this way, potential hotspots are immediately addressed and creative solutions are swiftly implemented. Q. Are new members being added all the time? A. Yes. There are two important sources of new members. First are the former alliance members admitted as part of the provisions of the Treaty of Anchara. Second, several neutral star nations, and many evolving ones, are now requesting membership in the Galactic Federation of Light. These events have occurred due to great changes in the Milky Way galaxy during the last few Earth solar years. The number of new Galactic Federation members, increasing at an amazing rate, is considered almost miraculous. There is a growing belief that before the middle of this Earth century, all the inhabited portion of the galaxy will officially become part of the Galactic Federation. The prophecy that predicted the formation of the Galactic Federation of Light seems to be coming to pass. It stated, before the Galactic Federation is dispersed, it will unite all the fully sentient societies of this galaxy in one grand union of light. Q. What is required to obtain membership in the Galactic Federation of Light? A. There are three main requirements. First, that your solar system be unified in purpose. All planets and components of your solar system capable of sustaining sentient life must freely choose to create their own star nation. Second, that this unified, purposeful society be one in the light. Such a star nation is following the guidance of its local spiritual hierarchy and is in complete alignment with all spiritual and physical elements existing in its solar system. Finally, that potential members possess a technology proving they are prepared to engage in interstellar travel. These factors are the only prerequisites to obtaining an invitation to become a member of the Galactic Federation of Light. Q. Does membership in the Galactic Federation of Light reflect the degree of unification that we, ourselves, as a population on this planet have achieved? A. Yes. That is correct. At the moment, your global society is moving through its ascension process. The completion of this process results in the need to create a galactic society that is bathed in the light of creation. It is in agreement with the spiritual hierarchies of your entire solar system and the divine plan. As a result of this holy plan, you are destined to become full members of the Galactic Federation of Light. When the Galactic Federation achieves first contact, you are to be instructed on how to create a governing council for this planet. Eventually, this governing council is to be expanded to include your solar system. Q. Does a special relationship exist between the Christ consciousness light of creation and the Sirius star nation? A. Yes. As a matter of fact, the Christ consciousness or light of creation, the great blue light of creation, enters this Milky Way galaxy through a primary stargate in the Sirius star nation. It is called the Syrian Regional Federation Council because of this very sacred stargate. The Syrians are major players in this regional council. Sirius is considered to be one of the most spiritual star nations in the entire Galactic Federation of Light. Its powerful rituals are continually requested by many of the star nations throughout this galaxy. Q. You have mentioned the Syrian star nation. Is it true that the Galactic Federation of Light has transferred jurisdiction for planet Earth from the Pleiadian Star League to the Syrian Star Nation? A. Yes. Transfer of authority was formalized on 1 Muluk, 12 Kankin, 2 Keban. The Galactic Federation of Light informed all concerned that the previous karma of limited consciousness, which the destruction of Lemuria and the fall of Atlantis had created, was coming to an end. That grand experiment in genetic engineering had run its course and transformation to full consciousness was in order. Originally, the Syrian star nation was given full authority over the human colonization of planet Earth and of the mother empire of Lemuria. The advent of a new galactic society marks the return of those Lemurian energies to your world. Consequently, the symbolic transfer of authority to the Syrian Governing Council demonstrated the Galactic Federation of Light's total commitment to restore your planet and its human society to its full consciousness potential. Q. What role will the Pleiadian Star League play in the Syrian influence over planet Earth and the entire solar system? A. The Pleiadians have anchored many souls on your beloved planet whose primary life purpose is to prepare people for galactic society. Many of these souls will become counselors in the new galactic society. At this time, Pleiadian society fully acknowledges that it is no longer a frontier galactic society. It is transforming its structure from that of a highly ordered patriarchy to a more typical galactic society model, one that is open, flowing, nurturing, and matriarchal. From its inception, Mother Earth has been a showcase planet, a grand experiment. Many divine prophecies clearly state that when Earth's human society returns to full consciousness, it will act as a seed crystal for the entire galaxy to go to the light. This will mark the divine right moment for the whole galaxy to be raised up into the higher dimensions of this sixth creation. A series of divine events is bringing about a massive alteration that is more than a mere perceptual change in your reality. These events are also completely transforming this galaxy's reality. Your metamorphosis, which is microcosmic in scale, is permitting a similar harmonic to develop on the macrocosmic galactic scale. Q. Why is this planet special? A. This is a showcase planet. Its endless varieties of life forms, its unusual energy, the whole gestalt. What this planet and star system represent, make it truly unique. The Galactic Federation's advisors have revealed the startling fact that only approximately 100 examples of this type of star system exist in the entire galaxy. All the other showcase planets lacked some vital quality that kept them from being chosen as the planet mentioned in divine prophecy. Among them, Earth is the only one that truly possesses all the requirements to be the great harbinger of change in this galaxy. That is why so much energy has been focused upon it over the last million solar years of Earth's history. Q. What makes Earth so different from the other 100 showcase planets that you mentioned? A. Earth is unique among all of the showcase planets because of the numerous prophecies that reptilian and dinosaurian groups, as well as other forms of sentient life, have made. These prophecies have spoken of your solar system with its change back into full consciousness as the symbol for the return of light to this entire galaxy. They all feel quite strongly that the unprecedented level of change on Mother Earth, as it is now occurring, is of great import. This transformation signifies that the divine right time has finally arrived for all sentient society to reevaluate and drastically alter their way of being, their civilization, and their value system. That is exactly what has been happening in this galaxy. That is why, in the last few years, from around 1988 until now, membership in the Galactic Federation of Light has increased so exponentially that it is almost beyond belief. Former Alliance members are joining the Galactic Federation of Light, precisely because of the transformation now occurring on your planet. When Mother Earth's human society accomplishes its shift, Earth will become a major showcase for consciousness, for light, and for divine service throughout the entire galaxy. Thereafter, you will be visited by star nations from the farthest regions of this galaxy. A desire to come here, see your world, experience it, be a part of it, and then return to their home worlds and share their knowledge about it. They will be able to tell their various stellar societies that a truly unprecedented and wondrous shift in consciousness has indeed transpired on planet Earth. This is the reason your planet is so unique, so different, and of such vast consequence. It is why the Galactic Federation of Light is allocating such an extensive number of personnel and other resources to bring forth this consciousness shift in perfect divine timing. Highly sentient, interdimensional beings are also being drawn to your planet. The entire solar system is being prepared on all dimensional levels for this long prophesied, monumental shift of physical creation. Accordingly, it is the final event before this epic cosmic drama is successfully completed. Q. What elements are yet to be fulfilled in order that this long prophesied completion may occur? A. 3 elements remain. The first requires moving your society to the brink of full consciousness. This divine act simply means that you are prepared for the consequences of full consciousness. The second element is your first contact. Here, all of the final preparations that will permit you to rapidly assimilate full consciousness can be carried out. The last aspect entails that you, fulfilling the requirements of the celestial prophecies, act to form a governing council, join the Galactic Federation of Light, and show creation the signs that it needs in order to complete the divine plan. This leads us into a discussion of your first contact, the reasons for it, and how it is to come about. Hello, this is your main tour guide, Sandara. We come now to the crux of your adventure first contact. For what purpose, you may well ask? Do we in the Galactic Federation of Light travel here from afar? Why are we so deeply committed to assist you in your massive shift in consciousness? The answers to these questions are found within your heart. Right now, you are in the midst of rediscovering your full self, a wondrous, fully conscious being, capable of easily using many amazing abilities, such as telepathy, telekinesis, clairaudience, clairvoyance, etc. These psychic abilities are the innate possessions of every fully sentient human. With the Creator's blessings, you are beginning to enter a new and wondrous era, during which you will become one with the light. You will meet your celestial kin, the spiritual hierarchy, as well as your space kin, the Galactic Federation of Light. You will also join your planet cetaceans and become stewards of your beloved Mother Earth and your solar system. To guide you through this mini tour relating to your coming first contact, it is my distinct privilege to once again introduce Washta, a renowned galactic presence, as well as an honored representative of his Syrian people. Washta has joined us to divulge a wealth of valuable information concerning the next steps in your impending grand adventure. He is here as an official spokesperson for both the spiritual hierarchy and the Galactic Federation of Light. With pleasure, I turn this part of your tour over to him. I thank you, Sandara, for your very fine introduction. Dearest children of the light, as fully conscious beings, you are about to inherit brilliant new concepts of governance, of relating to one another, of society, and of all life. With these remarkable changes, you can also be introduced to astounding new technologies based upon spiritual science. In short, a perfect new solar system, planet, and humanity are about to emerge among you. This approaching era closely resembles the one you created long ago in Lemuria. It is the Galactic Federation of Light's great honor to have been given divine permission by the spiritual hierarchy to work openly with you. It is our privilege to be allowed to smooth the transition into your coming golden age. By your own continuing efforts, you have made any rescue mission of ours quite unnecessary. We offer merely a most blessed assistance project, a divine intervention into your present circumstances. These facts lead us back to our main objective. Because of what you are experiencing, we, in the Galactic Federation of Light, are on the verge of a first contact with your global society. This thrilling operation is part of the sacred prophecies of the Lords of Light. It also enables your solar system, finally, to take its rightful place in the Galactic Federation of Light. At some time, in the very near future, when you are a true galactic society, you can share your growing, unique knowledge with other sentient beings in many distant star systems. Dear hearts, you are nearing a glorious, unprecedented time in your planet's colorful history. Right now, your planetary society is moving swiftly toward full consciousness. When that movement reaches its critical omega point, it will be necessary for us to directly intervene. We can then add our efforts to your own. The omega point occurs when enough of your populace has nearly unfolded their full potential. At that magical time, a final directed push can move your planetary population to new boundaries. These new boundaries are the very edge of your prophesied event horizon, or the point between this present reality and your next. This coming reality is the fully conscious one to which we consistently allude. Our proposed operation involves the use of a massive worldwide intervention by our ships, their crews, and a host of angelic supervisors. We are just dropping in to ensure the success of what you are so valiantly doing. Our sincere hope is that this massive operation can soon be mounted. However, its exact timings are dependent on two factors. First, there is the right timing of the divine plan. Second, our launch day depends on how swiftly you can advance to the outskirts of your omega point. For these reasons, our Galactic Federation fleets are continually monitoring you to determine when you reach this particular omega point. Our fleet's close observation of your world has other purposes as well. We are monitoring your progress in learning how to become stewards of your planet and noting your growing awareness of spirit. In addition, our programs are designed to put your planetary cables on notice that you are very special to us. We pledge to do all that is divinely possible to limit the effort of your world's covered rulers to thwart your growing consciousness. Therefore, we have established a number of emergency alternatives to our aforementioned first contact procedures. One of the objectives your various global cables have long been considering is a well-orchestrated worldwide declaration of martial law. Whether to declare a new world order or simply to enslave the citizens of your major powers, be assured that this objective is quite unacceptable to us. The ascended masters of your world and your planetary cables, former masters, and Nanuki have continually informed them of heaven's deep opposition to these plans, yet they have persisted in setting up schemes to carry out their most nefarious agenda. To counter these heinous procedures, we have informed your planet's covert rulers that any such operation will be met with a massive, peaceful intervention by Galactic Federation forces on the side of the light. Such intervention means a swift end to their ill-gotten powers and the immediate conclusion of their well-orchestrated and sinister games. The long road on which you have traveled is not just a dead end. Rather, it is a path to a brilliant new existence filled with a most extraordinary new reality. Your global cable's only alternative is to assist you in successful achieving this most noble and sacred objective, full consciousness. Your various secret global overlords are intensely aware of the sticky situation in which they now find themselves. In an effort to hedge their bets, they are willing to gradually release to the public some of the exotic technology they have suppressed for many decades. Among these wonderful inventions are instruments crudely equivalent to the advanced tools for consciousness that we in the Galactic Federation of Light possess. This slow and steady process of revelation opens up greater opportunities to interface our society with yours. You can look upon these magical devices as a portent of even greater things to come. Among these new technologies are zero-point or free energy generators. These machines gather in the energy of space, time, and physicality and convert it into a useful form of electrical energy that can be used for your sundry electrical needs. They are among the first inventions scheduled for introduction sometime during the first decade of this new millennium. Similarly, on the way are mechanical devices which employ magnetic and gravitational forces for lift and propulsion to transport people and goods swiftly and efficiently. Later, as gravitational drive ships are incorporated into your aviation industry, they can be developed for general planetary and interplanetary use. Another category involves technologies that can revive your beloved planet and quickly deliver valuable fresh water and clean air, as well as a safe environment to you. Moreover, a revolutionary form of communication featuring multidimensional holograms that interact directly with your mind can in due time be offered to you. These devices completely revolutionize your educational system by allowing each human being to develop themselves in ways now impossible. All of these amazing gizmos can allow you to complete your ascension at an astonishingly swift rate. Later, our more advanced technologies can be effortlessly interfaced with those that are soon to be introduced. It is our desire to quickly move you toward your divine objectives. We aim to oversee the introduction of many other devices that can enormously expand the horizons of your awareness. Wholeness, a return to full consciousness, transforms your perceptions of every aspect of your lives. The gifts of telepathy, clairvoyance, etc., can open the doors to knowledge, an entire, unimaginable worlds previously hidden to you. Of prime importance is your experience of a connectedness to each other and to all of life. When this is fully developed, it is enormously difficult to harm another, as you experience these actions as transgressions against yourself. The deceitful and self-serving behavior of your worldly cables can then be revealed. All will see how a mere handful of individuals orchestrated throughout the millennia certain world events that created and then sustained a world of limitation and pain. Truth is easily revealed wherever the all-seeing light of full consciousness is directed. The darkness and fear that now characterize your lives can then quickly fade. It is, at this point, that a first contact normally takes place. Since you no longer view us through a lens of fear, we can arrive and be viewed as the long-lost brethren we truly are. The Syrian Star Nation and their Galactic Federation of Light Allies, working closely with your local spiritual hierarchy, have long championed your cause to forge a fully conscious human society living freely upon your sacred blue orb. From time to time, this cause has led to a number of special genetic enhancements upon the humans of your world. Our belief is that these enhanced regional gene pools can lead inevitably to the restoration of your long-lost legacies. These important gene pools form the foundation for the expansion in consciousness that is now taking place upon your planet. We first placed the seeds for this operation upon your Earth some 13,000 years ago. During the last 13,000 years of your recorded history, your planet and its people have become caught in a moral dispute embracing two opposing factions, the local spiritual hierarchy and your various secret cabals. Everywhere, spiritual hierarchies are put in charge of the spiritual evolution of their people. In defiance of this celestial authority, your secret rulers have outlawed the truth and suppressed any technologies or wisdoms that could possibly liberate you from ignorance, poverty, and fear. At every turn, these worldly elites have sought to prevent any raising of your consciousness. They fervently desire to retain their power base at any cost. These unscrupulous dark beings have been most successful in developing a clever and subtle environment whose purpose is to allow them to exercise total control over you. We are very gratified to observe how many of you are now beginning to see through the numerous false illusions that currently surround you. Full consciousness is the ultimate gift of the Creator to its most precious children. This sacred gift gives you personal sovereignty, for it allows you to be truly free. Hence, liberty is the creation of a fully conscious humanity. For this reason, liberty and spirituality go hand in hand. During the last 13 millennia, liberty has been a concept greatly distorted and suppressed on your world. Yet, it is essential to the creation of a fully conscious humanity. For a very, very long time, the battle between the light and the dark has been waged on your world. This current moment in your reality is right and ripe for a sacred intervention in order to ensure your return to harmony and joy. More and more, your planet is beginning to wobble, particularly in the northern hemisphere. Earth's geomagnetic field has become highly erratic in both strength and location. Your oceans are experiencing cycles of warming followed by rapid cooling. This causes your global weather to be extremely odd. between 35,000 to 30,000 feet, 10,700 to 11,600 meters. Meteorologists have discovered some very strange nodes in your planet's atmosphere. These omens have been further complicated by the continuing increase in ocean floor, volcanic activity, and by the rising intensity level of numerous seaquakes. Mother Earth is currently in the midst of doing something extreme, and she is rapidly accelerating the rate at which she is doing it. My dear friends, a momentous time has indeed arrived. The growth in spiritual consciousness of your people, combined with many signs from your living planet, clearly demonstrates this fact. These are the signs of the fabled end times about which you have heard so much. It is the period for the prophecy's fulfillment. It marks, as well, a time long known to your indigenous peoples, the fabled return of the star people. We have come to your shores to assist you in fulfilling your destiny and to bolster a much-needed galactic peace. With this sacred act of first contact, we can fill this galaxy with the great, holy light of creation. These dual events bring to us all the great love of heaven and permit heaven's many sacred orders to carry out this aspect of the Creator's divine plan. You are now approaching an epic event that concludes the present period of your physical existence as limited conscious individuals. This time signals the end of your old reality and marks the advent of a great many newfound responsibilities. Your global society has reached a critical juncture. It is quickly becoming acutely aware of its need to reach out into space and claim its inheritance, born from the legacy found in your DNA. Likewise, this moment symbolizes your great inner need to look anew at what you have done to your holy Mother Earth. It is the divine, right time to review your past and present accomplishments in a new, whole way in order to determine where you as a people desire to go. This analysis is a large part of the process of ascension in which you are now involved. As a society moves into a fully conscious state, Spirit increasingly guides it. This sacred guidance leads to a fresh understanding, usually applied first to your daily lives, of several important, universal laws of creation. As you do this, an exciting transformation, affecting both you and your many relationships, begins to take place. This process is an inner renewal and a sacred welcoming of your full self and vastly expands society's consciousness fields. Our desire is to assist you in the last steps of your amazing transformational process. As you move into full consciousness, there is so much for you to learn. You begin to assume responsibilities that are the privilege of all fully conscious beings. For the first time, you realize that you are physical angels of awe-inspiring magnificence and power. You are heavenly beings who were placed into a very limiting, physical form. As your great powers are restored, you can once again understand the energy of an absolute, perfect love. With it comes a reaffirmation of your co-creative skills in areas we cannot at this moment describe. Inexpressible, irresistible wonders await you. One of the aspects of your first contact that we will truly enjoy is to be able to educate you about caretaking your planet, your star system, and your galaxy. This leads us to a brief explanation of the three universal laws of physical creation proclaimed eons ago by the orders of heaven. These sacred laws guide us in our daily stewardship and provide us with a meaningful foundation for the Creator's divine blueprint. Each law of creation contains an element of the ways in which the divine blueprint manifests itself in physical creation. After learning their applications, you are ready to assume your physical guardianship of Mother Earth. In this regard, it is important to note that physicality is based upon two objectives. First, heaven's desire to learn essential wisdom from physicality about creation. Second, heaven's wishes to acquire, from controlled interactions with the dark, the amount of knowledge it needs to unfold this sixth creation. The first two laws of creation state: first, anything in creation which needs to manifest happens. Second, upon manifesting, it regulates itself according to its true needs and desires. This means that everything in creation is driven by two elements: first, potential or its purpose, and second, upon manifestation, purposeful self-organization, a purpose-filled form. The third law concludes this process by proclaiming, all things appear in accordance with the timing of the Creator's divine plan. Physicality's many realities are based upon the working agreements of a collective comprising galactic presence, ascended masters, physical angels, and those elements of heaven assigned to its preservation. Here, dearly beloveds, we come to a most important matter. Every physical reality is what this broad collective makes of it. Physicality is, in fact, a plastic-like illusory realm with no defined shape or overriding, clear-cut purpose. It is important to remember at all times that physicality is a divine illusion. Among other things, it is designed to be a laboratory where time which you experience as linear is slowed down and where manifestation can take time, sometimes even years, to accomplish. This provides the perfect environment to study how physical creation occurs, instead of the instantaneous manifestation that takes place on other levels. This creation process can be broken down into its component parts, examined at leisure, and then reassembled again. Included in this laboratory-like environment are a series of vibrators, levels designed for the detailed study of consciousness and its evolution. Physical angels have experimented with the light and the dark in especially unique and creative ways. We think you will agree that this research has totally absorbed you for a very long time. It has done to the extent that you have wholly forgotten the existence of a world beyond. However, as with all schools, the bell does eventually sound. Its melodic ringing reminds you that it is time to go home and share all that you have learned. That time has now come, and the local spiritual hierarchy has joyfully commenced the many preparations that can return you to your former levels of consciousness. Yet, there is a process that makes this going home utterly unique. To prolong their jurisdiction over you as long as possible, the dark is using its physical minions, your many secret cabals, to keep the schoolroom doors tightly closed. This is the reason the light has agreed to employ a divine intervention which is presently well underway and has been for the past 3 decades. The points we have just cited reveal the way to your divinely inspired first contact mission, guided by the vast orders of heaven. Because of all the events we have briefly outlined to you, this mission can at last be fulfilled. Normally, first contact comes only after a Star Nation society has climbed a steep evolutionary ladder at the top of which the Star Nation is considered to have reached the specific conditions necessary for a first contact. We are achieving in your solar system a first contact that is truly unique for us. We in the Galactic Federation of Light are in great awe of what you symbolize, and we sincerely look forward to openly discussing these vital matters with you. Until then, we continue observing you and carefully preparing ourselves for an extremely complex first contact process. We are vividly aware that some of you may not be psychologically prepared for this eventuality. However, the urgency, the unique circumstances of your situation, and your vital role in this cosmic drama make this first contact both timely and necessary. Owing to the enormous implications of this drama, there are many other determining factors to which even we are not privy. The exact timing of this inspiring encounter is going to be revealed to us at the very last moment by the Lords of Light. In this process, we are only slightly higher than you on the ladder of command, and are waiting, as are you, for the divine right time to occur. There is yet another aspect to this first contact that is quite unusual. It involves the damaged condition of your planet, and the fact that she is preparing to go into an energetic cleansing mode in the very near future. The first signs of this are already apparent to you. If we do not intervene with technology that can perform this cleansing for her, the natural course of events could prove to be quite catastrophic to your society. The situation is exceedingly urgent, and we are faced with a time limit not normally present in most of our first contact missions. As you can see, my beloved ones, this process of your first contact is multifaceted and complex. We ask you to look inside and use your wise inner guidance to assist us. I now gladly yield the podium to Sandara, who is quite ready to answer some of your questions about actual first contact procedure. Thank you, Washta. We look forward to your clear guidance during our next mini tour. Your first contact mission is the most important procedure that the Galactic Federation of Light has accomplished in the last 2 millennia. Its success assures a permanent peace in this galaxy. To help you clarify some important issues, let us begin our question and answer period. Questions and answers. Q. Why did the Syrians and their various Galactic Federation of Light allies become involved in the evolution of Earth humanity's consciousness? A. This query can best be answered with a brief tale. Long before the present era of your recorded history began, you allowed self-appointed, all-powerful rulers to reign over Mother Earth and over you. You had been bamboozled into accepting a falsely imposed, negative reality, one of lack and limitation. These unstable, negative energies began to increase and crash relentlessly into your sun in less than 13 millennia. These energies profoundly affected your sun's life-giving balance. Fortunately, however, redemption came to you. Your local spiritual hierarchy, as well as the local orders of Elohim, along with the Syrian Star Nation and many Galactic Federation allies, showed their compassion for you. The time had, at last, arrived to begin a divine intervention, which can permit your spiritual revivification to transform both your global society and your planet. Accordingly, an interdimensional holographic envelope was constructed to preserve both your sun and its system of planets. Q. How was the sun's interdimensional hologram created? A. Using interdimensional flux energies, an interdimensional hologram was formed. It is vaguely similar to the way you put together a hologram with the use of polarized light. In this case, the flux walls that demarcate one dimension from the other are its lenses. In effect, the actual size and shape of the picture to be displayed are passed through the flux walls into other dimensions and back into yours to create the required hologram. Q. How has Earth's hologram been modified in the 1990s? A. At first, Earth's hologram was set at an interdimensional level. Earth's energy grids were allowed to gradually recalibrate and rearrange themselves. These energy grids are similar to ones Mother Earth enjoyed during the era of Lemuria. At that time, she was a fully conscious planet. These important processes began on 4 IMX, 19 Sots, 3 when Lord Michael and his infinite legions of the light etherically brought in new grids for your planet. Q. How do these newly developing Earth grids affect the eventual arrival of the Galactic Federation of Light upon planet Earth? A. Keep in mind that the only way to travel swiftly through interstellar space is interdimensionally. A special flux wall exists that divides each dimension from every other. A beam ship can travel from one dimension to the other by using an osmosis-like process. Simply stated, you reposition your various gravity-like magnetic fields to fold the third dimension around you. Then, you can move into the flux field that divides the third from the fourth dimension and immediately collapse your craft's three-dimensional time and space coordinates. Thus, you can move through space by setting a path through the flux wall and returning to 3D space, time when and where you so desire. You leave the flux field by reversing the aforementioned process. By truly understanding the marvels of interdimensional navigation, you can travel almost instantaneously to wherever you desire, anywhere from a million miles to hundreds or thousands of light years away. In a spacecraft, one of these methods involves the use of high-energy particles such as gamma rays. However, once the Earth began the process of recalibrating and rearranging its grids, any spacecraft was able to bypass the need to use its cloaking procedures. This process involves travel through interdimensional space. Each vessel can now go from its interdimensional, cloaked state directly into your atmosphere and can land wherever it is directed to go. Q. Can you explain what happened to the Sun? A. In the summer of 1972, your sun was on the verge of an immense interior core accident which might have caused it to nova, ending all life on Earth. To us, an extremely large number of destabilizing solar promenades, accompanied by a rapid change in the sun's magnetic fields, was an ominous sign. A promenade is forged by vast energy streams of ionic particles breaking through the sun's surface that are thrown out into the sun's coronosphere at an accelerated speed. During this period, excessive numbers of very large promenades were radiated off the surface of your sun. Your solar scientists were also worried because the unusual size of some promenades imposed a danger to the sun's integrity. Moreover, the size and number of sunspots had changed. Q. Were any more adjustments required to stabilize our sun? A. Under the aegis of our divine authority, and as the second part of this procedure, the polarity of your sun's newly created hologram was gradually adjusted in 1987. This change in the polarity of the solar holographic envelope allowed the sun to enter the main body of the photon belt with ease at the divine right time. Had your sun, in its former unstable condition, been exposed to the photon belt, a massive solar explosion or nova would have been triggered, instantly vaporizing planet Earth. In 1986 through 1989, recognizing an opportunity that they could make use of, the dark side's minions attempted to tamper with the polarity of the sun's interdimensional hologram. This activity almost exposed the existence of our interdimensional hologram. Consequently, the Galactic Federation scientists, along with the local orders of Elohim, decided to do two things. Initially, they realigned the polarity of the sun, which created the illusion that the sun was actually superactive, as those involved in solar research on your world know. Solar activity between 1989 and 1994, especially in the mid-period, was particularly high. Next, using our sacred authority, we decided in 1989 to place Earth and your sun into an expanded interdimensional hologram. This necessary action locked the changes into their proper position. Your sun and her solar system were then capable of surviving the arrival of the photon belt. These actions represent a significant portion of what the divine intervention, as it is now called, is really about. The upper councils of the spiritual hierarchy approved these activities during your solar year of 1990. Q. What is the primary reason for the energy presence that many of us have felt in the past few years? A. Your local spiritual hierarchy finally established full consciousness spiritual councils for everyone in this solar system. That is why, particularly in the last 2 years, you probably felt, and may be feeling, even more now, what can only be termed as an energy presence around you. You feel body pains that are either new or forgotten ones from your youth. Occasionally, you sense unfamiliar messages or experience sudden breezes flowing by you. This strangeness is merely the energies of your full consciousness state beginning to gently envelop you. Q. Why are the Syrians and their many Galactic Federation allies becoming involved in the Earth's development? A. As you now know, the Syrian Star Nation and local orders of Elohim first employed an interdimensional hologram under the divine authority of your local heavenly administration, your Central Sun Council. In turn, they asked whether their fellow members of the Syrian Regional Council of the Galactic Federation of Light wanted to assist them. The most compelling item to be debated by the Syrian Regional Council on this crucial agenda was the necessary degree of divine commitment. Galactic and local spiritual hierarchies willingly gave this commitment to the Syrians and to their many allies. Their sacred intent was to support you fully in achieving your sacred destiny, a return to full consciousness. The Syrian Star Nation affirmed that your local spiritual hierarchy supported this project. Under heavenly law, the ultimate law of creation, your local spiritual hierarchy pronounces all final judgments on any solar system under its jurisdiction. During this sacred operation, your local history of the First Contact Mission liaison sent to Shambhala and surface Earth governments, scientists and diplomats contacted UN, and other government groups contacted. Liaison and cultural teams sent to us as possible. Terminatable state of human civilization. Liaison and cultural teams sent to us as growing. Enlightenment of planetary population. Development of concept of a unique form of first contact mission. Ways to prevent mass cataclysms. Preparation made for a first contact mission. First contact team formed. Assistance given for raising human society to highest potential full consciousness. First contact team's fleet put into position. Negotiations with Earth's secret government reach a critical point. Human society becoming more spiritual. First contacts divine, right time close to happening. 2000 Miriam de Vera, Figure 24. History of the first contact mission. Spiritual hierarchy determined a number of critical items. For example, they decided who might incarnate here and when. They also assigned the many angelic and solar parents that have been added to your planet's spiritual hierarchy. Q. How did this special first contact mission come about? A. It is quite an interesting story. The initial first contact team consisted of no more than observers and cultural ambassadors to your solar system. The current operation began shortly after the destruction of Atlantis, with the dispatch of the first liaison and cultural groups to the global subterranean human civilization, known to most of you as Agartha or Shambhala. See Figure 24. Until the 1940s and 1950s, these liaison and cultural groups were not increased in scope. Formerly, certain member star nations, such as the Syrians, had only small, specialized teams working on very localized projects. However, this expanded mission soon included the first residents of Earth, specially prepared by Galactic Federation personnel for contact. These carefully chosen individuals possessed scientific backgrounds, as well as their presumed ability to act as reliable and knowledgeable liaisons with your surface governments and mass media. Q. When did the Galactic Federation of Light actually begin to contact our many surface nation-states? A. The process got off to a shaky start. Our initial project, in the late 40s and early 50s, led to the development of liaison and cultural teams to address the problem of contacting your planet's surface governments, your nation-states. We also established a special subcommittee to work with the headquarters of these many nation-states, the United Nations. We launched this operation to counter the numerous contacts and resulting illegal treaties between your major governments and elements of Anchara's Dark Alliance. In the 1950s, initial feedback from your surface governments indicated an intense, Earth-focused xenophobia. It centered on their fears of losing control of the populace, had they openly admitted our existence. They also forcefully resisted the abrogation of illegal secret treaties they had recently concluded with the evil alliance of Anchara, various gray, reptilian, and dinosauran star nations. They believed it was dangerous for them to change horses in midstream. They did not believe we were able to defend them against the dark forces of Anchara and, if necessary, from the profound wrath of their people, incensed by their heinous deeds. In the late 1960s, contact was expanded to include a number of influential businessmen and scientists. We were beginning to prepare for what then was believed to be your planet's certain fate. It was felt that Mother Earth's global society was on a very self-destructive course. In order to prepare for these eventualities, a preliminary first contact team was established. It had a very limited agenda, which included evacuating, cleansing, and reseeding Mother Earth. By the 1980s, this concept was beginning to change. The Galactic Federation of Light recognized that it was essential to implement a new plan, because your society was growing, more enlightened, a process that was meant to lead your global population into a return to full consciousness. Such a significant shift in our orientation required a different type of organization. In the early part of the 1980s, a new first contact team was formed. Its mission was similar to those of the initial teams, dating from the 1940s through the early 1970s. However, its expectations were different. First contact, achieved by a divinely ordained massive landing, now seemed a very high possibility. Two decisive factors determined our new position. First, the advent of the photon belt by the end of the 1990s possessed the capability to push you rapidly into full consciousness. Second, significant discussions carried on by the Syrian Regional Council concerned the feasibility of preventing a disaster by harnessing the anticipated change in your consciousness. Q. How can the Galactic Federation succeed in accomplishing its first contact mission in spite of current opposition from our various secret planetary cabals? A. Keep in mind that this is a divine intervention accomplished on many distinct levels, involving the assistance of the Order of Time Lord, the angelic realms, and the Elohim, as well as the Star Nation members of the Galactic Federation of Light. Know that the positive energies of the spiritual hierarchy, along with the powerful organization and technologies of the Galactic Federation of Light, are here to serve you. In addition, amazingly potent, positive energies are beginning to radiate from your rapidly awakening global population. The ever-expanding organizing and networking capabilities of your planetary lightworkers greatly assist this process. Together, we can use our vast reservoir of positive spiritual energy to neutralize your global society's ever-present fear and doubt. Know that the inexhaustible omnipotence of heaven ensures your success. All you need to do is bravely play out your destined role in this unprecedented, sacred process. Q. What is the overall purpose of this divine intervention? A. This divine process is able to birth fully conscious humans who are truly a guardian species. Fully conscious beings are constantly embraced by the joys of life and the wonders of love. Being fully conscious, you can experience life in ways now largely unknown to you. For instance, you can see and feel how love and gratitude influences others throughout the galaxy and in all of creation. The Galactic Federation of Light's goal is to assist you in achieving your prime objective, restoring yourselves to full consciousness. The Galactic Federation's first contact team is successfully carrying out that purpose with profound love and compassion. Q. You have given us some information about the historical background of this unique first contact mission. Can you give us more details about its history? A. I am glad to. Over 70 years ago, preliminary contact was made between the Galactic Federation of Light and your major governments. Immediately, a rather reactionary force reared its head. Your world has a long history of a subterranean ET outpost consisting of Alliance dinosaurs, reptilians, and their hybrid followers. The Greys are only one of these types of species. This dark group has been underground for a very long time. Their task is to act as saboteurs, hindering any movement toward the light by your surface population. In addition, they exist to facilitate any possible takeover of your world by their nefarious off-planet masters. Throughout the ages, the Pleiadian rebels and their evil relations, the Anunnaki, have merely toyed with them. During your history, the experiences of many people on this planet's surface with so-called demons, etc., have been with these varied groups of dark, sentient beings. Q. In effect, then, a diplomatic rivalry developed between the light and dark. What is its current status? A. Between the 1920s and early 1950s, there was a diplomatic rivalry, or whatever you want to call it, between the dark and the light sides. Its object was to gain a significant foothold within the major governments of your planet. In this period, before, during, and after World War II, your surface governments decided to fully cooperate with their dark allies. By the end of the Second World War, both sides had become even more embroiled with Earth's surface governments. Your many secret planetary cables made several deals with the Greys, the reptilians, and various other dark sentient life forms from the Alliance of Anchara. These secret undertakings led to illegal abductions, the purpose of which was to conduct heinous genetic experiments upon your populace, as well as other demented scientific research. To conceal these activities, your secret governments have carried out a massive 50-year misinformation campaign and a global governmental cover-up. Q. Do these global cabals, the secret government, have a specific agenda for their activities involving these dark extraterrestrials? A. Your so-called secret government has a definite agenda. It is to obtain and utilize technologies that can totally control your global population, along with other formal treaty obligations. These technologies permitted the United States and most of the major governments on this planet to establish for a time selected top secret bases first on the moon and later on Mars. They have accomplished this, for the most part, by using borrowed or their own engineered spacecraft since the late 1950s and early 1960s. In the early 1960s, your government quietly deployed a super top secret system of satellites as well as specially designed manned and robotic spacecraft. This fantastic military system is now orbiting high above the surface of your planet. It is well cloaked from your view and makes the American government's proposed SDI system seem like a primitive toy. Q. Why do those in such powerful and controlling positions fail to see that they are better off as sovereign beings rather than as part of a third-dimensional global elite? A. Presently, these elites exist in a bootlicker reality which only mirrors back to them an imagined superiority over their supposed underlings. Immersed in this reality, your secret rulers can say the following to themselves: I am as a god. I possess vast amounts of money, power, and control over millions, even billions, of people. They can look down upon you and firmly state, why would I choose to be a mere sovereign being, living in a reality in which I have control over only myself? It is imperative that these beings transform themselves from this dark belief. Since childhood, their thought forms have been telling them how glad they are to shift. These powerful individuals into a higher state of consciousness is, to say the least, a lofty task. Q. In what ways are the spiritual hierarchy and the Galactic Federation intervening to transform these evil-oriented elites? A. Right now, bigger organizations, the spiritual hierarchy, and the Galactic Federation of Light are telling these cables that it is time to play a different game. There is no honor in continuing to commit hideous crimes against others. Your covert planetary rulers are depriving billions of people of their personal sovereignty and of the ability to contribute their inherent talent to the creation of a harmonious and solution-focused, fully conscious society. First, these secret rulers need to transform their current lack of integrity into honorable contribution to society by releasing countless beings from their present state of concealed servitude. In so doing, the powerful individuals who form your various cabals can achieve true greatness and can, indeed, be shifted into full consciousness. This process has already been provided for in the plans of the spiritual hierarchy and the Galactic Federation of Light. Q. Many people are of the opinion that even a divinely sanctioned first contact by the Galactic Federation of Light infringes upon their free will. Can you comment on this point? A. Yes. Free will is, indeed, a bitter, much misunderstood subject on this planet. The term creates quite a charge in most of you. Those of you in the area of self-development will concede that currently you possess only a very limited free will which you are acutely fearful of losing. In fact, free will is a divine right which the Creator has bestowed upon you as an intrinsic part of your full self. Nonetheless, in your present environment, those who so callously control your destiny permit you only a very limited use of it. Since free will is rarely practiced on your world, your people largely misunderstand its essence and application. To begin with, the people on your planet enjoy very little freedom, and most of you are just beginning to rediscover your innate faculties of divine will. At the risk of stating the obvious, free will does not confer a license to transgress on another's freedom and self-expression. Let us give you a simplified example of what we are saying. A small boy who plays with matches and burns down his parents' houses, exercising not free will but simply a misguided act of destruction. The small child does not yet fully realize the consequences of his deeds, nor how his actions relate to the bigger picture. Therefore, do his loving parents watch over him and intervene to prevent him from destroying the environment that has so nurtured him? Of course, this analogy explains why a first contact can occur, and under what circumstances it is being conducted. Q. If we exercise free will so little, why was it given to us? A. In the beginning, there was the Creator, all that is. The Creator knew the Creator perfectly. The Creator knew everything. The Creator was everything, all that was created. The Creator soon became bored. The games the Creator played were played absolutely alone. The Creator knew not only the outcome but also how it was to be achieved. It dawned on the Creator that one way to inject some interest into her existence was to allow creation to surprise the Creator. Lovingly, the Creator gave her creation its own free will separate from the Creator's. The Creator always knew when her creations acted. However, the Creator was not always able to predict what they did. And so, free will was born. Free will is the tantalizing X factor by which her creations can co-create the Creator's holy divine plan for this creation. Being all-powerful and all-knowing, the Creator is aware of the outcome of this divine blueprint. The Creator is delighted and joyfully surprised by these many creative sparks of her own holy self. They charge about, helping to define the how of the divine plan in limitless and unexpected ways. Q. We have been taught that people only do things while deriving some kind of benefit to themselves. To use an Earth-type vernacular, what's in it for them? A. What's in it for them, and also for you, is that we all realize a galactic society on Earth. In such a society, you can express inner and outer creativity. For the first time, and at long last, Earth's humanity can be free from the heavy burdens of survival under which they now struggle. For example, you will not need to worry about such things as working at those tiring and uninteresting robot-like jobs most of you have, or acquiring the boring and costly education you need in order to obtain the aforementioned jobs, etc. Q. I meant, what is in it for the extraterrestrials? A. What is in it for the extraterrestrials? A. There is an incredibly important motive, namely that this planet and its surrounding solar system can fulfill part of a series of great sacred prophecies concerning this galaxy. These prophecies progress from a duality of light and dark to a new and stronger reality, merging both into greater light. The Galactic Federation of Light and its various members strongly desire to see that happen. It greatly encourages other parts of this galaxy to permanently move into the light. This process can, in fact, quickly create a galaxy-wide Galactic Federation of Light. Q. What are the motives behind the equally deliberate actions of the former Alliance members that are now part of the Galactic Federation of Light? A. In the last few years, many of the members from the former Dark Alliance of Anchara have joined the Galactic Federation. They have long looked upon this planet as the keystone of the spiritual energies of this galaxy. To your world, this fact may seem very strange. You see yourselves as being from a very minor planet that circles a very minor star. Actually, Mother Earth is extremely important to the history of this galaxy. Both the Galactic Federation of Light and the Dark Alliance of Anchara have claimed her, as well as every major Star Nation organization that has ever existed in this galaxy. When you form your Galactic Human Society, all of these long-standing claims, which in the past have caused some devastating galactic wars, are to be dropped, since sacred prophecy will have been fulfilled. Q. Several channels have mentioned that the reptilians and dinosaurs are in control of planet Earth. What is their current status with regard to the process we are describing, and with regard to this sector of the galaxy? A. Since the Truce of Anchara, the various reptilian and dinosaurian groups and their numerous allies, amphibians, insectoids, etc., have embraced a state of accord with the Galactic Federation of Light. They are also in the process of forming innovative Galactic Federation Joint Liaison Teams. The new Galactic Federation Joint Liaison First Contact teams are part of a vast unifying process allowing this planet to complete its destined change. Currently, your Earth and solar system are in the latter stages of this most crucial transformation. Q. What about any ET remnants who have concluded secret treaties with Earth's various major surface governments? A. As we have noted, the vast majority of off-planet scientists and technicians have abandoned your planet's specially constructed, secret underground bases. These formerly dark ETs have left many loose ends behind, including a few recalcitrant personnel, gray clones, and various off-world technologies. These are the products of secret treaties enacted between your major governments and various hit factions. Many cables in major surface governments sought to perpetuate your fear by using these leftovers for their appalling, private purposes. Q. How did the Syrian and Pleiadian star nations develop such different approaches to their interactions with Earth? A. The first part of our answer has to do with the nature of the Pleiades itself, because the Pleiadians were established as an outpost civilization during the last of the many galactic wars. They were repeatedly involved in these karmic wars. Consequently, they looked upon Earth as a karmic war zone. So far as the people of Earth were concerned, the Pleiadians saw their role as one of just sitting back and allowing the past accumulated war karma to be played out in its own unique way. The Syrians take a different approach since they play an integral part in spreading galactic human society across the galaxy. The Syrian Star Nation believes that its role is to intervene and act almost like a wise and all-living parent. So, from time to time, they have interceded in their own way to help you spiritually. As part of their overall scheme, the Syrians intend to assist you in raising your present form of consciousness. When the moment arrives for your full consciousness to be activated, the Syrian Star Nation, their Galactic Federation of Light allies, can energetically intervene at the divine right time. Q. How is it that the Syrians and the Pleiadians are now reconciled? A. The Pleiadians look upon the change that is occurring on Earth and in this galaxy as a grand and sacred sign. The time has come for Earth to manifest itself as a galactic human society. The Pleiadians are adapting their culture to that vision and intent by observing older such societies as models for what they wish to create. Hence, they are seeing, in a new light, Syrians, Lyrans, and other groups that have had this type of civilization for millions of years. As another model for their own development, the Pleiadians are also monitoring the transformation process on Earth from a limited consciousness to its fully conscious, galactic human society. Therefore, you might say that Earth's human society is in fact doing what was written long ago in your Holy Bible. You, the children, are teaching your parents the very things they need to know in order that they may change. Hello again. This is your tour guide, Sandara, speaking. Thus far, we have looked at the many elements helping you to return to full consciousness. Now, it is time to look more closely at your first contact. This amazingly complex procedure is one of the final steps of your transition into your coming new reality. To explain to you what this complex matter entails, we are privileged to have Supreme Fleet Commander Atura as your primary guide. Commander Atura is a Syrian Defense Forces legend, honored throughout the galaxy for his unusual deftness in executing first contacts. He has been in charge of Galactic Federation of Light Forces in this region of the galaxy for the past 510 of your solar years. Allow me to introduce Supreme Fleet Commander Atura, who will now explain your first contact. Sandara, thank you. Previously, Washta discussed the reasons behind your first contact. Let me review for you what the Galactic Federation's first contact mission implies and give you some details about its actual operation. In this way, you can learn how your first contact is unfolding and why. This mission will be completed in the Creator's divine right time. The Science and Exploration (SNE) fleets of the Galactic Federation of Light consider first contact to be their most difficult yet most satisfying mission. A first contact brings another star nation into the Galactic Federation's fold. In this way, it makes our galactic union more complete and more capable of fulfilling its many sacred tasks. First contact is a process occurring on many levels and in a number of defined stages. The initial level of any first contact involves preliminary planning by your local solar and planetary spiritual hierarchy. A local spiritual hierarchy's primary purpose is to direct several of their budding, sentient planetary societies onto a path toward full consciousness. As part of this procedure, a local spiritual hierarchy begins to unify the various components of this star nation to be. Another part, when no truly sentient beings are present, involves petitioning the spiritual council of the Galactic Federation of Light to send fully sentient colonists to that star system, so that a new star nation can be created. Co-creative elements embodied in the divine plan make these varied procedures possible. This sacred blueprint mandates in great detail how and when each solar system in the Milky Way galaxy embarks on its journey toward a formal association with the Galactic Federation of Light. This spiritual component leads us to the various orders of the light and their respective administration. It is their sacred function to offer the rudiments that any local spiritual hierarchy requires to support the accomplishment of this divine mission. According to this sacred mandate, Galactic Federation Seni fleets are instructed to observe a selected star system unobtrusively and with sensitivity. This procedure can take from as long as 2 million to as little as 2 or 3,000 years. In all cases, intervention is achieved in an extremely discreet and co-creative manner. This procedure allows a developing sentient species to evolve as the divine plan mandates. Here, the local spiritual hierarchy continually guides us. Our sole purpose is to act as a divine catalyst for the timeline established by the Creator and graciously carried out by the local orders of Time Lord. Our Seni fleets have developed a series of standard procedures as well as an operations manual to cover every detail of these first contact missions. Seni fleets liaison scrutinize the actions of their fleet and of the selected solar system's natives. They submit their reports to the nearest regional Galactic Federation Council and to the main Galactic Federation Board of Liaison headquartered in the Lyra constellation. Clearly, we are guided at all times by two masters, the local spiritual hierarchy, and appropriate divisions of the Galactic Federation of Light. A first contact occurs only at the divine right time when the consciousness of the developing star nation and the divine forces of light oversee its proper presentation. At that moment, we can openly come forth and conclude our first contact mission. The major element for us remains the attainment of full consciousness. Over time, full consciousness has developed in this galaxy in three distinct ways. Initially, it arose in its fullest measure and eventually led to the formation of the Galactic Federation of Light. Secondly, full consciousness can evolve gradually. This is by far the most common scenario. We know that about 92% of fully conscious star nations matured in this manner. Thirdly, there is the most unusual. It encompasses less than 1% of all fully sentient star nations. Here, a star system returns to full consciousness after a great and dynamic fall. Your solar system is one such example. Your planet and its surrounding solar system have had a turbulent and difficult history. As previously noted, you possess a profound destiny. These factors make your first contact mission the most complex ever authorized by this galactic organization. Earth exhibits some unique circumstances, which have caused us to constantly reevaluate your first contact. At times, it has also induced us to do things that at first glance may have appeared to an outside observer as either muddled or totally outrageous. To complete our objectives, we have created a whole new set of operational procedures that have altered some of our more traditional methods of carrying out a first contact. Mother Earth is positioned in a phenomenal place in this galaxy. Surrounding her are three former water planets, Venus, Mars, and the now destroyed planet you call Maldek. These worlds formed something that is extremely rare in this galaxy, a solar system containing more than two blue, water-filled gems. Upon Earth's surface lives a population of partially sentient, amnesiac humans who assume that they are the only intelligent life in this vast and complex galaxy. One of our initial tasks is to guide you out of your amnesia and into an appreciation of your forgotten heritage. Fortunately for us, dear friends, a few rather curious and spiritually insightful humans exist upon your planet. This sprinkling of starseeds and a motley collection of leading-edge scientists form the core of a group which we have subtly influenced over the past 3 decades. Well, over 70 years ago, the Galactic Federation's initial diplomatic procedures involved approaching your major surface governments and your globally intertwined cables. Our first secret diplomatic conferences came to naught because your major surface governments refused to openly recognize us. All that your major surface governments truly desired was to be given our advanced technology. They viewed this technology as a powerful tool to be surreptitiously deployed to control their respective populations. A refusal of your government's request for collusion in population control gave the outpost group of the Dark Anchara Alliance an opportunity to gain a firmer foothold among your many covert rulers. Their intention was to move your solar system into their sphere of influence. Knowing this planet's destiny as a great wayshower for the light, we simply bided our time. Therefore, we concentrated our efforts with the cetaceans, your local spiritual hierarchy, and a few specially selected Earth humans. We maintained a limited presence in your solar system. Our plan was to provide needed resources to those whom we were still assisting. In this regard, we have infrequently sent some of our most creative Galactic Federation scientists to aid your local spiritual hierarchy and assist in your many evolutionary processes. What you are currently experiencing, dear friends, is the energy of this quickening evolutionary procedure. We know what the spiritual hierarchy and the divine plan have in store for you. This understanding finally prompted the Galactic Federation of Light to launch a first contact mission with your solar system in the solar year of 1991. The resulting first contact team produced a star, Figure 25, chart of first contact team, Tling threefold plan. Initially, the first contact team, see Figure 25, continued spiritual and physical interaction with your planet's aquatic guardians, the cetaceans, and with your fully sentient inner Earth worlds of light. The many light councils of your ascended masters made possible any necessary formal arrangements. We requested creative solutions from their many sacred councils so that we could successfully complete our first contact and fully restore your personal sovereignty. With great satisfaction, we have observed that most of you desire the restoration of your liberty and your personal sovereignty. To this end, we have privately encouraged the formation of certain groups among you that seek these noble goals. We initially intend to teach all earthly groups who share these goals why any physical violence used in the cause of freedom is morally out of the question. Spiritual evolution flows from a deep, non-violent assertion of personal liberties on the part of the individual and of the group. Consciousness is a dynamic, fertile field of light requiring freedom and sovereignty in order to develop. Its nourishment is divine wisdom. Its fertilizer is knowledge reaped from countless lessons and experiences on your planet. A marvelous field of ever-expanding consciousness is presently emerging. It is steadily growing into a powerful force capable of overcoming the greatest of obstacles. The foundation for this burgeoning expansion of consciousness is communicating globally to others your deepest spiritual desires. In this regard, our divine purpose is to assist you in structuring such a global network of consciousness. This network can be quickly linked to many other processes and expressions of your rising consciousness. In carrying out this undertaking, it is imperative that you release your fears and frustrations. Though, at times, they can appear quite real, they are only illusions. Secondly, the first contact team began a long-term project that was especially designed to increase the awareness of Earth's many peoples about the true nature and intent of our mission. This complex procedure originally began in Mexico during the summer of 1991. Its beginning was a total eclipse of your sun. Many Mayan and Aztec shamans had long prophesied this total solar eclipse as the moment for the return of the ships of Quetzalcoatl. We plan to use this ancient prophecy to draw an Earth-human society into a much closer interaction with us. By the winter of 1996-7, we had successfully implemented stages 1 through 4 of our ongoing activity in Mexico. Our next procedure was to spread this initial, limited interaction across your planet. This led to a global surge in visual encounters with our many observational ships. Between 1994 and 1997, we doubled the number of sightings of our ships in each successive solar year. This process accelerated exponentially during the solar years of 1998, 1999, and 2000. In addition, we invited several members of the Galactic Federation's SNE fleet from the Pleiades and Arcturus to interact directly with selected individuals, Galactic Federation, starseeds, in North America, Europe, Africa, Australia, Asia, and South America. Our intention was to provide you with some stunning photographs to pass on to your populace as well as certain vital information about your evolving mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual integration. From time to time, we have furnished you with essential facts about the critical state of your beloved Mother Earth. This information has enabled many of you to focus more fully on what is happening to your planet and to you. These reports have greatly aided the general awakening of your world's population. In this vein, dear hearts, we wish to propose a potential solution to your current social ills. Embrace divine love and practice deep compassion for yourselves and for each other. To apply them, you need to establish local and global support groups. Employ them to transform your current dysfunctional patterns into creative and cooperative ones. These change patterns can solve your society's overwhelming challenges in an innovative and useful way. They also help to expand and accelerate your global society's consciousness field. In this way, your society can more easily manage its solutions. It can begin to adopt a more unified and fluid dynamic, encouraging all of you to imaginatively resolve the various problems daily crossing your path. Currently, your global society is experiencing a massive transition of power, involving its numerous secret cabals. Most of your covert, worldwide rulers have yet to fully comprehend what we have just told you. Time and again, various Galactic Federation liaison teams have shown them that their ongoing methods of suppression can no longer forcibly constrict your global society's ever-expanding consciousness fields. Ultimately, their continued intractability can only inflict a more drastic end-time scenario upon your worldly masters. Many of your global cabals have yet to read the writing on the wall and see you merely as contemptible chattel. They continue to believe in their sanctioned right to rule your society exactly as they see fit. Your local spiritual hierarchy has created many magnificent spiritual and physical integration processes to counterbalance their regrettable position. It is your local spiritual hierarchy's prime intention to liberate you as swiftly as possible from the many trials and tribulations associated with limited consciousness. Thirdly, we are monitoring Mother Earth's many physical changes and also observing the transformations presently manifesting throughout your war-defiled solar system. As Earth's human population shifts gracefully into full consciousness, your solar system is undergoing a gradual modification. Before the momentous event of first contact is completed, we are cooperating with the local orders of Elohim in steering Mother Earth on a sure, steady course toward full consciousness. In addition, we are monitoring the alterations required to complete a total restoration of your solar system. These changes include final adjustments in the polarity and density of your sun's magnetic and gravitational fields. As part of this procedure, we are monitoring the transformations unfolding on Jupiter and the rest of your outer planets. When your solar system is rebuilt, it will look quite different. A solar system consisting of 11 planets will then orbit your sun. See Figure 26. These restored planets will spread out from your sun as follows. The very small planet that your astronomers call Vulcan and that formerly existed inside Mercury's orbit will be seen once more. The large, trans-Martian water planet that some experts refer to as Maldek will again be visible in its full glory. Planet Uranus' current 90-degree tilt will be fully rectified and small. Moon-sized Pluto will revert to its original status as a moon of Neptune. The large gas planet that your astronomers currently sense beyond Neptune in deep interplanetary space will finally have its due, and you will name it. This solar system is recognized in the great sacred prophecies of the Lords of Light. The specific timings of your solar system's changes are being regulated by transformations occurring inside your planet. Envision your first contact. Figure 26. Your restored solar system. Beloved Mother as a living entity. This marvelous being is your home and your most important responsibility. She is being watched over, in your temporary absence, by your planet's cetaceans. The whale song of the cetaceans maintains the biosphere, encouraging the annual reproduction of all living species in Earth's biosphere. It also accomplishes something else. Whale song interacts with Mother Earth's magnetic and gravitational fields. In this way, whale song contributes to the stability and coherence of the planet's primary, life-giving pulses. Each year, the cetaceans modify this song in accordance with the divine wishes of Mother Earth. Our purpose has been to aid the Elohim and the cetaceans in carrying out this critical task. We have dispatched many scientific observation teams to closely monitor the health of your planet. See your world as a great, living platform, supporting your consciousness and its future expansion. With a healthy platform, your transformations can occur as planned. In many ways, the parameters for your changes are very fragile. That is why we are here to assist you. However, we wish to make it perfectly clear that this first contact mission is special. It is only designed to aid the metamorphosis of your society. Our primary objective remains your solar system's eventual membership in the Galactic Federation of Light. This carefully planned regulation of your solar system is being carried out to allow your transformations to happen in a truly divine right time. This divine time is based on the occurrence, at certain set points of some predestined events in your solar system. Many of these activities involve the alteration of the gravitational and magnetic fields of planets such as Jupiter, as well as similar adjustments to the Sun itself. A number of your planetary and solar astronomers have noticed how subtly, even blatantly, these actions affect the overall harmony of your solar system. Those astronomers and planetary scientists who are privy to both your overt and covert research data know the truth of what we have told you. The consciousness-raising processes now occurring among you are very synergetic in form. At the proper time, they will require special hands-on techniques. This probability has created our need to fashion a most unusual first contact team. It is more than just an evaluation, liaison, and diplomatic contingent. This group includes scientific and consciousness training personnel. Our method is to look first at your society's development and then use specific, proven strategies to test your responses to any potential action. Right now, we fully comprehend your position. This position is formed within the procedures being performed upon you by your local spiritual hierarchy. This game of life, at prescribed times, is meant to lead your society towards certain outcomes. According to the spiritual hierarchy, everything is presently on course for a dramatic shift in your society's consciousness. Grasp that the reality of your present world is about to drastically transform. This alteration is being accomplished with a minimum of catastrophic change. Presently, your planet is under the influence of certain climatic and oceanic factors which are skewing your planet's weather and the temperature gradients in the world's oceans. They have strongly pressured the land, causing a proliferation of earthquakes, storms, floods, and fires. To remedy this situation, we have created certain remedial conditions which give your global society a partial reprieve and allow it time to prepare for your first contact. First contact is a natural byproduct of your expanding consciousness. This process is multifaceted and is tied into many smaller projects. On one hand, we are required to work with your very splintered global society. On the other, we are challenged by your world's highly structured ruling class. Our program has been to demonstrate and then explain to your camels the way in which your embrace of higher consciousness has altered the playing field. In addition, many new technologies are coming online. In the near future, these can expand the possibilities for your society's survival. As Earth technology advances from electricity to the photon, it is undergoing a vast change in consciousness, a veritable spiritual revolution. This procedure splits up power and disperses it to individuals. Hence, the focus begins to be on individual and personal sovereignty, rather than on hierarchical power structures. Currently, a deep interest in personal sovereignty and liberty is burgeoning in the hearts of your people. It is a marvelous sign. This process is accelerating throughout your globe. Many pioneers in the field are busily informing your global society about the wonderful and quite legal advantages of these sacred and liberating concepts. Still, these concepts clash with the ancient, insidious, power-mongering agenda of your many global cabals, using alien and Earth-based advanced technologies which are available to them. They fully intend to gradually enslave you over the coming decade. The most viable alternative to this plan is a wider attainment of your personal sovereignty. To facilitate this process, global applications of some highly empowering education and communication technologies are now pending. In addition, your local spiritual hierarchy is formulating programs to increase your awareness of personal sovereignty. It is crucial that the degree of knowledge your society currently possesses on this subject be vastly increased. Normally, we can freely allow the 300 or so years that such spiritual development rightfully requires. However, the Galactic Federation of Light and your planet's spiritual hierarchy have too little time for this current procedure to drag on. Instead, our game plan is to intervene in this process at the perfect time and place. We are focusing upon choosing a propitious moment when imperatives such as your spiritual expansion and growing consciousness are in place. In the meantime, we will continue our threefold program for first contact. We are stepping up our close observation of your rapidly evolving global society. In fact, the exact moment at which we openly arrive will occur much sooner than many of you expect. First contact is meant to unify your society while simultaneously expanding your personal sovereignty to its fullest potential. In addition, it is a time to transform your reality and to manifest creative solutions that can heal your many problems. This society, once perfected, can furnish its citizens with access to the truth of their real purposes and identities. This procedure, along with advanced technology, can rapidly accelerate your society to full consciousness. It can completely transform your current concepts and perceptions. At last, you realize your kinship to others in this galaxy. Planetary xenophobia can then be replaced by heightened galactic awareness. As fully conscious citizens of the Milky Way galaxy, you can formulate a most magnificent galactic society. My dear friends, the future is impinging rapidly on your present ever-changing, skewed perceptions of the past. This is part of the massive consciousness evolution now underway in you. It is necessary for you to become grounded in the vital concept of personal sovereignty and in the fact that everyone is an interconnected part of the whole. In effect, you are information-oriented beings seeking knowledge of the whole and wisdom from the eternal. Your search proceeds out of a sincere desire to grow spiritually and to discover your life's true meaning. This aids us in moving you toward the divinely right moment for first contact. Dear friends, first contact is the flowing together of an even greater whole. It means a final, formal meshing of your full consciousness field and the strengthening of your ever-expanding planetary society. Contact with a galactic society is a major event for all involved. It signals the further vast expansion of your reality's limits. It gathers your old concepts and moves them exponentially toward yet to be dreamed of horizons. It places your technology and your consciousness into direct communication with a much larger sea of creative potential. This process and its resulting consequences make your first contact our highest priority. First contact is actually the culmination of a whole cycle of events. Single-handedly, this remarkable event ends a long, temporary isolation from your galaxy's true reality. It introduces your global society to your galactic kin. This interactive process quickly allows you to correct any misconceptions about us that are prevalent in your society. As you can see, first contact is only manifested by us in a highly appropriate fashion. Our primary purpose is to assist you and see to it that grace and ease are the order of the day. The Galactic Federation comes to move your ever-expanding consciousness to its fullest potential. You are the mainstay of the societal changes happening on your beloved planet. Our joint purpose is to shift your mass perceptions into full alignment with the sacred truths of the divine plan. Our aim is to bestow upon you the education, training, and knowledge needed to create a new reality. What the angelic realms call the return of God's holy will to your blessed Mother Earth. Overall, your first contact mission is proving to be distinctive as well as extremely difficult. It is testing many long-cherished concepts. It is altering the numerous operating procedures surrounding a first contact. First contact for your world has caused us to bring in a number of different Galactic Federation fleets. This has created several unique command structures. Your first contact has mandated that a joint education and growth process be constituted from day one. Your planet's society has served as the major linchpin in this most demanding setup. We have been compelled to grapple, temporarily, with your global cabals, and with those supposedly enlightened individuals who have yet to admit to the possibilities of our coming contact. We want you to know that your first contact is part of a destined outcome your society urgently needs. Presently, first contact is a given element in both of our society's realities. The only variable remaining is the timing. What we can tell you is that you are rapidly progressing toward the divine moment when we will physically meet. Our societies are following timelines that, in the near future, will definitely intersect. Right now, your society has reached the point, if it is to survive, at which it needs to swiftly transform itself. To accomplish this process, you require our guidance and assistance. We are very pleased that your secret rulers have decided to soon begin to release technologies that strengthen our hand and increase the necessity for physical contact. This is a sign that your stubborn global cables have begun to factor us into their numerous depraved equations. The time is fast approaching when we can reveal ourselves to you. Every advanced society reaches a point where it either acknowledges its place in divinity by asking for outside assistance or moves toward isolation and subsequently perishes. Currently, you are at this most critical of crossroads. Your secret global rulers symbolize the control group deeply desiring to separate you from your sacred heritage. We ask you to ignore their many prevarications and their substantial power. We ask you to choose love. The core principle of this present creation, as set forth by the Holy Creator, is divine love. Compassionate love is the very essence of the experience toward which you are now headed. All else in your reality is simply an illusory diversion. Your divine destiny is to be with your spiritual and physical kin. We ask you to choose the light and to vote with your heart for love. Love is the sacred vehicle unfolding your potential and leading you to full consciousness. This choice holds many implications. First, you need to commit yourself completely to the continual development of a great, global web of consciousness. This world network is assigned to all that the light is firmly established, ready to support everyone who willingly carries its compassionate banner. Second, we ask you to join together and purposefully immerse your local community and your entire globe in the energy of light. Your knowledge and inherent wisdom of the current transformation and transmutation unequivocally strengthen your global society's ever-expanding consciousness. Your local spiritual hierarchy is daily preparing you to move into your new, glorious physical reality. This new reality enables you to embrace more of your full potential. Additionally, it permits the global cables to see that their deplorable plans can only fail. As these various consciousness fields develop, they make our divine intervention ever more viable. We, in the Galactic Federation of Light, are assisting your local spiritual hierarchy to prepare your society for its unprecedented transition in consciousness. At first, this transformation merely requires our indirect guidance. Eventually, though, we will intervene directly in your affairs. Dear friends, this mission has been quite a challenge, like a tightrope that we fully intend to cross. Your first contact is a grand experiment that thoroughly tests our mettle and, of course, your own. We have made some seemingly false and occasionally outrageous moves to attract the attention of your global cabals and their various scientific, governmental, and military pawns. Previously, we had planned simply to amass our landing fleet, acquaint some parts of your population with what was happening, and carry out those sacred tasks given us by your local spiritual hierarchy. We now wish to modify this agenda. Over the past years, we have observed countless members of your population awakening. The vast numbers of reviving humans and the immense amount of global networking show us how your collective consciousness field is beginning to dramatically shift towards spirit. This new energy deeply encourages us and indicates that you are approaching the optimal mass required for our divine, direct intervention. We intend to continue to monitor your changes and modify our game plan. We intend to become, in the process, much more real to your global population. We are tremendously excited by these possibilities and have lovingly incorporated them into our planning. In any case, we are determined to comply with your local spiritual hierarchy's sacred desire to bring forth a mass landing upon your world when the Creator's divine plan so ordains. Thank you, Supreme Fleet Commander Atura, for your marvelous explanation of this first contact mission. One of the main purposes of this tour is to prepare us all for Earth's first contact. This has been highly educative for the Galactic Federation, as well as for your global society. It has led to many questions concerning the validity and the timing of your first contact. To this end, let us proceed to a question and answer period of our own. Questions and answers. Q1 question, very often asked, concerns the Prime Directive. You say that there has been a divine intervention. That is, there has been a series of pleas before different councils, and a certain dispensation has been granted. Can you comment on that? Yes. This special dispensation can occur whenever a galactic society strays from its original prerequisites. This process long ago occurred on Earth. Another condition that allows dispensation occurs when a galactic society ceases its activity as the fully conscious mediator between the spiritual and the physical realm. This creates a situation, one of the few exceptions allowed, in which the spiritual hierarchy can in fact permit limited conscious beings to evolve swiftly toward full sentiency. Usually, the spiritual hierarchy and the Galactic Federation of Light allow this altered society to evolve only gradually until it completes its karmic path. If it becomes extinct, a plan for a new seeding of that star system is proposed. Owing to the exceptional nature of this planet and the global society upon it, Earth's society was altered through a special dispensation containing a divine intervention. What steps led to the granting of this divine intervention? A. The spiritual hierarchies of this planet and of this solar system had to agree to the plan, followed by the local universe councils. The next step was to approach the Galactic Federation of Light. Now that it was regarded as a divine intervention, the various spiritual and Galactic Federation governing bodies were permitted to alter their usual procedures and formally approve a first contact mission. According to Galactic Federation rules, a solar system, once assigned to develop under a certain star nation, in Earth's case, the Pleiadian Star League, remains under that star nation's guidance. However, Originally, your solar system was assigned to the Syrian star nation. To restore your society to full consciousness meant the recreation of a galactic society similar to the one enjoyed in ancient Lemuria. The Galactic Federation's main council permitted the Syrians to regain their former overseer role. On 1 Muluk's 12 Kankin to Keban, a Galactic Federation of Light decree formally accomplished that exchange. Q. Then this really is completely different from a takeover or an invasion by an extraterrestrial civilization. A. That is correct. At the time of the fall of Atlantis, the local spiritual hierarchies issued a proclamation. Any being incarnated in this solar system agrees to follow two main conditions. First, full consciousness can be re-established at any time through the divine intervention of the local spiritual hierarchy. Second, any event or resource needed to accomplish this goal is hereby agreed to. Every person incarnating on this planet has signed off on these conditions. Q. Are you saying that this happened at the soul level and that we participated in this process yet failed to be consciously aware that we gave our consent? A. Yes. Limited conscious beings are predisposed to be only partially connected at these higher levels. So, you tend to forget very infrequently. A quick flash of memory can very briefly remind you. In full consciousness, you can reconnect to those pre-birth agreements that you have merely forgotten. Q. Is this intervention actually being carried out with our permission, although we lost the awareness of having given it? A. Yes. Very, very few are now aware. Some remember the process intuitively. Others have only a recurring, vague remembrance. When the material presented in this work is reviewed, it somehow allows many people to spontaneously recall that they do, indeed, have these particular agreements. Q. Does this shift into full consciousness bring many new responsibilities, as well as a new relationship with the spiritual hierarchy and with self? A. Yes. With transformation into full consciousness comes a responsibility to understand what love truly is and how to manifest and employ it. Love creates all things. Love is all things. You need to embrace that truth completely. That is why the energy of the Christ was initially used to anchor in this procedure. You are to learn that the basis of full consciousness is the ability to manifest anything through love. Another step is to understand what this all means. That is, one needs to appreciate how to extend this love to oneself, to humanity, and to creation. Love is the way we manifest our own innate ability. It is also a way to compassionately appeal to others for help. Love is a joint effort. Each one is as important as every other one. You need to realize that you live in this great interconnected mosaic of light and love. Q. What, may I ask, is the overall mission of the First Contact Team? A. The overall mission of the First Contact Team is to successfully aid the advent of full consciousness in Earth's human population. Later, as part of this process, it can assist those who are fully conscious in establishing governing structures dedicated to light and inner growth. At the present time, the Galactic Federation's First Contact Team is in the process of establishing the final details, the whens, heres, and hows of this first encounter mission. The process includes the detailed procedures to be followed after your first contact has transpired. These protocols are part of our mission. It is based upon light and love. We are here, as your elder sisters and brothers, to stage a welcome home for our Earthkin. Q. How is the First Contact Team actually organized? A. The First Contact Team has established an overall board of command. It consists of 50 of its senior SENI commanders. Their function is to oversee the various First Contact missions. The First Contact Team's board of command has been further broken down into appropriate committees. In each of them, there are assigned personnel from the science, technology, and other departments of our SNE fleets. Their exact composition has been determined by the decrees of the Syrian Regional Federation Council. The Syrian Regional Federation Council has given the First Contact Team full authority to carry out this mission in your solar system. This includes a defense contingent normally assigned to SNI fleets. The required defense forces have been assigned by the Syrian Regional Governing Council. Q. What is going to happen to Mother Earth in the next few decades following first contact? A. In the next few decades, Mother Earth will be restored to her former self, a paradise. Once again, Earth will possess her firmament, two ice layers that existed during her fully pristine state. With her firmament intact, Mother Earth's atmosphere will no longer be subjected to sudden climatic changes or too high winds and extreme weather. People who have grown up with weather and consider it an important part of their reality are in for a great surprise. Every day will be sunny. Temperatures will range from the lower to upper 70 seconds. Wind speed will be no more than 5 mph. The weatherman can say, sunny and mild conditions for the entire year. It is going to be a vast shift from everyone's current reality. Q. As part of this divine intervention, how will you be assisting us in our transformation to full consciousness? A. Once you are fully conscious, you need a new set of guidelines to help you respond to your environment and live with your fellow fully conscious humans. Imagine that you were to suddenly develop broad, telepathic powers. Immediately, you face the possibility of being stuck with 15 million or more people on the same mental phone line. This type of event can stretch your sanity to the breaking point. You can pick up everyone's conversations at once. In full consciousness, you also have the ability to walk through walls and doors, move objects about, and instantly manifest those things that you desire. All of these capabilities can be extremely overwhelming. This applies, especially if you have yet to experience this type of reality or have been in total denial of it for most of your life. Because of this new, multidimensional reality, you need to learn the basic etiquette for responding to this extraordinary environment. You need to develop skills which allow you to cope with all these strange goings on. These particular skills are called full consciousness etiquette and keep you from acting inappropriately. The Galactic Federation's first contact team will assign special counselor to educate you about this most amazing gift, full consciousness. Q. Exactly what are we going to experience when the divine right moment actually arrives for our first contact? A. When the divine right moment occurs, the amount of higher consciousness energy that the local spiritual hierarchy has brought in will be much greater than you heretofore have experienced. Individuals surrounded by a lot of negative energy will most likely experience 5 to 10 minutes of sickness from these intense energies. It is almost as if somebody placed a storm of high, positive energies around Mother Earth. Many who are more aware can see these new energies as extremely brilliant lights. Everybody will feel it as a calming energy. It is going to feel like the ultimate form of ecstasy. These wonderful energies are to be accompanied by extremely beautiful, celestial music played by the local spiritual hierarchy. This heavenly music is assigned to all that a truly divine intervention into the affairs of Earth's humanity is about to transpire. Your local spiritual hierarchy will also form some easy-to-detect, angel-like clouds in the sky. These heavenly portents are your signal that something miraculous is about to happen. Q. Will everybody enter into full consciousness at the time of the actual landings? A. Our prime directive from the spiritual hierarchy is to assist in the initial stages of your restoration to fully conscious beings. Thus, your actual return to full consciousness will ensue after our first contact with your society has been successfully completed. Q. Are there degrees of full consciousness, or will it be the same for everyone? A. No. The state of full consciousness is a given. However, each individual experiences it uniquely. Keep in mind that when you are in full consciousness, you exist on two levels, the collective and the individual. The joys of full consciousness lie in the way you interface these two states of existence. This process depends upon a number of factors. These include your intended life purposes, your acquired knowledge, and how well you use your inner wisdom. Q. Is the sickness you have mentioned part of being transformed into full consciousness? A. Not really. The intensity of the sickness and whether you actually encounter it will be determined by the amount of negative energy or thought forms you have attracted to yourself. Q. What are the primary intentions of the first contact mission at the time of the actual landings? A. The intentions of the first contact team during the actual point of divine intervention are threefold in nature. First, there is a need to inform Earth's people about what is happening to them. This will be handled by a special global broadcast just prior to the actual commencement of the landings. Second, there is a need to prepare your population for first contact. Some will be informed beforehand so that they may assume a leadership role in their respective communities. Finally, there is the need to monitor your change into full consciousness and to secure the landing sites. This task has been assigned to a special Galactic Federation group, working in complete cooperation with the local spiritual hierarchy. Q. Is there a master plan for the actual first contact operation? A. Yes. As part of this divine intervention, the Galactic Federation of Light and the spiritual hierarchy have developed a stunning master plan. Galactic Federation counselors maintain special dossiers. These predict potential responses to any event by every human currently living on planet Earth. Your inner angelic councils have also examined you thoroughly. As you move through this procedure, your inner angelic councils and your Galactic Federation counselors are working together to prepare you for what is about to happen. Always remember that the purpose for our first contact is to return you to full consciousness and help establish your galactic human society. Q. What is going to happen after this initial stage of the first contact mission is complete? Galactic Federation of Light engineers have created vast underground caverns equipped with enormous holographic devices. Here, in the form of holographic light patterns, will be everything to maintain life as you know it. There will be systems to provide food, shelter, and clothing, as well as a simulated environment to permit any form of recreation that you presently enjoy. These internal holographic environments replicate, in every conceivable way, surface conditions on Mother Earth when she was a veritable paradise. Bear in mind that abundance in all things is the natural state of fully conscious beings. Thus, with the landings, comes the death blow to poverty, disease, and ignorance for all peoples on this planet. An advanced civilization will enhance the planet by allowing all plant and animal life on Earth's surface to remain relatively undisturbed. The result will be a kinder and gentler reality for Earth's new biosphere. Q. What function is our local spiritual hierarchy expecting us to perform after we regain full consciousness? A. You are here to be the Earth's physical angels, a fully conscious guardian species. Together with the Devic Kingdom and the angelic presences, you are here to use your energies to create the forms of life that maintain this planet's biosphere at its intended energy levels. That way people from other worlds, galaxies, and dimensions can see events on your planet's surface or visit subterranean cities and other parts of your magnificent and wondrous world. Q. When will we be allowed to colonize other planets like Mars or Venus? A. Plans to colonize the other 3 water planets in your solar system can be understood by examining our outlines for Mars, which are as follows. First, planet Mars is to be returned to its pristine state. Mars's climate will closely resemble a slightly cooler, by about 5 degrees Fahrenheit or 9 degrees centigrade Earth. The flora and fauna of its ancient biosphere, along with its original firmament, are to be revived. Second, at the appropriate time, Earth humans, whose life contracts include guardianship from Mother Mars, will be moved there. Mars is to be colonized through a series of globally interlocked cities built approximately 1/4 mile, about 400 meters, beneath its surface. Until they move to Mars, assigned colonists are to reside in a special space colony to be set in high orbit above the red planet. They can observe Mars' transformation from rusty orange to brilliant, the dark and light blue of its oceans, the greens and purples of its vegetation, and the reddish-brown majesty of its mountains will once again become visible. Third, our projected timetable for completing the first step of this procedure is within 3 to 6 galactic months after your first contact. Some 2 galactic months after this first step is concluded, Venus and Mars are to be colonized. Maldek will take about 6 galactic months longer because it first needs to be reconstituted. Q. How is the current asteroid belt to be reconstituted as the planet Maldek? A. It is a very complicated operation. However, to answer your question succinctly, let us break this procedure into 6 stages and briefly describe each one. See Figure 27. The stages are as follows. First, it is necessary to establish the harmonics of planet Maldek. How does it fit into the orbital grid of your solar system? Harmonics are determined by measuring the size, density, orbital velocity, and strength of Maldek's gravitational field. Our scientists have already worked out these statistics. With this data, we can construct a large, interdimensional space-time event horizon, a very unique black hole, equal to 1/11th of the planet's original diameter. This special device can merge the different aspects of the planet, including the mini-moon, that the larger outer planets of Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune have captured. Second, our scientists together with the local orders of Elohim activate a special device and attune it to the fundamental harmonics of Maldek. It acts amazingly like a vacuum cleaner and draws the scattered elements of Maldek into it. The procedure takes approximately 3 galactic months and is carried out in accordance with a series of safeguards. These include surrounding each planet and your sun with special holograms and placing harmonic demarcation space buoys at significant nodal points in your solar system. Third, these parts now exist in the dimensional flux, flanking this dimension and those surrounding it. All dimensions, in fact, swirl around each other like giant tops. Using a special magnetic gravitational field, these parts can be returned to their original positions. Initially, Maldek will be filled with cracks and lack any signs of life. Fourth, the Elohim can return the life force or planetary soul to Maldek. This starts its magical recreation process. That accomplished, Maldek is ready to be rebirthed as a prime constituent of your solar system. Fifth, Maldek is ejected, or birthed, from the black hole. This special magnetic to gravitational event swells the event horizon to approximately 11 times its original size. As Maldek appears, the event horizon dramatically disappears. The planet is ready to be terraformed and returned to its pristine condition. Sixth, as just noted, Maldek can be easily terraformed now by a method similar to that used on Mars and Venus. Colonization will follow the same steps outlined above. Q. How will the Galactic Federation engineers and scientists restore our extinct species and allow them to again become part of the new Earth's biosphere? A. Right now, your scientists know that they can dissipate molecules and atoms using vibratory patterns emitted through sound and/or light. When certain appropriate sound and light patterns are passed through relevant layers of Mother Earth's etheric bodies, you can, with the full cooperation of the Devic Kingdom, easily re-establish any extinct life form. Essential information concerning all life forms is stored in the etheric realm. Keep in mind that every species' RNA, DNA is stored at its most fundamental levels, as interdimensional sound and light patterns. Thus, Galactic Federation technology can very rapidly alter this conscious patterning and transfer it back to life, even if your present understanding regarding biological form now considers it extinct. Precisely because of this technology's efficacy, Mother Earth strongly desires the presence of the Galactic Federation to assist in restoring her precious biosphere. Q. What will the final outcome of this first contact be for Earth's peoples? A. You will be able to move effortlessly into a new reality. Here, you can directly aid the many life forces residing upon Mother Earth. You are to be given enormous subterranean sites, similar to those occupied by the kingdom of Agartha Shambhala, where you can develop your cities. These cities will be graced with everything you need. Your role is to be Mother Earth's primary guardian. By fully employing your magnificent abilities, you can nourish and balance Mother Earth's nascent, living energies. The Galactic Federation and the spiritual hierarchy fully intend to assist you in this essential process of global transformation. Just know that in this new reality, you are a necessary co-creative partner of the spiritual hierarchy and the Galactic Federation of Light. With this knowing, you can begin to truly appreciate why the local spiritual hierarchy invited you to be guests upon this beautiful blue planet. You are here to understand how creation operates and how physicality evolves. Ultimately, these processes of inner growth form extraordinary lessons for you, for the spiritual hierarchy, and for us. We greatly anticipate innumerable splendid experiences as we learn from and teach each other. 10 Galactic Time. Hello once again. This is your chief tour guide, Sandara. Today, we will be exploring one of the more interesting aspects of your coming galactic society, the galactic calendar. Time is meant to embody the very essence of being. It reflects your life energy's harmonics, as well as your individual patterns of work and relaxation. To explain to you the many intricacies of galactic time, we are pleased to be hosted by Xoctilan, pronounced Shoktilan, a renowned Arcturian timekeeper, who last incarnated on your world in the 4th century AD, during the classical Mayan civilization. Without further delay, here is Xoctilan. Thank you, Sandara, for your very kind words. Time, my dear lights, is more than the measuring of a day, a month, or a year. It is a sacred cycle of your holy Mother Earth and of you, her sacred caretakers. It is also a tool by which you can follow time's divine behavior, one that attunes each of you to the great unfolding of physical creation. All sentient societies in this galaxy have instituted calendars to measure the natural cycles of this galaxy and of our home worlds. They are the measure of our home world's essence and of how the Creator has expressed it to us. The traditional Mayan calendar was a modified form of galactic calendar that ancient Arcturian timekeepers originally assigned to this solar system. During the first days of Lemuria, the Atlanteans modified it for their own despicable purposes. More than 3 millennia ago, galactic Mayan timekeepers from the star system Maya in the Pleiades restored this calendar to its magnificence. Your galactic society will employ a slightly adjusted version of that calendar. This modified galactic calendar is a special, earthly time device based on the traditional Mayan Hab or solar year calendar. It has 18 months of 20 days each plus an additional ending period of 5 days. The change in this calendar is represented by a unique Cain count and a first, or New Year's day that your present Gregorian calendar expresses as July 26th. Within this calendar is the Tzolkin, the sacred calendar of the ancient Maya. As I have just mentioned, the Tzolkin is the traditional sacred calendar of the Maya and consists of 260 solar days or Cain. The Tzolkin, or day count, symbolizes the actual pulse of the life-giving energy which Lord Sun, Kinich Ahau in Mayan, bestows upon Mother Earth. These sacred proportions are ultimately determined by adding the orbital harmonics of Venus, Mars, and your moon to this pulse. The Cain or day, in Mayan, is used for the calendar's daily count. Cain consists of 3 major parts, 13 cones of creation, 20 solar glyphs, and 4 harmonies. Days, or Cain, are organized into a set pattern of 260. In which 4 harmonic colors, red, white, black, and yellow, are constantly repeated through 13 tones and 20 solar glyphs. 20 times 13 equal to 260. Your galactic society is to retain a modified Tzolkin as its sacred calendar to regulate accurate dates for performing your various Earth guardianship duties. As previously noted, the starting point of the galactic Hab solar day calendar is New Year's Day. your July 26th. It honors the star that represents the Syrians who originally guided you to Earth. On Galactic New Year's Day, the star Sirius greets the Lord Sun as he begins a new day, rising above the Pyramid of the Serpent at Chichen Itza. Figure 28, the Tzolk'in, harmony and tone cycles. This act commemorates the sacred inception of your galactic culture in the now lost lands of Lemuria. It also represents the beginning that many celestial beings gave to the destroyed cultures of Earth after Atlantis' destruction. Additionally, July 26th symbolizes Sirius' encounter with the rising sun over Mount Haleakala on Maui, the House of the Sun in Hawaiian. In this fashion, the sacred links among past, present, and future in your historical process are duly noted and graciously acknowledged. Later on in this tour, my dear lights, Mikala will discuss the historical process of your earthly civilization. In order to understand the concept of galactic society more clearly, you need to discern that new idea with reference to time. To many on your world, time is only a measurement, a number used to record a certain event. That is the time it takes for an Olympic runner to run a set distance and win the race. More than a mere measuring device, time, in and of itself, is a precious key to the vast creation that is the physical universe. Therefore, one of the major sectors that watch over the physical universe is the local orders of Time Lord. The orders of Time Lord are so called because time, as we see it, is one of the secrets of physical creation. It is the vast, endless pulse that has made all things possible. According to an ancient Arcturian proverb about creation, the orders of Time Lord created the great pulse of time. From this great pulse came light. From this great light came love, the creation energy of light. Out of this light of love came all of creation. Let us examine this great pulse of creation time. In the Galactic Federation of Light, time is viewed as a way to understand and to experience one's reality. To emphasize this point, let me state that we had given the distant ancestors of the Mayans an earthly galactic calendar before the births of Buddha and Christ. A version of this calendar was still in common use at the beginning of the Mayan classical period in the 4th century AD, and it lasted until almost the beginning of the 10th century AD. This was the sacred calendar, or count of days of the Mayans, which, as you remember, is called the Tzolk'in. See Figure 28. It is a concept of time based upon the divine numbers 20 and 13. 20 represents the 20 solar seals, or Mayan glyphs of time, and 13 embodies the 13 tones of creation. See Figures 29a, b, c, d, and e, and Figure 30. My dear lights, 20 is a divine number that personifies the essential duality, 2, of the physical plane and its manifestation by spirit. 10. In other words, spirit has entered the physical karma of this plane and transcended it. In a sacred relationship, to multiply is to become one with its very essence, or 2 times 10 equal to 20. The 20 solar glyphs are the essence of spirit becoming one with the physical and moving beyond it to a fresh integration with spirit. Figure 29a. The 20 Mayan solar glyphs. 13 symbolizes the holy cycle of physical creation. The Creator formed physicality in 13 holy steps. 13 mirrors the manifestation of all things in the physical. The 20 glyph cycle moves through physicality by using the information energy set within the 13 tones. Each tone is a representation of each point of the 13. Figure 29b. The 20 Mayan solar glyphs. Part cycle needed to manifest physical reality. During the course of this tour, we will review 2 important sets of principles surrounding the numbers 13 and 20, and their use in the Tzolk'in and the Hab. I also intend to teach you as much as possible about the essential meaning of these sacred precepts. Bear in mind, Figure 29c, the 20 Mayan solar glyphs, that to comprehend the meaning of these divine elements is to understand the crux of our examination. As we begin, there is little need for you to understand everything I say. According to an old Earth proverb, a baby needs to crawl before it can walk and walk before it can run. Remember this and digest what? Figure 29D, the 20 Mayan solar glyphs. I say in small, manageable bits. As I have intimated, your earthly galactic time is expressed as a slightly modified, traditional Mayan calendar. Let us remember to proceed from its smallest segments to its largest. In form, this calendar mirrors the unfolding of physical creation from the micro to the macro. Figure 29E, the 20 Mayan solar glyphs. It is important for you to have a basic understanding of these principles. Let's begin by looking more closely at the 20 solar glyphs. Become more familiar with each one's shape, color, harmony, and traditional meaning. They are the basis of the Kayin. They regulate how this calendar is constructed. As you study the 20 solar glyphs, you see that they are divided into 4 different colors or harmonies. In creation, certain parts, harmonies, of the sacred spectrum are essential to the visualization of future actions. The 4 harmonies red, white, black, and yellow. And their purposes follow. Each color, red, white, black, and yellow, symbolizes a phase or harmony of a pulse of time. Each color, galactic genetic imprint, represents how time is to be composed. In addition, this harmony cycle turns or manifests the sacred vortex of creation. Consequently, it moves counterclockwise or right to left. To illustrate, my dear lights, if you mark the 4 sacred directions on a cross, east, red, is on the right point of the horizontal line, north, white, on the top of the vertical, west, black on the left point of the horizontal, and south, yellow, on the bottom of the vertical line. As noted, these harmonies embody a vortex signifying how time relates to the 4 ages of limited consciousness humanity: birth, childhood, adulthood, graduation. It shows how thought or pure intention, the engine of creation, manifests itself through the mechanism of time. Remember that this duality, the ages of humanity, and the unfolding of physical creation, always underpins the very foundation of galactic time. To understand the 20 solar glyphs, you first need to consider the 4 colors of the celestial harmony. Before we examine them, let me explain what they actually symbolize. The celestial harmony cycle consists of 4 colors. Red is the first harmony color. It is the color of initiation. Red symbolizes the manifest creative power at the source of all substance and all cycles. It signifies the onset of a journey or discovery of divine intention. Divine intention, in turn, requires 4 stages to be transformed into pure thought. As with all the other colors, the harmony color red is to be repeated 5 times in creating the 20 solar seals, or Mayan glyphs of time. Whenever the color red appears in this calendar, know it as the prime initiator of a particular procedure or harmony cycle. White is the second harmony color and denotes purification. As you begin an event or series of events, contemplate this idea and its true significance. That is, you wish to purify or discern your core beliefs about it. In so doing, you purify your understanding of the event. The process of discernment or purification is symbolized by the harmony color of white. White is all things, yet none of them. It is pure essence. For this reason, it is the Mayan representation of sky, the link between heaven and earth. White exemplifies the moment when the initiate becomes capable of assuming the form both of spirit and of earth. Intention has been initiated and now holds a form or essence. Black is the third harmony color. It exemplifies the means to transform or move intention from purified thought to a prototype that can be precipitated into physicality. Once you have initiated an idea, a creative intention, or whatever you profoundly desire to accomplish, you require it to be transformed or manifested into a useful form, made real. Black represents one of the most complex methods in this process. To the Maya, black personifies the night, the dream world, where all forms of magic are possible. To be made manifest, the intentional form of white needs to enter the physical. Black characterizes its magical state. Magic occurs in the void, or the realm, where the celestial beings of creation dwell. The void is dark. It is the night journey to the light, or the great, unending day of time, the ruler of all material creation. Yellow is the fourth harmony color. It personifies the process of ripening or maturing this precipitated creation. Hence, yellow signifies the actual manifestation procedure carried out by the application of divine intelligence, wisdom, and knowledge. It is acquired by passing through the first three steps of the harmonies. Earth's arcane knowledge traditionally represents the maturing or final transformation of intention as yellow, or its higher tone, gold. It is vital that you appreciate the importance of each aspect. Another important phase of the manifestation procedure is the need to let go. Once you have posited an intention, do not cling to a particular outcome. Every thought form develops into a living entity in this reality and requires encouragement to mature. This is accomplished by releasing it with perfect love. To focus exclusively on a specific outcome can limit and prevent its growth. By liberating your intentions and thought forms, you greatly expand the conscious potential of this reality. Yellow, therefore, defines the cycle and conclusively imprints the 13 tones of creation. Number Mayan numerals tone name. Mayan name 1 unity huntu 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 challenge activation definition radiance equality attunement integrity intention caox ken hoyuachi utsi vaksak bolon 10 manifestation ela hun 11 liberation hun lohun tol 13 cooperation transcendence ca lohun ox lohun. Note, tones are used with the 20 Mayan glyphs to denote a particular cane. For example, 8 bats, or in Mayan Vaksak bats. 2000 Miriam di Vera. Figure 30. The 13 tones of creation. Manifest concept brought through the 4 universal pulses of galactic harmony. This course of action also permits reality to be ever-changing and allows divine intention to become real. To clarify, once again, my dear lights, the process of manifesting or applying the yellow harmony is accomplished by ripening the thought form and letting go of any attachment to its particular manifest expression. Now, as we journey through the 20 Mayan glyphs or solar seals, we need to see them not as mere symbols, but as living entities and as personal guides. They are spirit, made physical, and the physical fully integrated into spirit. They are the paths that lead you back to heaven and to the ultimate mystery of who you really are. View them as a way to perceive the process of your personal growth. To the galactic Maya, as to any fully conscious beings, time is a process of inner growth and a road to the discovery of life's true purpose. In light of this knowledge, let us now begin our creative journey of self-discovery using time as a benchmark. It can show you your progress and how you can achieve your daily objectives. This journey also demonstrates how to align yourself with your precious Mother Earth and her life-giving vibration. This is the power, as well as the amazing promise of galactic time. Combined with the initial set of glyphs, the first 4 sets of harmonies represent the beginnings of a life or a cycle. The physical world is first encountered during the period of birth and early childhood. From these earliest engagements, many critical preliminary evaluations and assessments can be made. This first cycle is the foundation for each of the succeeding cycles. The first 4 harmonies and their Mayan glyphs or solar seals are called red Amix, white black Akbal, and yellow Kan. We can view this first set of examples as a way to obtain an initial knowingness about experiential time. Time is to be experienced and to be lived. Time is a living entity of great wisdom that can be an immensely loyal friend filled with astute and valuable insights. Time is your guide on the path of life and your benchmark for adjusting to the rhythms of Mother Earth. In our initial cycle, time has its beginnings. This period marks the start of your journey through life and the realm of your intention. The first or red harmony is represented by the glyph called IMX, pronounced EE-mesh. IMX stands for the celestial dragon symbol of the heavens. Traditionally, it also represents birth and nurturing. In the beginning, the celestial dragon comes to release the world by cracking the cosmic egg of creation. It then gives to the newborn world the wisdom food it needs to be nurtured. The dragon's wisdom is essential for the development and survival of the world. Birth is the start of any life or cycle. The red celestial dragon, IMX, is the prime initiator of the amazing journey to self-discovery. The second harmony color is white, represented by Ik, pronounced Ik, and it means wind. Ik announces the birth. The celestial dragon's actions are made known to spirit, and its intention is formally communicated. This puts spirit in a quandary. It needs to know what has been born and for what purposes. All of its intentions are to be manifested according to the divine plan. For that reason, the birth is to be measured and found acceptable by the divine plan. This communication process brings spirit, the sacred wind, into your journey. The third harmony color is black, and its glyph is Akbal, pronounced Achkabal. Akbal is the night sky. It symbolizes the starry heaven wherein lies the magic of the void. Here, intentions brought forth by the word's birth are shaped or transformed by spirit, and so, remember that inner transformation or discernment is accomplished through Akbal. Akbal is the place where magic or an abundance of dreams is to be found. When you have discovered your idea or experience of time, you go on to initiate it, purify it, and transform it. This intention has been given some preliminary form that can grow and is now exploring its divine purpose. The fourth harmony color, yellow, is the aspect of maturation or letting go. Its first form is Kan, pronounced Khan, the eternal seed. In Mayan, it represents the number 4, and the life-giving serpent of the body known as the Kundalini. Kan is the seed and the germinator of any intention or purpose. When this glyph is present, be ready to release the first cycle of being. Give freedom to an idea. Permit the intentions heaven has planted and prepared to be germinated. After you have gone through this initial stage of experiencing time, giving birth to intention, you arrive at the next phase of the journey. This concerns learning how to manifest the intention. The next 4-step process is quite similar to childhood. You will stumble and occasionally fall, but you also will be able to observe what you are doing in a more creative and flexible manner. The next set of 4 harmonies represents a time to learn about the tool needed to expand one's horizons, a better understanding of time and its earthly life pulse. Your intention and your experience of time begin to grow at a more rapid pace, are represented by red chicken, white simi, black manik, and yellow lamat. The second red glyph, shikan, pronounced chik-chan, typifies the serpent or reptile. It is purely an aggressive earth animal. This creature is extremely knowledgeable about how to retain its life force. It is the very epitome of survival. When your intention discovers how to survive in the new temporal universe, it moves easily from the world of the spirit into that of physicality. Shichan initiates this process. The serpent emerges from the realm of reality and gives intention the first sign of its final, manifest form. This contact moves it out of its birthing process and into the second stage of childhood or survival. Movement between spirit and the physical must be measured and fully discerned. For this, the Maya call upon the vehicle of death. Mayans see death as the great bridge that separates physical from spiritual reality. Death is also the final arbiter that defines life and its survival. The Mayans call the next glyph white semai, pronounced kimi. To them, death defines the nature of the physical and of each spiritual reality. It is able to bestow its grim lessons and to discover if this intention can be truly manifested. The next solar glyph is called black manik, pronounced mahanik. Once you have laid the groundwork for learning how to bridge spiritual and physical, you need knowledge of the world. This is the function of black manik. In Mayan, it means hand or worldly service. Manik transforms an intention that lies between worlds into an intention that your world can comprehend. It does so in a way that transmutes your intention into a service to all humanity. Last in this harmony cycle is yellow lamat, pronounced lamat. In Mayan, lamat means star or celestial object. With the energy of lamat, you learn the wonder and joy of survival. The intention entity has been given a more coherent form. Now is the moment to freely let it go. In doing so, you discover the basic elegance and beauty of its completion. We have completed the first steps in teaching you how the multifaceted components of time and creation operate. You can now incorporate these basic principles into your lives and use them as a guide in the creation of your daily experience. This leads you to the next 4 Mayan glyphs which represent adolescence. Here, there is some rebelliousness, but the inner growth that you gain from this stage allows your intention and your experience of time to mature. The next 4 solar seals are red Moloch, white OC, black bats, and yellow EB. Once again, the red harmony is the initiator. This 9th solar glyph begins the sacred ritual by which to reflect upon your adult or fully matured form. The glyph red muluk indicates reflection ritual. In Mayan muluk, pronounced muluk, is the moon or the cycle of ritual. To the Maya, adolescence is a time to mimic adults, prepare for adult responsibilities, and discover who you really are. Muluk expresses the preparations for this process. It employs the many ongoing rituals inherent throughout adolescent life. To ensure maximum efficacy, ritual needs to be constantly distilled and watched over. Something grand inside and about you needs to be discovered, purified. Keep this in mind, my dear lights. Purification is similar to the crucible of the ancient alchemist. It can uncover essences important to your being. The next step or harmony holds meaning beyond mere ritual. It forms your inner loyalties and prepares your intention and your concept of time for manifestation. This purifying function is connoted by white OC, pronounced oak, which in Mayan means dog, like the dog. OC represents loyalty to group and to self. Here, time is seen as a means to explore inner and outer feelings about self and other, and to experience heart energies. To embrace the concept of learning to love. The new ability to love and to perform ritual creates healing energies that are a key to self-discovery. You and your intention entity have now formed an identity which is expressed in joy. Its glyph is black bats, pronounced bats, which in Mayan means monkey. Bats transforms the idea of love into its most open and generous form. Here, you play with in pure and magical joy. That joy leads you to perceive reality as a sacred and wondrous creation. At the completion of adolescence lies yellow harmony, the glyph called yellow Eb, pronounced Eb, which in Mayan means human or. With the release of this joyous love into the universe, comes the understanding that divine free will exists throughout creation. Free will leads you into adulthood. Eb does this with the firm conviction needed to achieve your objective. As your experience of love and free will increases, you can more easily express them. On your journey of discovery about the pulse of time throughout creation, you next arrive at the adult cycle. Your intention entity has decided how it wishes to be manifested. Now, it must see how this procedure can actually unfold. The ensuing 4 harmonies demonstrate how time flows around you and influences your daily behavior. Let us look more closely at these 4 glyphs: red Ben, white 9, black Men, and yellow CIB. By now, dear lights, you know the order of the harmonies and how they constantly weave their way through these solar glyphs. So, let us resume the intention entity's life cycle through time. As usual, the red harmony initiates this process. To the Maya, Ben, pronounced Ban, represents space. Ben is also the vehicle that conveys you there. It represents transcendence, the dance between mind and heart. This dance is ongoing in your daily ritual. It is the rhythm of your existence, the flow of everyday life. Hence, we call this glyph Star Dancer. Ben moves you from dreaming about your intention to achieving it in your own unique way. With Ben, you can gracefully overcome obstacles and set a course to manifest an intention. Now, in many ways, you are experiencing time and its creative pulses as a series of activities which shape this daily stardance. The ability to purify and discern the significance of the stardance proclaims the height of your inner magic. It is the domain of White Nine, pronounced Ish. In Mayan culture, it means tribal or royal sorcerer, witch or shaman, conjurer of spells. Inner and outer magic permit a vision to come forth and an eternal purpose to be made real. Once magic has been purified, its essence can be revealed. It then needs to be transformed or transmuted so it can be used. Keep in mind that, once transformed, the vision can be applied. This vision needs to be thoroughly examined and to be viable, refined, through a quest. This type of vision quest is the province of black men. In Mayan, men, pronounced man, exemplifies the eagle's strongest, bravest, and wisest of all birds. His sight is keen, and he cannot be easily deceived. Like the soaring eagle, man steers you to a path on which your inner vision can become practical. In this way, it can be made real. Once you have accepted this vision, you can let go of your preconceptions about it. The next harmony, of course, is yellow. Its glyph, called yellow CAB, pronounced Keeb, represents divine or heart logic. You need this divine logic to be successful and to complete the vision quest. CIB symbolizes the logic of spirit, the way of your inner heart. It repeatedly counters the logic of the outer mind or intellect. Its main purpose is to show you the folly of your outer reality. Follow its lead and liberate your many misconceptions. Learn to adapt to its profound wisdom, the graceful path of heaven. The adult stage is a period in which to test realities and learn what this world is all about. It is also the time to pursue dreams and make them real. In doing so, the fourth go-round of the harmony pushes spirit into matter. You learn about matter and understand how the pulse of time and the energy of space create your reality. Within these steps, harmonies, your reality begins to assume a new set of inner outer meanings. Remember, my dear lights, this remarkable galactic calendar is built upon discernible patterns and harmonies which can be easily interpreted. Each group of 4 arcanes sets up tones and establishes rhythms. Its purpose is to act as a sacred tool, enabling you to better understand Mother Earth, your society, and, especially, yourself. Always view the delineation of time as more than it at first appears. This galactic calendar serves as an inner teacher that instructs you in a wise and skillful manner. Its various daily lessons are extremely subtle. Prepare yourself initially to be somewhat confused, for the way of spirit often takes unusual twists and turns. Also be ready to learn a number of amazing and interesting concepts about the realities surrounding you. Dear lights, let us return to our journey through the 20 solar glyphs. When you finally begin to question how the inner pulse of creation regulates your reality, you acquire the skill to use your inner wisdom. Yet, the main question remains: how can I correctly and effectively use this divine wisdom? To answer this question is the important task. Galactic Time 257. Function of the last 4 solar glyphs. The concluding 4 harmonies are the glyph's 5th and final 4-step stage. This group symbolizes the integration of thought, matter, and spirit. The last 4 solar seals are red Kaban, white Etznab, black Kawak, and yellow Ahau. Red harmony takes aspects of thought, matter, and spirit and guides them toward the knowledge that creates. What in Mayan is known as Tum, pronounced Tum, the sharply honed, diamond mind of the master. Red Kaban, pronounced Chahban, symbolizes the earth helmsman or navigator. Kaban presents an internal navigator found in the link between the self and your Holy Mother, the earth. To the Maya and many other ancient people, the ultimate source of all life wisdom lies within Mother Earth. Earth makes use of this special wisdom and its magical lore. Listen to it and follow it. Mother Earth can teach you ways to use this profound inner wisdom. This wisdom integrates all aspects of your reality, spirit, and matter. Demands purification. That is, this wisdom needs to be passed through a strong and discerning crucible. That instrument is white Etsnab, pronounced Atsnahabe, the eternal mirror of heaven. To the Maya, Etsnab reflects and determines what is real and what is mere illusion or shadow. In this discernment, one finally discovers truth and the reasons for all manifestation. However, one final adjustment in time and space is still required. This remaining adjustment transmutes your intention into its ultimate and most faithful essence, and is in fact the grand cleansing. It is called Black Kawa, pronounced Kawak. In Mayan cosmology, Kawa is a devastating storm. Its energies cleanse and transmute everything before it. Kawa creates a stringent test of the integrity of an intention by tearing the realm of the temporal and by stretching space to its limits. This great test permits you to adjust anew, to begin to self-generate and allow the cycle of time itself, physicality's grand pulse, to reach its enlightenment. The last glyph is Ahau, pronounced Ahau. In Mayan, Ahau represents Lord's Sun and the Sun within you. This light of your soul produces the Tum, the diamond mind. It is this Tum which instantly transforms and liberates all. Ahau is both the celestial path to heaven and the path back from heaven to physicality. It is the source of all manifest wisdom, and the point at which intention is released and revealed. Moreover, it is the ultimate crowning of your 5-stage odyssey through the sacred solar glyphs. Now, this culmination returns us to its beginnings, Red Amex. Glyphs require a tone to become a Cain. According to a galactic Maya proverb, only when the stones sing do they become real. The timekeepers of the galactic Maya superimpose the 20 solar glyphs on the 13 tones of creation. The 13 tones signify the specific harmonics that make the Tzolkin, or the 260-day sacred calendar, possible. Through each of its Cain, this sacred calendar represents the manifest energies of creation. The Tzolkin contains a rhythm aligning the energy of your reality with that of creation. The key to this sacred calendar, or Tzolkin, is the aforementioned tones. These tones function as follows. The 13 tones of creation are unity, challenge, activation, definition, radiance, equality, attunement, integrity, intention, manifestation, liberation, cooperation, and transcendence. See Figure 30. Dear ones, look upon these tones as you have the solar glyphs. Their song ebbs and flows with the cosmic dance of creation. The Creator choreographs this cosmic dance as an eternal spiral or vortex. Imagine a vortex moving up and then down like a sine wave in continuous peaks and valleys. Visualize a celestial, flowing sketch of the Creator, which is divided into 3 parts. The beginning of this tone cycle extends from the 1st to the 5th tone. At the 5th tone, it has been reduced to a base point, the bottom point of the vortex. From the 6th to the 9th tones, the spiral changes direction from down to up. It reverses its counterclockwise self and begins to head upward, once again back to its source. Finally, the 10th to 13th tones form the top lip of the spiral and prepare to become the foundation for yet another set of tones. This 13-tone cycle demonstrates the fundamental unfolding of the magnificent potential of creation. My dear lights, these many intricate cycles of creation constantly spiral throughout your reality, achieving a never-ending series of eternal completion. Every cycle repeats the 13 tones of creation 20 times. Each time, a different Mayan glyph is used in succession for each tone. Thus, all 13 tones eventually describe all 20 glyphs, or to put it another way, the cycle continues until each of the 20 solar glyphs contain all 13 tones. Galactic time is based on this 260-day Tzolkin calendar. For ritual, the ancient Mayans also used a yearly, or solar calendar, called the Hab, with modifications in its Cain count. This hub is the basis for your galactic calendar. 4 Mayan glyphs and the 13-tone cycle are employed to represent each solar year. They are red Caban, white Ik, black Manik, and yellow Ebi. For example, this year, which like all Hab starts on the Gregorian date of July 26th, is 9 Ebi, and its succeeding year is 10 Caban. See the back of this book to order your galactic calendar. The Mayans and their galactic Maya instructors created a solar year calendar, Hab, and a sacred 260-day calendar, Tzolk'in. The Galactic Federation's Arcturian timekeepers have modified this solar year calendar for you. As we have mentioned previously, this galactic solar calendar is derived from the original Mayan Hab calendar, comprising 18 vinyl months of 20 days each. Included in the Hab is a 5-day, ceremonial, year-ending period. It commemorates the year just ending and helps to prepare you for the coming year. The Mayans call this period the Vaib, or the endings. The purpose of this new galactic calendar is twofold. First, it gives you a means to understand time in an original and profound way. This moves you from the Anunnaki calendar, based on a linear, limiting, 3D concept of time, to a galactic one, which is built on an organic and naturally flowing rhythm. Second, time can be acknowledged as a pattern that affects creation and permits intention to be manifested into physicality. It allows you to feel the rhythm of time, of Mother Earth, and of yourself. It is this process that permits time to be such a sacred element of creation. Thank you, Zoctilan. Galactic time is one of the firm foundations of your coming galactic society. The Galactic Federation has given you this tool to help you perform your sacred tasks as planetary guardians. To advance your continuing understanding of this calendar, Zoctilan has graciously sent it to a general question and answer period. Use the terminal next to your seat and ask any questions that might make this seemingly complex subject more comprehensible to you. Questions and answers. Q. How do you use the galactic calendar? A. First, break down the calendar into its micro parts, the KN. From there, simply move up to the succeeding levels. In the Tzolk'in calendar of 260 days, there are 20 tone cycles of 13 days each. Tone cycles are important because each is related to one of 5 harmony cycles of sacred, cosmic reality. Each harmony cycle lasts 52 days and is composed of 4 13-day tone cycles. In the case of the Hab, there are 18 galactic months of 20 Kin each. There is also a final 5-day Kin month called the Vaeb, which is used for reflection upon the previous year and preparation for the one to come. The flavor of the galactic year is determined by the Kin of its new year. S day, for example, 9 EB, is the first day of the galactic year, 9 EB. Every day has its own flavor, especially when aligned with the day of your birth or birth Kin. Each day has a force and a meaning to it, which is represented by its Kin. As you perceive this flow or cycle of time, you can begin to interpret its inner meanings and understand how an individual's energies and purpose develop. Knowing this, you can choose to flow with or against the natural rhythms of the galactic day, month, or year. Q. Can you give us further advice on how to learn more about the principles behind the traditional Mayan calendar? A. It has been my purpose to touch rather lightly upon some of the vast and intricate principles of time. To go more deeply, obtain the works of any one of the noted Mayan timekeepers. There, you can learn about the relationships inherent in the sacred art and profound science of timekeeping. In this regard, remember that the Maya had the help of the Arcturian Dominion and the Pleiadian Star League in creating the classical Mayan calendar. This traditional calendar was used throughout the classic Mayan civilizations well before the birth of Christ. It is still in limited use in many traditional areas in southern Mexico and in other parts of Central America. Q. What is the importance of using this galactic calendar on a daily basis? A. It is important, my dear lights, that you use this galactic calendar to experience time and go beyond the sequential, linear concepts you now hold. Galactic time puts an end to the idea of time as simply a method of measurement. Time is the creator of reality. Experiencing time can help you to better shape your lives and allow you to understand the relationship of one person to another. This divination comes from knowing the flow of time that exists in each of you and in a specific other. Let us look at how a particular sign can reflect one's being. Take, for instance, the birth kin of 11 OC. In Mayan, it is called Hun La Hun OC. White OC is its solar glyph. OC is the glyph symbolizing love and loyalty. White symbolizes purity. Liberation is the 11th tone of creation and means liberty. When we combine this information in a more cogent form, we learn that this individual can liberate the purification of love and loyalty. Their purpose is to use love and loyalty in its most refined or activated form to move humans from their present reality to a galactic one. Q. How do you analyze a particular day, such as your birthday, using the galactic calendar? A. Check that specific day and its particular tone cycle. Then, analyze how this kin, there is one for each day, relates to the birth kin. For instance, in scanning a 13-day period or tone cycle beginning with one, called the white 9 tone cycle, you know that it is for purifying magic. Therefore, during this tone cycle, you can experience the magic of purification, a way for garnering a better understanding of self and of one's environment. Then look at the particular date and understand its significance. For instance, if the date were 9 Ahau and your sign were 11 OC, you can see that yellow means to ripen. Its intention is attuned to manifesting or form, and Ahau is to enlighten. It is letting you know that this is an excellent time to think and meditate before instigating an action. Q. How can one truly comprehend the meaning of creation using the concept of time the Galactic Mayans have given? A. To understand galactic time, it is necessary to return to its basic UN. 262 Yo URF, IRST, CONTACT, darkening the ancient Mayan culture. To the Maya, time emanates from the galactic core, or the creator. This core, or center of creation, named Hunabku, passes a life, time pulse, filled with creation energy, through what is called the Kuksansum or transmission medium. Your galaxy is the transmission medium. From the galaxy it flows to the sun. The sun is Kinich Ahau Ahau, being the Mayan word for sun, and Kinich meaning Lord. Lord Sun moderates this energy and passes it on to Mother Earth, who then passes it on to you. This pattern recurs every day. We present you with a responsibility, my dear lights. Understand this paradigm and quickly master it. Q. Why are galactic calendars so important? A. Galactic calendars help you to appreciate the experiential aspects of time and how to relate it to your reality. This is the significance of calendars. They determine the pattern of your days and the methods by which you most effectively use the powerful energies of each day. Consequently, time has significance as vital as creation. Like creation, it is a divine process. You can start to flow with time, not against it. Calendars are only a beginning. They are one of the tools that can help you develop into a fully conscious member of a truly galactic society. To sum up, time and creation are organic conceptions from the divine plan. By comprehending these principles, you can be one with the energy of Hunabku, the orders of Time Lord, and the spiritual hierarchy. My dear lights, always consider time as a consciousness technique for experiencing your reality. Time's delineation of your reality can be viewed in many ways. One essential aspect of this progression involves laying bare the history of what has befallen your society since the Second Galactic Federation colony, known as Lemuria, was originally established on Earth some 900,000 solar years ago. In realizing your true history, you begin to explore the great cycles of time and learn how they relate to your society, to your world, and to this solar system. With these lessons, you can discover how to unite with the great rhythm of creation and, especially, with the melody sung ever so beautifully by your great provider, Mother Earth. 11. Your extraterrestrial origins. Hello, this is Sandara, your chief tour guide. It is most exciting for me to present an accurate account of how humans came to populate your world. To assist me, I am privileged to present to you Mikala, one of Sirius's most honored historians. Mikala is the director of the Galactic Federation of Light's Institute of Human Exopaleontology and one of the 11 principal authors of a 209-volume work which the Galactic Federation of Light sponsored on the history of interstellar humanity. Without further ado, I turn this mini-tour over to her. Thank you, Sandara, for honoring me with your introduction. Dear hearts, one of the most amazing tales I have ever encountered is the history of your planet's many diverse civilizations. As I begin, imagine the beautiful voice of Mother Earth singing her long, melancholy chant, an earth song, telling of the joys and tribulations of her precious children. In honor of this beautiful chant, I wish to recount to you your true history. From the very first instant of physical existence, the many orders of heaven have filled your sacred Mother Earth with a vast diversity of life forms. They created this heterogeneity for the sole purpose of permitting several species of land creatures to rise to high sentiency on your world. Upon each, they bestowed the special opportunity to become the prime planetary guardian of Mother Earth. Nearly 35 million years ago, three such highly sentient civilizations, reptilian, dinosaurian, and cetacean, were placed upon your planet. The three civilizations enjoyed a peaceful coexistence and a lively yet varied commercial life. It seemed that Mother Earth was on her way toward achieving a multiplicity of sentient life forms quite capable of carrying out her guardianship. Around 10 million years ago, many star nations in this solar system began to involve Earth's three civilizations, now in advanced levels of space and interdimensional time travel. In their various commercial transactions, these star nations told others about the unique diversity of sentient life forms dwelling in remarkable harmony on Mother Earth. As these stories assumed epic proportions, your solar system became the stuff of legend. Many myths and prophecies were spread across the galaxy as people struggled to explain the reasons for this phenomenon. Eventually, talk reached the stellar regions of Orion and its main star empire, the Anchara Alliance. Its rulers soon sent special scouting parties to your world to seek out the veracity of these strange tales. The solar system of Bellatrix, the Alliance headquarters in Orion, and other captive star nations sent large delegations to Earth to corroborate these stories. But a deeper suspicion galvanized them into action. They desperately needed to disprove the many rumors circulating throughout this galaxy. These rumors completely contradicted their logic and appeared to be in direct defiance of the holy edicts of their dark creator god, Anchara. At first, what they saw amazed them. It appeared to invalidate the basic philosophy of the Anchara-based alliance. For the first time, they were witnessing sentient mammals existing with reptilians and dinosaurians in complete harmony and in full equality. These findings were truly unique and soon reverberated throughout the galaxy. The large delegation from Orion looked with strong disfavor upon this anomaly. They quickly decided to act. Their initial strategy was to force Earth's dinosaurian and reptilian societies to amass special terrorist cadres. Their sole purpose would be to destroy the smaller mammalian group. Earth's mammalian civilization was then composed of a land version of what today are called cetaceans. In your world, cetaceans now comprise the many whale and dolphin species that live in oceans, bays, and rivers. At that time, these cetaceans were land dwellers. They were completely fur-covered with large snouts and ears, and were about 5 to 5.5 feet, 1.5 to 1.65 meters in height. As fully conscious beings, they had grave misgivings about the frequent meetings held among the Orion, dinosaurian, and reptilian star nations and their earthly counterpart. The cetaceans intuited that these gatherings signified probable skullduggery. To learn what was forthcoming, Their main ruling council assembled its most renowned oracles. Through their seers' arcane rituals, the Cetaceans soon uncovered the Orionites' nefarious plot. After about 10,000 years of constantly baiting them, the Orion-based Ansurans had finally been able to convince the Earth-based Dinosaurians to attack their cetacean neighbors and obliterate that civilization. They decided to use an advanced form of psychological weaponry, having deployed it in earlier galactic wars. The Orionites were convinced that this silent but deadly weaponry would instantly kill all of the cetaceans. Moreover, it would leave their dwellings, as well as their much sought-after technology, relatively intact. The native Dinosauran group fervently desired this attack to bring about a permanent change in Earth's biosphere. Over time, they intended to create a biosphere more compatible to dinosaurs and reptilians. Then, dinosaurs, reptiles, insects, and primitive birds would once again be predominant over mammals. A significant number of presently common plant species were to be eliminated. These intentions were in direct defiance of the heavenly wishes of your planet's local spiritual hierarchy. These actions seriously threatened to strip the Dinosauran and reptilian civilizations of any claims to a shared guardianship of Mother Earth. Knowing that the Dinosauran plot was about to be hatched, the cetacean elders saw that they could no longer rely on their ideals of trust and cooperation with the other two civilizations to keep them safe. In the interests of their own survival, the elders reluctantly decided that only a preemptive strike was capable of eradicating this threat to their freedom. The cetaceans chose to employ a huge series of fusion-based electrical generators located in the Ural Mountains, the heart of the cetaceans' beloved homeland. This region stretched from Central Asia to the farthest borders of Central Europe, fully aware that in exploding these fusion generators, they would unleash a worldwide catastrophe. The cetacean elders approached Earth's local spiritual hierarchy to ask their required permission. During the negotiations, the cetacean elders explained the implications of the Anchara Alliance's pernicious plan. Your spiritual hierarchies agreed that the Orionites' actions were completely contrary to the divine plan for planet Earth. It was then decided by divine decree that the cetaceans' devastating plan to implode their fusion generators would be allowed. The cetaceans perceived that, for their society to survive, they needed to establish their galactic civilization in another nearby solar system. Approximately one-half of the members of the earthly civilization migrated there, while the rest left land and entered the water to escape the impending extreme radiation and its attendant nuclear winter. These beings found a relatively safe haven in the world's oceans and adapted their physical form to the new aquatic environment. The cetaceans were also able to maintain their planetary guardianship. Their mission was to watch over Mother Earth until the perfect land guardian species was discovered and then established on the many continents of their beloved planet. And so, about 8 million years ago, the plan was agreed upon and executed. The Orionite group fled. With their departure and the death of Earth's reptilian and Dinosauran civilization, one species, the cetaceans, remained as guardians of Mother Earth. With the assistance of the Earth's spiritual hierarchy, the water-based cetaceans and their space, your extraterrestrial origins, legend. Lines showing the path of galactic human migration, major star system, LY light years from Earth. The Dinosaurians and the Reptilians claimed ownership of the entire galaxy. The galactic humans and their allies disagreed, and this resulted in a galactic war that lasted for millions of years. Figure 31. Migration of galactic human societies. Bound brethren began to seek out a candidate to replace them as Earth's land guardians. After they had searched the galaxy for a few million years, they discovered a hopeful subject in the Lyra constellation. On the fourth planet of the star Vega, an aquatic ape, possessing only the barest rudiments of civilization, had begun to emerge from the water. The searchers saw it as a species of great promise, and they decided to see if a transformation of these ape beings was divinely possible. The cetaceans and Earth's spiritual hierarchy asked the galactic spiritual hierarchy and the spiritual hierarchy of the Vega system for permission to alter this group of aquatic primates into full sentiency. This massive evolutionary change prepared them to become the guardian species for a vast number of star systems. Initially, these homeworlds spanned the length and breadth of the Lyra constellation. In this timely manner, they eventually became the chosen land guardian species for the cetacean's homeworld Mother Earth. Approximately 6.4 million years ago, the humanoid vegans began to spread throughout the Lyra constellation. At this time, they first encountered advanced scout parties from the Anshara Alliance. Because of their prior experience with these dark forces, the fully conscious humans were able to fight them to a standstill. Over the next 4 million years, they continued their stellar and cultural migrations to the edge of your solar system. See Figure 31. By the end of this period, galactic humans had agreed with your local spiritual hierarchy to colonize Mother Earth, as well as other planets in your solar system. The first Earth colony was called Hibernia. Begun under the divine supervision of your local spiritual hierarchy, it flourished for nearly 1 million years. When the Orionide group returned to your solar system about 1 million years ago, they found that humans controlled most of it. All that remained for them was a small colony of reptilians on the planet Maldek. Maldek was the large water world just beyond the orbit of Mars. Approximately 29,000 miles in diameter, it had 5 moons, 4 natural and 1 artificial. This artificial moon was used for observational purposes and is the one you now see in your night sky. In addition to the headquarters on Maldek, the forces of Anshara maintained a small company of outpost personnel scattered across the outer edges of your solar system. Around 1 million years ago, the forces of the Alliance from Orion, aided by those from the planet Maldek, began a broad-based series of attacks upon your solar system and many other star nations. Anshara's forces were able to destroy the Galactic Federation of light colonies on Mars, Venus, and Earth. These attacks depleted most of Mars' atmosphere and water and left Venus in a virtual greenhouse condition. A series of quick, savage attacks thoroughly decimated Earth's original human colony of Hibernia. Once more, the Dark Anshara Alliance controlled your entire solar system. For the next 100,000 years, the Orion-based Alliance group held sway. About 900,000 years ago, in a massive frontal attack which included many neighboring star nations, the Dark Alliance was pushed back. Galactic Federation of Light humans were now able to return to your solar system. To aid their return, the Galactic Federation of Light brought in a large battle plan. This is the star vehicle your legends refer to as Nibiru. Its purpose was to destroy Maldek, headquarters of the Orion-based Alliance. The battle was won, Earth secured, and humans returned to colonize her. The new settlers decided to center their Galactic Federation colony on Lemuria, a large Pacific Ocean island continent. Over the next 850,000 years, the Lemurian Empire stretched across the planet. As part of their expansion, the Lemurians developed a series of daughter empires. The most important of these was a large island in the Atlantic Ocean called Atlantis. It was followed in importance by the Empire of Yu, located in central China, northern India, and western Tibet. By the end of the colonization period, the Atlanteans had developed a sense of uniqueness that separated them from the rest of the Lemurian civilization. The Atlanteans, who originally came from the Pleiades, Andromeda, and Centaurus, felt that they were more than just a mere daughter empire. Theirs was the only daughter colony capable of becoming the next mother empire. Over the succeeding millennia, these expansionist dreams grew, and the Atlanteans began plotting to destroy the Lemurian motherland. The Lemurians developed a civilization in many ways similar to that of Sirius and various other Lyran-based galactic human societies. In addition, they produced some unique concepts of their own. The most important was that, as the primary human guardian group, they were. Figure 32, how Lemuria was destroyed, owed a certain deference This idea faded about 50,000 years ago when the Lemurian Empire decided to give her various daughter empires more responsibility for their own governance. The decree allowed the Atlanteans to seek out allies for their scheme to destroy the Lemurian motherland. Over the next 25,000 years, the Atlanteans began a massive diplomatic search for other culturally similar star nations. They especially searched among other star nations that had been outposts of the Galactic Federation of Light. This motley group of schemers then began to hatch a plot for the destruction of Lemuria. Its purpose was to give Atlantis total supremacy on Earth. The Atlanteans and their allies waited patiently for the right time. It arrived approximately 25,000 years ago. At that time, renegade fleets from Atlantis, the Pleiades, and star nations from the Centaurian constellation devised an ingenious plan to destroy Lemuria. At that time, 2 moons orbited Earth. Each was about 3/4 the size of your present moon. Both were in equidistant orbit about 240,000 miles, is 150,000 kilometers from your planet. The Pleiadian and Centurion renegade star nations proposed to move one of these moons into a special trajectory. This was to be done by employing very powerful force fields from 3 special designed ships, each 1/4 the size of these ancient moons. Just before this selected moon reached its Lagrange point, the point at which Earth's gravity could explode it was obliterated, showering down upon Lemuria in a tremendous burst of giant meteors. Due to these particles' great size and mass, the geological devastation was enormous. The immediate consequence was a continent-wide volcanic storm caused by the exploding of huge underground gas chambers. See Figure 32. The massive depletion of Lemuria's gas chambers caused the continent to sink overnight. That one infamous night was filled with great blazes and an untold loss of life. It culminated with a series of overwhelming horrors. With the ruination of their capital city of Mirana, the Lemurian suzerainty over your world came to an abrupt end. In addition to Atlantis and Lemuria, 2 other important daughter empires existed. These were the U Empire, located in Central Asia, and the Libyan, Egyptian Empire, situated in North Africa. With Lemuria's destruction, these 2 daughter empires were apprehensive about what was to happen next. To procure a certain degree of autonomy, the Libyan Egyptian Empire had previously come to some understandings with the Atlanteans. These understandings were soon expressed through a series of secret alliances. In order to become part of the new ruling elite, the Libyan Egyptians were compelled to fully yield to most of the Atlanteans' wishes. URF, IRSTC, ONTACT. However, the Atlanteans were soon forced to destroy the U Empire. After Lemuria's decimation, the royal families of the U Empire as well as its many attendant colonies refused to bow down to the Atlanteans. The U Empire issued a series of edicts demanding that the Atlanteans apologize to the other daughter empires. They insisted that the Atlanteans and their allies immediately cease their illegal activities. The Atlanteans, aided by the Libyan Egyptians, addressed the U Empire's challenge by demanding that they immediately acquiesce or be destroyed. They refused. 6 months after the sinking of Lemuria, the U Empire was decimated. Its survivors fled underground and formed what is known today as the Kingdom of Agartha or Shambhala. As a result of their brave actions, the U Empire kept the glorious legacy of Lemuria intact. At a future time, this great legacy will be beneficially brought forth and shared with their surface cousins. The history of Atlantis is marked by the rise of 3 successive empires. The first is the Old Empire merely because it coexisted with Lemuria. At its climax, it brings about Lemuria's destruction. The second is called the Middle Empire. It rules from approximately 25,000 to 15,000 billions. C. The last, or New Empire, covers Atlantis' final 3,000 years. Dear hearts, let us start our overview with this Middle Empire. After the destruction of Lemuria, the Atlantean elites were confronted with 2 important questions. First, how best to reconstruct Earth's governments and retain their supremacy. The Atlanteans envisioned a system capable of perpetuating their own supreme authority. Second, how would the remaining daughter empires coexist under this new Atlantean authority? Initially, the creation of a new balance of power was difficult for Atlantis to achieve. Their first attempt involved an interim government. This government was no more than a modified Lemurian clan structure headed by a supreme royal council. The headquarters for this global government was located in Atlantis at its capital of Poseidia. At first, many daughter states paid little heed to the Atlanteans and their newly obtained authority. This resulted in the outbreak of a series of minor but treacherous civil wars across the planet. The Atlanteans realized that a show of force was necessary to regain control. For this difficult task, the Atlanteans used the artificial moon from the long-destroyed planet Maldek. Originally, they had introduced this imitation as a new second moon in order to balance Mother Earth. Now, with its holographic interior and instrument-filled hollow core, it was to be used to gain necessary military superiority. Dispatched from their artificial lunar bases, the Atlantean fighter forces easily controlled the various rebellions. Sporadic rebellions were fought throughout the entire 10,000-year period of the Middle Empire. These conflicts caused the Atlantean rulers a great deal of soul-searching distress. These feelings were amplified by the actions of the Pleiadian and Centurion renegades who were beginning to take control of the many clan and other governing councils of the Atlantean elite. The off-worlders were vociferous in demanding that any members of the Atlantean elite opposing the anti-Lemurian faction be severely punished. These dictates caused a prolonged period of terrorism, torture, and demagogic inquisition. It left Atlantis' rulers even more upset and increasingly at odds over what to do. A dilemma was developing that the Atlantean elites were not able to easily resolve. It was centered around a single question. How could an Atlantean government be stable and powerful enough to govern planet Earth? Of their many ill-fated attempts to solve this puzzle, the most significant was their concept of creating a god force or supreme rights ruler. When many other efforts were unsuccessful, the Royal Governing Council of Atlantis decided that a drastic new form of governance was definitely required. During the Old Empire in the time of Lemuria, Atlantis had been subdivided into 10 ruling districts. Each one had its own king. These 10 regional kings came together and formed the ruling council of Atlantis. As the last vestiges of the Middle Empire faded into history, the Atlanteans revived this former governing concept and restored the 10 kingships. However, this time they created the added position of a paramount king to be chosen from among the 10. This chief king reigned for a set period of time. Originally, this was 25 years, but later it was reduced to only 10. Meanwhile, the other 9 kings functioned as the selected king's privy council. The off-worlders approved this plan, and the new royal ruling council was immediately appointed. By the end of the Middle Empire, this system of governance had been firmly established in Atlantis. With it, a period of harmony and stability was ushered in. As the Middle Empire ended, the younger generation of the ruling clique began to perceive that the Atlantean system of government had failed. They demanded that the former Lemurian system be reinstated. Because of their protest, the rebellious young elites were exiled to what the Atlanteans called Ionia. Today, this is part of present-day southern Europe. See Figure 33. There, they remained as exiles from their former homeland. Only submission to the authority of the supreme ruler and his council could return them from exile. This eclectic group of young exiles consisted mainly of siblings of the ruling elite. It was also sprinkled with some of Atlantis' leading scientists and administrators. They joined together and quickly hatched a plan of their own. They decided to covertly create on Ionia a government similar to that of the ancient Lemurian Empire. The major objective of this underground movement was to support the Osirian cult of Lemuria, named in honor of the Syrians. It was the Syrians who first brought human civilization to Lemuria. This Osirian cult quickly became a major underground spiritual and political force throughout Atlantis. About 2,000 years into the new empire, the Osiris cult had become quite influential and flourished among the families of the ruling elite. This greatly worried the off-worlders. Eventually, the Atlantean ruling council decided that the illegal Ionian government needed to be severely punished. They chose a method similar to the one they had previously used to devastate Lemuria. Again, the Atlanteans approached their Pleiadian, Centaurian, and other off-world allies. They asked for assistance in destroying Ionia. However, Ionia's scientists, familiar with the technology that had destroyed Lemuria, cleverly developed an early warning system. This system was capable of alerting them to any changes in the orbit of Earth's remain. Figure 32, Map of the Middle Atlantean Empire. ING Natural Moon. In this way, the Ionians were able to repel the Atlantean assault. It was their intention to eventually destroy Atlantis and fully restore the Lemurian Empire. The continued growth of the Ionian forces and their comrades in Atlantis marked them for immediate destruction by the off-worlders. King Atlas, who was Atlantis' last paramount ruler, remained sympathetic to the Ionian cause. He had even named his eldest son Osiris in honor of the Lemurian cult. King Atlas discerned that the off-worlders' evil plot was doomed. In addition, he realized that the off-world rebels and their Atlantean ruling council supporters intended to kill him and his immediate family. These events would probably happen before the plotters' dark forces could be crushed and forever banished from Earth. On the eve of the ill-fated attack, a major question preoccupied the rulers of Atlantis. To what extent would the Ionians respond to Atlantis' sudden attack? The issue of how strongly Atlantis' attack would be countered by the Ionians also deeply troubled Osiris' younger brother, the Emperor Seth. He was the appointed ruler of the Libyan, Egyptian Empire. In response to the growing danger, dear hearts, King Atlas took decisive action. Just before Ionia's destruction, he ordered Queen Mu and his son, Prince Osiris, to take separate journeys. These were to be embarked upon in order to carry out certain prescribed exercises in different parts of the worldwide Atlantean Empire. Atlas ordered his queen and her elder brother, Prince Mayam, who was chief general of the Atlantean armed forces, to go to the Empire of Mayam in Central America. During this visit, he was instructed to carry out a number of prescribed military exercises. In this way, Prince Mayam was able to take most of the army with him on his journey to Mayam in south-central Mexico. There, a major underground movement, sympathetic to the restoration of Lemuria, waited to embrace Atlas' army as well as his queen and her elder brother. At the same time, Atlas directed his son, Prince Osiris, and his daughter, Princess Isis, Osiris' consort, to accompany many priests and special record keepers who were still secretly loyal to the Osiris cult. Their destination was the Libyan, Egyptian Empire. In accordance with Atlantean tradition, Osiris as Atlantis' heir apparent would become the new ruler of the Libyan, Egyptian Empire if he decided to take up a permanent residence there. After the destruction of Atlantis, King Atlas and Prince Osiris desired to create secondary domains where they could re-establish the Lemuri, an empire. This intention was thwarted by the actions of Osiris' younger brother, the Emperor Seth. As present ruler of the Libyan, Egyptian Empire, Seth decided that, with the fall of Atlantis, his empire was to be its last stronghold. He made it his goal to re-establish the Atlantean Empire, with himself as its all-powerful, divine right emperor. These conflicting objectives resulted in deadly warfare between Osiris and his brother Seth. Leading Osiris' Egyptian armies was Osiris' eldest son Horus. After Osiris' unfortunate death, Horus succeeded his father as king of the Libyan, Egyptian Empire. Intuitively, Horus knew what would happen when they landed in Libya. He completely distrusted his uncle. Horus persistently warned his father about Seth's stubbornness and treachery. Osiris, believing in the goodness of the human heart, initially ignored his son's advice. Subsequently, Osiris landed in Libya, and after Seth's abdication became emperor. Nonetheless, Seth continued to believe that he was the rightful emperor of Libya. He was convinced that sooner or later Osiris would realize that only Seth could legitimately claim the loyalty and deference of the people. Seeing this, Osiris would step down and then proclaim Seth as the true emperor. When Seth's egocentric ambitions were not fulfilled, he decided to attack Osiris. In one massive strike employing the powerful forces of his rebel and off-world armies, Seth removed Osiris' forces from the capital city of Juvia, situated near the southern tip of the Nile's delta. Meanwhile, Horus transferred the tattered remnants of his forces to the Sinai. There he discovered something amazing. The Shambhala, or Agartha, Inner Earth Empire had decided to re-establish a surface presence in the Indus River Valley. It was under the control of Emperor Zat-Ar's eldest son, Prince Rama. This new Indus River civilization allowed Horus to establish a temporary chain of powerful fortress cities in the Sinai. Thus, Horus was able to attack Seth's forces and later kill Seth in a mighty battle. Seth's sons fled through the Sinai, settling in the territory of the Semites. At that time, this place was the site of the original Sumeria, or Shumeria, existing long before the one known to your history texts. It was just north and west of the Tigris and Euphrates river valleys. These sons of Seth, along with their Sumerian allies, were determined to re-establish their rule in Egypt. In doing so, they intended to eradicate every last trace of Lemuria from the surface of the earth. They devised a truly monstrous master plan. Meanwhile, Horus cemented his grand military alliance with the newly established Rama Empire. This soon unleashed a horrifying internecine war across the face of the globe, which lasted for many centuries. These conflicts were characterized by a series of Sumerian attacks upon India that were quickly followed by the swift counterattacks of Rama's forces. At the same time, the Sumerians conducted similar assaults on Egypt. This was a protracted war. It was conducted both on and above the Earth's surface. It led to the ravaging of the final layer of the Earth's firmament by destroying the global network of crystal temples which kept those vast amounts of water in place in the sky. Dear hearts, let us review the structure and importance of the firmament. In this way, we can describe what happened. The firmament was a worldwide crystalline shield of water situated at two distinct atmospheric levels. The lower one was located some 15,000 to 18,000 feet, 4.58 to 5.49 kilometers above the Earth's surface. The next layer was situated at 35,000 to 38,000 feet, 10.67 to 11.59 kilometers high in the Earth's atmosphere. These layers provided the planet with a well-constructed, balanced, and life-giving atmosphere. See Figure 34. If these layers fell, Mother Earth's biosphere would immediately be exposed to dangerous levels of background radiation. Additionally, these would produce various chaotic atmospheric conditions, such as severe climate zones and extremely erratic weather. While the firmament existed, there was almost no rain or wind nor seasons. When the water temples were attacked, enough of them were destroyed, causing gaping holes to be slashed in the firmament. These holes in turn weakened the entire firmament system and caused the Great Flood. In one swift blow, the Rama, Egyptian, and Sumerian empires as well as their allies in Africa, Asia, Australia, and the Americas were all swept away. This flood inundated the entire Earth. It extensively damaged the Americas, Asia, Europe, and Africa, as well as Mother Earth's many. Description of firmaments. At approximately 9,500 BC, the firmaments were still in place. Half of Firmament 1 collapsed when Atlantis was destroyed. The firmament was artificially restored by the Libyan, Egyptian Empire in 9,400 BC. However, Firmaments 1 and 2 were completely destroyed at approximately 4000 BC during the Rama, Libyan, Egyptian War and resulted in the Great Flood. Figure 32. Description of the firmaments. Ocean basins. What subsequently emerged was a fresh new world. While the flood washed away most of the artifacts of the ancient history of humanity, it left behind the legends and myths that endure even up to this day. After the Great Flood, the world that you have continuously created, and in which you live today, evolved. The peoples and rulers of that former time are now your gods and goddesses. Their exploits and adventures have become part of a mythology presented to you as a series of golden ages. It is imperative that you fully grasp the true connection between your mythological history and your recorded history. Understand as well the relationship between your recorded history and those events now dawning upon this precious world you call Earth. Thank you, Mikala, for your fascinating presentation. Let us pause for a moment and reflect upon the marvelous information we have just been given. History is truly a vast subject that is best digested in small bites. To facilitate this process, I am now going to introduce a question and answer period. Please go to your terminals, where you are welcome to ask pertinent questions about what you have just heard. Our very able guide, Mikala, will be most happy to answer them. Questions and answers. Q. How did the forces of renegade Pleiadians and Centaurians develop? Who and where are the other Pleiadians who are not renegades, and how do they relate to each other? A. Renegade societies developed because of the great number of galactic wars being waged near the Pleiades star cluster and in the constellations of Taurus and Centaurus. Because of these endless wars, many of their societies were isolated for very long periods of time. The Pleiadians and Centaurians survived by learning how to collaborate with the various dark, unsure alliance empires surrounding them. These mostly isolated defenders gradually came to the conclusion that successful association with their foes ensured their star society's survival. During many hundreds of thousands of years, they came to regard themselves as the sole intermediary between human society and the other sentient but dark life forms that exist throughout this galaxy. After many years of collaboration, bitter struggle, and ceaseless conflict, these renegade societies had strayed far from their original purpose. In many ways, these star societies succumbed to the compelling seduction of the dark. They had become no better than the evil Ancharan forces they still opposed. Q. Why did the Pleiadian and Centaurian renegades decide to intervene in the affairs of Earth? A. When they came to Earth, the Pleiadian and Centaurian renegades found great struggles going on among humans and others to control this planet. For their own selfish purposes, they decided to intervene. Earth held a special status as a place of prophecy for both the forces of the light and the dark. The renegades believed that by controlling Earth, they would be in a position to decide when and how these prophecies would be fulfilled. Q. How do these two different Pleiadian cultures relate to one another? A. For the most part, the Pleiadian renegades dislike the many member star nations that belong to the Star League. Over the past 150,000 years, the Pleiadian Star League has been gradually reorganized. Some 200 star systems enjoy a form of sentient civilization. As recently as 6 years ago, only about 50 of them were part of the Star League. The Pleiadian Star League, during these past 6 years, has been able to bring the other 150, mainly renegade star nations, back into full membership in the now vastly expanded Star League. The Pleiadian Star League has succeeded because the Andromedans and the Lyrans intervened on their behalf. These two culturally rich star civilizations are altering the various Pleiadian outpost societies from very warlike and paternalistic cultures to ones that are more in keeping with evolving galactic societies. Moreover, this monumental effort has caused a great shift in mainstream Pleiadian culture. It is moving from a patriarchal, hierarchical structure to a more sexually balanced and open one. Consequently, modern Pleiadian civilization is becoming less masculine and more feminine in its innermost orientation. Those Pleiadians who are now members of the main Star League are developing a very different concept of what Pleiadian civilization can embody. Q. What was the path of colonization as it flowed outward from Lyra? A. The immigration route first meandered through the different stars that form the Lyran constellation. Then, under the direction of the galactic spiritual hierarchy, The next step was to colonize the B star of the Sirius multi-star system. In their honor, this particular region of the Galactic Federation is named after Sirius. Many nearby star nations that currently exist in Centaurus and the Pleiades, as well as other close stars in the constellation of Pegasus and Hercules, were first colonized under the direction of the Governing Council of Sirius. Q. How was Orion seeded? A. Originally, two major groups seeded Orion, the reptilians and the amphibians. The amphibian group is older, but the reptilian group was by far the more ambitious of the two. With the help of the Ancheta-based alliance, the reptilians gradually conquered most of the Orion system over 25 million years ago, and linked with the dinosauran groups coming from the various stars that surrounded them. Q. In several instances, during your enlightening commentary, you referred to current Earth humans as the result of Atlantean genetic experiments. How did this come about? A. During the Middle Atlantean Empire, the Pleiadian and Centaurian renegades began to actively intervene in the governing policies of Atlantis. First came the destruction of Lemuria and the resultant rise of Atlantis. Here, the off-world renegades entered as allies consumed with a definite agenda. After the sinking of Lemuria, the Pleiadian renegades and their ilk immediately began to urge the Atlanteans to create two types of societies: a master race or ruling class society, and a slave society which they could completely control. Various off-world groups alleged that the key to this arrangement was the development of a series of human genetic experiments. They wished to create limited conscious humans who would consider themselves inferior to the master God race. To accomplish this, they unleashed a series of very bizarre genetic experiments. In these early experiments, strange creatures such as the Minotaur, the Centaur, and other beings mentioned in ancient or classical mythology were produced. With assistance from many off-world geneticists, the Atlanteans found a way to lower consciousness in a sentient being by closing off several parts of the synaptic centers in the brain and changing the genetic composition of the body by reducing RNA, DNA from 12 strands to 2. This new configuration was achieved by lowering the physical body's frequencies and the subtle energy patterns surrounding it. These genetically engineered humans had their spiritual psychic abilities drastically reduced. Their masters appeared to them as godlike elites. In this way, the Atlanteans imposed themselves as god, kings and goddess, queens or divine rulers upon the general population. Fortunately, the local spiritual hierarchy prevented them from completing this task. Q. What happened to the Atlantean elite, their many off-world allies, and the limited conscious mutants left behind after the destruction of Atlantis nearly 13,000 years ago? A. The Atlantean plot to destroy Ionia led to its own destruction. The inevitable result was that much of its ruling group left your solar system and traveled to another part of the galaxy, the star system called Beta Centauri or Hadar. Most of the remaining humans were of the limited conscious slave serf group. Consequently, when these humans, brainwashed into subservience, became the only ones still on the Earth's surface, they sought a leader. Of course, their need resulted in the divine right of kings, which also produced all the incredibly violent and pathetic events, the wars, religious rivalries, etc., which have been so futilely waged throughout your histories. It also led these off-worlders to take over the artificial planet called Nibiru and become your clandestine overlords, the Anunnaki. Q. Planet Earth has been a dark or evil-dominated place for a very long time. Why did the Galactic Federation of Light wait so long to intervene? A. Good question. During the time of Atlantis, Mother Earth was transferred from Sirian to Pleiadian authority. Accepting the concept of karma, the Pleiadians felt that the karma of retribution from Atlantis had to be played out. The Sirians' view of life is much more gentle and optimistic. They deeply believe in a divine intervention and that the elder siblings need to help their younger brothers and sisters. The Galactic Federation of Light's main council overruled the Syrians. This act allowed the Pleiadians to maintain the karmic process. The Galactic Spiritual Hierarchy then informed the Galactic Federation that at the divine right time the Syrians would regain authority and return your global culture to its Syrian roots. Upon receiving this warning, the Pleiadians immediately began to cooperate. The Leiran Syrian model is uncomplicated. It acknowledges as universal truth that full consciousness is freely shared by all highly conscious beings. Therefore, it is a gift that needs to be spread and maintained. It is the Creator's legacy to all humans. Dear hearts, you have been presented with some extraordinary insights into your far distant history and have discovered why the process currently underway in you took so long in your years to unfold. This dark, turbulent period of your history is very close to its prophesied conclusion. Q. You have stated that following the collapse of the Atlantean Empire, a group formed to rule us covertly. Who are they? A. When Atlantis was destroyed nearly 13,000 years ago, the sole representative of the so-called godlike master race were the sinister humanoid hybrids, the Anunnaki. They ruled your solar system with an iron hand from a former Galactic Federation battle planet, you call Nibiru. Originally lightly crewed by the Pleiadian Star League, it was subsequently overrun by fleeing, armed renegade bands from Atlantis. Nibiru has been the ultimate weapon kept at the very edge of this solar system since early Atlantean times. The Anunnaki used it as their off-world headquarters. The Anunnaki positioned this enormous planet-sized ship into a highly elliptic orbit with a revolution of nearly 3,600 years. They have ruled your planet from this artificial world, at first openly, and then secretly. Their primary purpose has always been to control by deception, division, and deceit. The Anunnaki realized that what they had created in Atlantis was inadequate for executing their various selfish agendas. Accordingly, they adopted extremely sophisticated and diabolical means by which they have ruled your planet for nearly 13,000 years. Q. You briefly mentioned the very ancient Ionians. What became of them and their civilization after the destruction of Atlantis? A. Shortly after the destruction of Atlantis, a majority of Ionians migrated to the underground civilization of Shambhala or Agartha. However, before leaving the surface of this earth, they founded an enclave in northern Greece that endured for 300 years. Its legendary accomplishments have been handed down to you in Greek and Roman mythology. Over the last 8,000 years, they have acted as kindly, heavenly, and saintly messengers who have slowly guided European and Middle Eastern society toward the light of full consciousness. Q. Along with Isis and Horus, Osiris is remembered as the founder of ancient Egypt. What became of this most legendary being? A. Osiris knew himself to be the last caretaker of the ancient knowledge and wisdom of Atlantis, Lemuria, and Sirius. His greatest undertaking was to prepare himself and to wait through the many eons for the return of beings who can appreciate and affirm the vast, wondrous, and truly amazing body of knowledge which sustained the last two magnificent, fully conscious civilizations on Earth. Osiris' vigilance established him as the eternal guardian of this priceless information. As you approach the end times, you will rediscover the ancient and brilliant wisdom of these illustrious civilizations that are buried under the plateau of Giza. There, too, you will recognize and embrace their most noble caretaker Osiris, eldest son of Atlas, the final king of Atlantis. Told the GREATF Lud and its AFTRMAT. Hello again. Sandara here. Thus far, with the wonderful assistance of our noted Syrian exopaleontologist Mikala, we have discussed your extraterrestrial origins and your mythical ages. She would now like to conduct the next leg of our tour into what your historians call recorded history. So without further ado, let us allow Mikala to continue where she left off. Thank you, Sandara. All along, My intention has been to make the information you are becoming familiar with interesting and exciting. May I say that many of these tales have been given to you in a special format. This is designed to enlighten you and inspire an imaginative journey in your mind. Dear hearts, history is not meant to be a dreary subject. Rather, it is intended to be a clear and entertaining account of your remarkable journey through time. Creditable history contains all the elements of a good play. It possesses a captivating and original plot. It has amazing but believable characters. It employs thought-provoking and informative dialogue, a surprise ending. Your still evolving history nicely fits this description. The most delightful part is the coming denouement to be supplied by us. It contains a most unforeseen twist in the storyline. Your recorded history has been divided into two distinct sections. The first, often called ancient history, ranges from the time of the Great Flood, some 10,000 years ago, to the conclusion of your modern age of discovery. This extends from about 1450 AD to the latter half of your 18th century. The second period, referred to as modern history, stretches from your age of discovery to the present time. Dear hearts, to fully appreciate what is now taking place on Mother Earth, you need to examine and understand the historical process that began with the fall of Atlantis and endures to the present. Subsequent to the fall of Atlantis, as you have already learned, hostility between the empires of the Libyan, Egyptians, the Sumerians, and the Indo-Aryans resulted in the devastation of the firmament, causing a global cataclysm known to you as the Great Flood. That flood is the awesome turning point between these all but mythical ancient times and your currently accepted recorded history. During the flood, the Atlantean elites and their earthly collaborators fled to the star, the Pleiadian Aegina. This star is known on Earth as Beta Centauri or Hadar. Following the flood, only small numbers of limited conscious humans remained on Earth, see figure 35. The tearing asunder of Earth's atmosphere allowed large amounts of deadly radiation from outer space to penetrate through to the life on an already exhausted planet. As a result, humans, once the guardian species, now face severe limitation. Their lifespan, which had been more than a millennium, was now reduced to mere decades. Whereas humans had originally stood between 8 and 10 feet tall, their height was now barely 5 or 6 feet. Such drastic changes altered your ability to continuously create and protect the planet. Even more dangerous were the mutations of your genes, which kept you from being fully conscious. These changes left you vulnerable to the depredations of the sky, gods and goddesses, the infamous Anunnaki. As the floodwaters gradually receded, small groups of survivors, figure 35, humanity after the first flood, began to emerge from their many hiding places. Their governing elites, an oligarchy originally empowered by the rulers of Atlantis, realized that they were now totally incapable of re-establishing human society on planet Earth. These earthly rulers appealed to the higher authority of the Anunnaki and their ruthless off-world allies. They asked these off-worlders to assist them in returning civilization to your world, using this invitation as an excuse to further their personal agenda. The Anunnaki gladly intervened. By this time, the Atlantean elites had gained complete control of Aegina or Hadar. They looked upon the flood, which resulted from the destruction of Atlantis, as well as the Great Flood, as wanton acts. These needed to be permanently commemorated in the same way as had been done long ago on Mars and Venus. The Galactic Federation of Light discovered the devastation on these two planets, formerly abundant with water and life, some 900,000 years ago. They had left Venus and Mars as they had been found, wishing to keep Earth's limited conscious population at as low a level of culture and technology as possible. The new inhabitants of Aegina asked the Pleiadian Star League not to interfere in Earth's affairs. In their view, Earth needed to become a living monument to the annihilated realm of Atlantis. They thought it necessary for her human civilization to pay homage forevermore to their much-lamented empire. The continual demands of Aegina's ruling council led to sharp disagreements among the Pleiadians, the main Federation Council, and the remaining Atlantean elite, the Pleiadians and the Galactic Federation's main council, believed that they were obligated to encourage human civilization on Earth, but were undecided on how to proceed. Under direct orders from the main Federation Council, the Pleiadians requested that their appointed by fate representative, the Anunnaki, choose to appropriate regions best suited for the restoration of a minimal Earth-human civilization, spurred on by the military coercion of the Pleiadian Star League. The Anunnaki set up human civilizations similar to those of traditional, patriarchal Pleiadian and Anunnaki societies in the Middle East and in Mexico. As the disagreements continued, one band from an Anunnaki outpost on Nibiru decided to develop a prototypical society in the Middle East located in what your scholars now call Sumeria or Sumer. It was intended to serve as a model for all that followed, and it became the first post-flood civilization. Sumerian culture was based upon the patrilineal, hierarchical society of the Anunnaki. These off-worlders installed themselves as its creator, founder, gods and goddesses. They invented a creation myth that explained why their human subjects were required each day to worship and revere their Anunnaki overlords. The unauthorized meddling that helped the Anunnaki form the Sumerian civilization also set fundamental precedents for the development of other non-designated areas such as Egypt. In that instance, a number of flood survivors led by a diverse group of renegade creator gods searched quite extensively for a sacred space to settle. Finally, they arrived in Egypt and settled along the Nile. With the support of the Anunnaki, the human survivors were able to establish a major civilization there. Egypt's first rulers were made privy to many fantastic spiritual and technological secrets from Atlantis. The covert assistance of specially trained Syrian liaison teams and holy messengers from Earth, his local spiritual hierarchy swiftly transformed them into knowledgeable and wise rulers. Egypt's first duly appointed rulers were allowed to amalgamate this knowledge into their sacred ceremonies. This arcane wisdom became the foundation of Egypt's first rise to glory. However, about 5200 BC, the Sumerian Anunnaki invaded and destroyed Egypt's first post-flood civilization, as well as its records. Later, the Sumerian Anunnaki instituted the two Nile-based kingdoms of Upper and Lower Egypt that are recorded in your ancient history. In the Americas, and particularly in Mexico, other scattered remnants of pre-flood civilizations existed. At first, these survivors attempted to recreate their former way of life but lacked the technology and organizational skills to thrive. To revivify their antediluvian civilization, they desperately needed the knowledge the sky gods possessed. Nonetheless, the Pleiadians, Centaurians, and other renegades had quite a different type of civilization in mind. In Mexico, they decided to replicate the Anunnaki's governments and pursue their lust for control, which they cloaked in expediently conceived sacred mythologies. Cruelly dominant, the Anunnaki and their earthly subjects contrived to secure absolute power and amass almost incalculable wealth. The post-flood humans, as Earth mutants, lacked full consciousness. Therefore, the Anunnaki and other renegade offworlders realized that 292 URF IRSTCONTACT. They were by nature compliant and very easy to control. In the first 2,500 years after the Great Flood, the years during which the history of your global civilization began to be recorded, the Anunnaki callously and repetitively manipulated these mutant humans. All the while, as the Anunnaki's deception continued, the spiritual hierarchy sought to carry out their sacred agenda. Your local spiritual hierarchy deeply believed that you were meant to be guardians of Mother Earth. Humans had first been seeded here for that very purpose. Consequently, your local spiritual hierarchy decided to intervene in the Anunnaki's experiment. They were determined to make the Anunnaki and their allies comply as much as possible with Spirit's divine desires. According to the divine plan, select individuals in certain Earth societies were designated to receive sacred spiritual visions. These heavenly visions were intended to nurture ideas of freedom and forge a body of sacred prophecy. This prophecy was based upon principles that furthered human spiritual growth and fully encouraged your inner development. Eager to return you to your fully conscious heritage, the spiritual hierarchy of Mother Earth developed a further course of action. Realizing that their human followers would not fully understand their inspired teachings, they bestowed on chosen individuals or prophets direct contact with messengers from heaven and the Galactic Federation of Light. The purposeful preparing of Earth's humanity for full consciousness was to assist in healing the rift between humanity's conscious mind and its alienated soul force energies, which were actually their true spiritual selves. This sacred process continues today and has resulted in one unifying concept of your modern history: the evolution of humanity's freedom and the growth of personal sovereignty. The spiritual hierarchy fully realized that these concepts were not to be practiced in earnest for many millennia. They were also aware that the Anunnaki and their earthly allies had the ability to corrupt and pervert these sacred visions and high spiritual principles by inculcating humanity with convoluted dogma and handing down certain indispensable technologies. The Anunnaki fulfilled the primary goal of their nefarious scheme. All along, this has been to continually intensify human conflict through political, religious divisions, and thereby to foster an ongoing worldwide state of war. Under the aegis of the Anunnaki, many wars were fought among these first, post-flood city-states. A constant condition of war became the fundamental underpinning of this form of human civilization for the next 3,500 years. The self-serving earthly oligarchies, ever lackeys of the Anunnaki, utilized warfare to distract humanity from their own personal accumulation of power and control, which was often epitomized by their aggrandizement of wealth. All through the next 4,500 years of recorded Earth history, the Anunnaki accelerated this process by building successively larger empires and waging ever bloodier wars. In ancient times, as we have previously noted, the gods and goddesses were the very human off-world renegades, the Anunnaki, who established a version of their traditional civilization on this planet. Mutant Earth humans devotedly paid them homage and ultimately made it possible for them to perpetuate their insidious concept of a subservient people who faithfully worshipped their master rulers. This was a tactic that had first been successfully employed by them during the latter days of Atlantis. Because post-flood humans knew very little about architecture, the Anunnaki gave them a brief but thorough enough education in how to erect large, enduring structures from Earth's materials. Their well-learned lessons resulted in the construction of various renowned ancient buildings and stone structures, some of which survive to this day. These massive stone structures were built to serve as places where the Earth humans could worship their god, kings and goddess, queens, divine rulers, the people of the sky. Another more sinister purpose was to employ these structures to commandeer and subtly control Earth's vast supply of electromagnetic energy for the Anunnaki. Many ancient empires strictly followed the terrifying lead of the Anunnaki and strongly encouraged subservient attitudes that strengthened each ruler's claims to govern by divine right. Many of the Anunnaki's earthly minions faithfully and relentlessly honed these control skills down through the ages. Eventually, the concept of divine right made possible the creation of divinely ordered rule in which decidedly fallible mortals attained the power of a material rather than a spiritual leadership. Well past the time of Europe's Middle Ages, the Anunnaki's earthly minions fully employed the concept of divine right rule. By that time, local galactic wars and the Anchara Alliance's constant interference made it difficult for the Anunnaki to directly and effectively oversee their earthly empires. They were forced, in an unprecedented and underhanded way, to relinquish some of their power to their human subjects. As a result, the ancient sky gods and goddesses gave up even more of their direct authority on Earth. Evil outsiders had compromised the hierarchical model first used in ancient Egypt, China, India, and the Americas. The Anunnaki's creative solution to the growing problem of maintaining their control on Earth was both ingenious and insidious. In the dark infancy of their ancient rule, the Anunnaki had formed various secret orders, or cables, to safeguard their mystic and powerful knowledge. Those secret orders had endured. Now, during the late Renaissance, they were directed to suddenly surface all across Europe. The impending European Age of Discovery provided the Anunnaki with yet another convenient opportunity for deception. To further entrap humanity, the newly surfaced cables freely divulged some of their arcane information in the name of ancient gods and long-forgotten rulers. Although the new knowledge seemed to promise personal freedom and autonomy, it was in fact only a most seductive ploy, a cage with invisible bars. The cables were to become the foundation of the Anunnaki's new secret government. Leaving behind the divine right of kings concept, the Anunnaki developed science as their latest pathway for modern civilization and its amazing technologies. Yet this science was not the true spiritual quest for knowledge and wisdom of the distant past. Instead, it was a masterful attempt to firmly maneuver the neophyte discipline of scientific inquiry into the ranks of materialistic, useless dogma. Nonetheless, your local spiritual hierarchy knew that through the great works and holy visions of specially chosen prophets and philosophers, humanity had the genius to eventually find its way back to the light and to the true Godhead. Step by step, dear hearts, the spiritual hierarchy carried forward their sacred plans for humanity. Their next move was to make good use of the aforementioned evil agenda of the Anunnaki. These plans created the conditions that permitted increased development in human consciousness. Out of the enlightened 18th century's reverence for science, the spiritual hierarchy successfully fostered new university disciplines and a growing spiritualism in the 19th century. At the divine right time across the globe, the love-light energy of heaven would birth a massive evolution in human consciousness. While the incomplete experiments of ancient Atlantis stripped humanity of most of their full consciousness, there remained a few individuals who had retained a shred of their former abilities. From these gifted humans and their much debased talents rose the ancient seers, whose sacred philosophy and wisdom remain with you today. They were the forerunners of this remarkable, unprecedented increase in human consciousness that you are now experiencing. As you have emerged from the barbarism of the ancient world and of the Middle Ages, we in the Galactic Federation of Light have observed that the way you behave toward each other has improved. This alteration occurs on such a small scale that it is barely noticeable from one civilization to another. Although the carnage of the 20th century far exceeds the worst atrocities of ancient Egypt, Sumeria, India, or Mesoamerica, it is well known that Earth consciousness is ever evolving toward the light. Dear hearts, you have reached the terminus of your present age. Beyond question, this is the most significant point in human history since the end of the Great Flood. If we were to draw a timeline, you would see on it a period of great darkness corresponding to your earliest recorded history. At that time, the control maintained upon you by the Anunnaki and their off-world allies was at its strongest. As they slowly loosened their grip on you, your conscious reality began ever so slightly to awaken. This gradual upward shift in human consciousness allowed the Syrians and their galactic allies, and your local spiritual hierarchy, to intervene intermittently in your global society. During these precious moments, the celestial light manifested as Buddha, Christ, and Muhammad. It is now able to create an expanding web of consciousness upon your world. By employing this web of consciousness, Mother Earth can at long last graduate all of you and herself into full consciousness. As you continue to be one with this celestial light energy, you discover your potential for spiritual and physical transformation. The Earth is about to birth a wondrous new era. Within your current evolutionary chaos lie the seeds of this new reality. It is the next stage in the ever-growing and miraculous song of your Mother Earth. Thank you, Mikala. You have given us a marvelous tour through Earth's ancient history, which is, of course, Mother Earth's poignant song to her children about their past journeys together. In this regard, I now suggest a question and answer period to clarify some of the details of your ancient histories and to fill in any of the points possibly missed during Michaela's last two commentaries. Questions and answers. Q. You have briefly touched upon a covert Syrian connection. Just what were its origins in the period following the destruction of Atlantis? A. Yes. There is a definite connection. After the first flood following the destruction of Atlantis, the Syrians and their galactic Federation of Light allies noticed that Earth's remnant societies were failing rapidly. Since we are your elder sisters, brothers, we were very worried about you. Q. We being A. We were the Syrians and their many allies in the Galactic Federation of Light. These peacefully aligned star nations asked your local spiritual hierarchy what they could do to assist you. Your local spiritual hierarchy then decreed that a special spiritual and genetic situation be set up, which was provided for in the existing timeline of Mother Earth. Q. Exactly what happened to the genetics of Earth humans? A. Atlantean scientists plunged humans too quickly into limited consciousness. Their well-timed destruction cast you into the world without the proper genetic safeguards. This created the situation that is now making your transformation possible. This unfortunate circumstance left you quite vulnerable to all forms of disease. In addition, you had a predisposition to rapid aging. En masse. You were the subjects of a nearly completed experiment that had to be very suddenly abandoned. As noted, your genes had not been correctly adjusted for limited consciousness. Many of you possessed improperly constructed gene sequences. This is the cause of what you call genetic diseases. These problems were exacerbated by massive inbreeding which occurred in the first millennium after the waters of the Great Flood finally receded. Q. You have mentioned our many genetic difficulties. How did these contribute to our currently short lifespan? A. Your new genetic foundation consisting of a two-strand helix was not in itself especially critical. What was life-threatening was the resultant fact that it immersed you in a seven-chakra system in which many essential and complementary parts were no longer properly connected. The Atlantean scientists knew that most of your now extraneous chakra system would become either vestigial or barely functioning. This created a vast imbalance in your physiology. They intended to correct it in one of the last stages of your development. However, before they were able to make this necessary adjustment, they were destroyed. Anyone who has dealt with your body's energy system of meridians knows how prevalent so-called blockages in this system are. They are caused by the body's now inherent imbalance. As a result, your lifespan as a physical being is not very long. At the most, you can expect to live 150 to 200 years. This can happen only with incredible constant spiritual and medical intervention, use of proper nutrients, and performing specially designed exercises. This limitation was further worsened by the unwise destruction of your planet's firmament at the onset of the Great Flood. Q. You have mentioned the many physiological disconnections that result from our genetics. Is there any more information you could share with us? A. Yes, there is. One of the most important changes was the overall degradation of your chakra system. In a fully conscious human, the chakras are fully integrated. In your case, they have been limited to 7 major ones and hundreds of minor ones. The minor ones are not fully connected to the major chakras. There are even gender differences in how the numerous connections are made. This overall jumble has created a situation where minor enzyme or hormonal swings can affect your emotions and even the state of your health. The most fundamental of these changes was the immense deprivation caused by your disconnection from spirit. This process made you vulnerable to being controlled rather than just guided by other beings. This flaw was purposely created by the Atlantean scientists and later deftly exploited by the Anunnaki. Fortunately, you still possess within you the ability to counter this great difficulty. It is our objective to assist you in overcoming it. Q. In effect, we have been genetically flawed from the very beginning. Has this condition shown up in our recorded history? Yes, it has. Your size and fragility are most apparent in your distant ancestors. Generally, they were much smaller and more disease-prone than you are today. Out of necessity, they adapted to the severe weather conditions and diverse environments created by the Great Flood, and they lived under much stress. Your global environments ranged from the severe wintry conditions of your polar regions to the hot deserts and steaming jungles found near your equator. These new climates engendered a mighty shock for your now more fragile physical systems. It took humans a relatively long time to adjust to them. In addition, the sadly decimated population of your world needed to quickly produce more people in order to breed a more viable society. You mentioned in your talk that post-flood humans lacked the requisite skills to rebuild civilization. How did their helplessness play into the hands of the Anunnaki? As I noted in my previous discussion, the Anunnaki saw a golden opportunity and took it. In the last days of Atlantis, you were being prepared to be a slave race. This genetic programming is still in you. Because of the rapid destruction of Atlantis, you also lacked the ability to build the great structures you had become accustomed to. You retained only some basic survival skills taught to you by your former masters. You desperately looked for guidance and asked the heavens for any form of possible assistance. The Anunnaki saw this and, at the most propitious time, acted. They skillfully imposed upon you a set agenda that has created your present unacceptable reality. This certain agenda has put forth a reality matrix that leaves you at their mercy from the moment of your birth until your eventual demise. It is this society and its many numerous ramifications which your current transformations are meant to set aside. Due to the continual intervention of the Anunnaki, you have almost become what the Atlanteans intended. However, you were blessed with an escape clause. The Atlanteans' experiment had not actually been completed. Would you say that our present dilemma involves creating innovative methods of transforming this reality matrix? Exactly. With the full assistance of heaven, you are accomplishing the transformation of your world as well as your own elevation to full consciousness. Now, I would like to focus on the last few millennia of your history and explain to you the ways in which our intervention and your evolution have set up the many preconditions needed for this much-awaited transformation in your consciousness. In doing so, I ask you to remember that what you are experiencing is in truth a remarkably inspiring song. It is a grace-filled, melodic saga, poignantly telling of Mother Earth's loving preparation for her most dearly precious children and of the means to fulfill their destiny. Sandara, let us now have a short break. Thank you, Mikala. After our break, we will continue with our noteworthy discussion. At that time, Mikala will examine your modern history in greater detail. Dear hearts, bear in mind that your evolution is filled with many surprising and momentous twists and turns. 13 Modern Times. Hello, this is your main guide, Sandara. We ask you now to return to your seats. Mikala is ready to continue her account of how you have created your present historical situation. It is a complex and fascinating process involving your local spiritual hierarchy, the Galactic Federation of Light, and many dark denizens from your world and from surrounding dimensions. With great pleasure, I invite Mikala to once again resume her presentation. Thank you, Sandara. Dear hearts, let us discuss the subtler interpretations underlying your modern history, beginning with a brief look at the immediate post-flood period. As I have mentioned, this era was distinguished by its many golden ages. Here, the Anunnaki started to execute numerous versions of their plans for humanity. Differences in how these plans were implemented led to an ongoing war among the gods. This war resulted in the creation of many regional societies that the Anunnaki initially blessed and then later damned. Your ancient creation myths describe in elaborate detail this turbulent period in which your world and its many different cultures came to be. The Anunnaki were not the only participants in this procedure, as the Syrian Arcturians and their Galactic Federation of Light allies also took part, with the intention of exploiting the incomplete nature of the Atlantean genetic experiments. The Syrians' Galactic Federation of Light allies produced a definitive plan that would quickly return those humans residing upon your world to their former fully conscious state. The Pleiadians, Andromedans, and their many allies on the main Federation Council immediately objected to this plan. Initially, they were able to delay it, but in a series of decrees passed about 11,000 years ago, these disagreements were resolved. The main Federation Council gave the Pleiadian Star League primary authority over your solar system. The main Federation Council's decrees compelled the Syrians and their Galactic Federation allies to adopt a modified plan. As part of it, they sought out the support of your local spiritual hierarchy. In turn, your local spiritual hierarchy appealed to the galactic spiritual hierarchy for permission to carry out this essential work. Your local spiritual hierarchy received an assent and embraced your spiritual evolution as its most important task. However, the various decrees of the main Federation Council deeply hampered their work. Accordingly, the Syrians and their Galactic Federation of Light allies were obliged to innovatively solve the problem. Keep in mind that the sole purpose of our evolutionary project has always been to restore you to full consciousness. Our creative solution has been to fiddle in a positive way with the RNA-DNA protein strands that form your body's cells and determine your level of awareness. Initially, the local spiritual hierarchy allowed us to influence the core belief system of your many regional elites. This caused several of the Anunnaki's appointed rulers to change their formal core beliefs as well as their allegiance to the sky gods. The Anunnaki swiftly retaliated by devastating any ruler who approved of such heresies. These vile acts caused most earthly rulers and their subjects to fear them even more. The Anunnaki promptly typecast the Syrians and their Galactic Federation allies as the founders of your planet's human civilization. Using this contrived proposition to justify their actions, the Anunnaki boasted that they came in our name to govern humanity by divine rule. Many of your societies accepted these enormous lies as inalienable truths. Consequently, our influence was limited, and our initial strategies soon miscarried. We were unable for the moment to achieve our purposes. The cunning, opportunistic Anunnaki and their earthly minions had temporarily ensnared us. One of the last elements of this ill-fated strategy involved an ancient Egyptian ruler, or pharaoh formerly known as Amenhotep IV, also known to you as Akhenaten. Agreeing with our agenda, he began a major reform that modified the way his people related to his authority. We then began a series of genetic modifications that put the Egyptian masses into a more coherent and conscious state. Unfortunately, the chief Egyptian general, Hormheb, and his powerful priestly allies ended these procedures by overthrowing the rule and beliefs of Akhenaten. This act thereby restored the Anunnaki's power. Henceforth, the Anunnaki tightened their grip upon Egypt's various ruling elites by making use of Akhenaten's sacred arcane knowledge. This was the last time we employed the aristocracy of any country to procure a vast leap in your consciousness. Instead, we returned to the slower process of affecting your genetic code. We focused mainly upon the migratory tribal peoples who lived in various areas of your planet. Our goal to provide for some ongoing small degree of physiological and cultural transformation was made possible by the dominant nature of the culture that the Anunnaki and their numerous worldly supporters had created. However, we soon found that there was a better way to positively alter the dark course of human civilization. Our approach was to remain as discreet as possible. After all, the main council of the Galactic Federation frowned upon our activity, and only your local and galactic spiritual hierarchies condoned them. Earth possessed a great destiny. Nonetheless, it was now adrift in an abysmal, karmic soup, from which there seemed no easy or quick escape. Even so, your local spiritual hierarchy knew that according to the prophecies, this dilemma was temporary. Earth was to be delivered back to the former glories of the Lemurian civilization. The future did not lie with the Anunnaki or their worldwide minions. Our strategy was to develop a series of K-gene pools, which were to be the basis for a succession of occasional infusions of special genetic materials. At certain times in your history, these key gene pools have affected many others nearby. Consequently, over millennia, gene sequencing capable of counteracting the Atlantean experiment has been spread throughout your general population. Take note that your primitive transportation technologies and the warlike, ethnic cleansing of your various regional and local societies have continuously hindered this process. As previously stated, the initial strategy of dispersing these new genetic materials was to target Earth's various nomadic tribes by constantly moving from one country to another and by settling in any one place. For as little as a few generations, they fulfilled our primary criterion, mobility. By using them, we were able in just a few generations to spread our new genetic materials to many parts of the world. The predatory nature of the Anunnaki's various societies helped to further this process. Notwithstanding their habitual abuse of migrants, the Anunnaki welcomed itinerant men as laborers and their women as potential sexual prey. By sexually interacting with the nomads, Anunnaki societies introduced new gene sequences into their population. Thus began the slow process of expanding your consciousness. Many dark allies, whom you know as demons or even as the devil, supported the Anunnaki. In actual fact, these beings were either the heavenly minions of Anshara or just members of dark star empires. These were usually dinosaurs, reptilians, or insectoids. I mention them only because they were the allies of the Anunnaki who utilized their sinister abilities to spread the terror that controls you. It was they who taught the Anunnaki how to set up the reality matrix in which you are now embedded. This reality matrix is central to your long imprisonment in an extremely limiting reality. One of its most amazing aspects is its subtlety, which exposes you to overwhelming levels of stress, fear, and uncertainty. You never know quite how and when it will strike. All pervasive and very potent, the matrix takes your inner powers and gives them to your oppressors. By using this ever-expanding power grid, your secret overlords can control every aspect of your existence. The matrix's few weaknesses are related to your RNA, DNA genetic element, which your former evil masters are never completely able to alter. From the beginning, the Anunnaki were quite aware that genetics were a vital ingredient in the karmic soup and posed a major difficulty for them. The soup's very nature prevented the Anunnaki from directly interfering with any alteration to your genetics. The reason for this was quite clear. History is a boundless journey mapped out by the divine plan. For millennia, heaven imposed severe restraints on the Anunnaki's skullduggery. Had they exceeded these limits, heaven would have intervened more directly. Since the Anunnaki were greatly restricted, this fundamental understanding allowed us to do all that we have for you. Yet, you may ask, what is the purpose of the reality matrix in the first place? In truth, your present reality matrix is actually a well-prepared training ground. It contains a series of excellent prescribed conditions. They allow you to acquire knowledge and in experiencing it to gain wisdom. Your recent history is filled with many odd events that have come into being in order to afford you both knowledge and wisdom. In addition, these events permitted this wisdom to be communicated to the many orders of heaven. Throughout this process, dear hearts, we have acted as both catalyst, transformer for you as well as for your former masters, the Anunnaki. Your present reality has taught all of you well. Now the moment swiftly approaches for you to create anew. On your world, history has been a saga of many diverse elements joining in a unique harmony. Its melody is beautiful as well as dissonant. It has produced much strife, confusion, and seemingly meaningless chaos. Mother Earth's melancholy song echoes through it. We have referred to it many times. The story we have been telling is contained within its lyrics. Shortly, in our question and answer period, we will be more specific. Bear in mind that while any one element may seem controversial, it is still a vital part of the song. Each of you, though largely oblivious to its real meaning, has come to be a part of this continuing ever now song. It tells of how you overcame great difficulties and restored yourselves to what you were always meant to be. It tells of overblown greed, of forlorn love, and of bloodthirsty, gratuitous combat. It tells of powerful rulers and of the immense bravery of unknown women and unheard of children. It tells of the monstrous deeds committed against the intricate biosphere of a most gorgeous planet. Finally, it tells of a loving, divine intervention that has been gracefully continuing for nearly 13 millennia. This song is all of these things and much more. Additionally, the Song of Your Earth fully reveals a galaxy harboring numerous forces of light and of darkness. It shows how all of these elements are integrated into a much greater whole. This song began millions of years ago, in the heart of hearts of your cetacean brethren. Now we are all fated to come together and sing its final chorus. The melodic Song of Earth celebrates all of these occurrences which mark your history and accentuate your destiny. These events have brought creation to your doorstep. These things have made you exceedingly important to all of us. We come in joy and in festive salutation to your shores. We come, dear hearts, to be both your audience and your gracious assistants. Thank you, Mikala, for your valuable and inspiring information. We are very honored to have had you as the last of our tour guides. Yet, we are not finished with your extraordinary story. Having talked to a number of you during the previous break, Mikala has learned that you have some challenging questions to which you greatly desire answers. As she obliges you, Mikala wishes to explore the history of your people in greater detail. Consequently, we now ask whomever she has designated to come forward with their pertinent questions and answers. Q. You have briefly alluded to a special agreement among the Syrians, their Galactic Federation allies, and the local spiritual hierarchy. Just how did this come about? A. The Syrians and their Galactic Federation allies asked your local spiritual hierarchy, "Are you willing to assist us?" After consulting the Galactic Spiritual Hierarchy, your local spiritual hierarchy replied, "Yes, we shall graciously assist you." The plan of the Syrians and their Galactic Federation allies involved locating individuals who fit a specific profile. Then, a request was given to them, and if these chosen individuals agreed to it, a special covenant with them was created. This process allowed the Syrians and their allies to establish a special genetic and spiritual condition. Q. Can you provide an example of the type of individual chosen for this assignment? A. Yes. One of the initial agreements was with a member of a prominent family in the Sumerian city-state of Ur. His name was Abram. Abram, the Syrians, and their Galactic Federation allies, as well as the local spiritual hierarchy, concluded a divine covenant amongst themselves. Later, Abram changed his name to Abraham to honor this special covenant. Then, the Syrians, their Galactic Federation allies, and your local spiritual hierarchy were charged with carrying out certain protocols. These protocols permitted Abram and his descendants to spread the word. Later, they were chosen to receive those genetic elements necessary to set the stage for the growth of consciousness in their chosen part of the world. In return, this special covenant provided protection and remarkable care for Abram and his ever-growing family. Q. How was it ensured that the special knowledge they were giving Abraham would be retained? A. The knowledge was only accessible through specially coded directions in the form of a series of very complicated recipes. These codes became the true Hebraic Kabbalah. The Kabbalah is sacred and known only to certain secret brotherhoods sworn never to reveal its true meaning until a divine, right time given to them by the spiritual hierarchy. As you can see, the true Hebraic Kabbalah is more than just a system of history or of language. It is an organized body of intricately contrived formulas that are the basis of various consciousness-raising practices, etc. The highly esoteric implications of the Kabbalah are really quite profound. Consequently, a powerful key to the magic and origins of consciousness was bestowed upon Abraham and his descendants. They retained this devoutly and in secret. Even though they endured a great many historical difficulties, they were at all times divinely protected. Q. When were these genetic alterations first instituted? A. That long moment comes with the journey into Egypt and the leaving of Egypt, the Exodus. It is the reason that Canaan was provided for them as a home. The process that was needed to institute this first series of genetic transmutations is embodied in the Exodus. That is why the Hebrews went through such a long period, approximately 40 years, in the Sinai. It was done to set the stage for a special consciousness and to create a unique gene pool. The Syrians knew the incredibly valuable nature of this gene pool, see figure 36. It was to be the basis for raising consciousness in future times and make possible your current spiritual and genetic, physical integration. Q. To whom was this gene pool to be spread? A. The Hebraic gene pool was dispersed throughout the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe, making use of the cultural and political divisions then existing in that part of the globe. The project was accomplished through a series of historical stages and over as wide an area as possible. To do this, we made wise use of the reality matrix, the splendid result of intermingling Hebraic genetics with other closely associated gene pools is clearly demonstrated by one fact. Individuals who are the products of this ever-expanding gene pool have contributed to all your recent major invention. Q. How does this spectral spreading gene pool tie in with our rise in consciousness? A. That is a very astute and relevant question. With the aid of the spiritual hierarchy, the Syrians and their allies established a distant timeline. This distant timeline required a series of ever-evolving stages which lasted for many millennia and ended after a few centuries of forced worldwide industrialization. The rapid evolution of your global society's technology has served as a prelude to an unprecedented consciousness shift. Industrialization brought about mass education, and with it a novel and prevailing attitude. Change and progress were good. In this energetic, new environment, a major consciousness shift finally became possible. The Syrians, their Galactic Federation allies, and your local spiritual hierarchy required a core group of specially encoded individuals. Eventually, their distant descendants will create a galactic civilization, the spreading of the human gene pool. These desirable genes were carried to many different lands by a series of divinely chosen people. Figure 36. The spreading of the human gene pool. The progeny of Abraham, for example, survived a series of struggles beyond all belief, drawing inner strength from their special covenant and their uniquely created gene pool. They made an indelible impression upon Western civilization. That intended result was a prime component of the Hebraic scenario. Q. Where exactly does Jesus Christ fit into this Hebraic scenario? A. It was intended that the Jesus intervention into the Hebraic scenario provide the Hebrews with a lasting prototype to be spread at the right time to the rest of humanity. It began when Joshua, after the Exodus and the 40 years in the Sinai, led a small, militant band of Hebrews into the promised land of Canaan. The angels had them create the judges as the leaders of their new nation of Israel. The Galactic Federation liaison teams fully intended to draw on the many generations of judges who were assigned to their posts by virtue of their great merit and problem-solving ability. This society was established in order to become an inspiring prototype for the many warlike and extremely cruel societies of the ancient Middle East. It was to be created through the highly desirable qualities and unbeatable inner strength of the nation of Israel. By using the judges, the Federation liaison teams proposed to formulate the rudiments of a galactic civilization. Unfortunately, the first stage of their plan did not occur as intended. The new nation of Israel disliked being different from its neighbors and demanded a king as its primary ruler. Accordingly, The original scenario had to be changed. In another scenario, more than a millennium later, the Syrians and their galactic federation allies called upon a Syrian ascended master to anchor in the necessary light energies. The Syrians' intention for the success of this anchoring was primarily that this chosen ascended master would align his energies with those of the councils of the ascended masters, the Syrian star nation, and of the earth. In so doing, a divine prototype for full consciousness was established once again on the earth plane. Once this prototype was successfully anchored to the earth plane, the resulting gene pool had to be spread throughout the Western world, Africa, the Americas, and Asia. This historical process is but one example of many special genetic situations that we have created and developed in order to gradually expand your consciousness to its present point. Q. The Syrian ascended master to whom you referred is presumably the historical person named Yeshua ben Yosef, whose Greek name was Jesus Christ. A. That's right. Q. He was the Syrian ascended master who was sent in to anchor the light at that time. A. Yes. That is correct. Q. Many of us in the field of human genetics think of genes merely as on-off switches. Do genes have more significance than we presently understand? A. Yes. Genes also embody consciousness. As you alter people's genetic structures, you raise their consciousness, and thereby increase both their need and their ability to learn. These are facts that many of your geneticists are now beginning to understand. Certain combinations of genes can actually create specific prescribed levels of consciousness. As part of your ongoing adjustments, your local spiritual hierarchy has been increasing. The connections among your two outer strands of DNA and your third or inner DNA strand. That is one of the major reasons for the sudden worldwide increase in spirituality and for the deepening interest in angels, extraterrestrials, etc. Q. How does all of this relate to the Hebraic scenario? A. As noted, we wanted to construct a special gene pool based upon a proclivity for expanding consciousness and an inventive or solution-focused intelligence. The resolution to this process was to create a consciousness-increasing intelligence gene and to spread it by use of a series of special gene pools. When properly developed, this gene sequence was to be disseminated throughout Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas. This is exactly what we accomplished over many millennia. After each generation was born, we had to iron out the kinks through further detailed experimentation with these new genes. Our geneticists' major focus was to observe how each succeeding Hebrew generation was turning out. Frequently, angels had to come down and at times physically intervene. The angels constantly monitored each succeeding generation. Ships and messengers scanned their selected subjects continuously to observe the genetic changes taking hold in the general population of this developing special gene pool. Of prime concern was the breaking of sacred rules as well as any excessive pathological activities detrimental to the process. When this happened, the warning of divine retribution had to be considered. Q. What do you mean by the term divine retribution? RFIRSTCONTACT. A. The Hebrews had to suffer divine retribution as a consequence of any action capable of defeating this genetic experiment. We wanted the Hebraic peoples to understand that they were a specially chosen people who had been given divine rules. We used these defined elements to express to them that they were a divine people entrusted with an especially divine mission. We knew that as long as the Hebraic people stayed reasonably united and maintained their genetic integrity, our various sacred objectives were possible, properly nurtured over a sufficient period. This special gene pool was designed to spread to every gene pool it touched. Q. Let's get back to Egypt and the Exodus. Did the Exodus take place as they had planned? Or were a great many changes in its initial procedures required?
A. Yes.
Many fine-tunings were required. We kept working and quite frankly changing the protocols of the project. By the time of the Exodus, we had created an exceptionally unique genetic group. We then desired to take that group into a very inhospitable area where they would not normally be expected to survive. We required this of the Hebrews to ensure that a perfect selection be made from among the members of their group. By weeding out certain recessive genetic sequences, we could correctly influence the distribution of our special genes throughout the general population. That is why, in the book of Exodus, you have read about the pillar of flame in front of them in the sky, our guiding scout ship, and about the manna, a special food designed to foster the Hebrews' genetic reconstruction from heaven, and so forth. When this specially selected people became a great nation, its special gene pool would be strong enough to be distributed all around the planet. That is indeed what we accomplished. Q. In your previous answer, you briefly mentioned the term manna. Just what was it? Why did you feed it to the Hebrews as their only food while they were wandering about in the Sinai desert? A. Manna is a uniquely produced, gelatinous white gold. Previously, it had been given as food to produce immortality or to connect designate individuals to the psychic realms, the abodes of the gods or of other heavenly beings. The Anunnaki and Select Galactic Federation liaison teams gave manna to the ancient Egyptians and to many other ancient cultures. It is a perfect food. Gelatinous white gold is highly nutritious, the most complete food known. When it is ingested, it purifies every cell and starts to alter every gene in your physical body. Manna creates a metabolism that allows your cellular structure to function at its highest and most efficient levels. It is the only food your physical body needs. It is used to detox and elevate the base frequency of the physical body. In addition, it sets a firm foundation for your special consciousness expanding genetics. The Hebrews were preparing for the next phase of their destiny. That is what Exodus is about. It was a major part of their sacred mission. It was carried out within the necessary divine timing, allowing this special genetic process to be moved forward. Q. What did the Syrians and their Galactic Federation allies intend to accomplish after the Hebrews reached and conquered the promised land of Canaan? A. Once the Hebrews had arrived in Israel proper, the land of Canaan, we desired that they establish a modified form of galactic human governance ruled by the judges. This would allow commoners and judges to work together in a free-flowing style. Our intention was that they develop a form of governance that both their people and the nations surrounding Israel would admire and emulate. Let us consider these judges. They emerged from all levels of society to become the ruling government. We desired to lead them gradually into a more open and democratic system. This system would help them to create, in ancient Israel, a government roughly equivalent to that enjoyed by a fully conscious and somewhat more technically advanced galactic society. Remember, if you will, that we also had another purpose in mind. We intended that the Hebrews learn wisdom from this new system. We envisioned them perceiving the essential beauty and justice of it. It was our objective that eventually other barbaric nations would change their ways and adopt the same system. We envisioned a process able to effect a massive change at a later time in your consciousness. Unfortunately, the Israelites, Hebrews, rejected our methods. Aware of kings all around them, they demanded that form of government. Q. Were the special genes disseminated into the general population? A. Yes. Whenever Judaism appeared in any open and tolerant civilization, interbreeding always occurred. Q. Among the people who identify with Jewish heritage right now, there are two strains of Jews. First, there is the Ashkenazim. Second, there is the Sephardic. The Sephardic are genetically from the original rootstock. The Ashkenazim are European Jews, supposedly originating from a number of tribes that converted to Judaism. Most importantly, they contain genetically Jewish elements. Under the command of their kings, they embraced the Jewish religion. It is said that these kings were determined to have their realms become other than Muslim or Christian nations. Is there any truth to this story? Ashkenazi Jews are, indeed, a combination of the Sephardim and those Gentiles who originally converted to Judaism. Q. Are they a hybrid? A. Yes, they are. As a result of their process, the Hebraic gene pool was dispersed throughout Europe. It became the basis for Europe's Age of Discovery and its Renaissance. Most of Europe's preeminent masters of art and a majority of her noteworthy inventors are part of that gene pool. Q. It is my understanding that during the Spanish Inquisition many Jews professed to practice Christianity, while others sincerely converted to the Christian faith. However, genetically, they were all of the Hebraic lineage. Numerous other people who have yet to identify with or recognize their ancestry may have these roots. Although lacking awareness of their true origins, they continue to carry that genetic legacy out into the general population. A. That is correct. Q. What is the genetic history of the Arabs? A. They, too, have been endowed with a lot of cross-Hebraic roots. That is why there was very little anti-Semitism among the different Arab nations until the post-expansion period of Islamic civilization. Initially, Islam held a singular affection for Judaic culture. That close societal affinity explains why the greatest flowering of Judaic civilization in the last 1,000 years unfolded from the 11th to the 14th centuries in Spain, where Jewish scholarship, as well as art, architecture, music, theater, etc. flourished. During that time, high Jewish culture was recognized and honored by the Arab conquerors of southern and central Spain. These Arab rulers created, especially around the cities of Toledo, Granada, and Salamanca, an environment that encouraged distinguished Torah and Talmudic scholars. Extraordinary levels of scholarship, architecture, art, literature, and more were enjoyed both within and beyond the religion. Q. Did the Syrians and their Galactic Federation of Light allies carry out other similar genetic experiments on this planet? A. Yes. Another important Syrian Galactic Federation genetic experiment involves the Chinese and Tibetan peoples. China and Tibet represent a particular heritage. There remains within these races a genetic remnant of ancient Lemuria which the kingdom of Agartha infused into many Sino-Tibetan peoples through a permitted interbreeding program. The result was a people who possessed the same type of consciousness expanding and creative, solution-focused genes as the Hebrews. In addition, the Chinese and Tibetan peoples honor a great tradition of visitations from many off-world groups. These liaison teams, along with many of the Anunnaki, helped to establish the roots of the present Chinese and Tibetan societies who, to this day, retain these specially created genes. Q. Was any type of interstellar commerce carried on among these ETs and the Chinese and Tibetan people? A. As noted above, the Chinese and Tibetans were more open to our influences than most other post-flood civilizations. Interstellar commerce occurred in some ancient Chinese and Tibetan civilization. These were mostly in Tibet, north-central China, and in certain parts of northeastern and southwestern China. Many human and other sentient, beneficent civilizations in this sector of your galaxy ventured here and found a relatively friendly reception. Q. What was an outcome of this ancient commerce between worlds? A. Many plants given you by the extraterrestrials first came to Earth through China. From this starting point, they were scattered worldwide many centuries later. An example of this process is citrus